The first Hokage, renowned as the sage of the ninja, Uchiha Hashirama. Thus, the identities of the subsequent occupants of the coffins need not be elaborated upon. The one inscribed with the character for first undoubtedly belongs to the second. Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who bears the titles of the God of Shinobi and one of the dual heroes of the ninja realm. The third coffin, unmarked, must contain Senju Hashirama's brother, Tobirama, who, despite never having ascended to the position of Hokage, possessed equally formidable power. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced, rendering him motionless. It is essential to understand that the first Hokage before him was not only glorified by his extravagant titles, but was also a paragon of unparalleled might. Legend recounts that Uchiha Hashirama single-handedly battled the leaders of the four great ninja villages: lightning, earth, wind, and water. His thirst for combat compelled Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to join forces against him, ultimately falling victim to his overwhelming prowess, as he single-handedly incapacitated all six opponents without resorting to his Mangekyo Sharingan, while Hashirama and Madara employed their combined techniques, yet remained powerless to subdue him. Orochimaru, having summoned these formidable figures through the reanimation jutsu, did not indulge in idle banter but swiftly commanded them into action, fearing that any delay could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Indeed, during Orochimaru's previous attempt to resurrect Uchiha Hashirama, he almost lost control over him. Fortunately, the sacrifice he provided was merely an ordinary individual, not the ordinary person whom he favored, but truly an unremarkable soul. The ensuing battle unfolded overwhelmingly in Hashirama's favor, as Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself battered and bruised, struggling to maintain his composure. The reason was simple. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Hashirama possessed mastery over 5 elemental chakra types, yet he also wielded the rare yin-yang chakra. In essence, every jutsu Hiruzen could perform, Hashirama could execute even more proficiently, and any jutsu Hiruzen could not perform, Hashirama could. With the hope of victory dwindling, Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned himself to the notion of sacrifice. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the Corpse Demon Seal, the most potent sealing technique. As the souls of Tobirama and Hashirama were drawn forth, Orochimaru grew frantic, intensifying his assault on Hiruzen, transforming the battlefield into a scene of harmonious teacher-student rapport. Finally, the soul of Uchiha Hashirama emerged. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hashirama's spirit floated in the air, while the Shinigami watched him with bated breath, hesitant to act. Orochimaru, oblivious to this spectacle, recognized that Hashirama's corporeal form remained motionless, indicating the imminent collapse of his control over the situation. In desperation, he summoned the Kusanagi sword, intent on piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was thwarted by the sudden intervention of the Monkey King. In that tense moment, Hiruzen steeled himself, declaring, "If I cannot take you down, then I shall strip you of your prideful jutsu." Orochimaru's anguished roar echoed, "No!" Yet his cries bore no power to alter his fate. As the Shinigami severed Orochimaru's hand and failed to consume it, he cautiously observed Hashirama. It was clear that Hashirama's might was acknowledged even in the afterlife. Even the Shinigami, a mere specter, dared not challenge him. With a serene glance, Hashirama addressed the Shinigami, "Consume it, and return whence you came. Do not entertain thoughts of this frail old man." The Shinigami, like a timid pup, retrieved the severed hand and fled in haste. Sarutobi Hiruzen, though unaware of the details, sensed the dissipating aura of the Shinigami behind him. With the disappearance of Orochimaru's hand, the control of the reanimation jutsu finally faltered. Hashirama gestured grandly, allowing his spirit to re-enter his reanimated body. Gazing upon the chaos, Hashirama inhaled deeply, though no breath could be drawn in this reanimated form. Orochimaru, oblivious to the dissolution of his control, bellowed, "Hashirama, eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen." Responding to the call, Hashirama regained his focus. A mere utterance from him sent Orochimaru recoiling in fear, taking an involuntary half-step back, though Hiruzen held him firmly. With a slight adjustment of his stance, Hashirama emanated an aura of sheer terror, a formidable presence that spoke volumes without uttering a word. Realizing he had lost all dominion over Hashirama, Orochimaru, despite his injuries, retreated swiftly, summoning the Kusanagi sword to his mouth. At that moment, he resembled a cornered creature, enraged and desperate, summoning the Outer Path's golem, only to have it evaded. and as he grasped a chance to seize a bean, he found himself ensnared once more. Hashirama cast a cool glance in Orochimaru's direction before shifting his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression softening. "Little monkey, you've aged considerably." Hiruzen felt a warmth in his heart, akin to the gentle touch of an elder's hand upon his head. Yet before he could respond, Hashirama continued. "The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, has it not? And the Senju clan has been thoroughly fractured, correct? Madara has betrayed the village, hasn't he?" With each question posed by Hashirama, Hiruzen's heart trembled, a foreboding realization dawning upon him. This is bad. We are doomed. Chapter 2. The Deal with Orochimaru, the head-patting sealing technique. In the control of Shikaku, Orochimaru felt a surge of delight as he discreetly signaled his subordinates to be ready for his rescue. Uchiha, he noticed this scene and promptly teleported behind Orochimaru, effortlessly snatching the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and pressing it against his neck. Simultaneously, he placed his other hand atop Orochimaru's head. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt all his chakra vanish, and for the first time, he truly sensed the looming threat of death. He shouted, "Uchiha, what have you done? Why has my chakra disappeared?" He replied nonchalantly, "I merely performed a trivial sealing technique. Just a couple of hundred seals, nothing more." "Are you beginning to realize that the reanimation jutsu cannot save you?" Panic-stricken, Orochimaru pleaded, "No, you cannot kill me." His heart leaped with hope, and he quickly added, "I possess your body and your eyes. I alone know their whereabouts." Unfazed, he retorted, "What use is a body if I am dead?" He tightened his grip. The Kusanagi sword poised to pierce Orochimaru's throat. In desperation, Orochimaru blurted out, "I have a method. I can bring you back to life." Intrigued, yet maintaining his composure, he responded, "I don't believe you. Truly, I speak the truth. According to my research and your manuscripts, summoning the deceased with the impure world reincarnation and then using the reanimation jutsu can achieve a second resurrection." Orochimaru explained fervently. He scoffed, "You neglect to mention the drawbacks. Do you not?" Realizing he could not deceive Orochimaru admitted, "Indeed. The sole drawback is that the user must possess a powerful soul and simultaneously have both yin and yang chakra. Otherwise, your soul may suffer grave injury, or worse, be obliterated, correct?" He interjected. Orochimaru, astonished by his insight, flattered, as expected of the strongest Hokage, known as the Sage of Shinobi, "Your knowledge is vast." Just as a deal seemed imminent between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "Lord First Hokage, do not spare him. He has committed countless evils and will surely become a scourge upon the ninja world." Hurt by his teacher's words, Orochimaru felt a chill in his heart. Despite his recent attempts to kill Hiruzen, had he not succeeded? Why was he so merciless? Unable to tolerate the sentimentality, he cast a stern gaze at Hiruzen and remarked, "Little monkey, you should ask your former self that question. As for the present, I do not intend to hold your past transgressions against you. However, if you still recognize me as the first Hokage, gather all the ninjas currently outside, including Asuma, and seal the village until I return." Realizing he had more to say, he added, "Oh, and have Jiraiya bring Tsunade back with Naruto. She is the future fifth Hokage." Hiruzen was taken aback, astonished that the first Hokage, dead for many years, still seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the ninja world, highlighting Uchiha's unparalleled prowess. Should he have known Hiruzen's thoughts, he would have scoffed. "If you understood the immutable nature of change, you too could be as prescient as I." Having resolved matters in Konoha, he turned his attention back to Orochimaru, reminding him, "Only I can dispel these 200 seals, so do refrain from harboring any treacherous thoughts." Orochimaru forced a smile. "Of course, I shall be completely honest." As Orochimaru signaled his subordinates to dismantle the Four Flames purple formation, he shook his head, suggesting, "Let them retreat a bit. There is no need for such formalities." Although puzzled, Orochimaru complied. Subsequently, without even forming a hand seal, he summoned a towering wooden figure that effortlessly shattered the Four Flames purple formation. This spectacle astonished everyone, and Orochimaru, bewildered, asked, "Lord First Hokage, you can use wood release?" He dismissed the question with a wave. "I can perform any technique you can name. After all, Hashirama learned wood release from me." Continuing, he inquired, "Do you have a kunai?" Despite his confusion, Orochimaru signaled his subordinates to hand one over. He took the kunai and inscribed it with the Flying Thunder God seal. To preempt further questions, he explained, using this kunai for the flying thunder god technique. I will find you once I have finished my business. Orochimaru, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily instructed his subordinates to escort him away. As he gazed into the distance, he murmured, the battle should have begun by now. Then, employing the Shunshin technique, he navigated through the chaos, effortlessly employing the head-patting sealing technique on enemies, deftly resolving the crisis at hand. Seeing this, Hiruzen summoned the Umbu members and relayed his orders regarding he. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Danzo's face contorted in discomfort, resembling someone who had just consumed something foul, his already unpleasant appearance further exaggerated by his age. After neutralizing all threats, Uchiha he rushed to where Naruto was located. Along the way, he encountered other ninjas, aiding them with a head-pat sealing technique to defeat their foes before continuing on his way. As he moved swiftly, he lamented, why did I not learn flying ninjutsu? Truly, if only I had worked harder in life, I wouldn't be left lamenting now. Before long, he reached Naruto's location, casting a glance at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. He then joined the fray. Upon seeing Sasuke's expression shifted to one of disbelief. At that moment, Shikaku had completely succumbed to madness, launching indiscriminate attacks. Naruto was atop Gamabunta, evading Shikaku's onslaught. Not wishing to let the situation unfold as in the original narrative, he teleported forward, sending Gamabunta flying while inscribing the flying thunder god seal. He then teleported again, positioning himself before Shikaku. Sensing imminent danger, Shikaku cried out, no, I do not wish to return. In a frenzy, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of sand projectiles. He shook his head in resignation. Well, considering you are a decent being, I shall lend you a hand. He placed his hand on Shikaku's head, utilizing the familiar head pat sealing technique. Shikaku felt an odd sensation, but also a hint of comfort. In an instant, over 50 seals were placed upon him, leading Gaara to awaken groggily. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure before him, Gaara instinctively prepared to attack. He gently placed his hand on Gaara's head, speaking softly, child, you have worked hard. Take a rest. The previously enraged Gaara instantly fell asleep, a serene smile gracing his face, likely lost in a beautiful dream. This time, he did not use sealing techniques, but merely a touch of genjutsu. After all, he was still an Uchiha, wasn't he? Chapter 3. Naruto's bold claims, Sasuke's apprenticeship. In the thievery of Kurizetsu, Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was truly remarkable. He stepped forward and bowed deeply, his demeanor brimming with respect. You are the legendary teacher of the shinobi, the mightiest ninja, the first Hokage, Uchiha Hashirama, are you not? Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately paused his chatter, exclaiming, oh no. Uchiha Hashirama had intended to maintain an air of seriousness befitting his seniority, yet Naruto's exclamation shattered that pretense. Naruto soon regained his composure, placing his hands on his hips and beaming with a radiant smile. Hey, first Hokage, listen well. I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall surpass you and become the strongest Hokage, earning everyone's recognition. After hearing this declaration, a bold idea flickered in Hashirama's mind. Forgive me, Itachi. He then spoke. It is not by becoming Hokage that one earns universal acknowledgement, but rather, it is through gaining such recognition that one becomes worthy of the title. Clearly, Naruto's young mind was left in a whirl by this statement. Ignoring Naruto, Hashirama's gaze shifted toward Sasuke. So reminiscent, Hashirama mused. Sasuke bore an uncanny resemblance to Izuna, which explained why the typically resolute Madara would momentarily lose his focus when gazing at Sasuke. Likewise, Hashirama's appearance evoked a sense of familiarity in Sasuke. This was no coincidence. Before Uchiha Itachi's tragic actions, clan members frequently remarked on Itachi's resemblance to the first Hokage, save for Hashirama's wild hairstyle. It was no wonder that Itachi felt compelled to annihilate their clan. Surrounded by stubbornness, he was the only one using a gentle touch. Hashirama broke the silence, feeling lost, ashamed of being outperformed by a straggler, yearning for power. His barrage of questions left Sasuke in deep contemplation, his head bowed in thought. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Sasuke unexpectedly knelt, pleading, please, clan leader, accept me and teach me ninjutsu. This was a clever maneuver on Sasuke's part. By humbling himself in front of everyone, he placed Hashirama in a position where refusal would be awkward. Even if rejected, Hashirama would feel compelled to respond. Moreover, Sasuke addressed him as clan leader, hoping Hashirama would recall their shared heritage. Crucially, He refrained from directly requesting to be accepted as a disciple or mentioning his quest for vengeance, thus giving Hashirama an escape route. Sharing some ninjutsu would suffice. Observing Sasuke, Hashirama felt a sense of satisfaction. Turning to glance at Naruto, he sighed, appreciating both his strength and intellect. After a moment of reflection, Hashirama contemplated whether to take the place of Orochimaru as Sasuke's teacher. Ultimately, he concluded that stepping in for Orochimaru would not significantly alter the narrative. At worst, he could capture Deidara during Akatsuki's operations and return him to IWA for rehabilitation. When Itachi was on the brink of death, he could retrieve him and send him to Konoha's prison. No, he would instead send him to tend to pigs, allowing him to witness the dependency piglets have on their mothers. After this line of thought, Hashirama feigned profundity and declared, "Accepting you as a disciple is not out of the question, but I have one condition." Sasuke immediately replied, "I accept. I accept." 1,000 conditions would be no obstacle. One might wonder why Sasuke was so fervently enthusiastic. Imagine if a figure like the Ancient One appeared in the real world, asking if you wish to learn magic. Would you refuse? Hashirama smiled slightly. "Calm down, young man. My condition is that you must relinquish your hatred for Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. Observing Sasuke's contemplation, Hashirama added, "Rest assured, I have other plans for Itachi. After all, both you and he are the last remnants of the Uchiha clan. You wouldn't want the Uchiha to face extinction, would you? Additionally, I plan to retrieve him later to tend to pigs." How wicked, right? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether this was truly cruelty. Yet, after some reflection, Sasuke nodded in agreement with Hashirama's stipulation. Subsequently, Hashirama entrusted Gaara to Sasuke, stating, "Very well, in the name of the first Hokage, I command you to take Gaara back to Konoha and await my return." The group, now respectful, began their journey back to Konoha, with Sasuke carrying Gaara on his back. As Hashirama watched them depart, he felt the crisis in Konoha had finally been averted and let out a sigh of relief. Now, he could focus on his own affairs. He concentrated, sensing the flying thunder god seal he had left behind. Although distant and faint, he could still perceive it. There was no need to question why. The enhanced performance of the flying thunder god technique was simply unparalleled. In a flash, Hashirama appeared underground. The darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility impossible. He conjured a fireball technique, igniting it at his fingertips to illuminate his surroundings. To his surprise, he found himself surrounded by an army of white Zetsu, with a massive outer path statue looming in the center. Hashirama acted swiftly, employing the body flicker technique to set up a flying thunder god formation. This enormous teleportation array targeted a secret laboratory he had concealed during his lifetime, known only to him, quickly forming the necessary seals. The white Zetsu vanished in a blinding white light, along with the outer path statue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hashirama activated the flying thunder god technique, transporting himself back to his laboratory while bringing the outer path statue along. He then activated the flying thunder god once more to leave the area. Shortly after Hashirama's departure, a dark figure emerged, ahead of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had been quietly observing events within the Akatsuki, but rushed back to the base upon sensing the outer path statue had suddenly lost its presence. Fortunately, he arrived in time, exclaiming, "Phew, the outer path statue is safe." However, he soon sensed something was amiss, and a thunderous shout echoed throughout the depths. "Where's my white Zetsu? Who took them all? Not a single one left for me." The sheer desperation had him resorting to dialect in his frustration. Chapter 4. The Reverse Rebirth Technique. A surprising revelation? A session of psychological counseling. At that moment, Hashirama had already arrived at Orochimaru's base via the Flying Thunder God, blissfully unaware of Black Zetsu's furious outburst. On the contrary, Orochimaru, while anticipating Hashirama's sudden appearance, was still taken aback by his silent arrival. However, Orochimaru dared not express his anger, maintaining a respectful tone. "Lord Hashirama." Hashirama waved his hand dismissively and instructed, "Let us commence preparations." Orochimaru presented a scroll, the forbidden technique of the impure world reincarnation, requesting Hashirama's review. Hashirama took the scroll, casting a cursory glance before returning it to Orochimaru. Assuming Hashirama was dissatisfied with the technique, Orochimaru hurriedly inquired, "Is there an issue with the technique, my lord?" Hashirama merely offered a slight glance before responding, "No issues. Just a few minor flaws. However, I have already made improvements." Orochimaru remained skeptical of his claims. Who can learn ninjutsu simply by glancing at it? If he could, I would eat this scroll on the spot, without even drinking water. Observing Orochimaru's bewildered expression, Hashirama's voice turned stern. Where is my body? And my eyes? Only then did Orochimaru snap back to reality, signaling his subordinates to activate the mechanism. With a rumble, a transparent glass jar emerged from the ground, containing Hashirama's corpse. It was remarkable how a ninja's body could remain uncorrupted even after so many years of death. Subsequently, under the careful handling of Orochimaru's subordinates, Hashirama's body was placed neatly on the ground. Uchiha he received the Mangekyo Sharingan, which Orochimaru had soaked in a nutrient solution. Why do my eyes seem to have improved? Orochimaru explained. Through a serendipitous study, I discovered that a diluted solution of Hashirama's cells can restore the power of the Mangekyo. Thus, I took the liberty of restoring your eyes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha he couldn't help but reflect. In the past, I refrained from taking action against him due to his status as my disciple's mentor. Now that he is deceased, I suppose it could be considered a form of resource utilization. The onlookers, however, couldn't help but internally criticize. The first Hokage doesn't appear to be a virtuous man. Of course, they only dared to voice such thoughts in their minds, maintaining a facade of respect on their faces. Uchiha he had always been this way. Now that he had been reborn in the world of ninjas, he intended to live joyfully, without crossing his moral boundaries. Even though he was aware that Hashirama's cells could be life-saving, he never entertained the idea of using them against him, not even in death. He then placed the Mangekyo into the eye socket of his own corpse. Orochimaru winced at the sight. For Uchiha he treated this pair of eyes as if they were not his own, struggling to fit them in, even resorting to poking them with his fingers. Sensing the unusual gazes from behind, Uchiha he turned, smiling. Fear not. If they could be so easily destroyed, it would only indicate that they lack the effort and do not deserve to be my eyes. Orochimaru, unable to suppress his emotions, rolled his eyes in response. Subsequently, Uchiha he performed the reverse flying thunder god technique, summoning a dozen white zetsu to Orochimaru's base. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru ordered his subordinates to enter a state of alert. Yet, Uchiha he waved his hand, signaling them to relax. He then formed a hand seal and declared, reversal of life technique. As he spoke, the white zetsu transformed into pure life energy, flowing into Uchiha he's corpse. The portions that had been lacking due to the experiments were replenished, sparking a billion-fold interest in Orochimaru, yet he dared not inquire. Sensing Orochimaru's curiosity, Uchiha he offered, Orochimaru, I will always provide you with an opportunity. When you abandon your pursuit of immortality, come to Konoha, and I will share my knowledge with you. Orochimaru fell into contemplation upon hearing this, and Uchiha he chose not to engage further. Soon, all the white zetsu had transformed into the most refined life energy, merging with Uchiha he's corpse. Technically, Uchiha he only required one white zetsu to restore his body, but the more life energy, the better, especially since they were generously provided by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu crouched in a corner, emitting whimpering sounds, as if in tears. Uchiha he then initiated the impure world reincarnation, causing Orochimaru's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Uchiha he would learn so swiftly, even improving upon the technique. Orochimaru discreetly swallowed the scroll without even swallowing his saliva, thinking, delightful. As the technique concluded, Uchiha he's body, lying on the ground, finally opened its eyes. He took a deep breath, but immediately coughed violently. The joy of rebirth was swiftly overshadowed as, under the astonished gazes of those present, Uchiha he merely inhaled deeply without forming any seals, unleashing a massive fire dragon that blasted a hole in Orochimaru's base. As he slowly rose, Uchiha he couldn't help but remark, Orochimaru, for the sake of the children's well-being, you ought to ventilate this base, it reeks. Orochimaru dared not speak, but it seemed he had choked on the scroll he had just swallowed. Taking a while to regain his breath, he watched Uchiha he anxiously, fearing he might change his mind. Uchiha he, with a hint of exasperation, reassured him, rest assured. I value my integrity. He then placed his hand on Orochimaru's head, this time employing a technique to unlock his potential. Although Orochimaru did not comprehend how Uchiha he accomplished this, he soon felt his chakra returning. The onlookers gazed at Uchiha he, eagerly anticipating his next move. Uchiha he scanned the surroundings, his frown deepening with each glance. He then addressed Orochimaru. Would you be interested in that substance I use to replenish my life energy? It works wonders for the impure world reincarnation. Although intrigued, Orochimaru was aware that there were no free lunches in this world and promptly inquired, "What do you desire in return?" Uchiha, he smiled mysteriously, causing Orochimaru to feel uneasy. In that instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind. He suspected that Uchiha he might wish to enslave him. However, Uchiha he's next words left everyone present in shock. "I want your permission to establish a psychological counseling class in your base. Mandatory for all children under the age of 16. Noticing Orochimaru's prolonged silence, Uchiha he asked, "What's the matter? Is it too embarrassing?" Orochimaru, realizing his earlier indiscretion, quickly responded, "Could you enlighten me on your intentions behind this?" Uchiha he, remaining calm, explained, "Look at your base, aside from the dimly lit experimental stations. Just by opening a window, I noticed a spark of something different in the children's eyes. Do you know what that is? It is aspiration. Over time, these children's mental states will inevitably deteriorate. Therefore, I plan to provide them with psychological support. Naturally, as the leader here, if you fail to recognize this issue, it indicates that you also have some psychological concerns. You should attend the sessions as well." Orochimaru was left utterly astonished by this revelation. Uchiha he, mistaking his silence for negotiation, stated, "2. No more than that." When Orochimaru still did not respond, Uchiha he gritted his teeth. 3. A firm offer. If you disagree, I shall take my leave." Orochimaru remained dazed for a lengthy moment, but gradually regained his clarity, realizing that Uchiha he must harbor some ulterior motives. Just as it happened that Uchiha he wanted him to attend the sessions, if any issues arose, Orochimaru could easily flip the table in anger, only to be seized and returned to Konoha for reformation. No matter how one looked at it, there was no chance of success. Previously, Uchiha he had managed to control him with an incomplete body, and now that he was fully revived, what hope did he have? Yet, with no alternatives left, the science-believing Orochimaru began to pray that Uchiha he was indeed a good person who would not harm them. In the following 3 days, Uchiha he truly commenced psychological counseling for Orochimaru's subordinates and Orochimaru himself. From the guidelines for primary and secondary school students to the profound meaning of life and methods of interpersonal communication, Uchiha he elaborated on every detail. Initially, Orochimaru remained wary, fearing Uchiha he might brainwash them, but as the counseling progressed, he realized that Uchiha he genuinely aimed to provide psychological support. Particularly when Uchiha he spoke of the meaning of life, while the other children appeared confused, Orochimaru found himself deeply moved. Nevertheless, Uchiha he's mere words were insufficient to alter Orochimaru's convictions. To question why Uchiha he engaged in what seemed like a futile endeavor, the reason was simple. Before his rebirth in the Naruto world, he had been a psychologist. Like many psychologists, Uchiha he suffered from severe psychological ailments, stemming not only from life experiences but also from regrets regarding emotional connections with fictional characters, especially the regrets associated with Naruto. Consequently, after a night of intense gaming, the combination of prolonged wakefulness and overwhelming emotions led to his sudden demise. This story serves as a reminder to prioritize a healthy sleep schedule. After receiving guidance from Uchiha he, the group of children appeared considerably more cheerful. Witnessing this transformation, Uchiha he felt a surge of joy himself. After bidding farewell, he departed from the scene. Before leaving, Uchiha he addressed Orochimaru, stating that his words would always hold weight, and if one wishes to return home, then they should simply do so. Following Uchiha he's departure, Orochimaru's subordinates gazed vacantly at the open window he had left ajar. With newfound courage, Junmaru inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, should we close this window?" Orochimaru shook his head, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the opening. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha he returned to his laboratory. After ensuring that the seals within were intact, he exited the premises. Upon stepping out, he encountered a scene of conflict unfolding on the hospital rooftop. There, Sasuke and Naruto were each unleashing their signature moves, poised for a clash. At a critical moment, a kunai was thrust between them, followed by Uchiha he's sudden appearance, as he grasped both their hands. With a smile, he turned to Sasuke, playfully remarking, "Little Sasuke, you're being quite mischievous." Clearly, with Uchiha he's intervention and the absence of Orochimaru's meddling, Tsunade was swiftly escorted back to the village. and Naruto learned the Rasengan at a pace exceeding expectations. Observing Kakashi's tardy arrival, Uchiha he maintained his smile, refraining from comment. Sasuke and Naruto, upon witnessing Uchiha he's presence, abandoned their intent to continue fighting. After Naruto departed, Sasuke found himself entranced by the shattered water tank left in Naruto's wake. Uchiha he spoke gently, reassuring him, "Don't worry, this is simple, and I will teach you." In an instant, a spark ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Uchiha he continued, "Come, for now, you shall accompany me." Sasuke obediently nodded, prompting Uchiha he to affectionately ruffle his hair, which brought Sasuke delight. Uchiha he then lifted Sasuke into his arms. Though a hint of apprehension crossed Sasuke's face, he did not resist. Uchiha he, with a hint of nostalgia, inquired, "You can use body flicker technique, right?" "Watch my technique. It was taught to me by my master." Soon, Sasuke felt as if he were a gust of wind. Gliding alongside Uchiha he between the buildings of Konoha. The warmth of Uchiha he's embrace enveloped him, reminiscent of the times spent in his brother's arms. Though they were both lost in thoughts of different individuals, their hearts shared a common sentiment. Before long, they arrived at the Hokage building. Sasuke gazed at the structure, overwhelmed with emotion, recalling his last visit. Now, entering with Uchiha he noticed no one cast him strange glances. Instead, a sense of respect enveloped him. They entered the Hokage's office, where Jiraiya was playfully attempting to force Tsunade into a chair, only to be sent flying by a punch. The sound echoed painfully, yet Jiraiya rose unfazed, scratching his head. It was then that they noticed Uchiha and Sasuke. Uchiha broke the silence, greeting them warmly. The atmosphere shifted as Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly adopted a respectful demeanor upon recognizing the first Hokage. Uchiha waved his hand dismissively, urging them not to be overly formal. However, a sudden change enveloped him, and an imposing aura emerged as he declared, "I am here for 3 things. Change, and more change. Go. Summon all those in power within the village, as well as representatives from each clan. In the name of the first Hokage, I convene the first assembly for change in Konoha." His tone brooked no dissent. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tsunade signaled Jiraiya to gather everyone while she attended to Uchiha. Sasuke recognized Uchiha's esteemed status as the first Hokage, yet he was taken aback by the deference shown by the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, known for their indifference towards the Hokage. Uchiha observed Tsunade pouring tea with a tender expression, remarking, "Our little Tsunade has grown up, hasn't he? A fine young lady indeed. By the way, was that young man from earlier your boyfriend?" Tsunade's face flushed, her voice rising as she retorted, "Grandpa you jest. How could I ever consider that guy?" Uchiha merely chuckled, remaining silent, as he savored his tea. During a brief pause, he inquired, "Little Tsunade, these years must have been challenging for you." Tsunade offered a sheepish smile, seemingly self-deprecating. Uchiha gestured to the adjacent chair, inviting her to sit. Obediently, she complied. Uchiha's demeanor shifted from affectionate to serious as he stated, "As Hokage, it is not ideal to suffer from blood phobia. I offer you a choice. Would you like me to assist you in overcoming it through Genjutsu?" Tsunade, puzzled, responded, "Grandpa you've returned. Why not take on the role of Hokage yourself?" Uchiha shook his head, "I am but a relic of a bygone era. Besides, I have toiled my entire life. Having returned, I deserve a chance to rest." He feigned irritation at his last words. Recognizing the sincerity in his eyes, Tsunade pondered for a moment before resolutely nodding. "All right. Let us do it, Grandpa Uchiha activated his Sharingan, manifesting 3 Tomo, and in accordance with his envisioned scenario, he led Tsunade into the realm of illusion. With Uchiha's formidable spirit and mental prowess, his Genjutsu blurred the lines between reality and illusion. He crafted a perfect illusion to address Tsunade's blood phobia, guiding her through an array of heart-wrenching scenarios. In the illusion, Tsunade sprinted to thwart each heart-wrenching scene. Gradually, Uchiha employed various environmental cues to penetrate the barriers within her heart. Although Tsunade endured immense hardship within the illusion, only 2 seconds elapsed in reality. Upon returning, tears streamed down her face, and Uchiha gently wiped them away, as if dispelling past sorrows. Chapter 6. The New Planning for Konoha, Sweeping Away the Dust and Dirt. Unlike future aspirants before long, a throng of individuals hurriedly assembled in the Hokage office, including Sarutobi Hiruzen's small group and the clan leaders of various ninja families. The cramped room was filled to capacity. Once everyone had arrived, Uchiha he cleared his throat and began, I have gained a general understanding of Konoha's situation, and I can encapsulate it in a single word. At this, the audience awaited with bated breath, eager to hear the evaluation of the strongest ninja, the first Hokage. Regarding the village governed by the so-called strongest Hokage, the third, Uchiha he paused momentarily before stating, in one word, it is rubbish. The declaration left the assembly in stunned silence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared utterly bewildered. Among them, only Danzo struggled to suppress a smirk, noticing the confusion among the crowd. Uchiha he continued, Hiruzen, under your governance, Konoha appears prosperous, yet it has lost its former status as a dominant force. Moreover, you bear the title of the strongest Hokage, yet I have yet to witness your prowess on the battlefield. Perhaps you have forgotten that the peace of yesteryears was forged through our efforts. Peace cannot be attained through submission and appeasement. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi felt the long-standing gloom within him dissipate. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, war equates to casualties. My actions are meant to protect the villagers. Uchiha he chuckled, the villagers, you say? What about Hyuga Hizashi? And as for Hatake Tsukumo, I shall refrain from discussing him. Where did you learn that subduing others must rely on war? Was there ever a war during my tenure? Those well-versed in history quietly scoff at the notion of a lack of war. How could one person overpower four opponents, even managing to strike down their own allies? Who would dare to provoke you? Uchiha he, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, sought to counter his assertions, boldly stating, aren't you the strongest Hokage? Surely, what I can accomplish, you can too. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily speechless. However, Uchiha he deftly shifted his tone, adding, nonetheless, I must commend your governance and the meticulous management of the village. Upon hearing this, the crowd visibly relaxed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his head slightly. Yet, Uchiha he furrowed his brow and continued, you are a skilled politician, but you are certainly not an ideal Hokage. The very purpose of establishing Konoha was to ensure that the villagers would no longer suffer from the ravages of war and could lead better lives, not merely to relish in the taste of power. Observing the crowd bow their heads, Uchiha he recognized that the moment had arrived. Raising his voice, he declared, now, let us cease the criticisms. I shall not concern myself with your past actions, but moving forward, it is imperative that we adhere to the principles I will soon outline. The audience, intrigued, lifted their heads, eager to hear Uchiha he's forthcoming directives. Noticing their interest, Uchiha he continued, first, we shall terminate all task assignments. Konoha will no longer rely on ninja missions as its economic lifeblood. This will be a focal point for future development. We will overhaul the ninja merit system, allowing them to earn merits through productive labor. These merits can be exchanged not only for currency, but also for jutsu to facilitate involvement in higher-level production. We shall allocate positions scientifically within the ninja framework, ensuring that every ninja keen on contributing can find a suitable role. Next, we will reform the ninja departments, abolishing the umbu, the security forces, and route, replacing them with a guard unit that prohibits any form of surveillance on villagers. The captain of the guard will be elected in rotation among the major clans, with the remaining clans electing a vice-captain, and the captain will not hold veto power. Furthermore, I am issuing an immediate directive for the department in need of urgent development. Shimura Danzo, as the head of Konoha's livestock department, you shall oversee the entire livestock industry. I trust you will train the animals as adeptly as you trained Root. Shimura Danzo appeared visibly distressed, akin to having consumed something unpleasant. Yet he managed to step forward with a forced smile, accepting the command. Uchiha he leaned closer to him, whispering, do not think I am unaware of your involvement in the Uchiha massacre. You should feel fortunate that I spare you. Focus on developing the livestock industry. His tone dripped with menace. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the head of Konoha's agriculture department, you are tasked with overseeing the entire cultivation sector. Your mastery of the 5 elemental jutsu will surely serve you well in farming. A flicker of joy crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind at Uchiha he's willingness to appoint him, indicating that he had not been forsaken. The other council members would be distributed between the livestock and agriculture departments, serving as assistants to Danzo and Hiruzen. The duo complied, affirming their acceptance. The remaining clans, in addition to contributing personnel to the guard unit, would also mobilize members for production. Furthermore, All departments in Konoha would be open to civilian ninjas, with clan ninjas prohibited from discriminating against or bullying civilian ninjas. Any violations would be met with severe penalties. Finally, the Nara clan may freely choose to join the guard unit or engage in production. Uchiha, employing the reverse flying thunder god technique, produced a stack of books. Here is the foundational economics text I authored in my earlier years, which addresses nearly all issues and solutions one may encounter in economic development. Your task is to master this material and, with your clan at the forefront, establish the Konoha Chamber of Commerce to oversee all economic-related decisions. The representative of the Nara clan, visibly displeased by the burden, understood it was for the greater good of the village and stepped forward to accept the books. Additionally, as the highest authority in Konoha, the Hokage must evaluate every major decision while prioritizing the protection of the village and the improvement of the villagers' quality of life. Here, in my capacity as the first Hokage, I hereby announce the fifth Hokage to be Tsunade Senju. Tsunade appeared momentarily stunned by Uchiha's address, having long since distanced herself from the Senju name. However, this was soon followed by a resounding applause. After the applause subsided, the crowd looked to Uchiha, awaiting his next directive. It was evident that this series of decisions had thoroughly captivated the representatives, although immediate benefits were not readily apparent. The restructuring of power hinted at a more equitable and just Konoha on the horizon. Noticing the continued attention directed at him, Uchiha pondered what he had yet to address. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Regarding the succession of the Hokage, I believe a term of 3 years would be preferable, and all individuals shall be eligible to run for the position. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd nodded in agreement, yet they remained expectantly fixed on Uchiha. He racked his brain for anything he might have overlooked, but the expressions of those around him clearly indicated a significant concern. Ultimately, it was Tsunade who, displaying thoughtfulness, reminded him, "What about you?" At this, Uchiha fell into silence, pondering me. Then, he quickly regained composure, pretending to be infuriated. "My goodness, is there no sense of justice? I am over 100 years old, and you still wish to exploit my labor? Run. Otherwise, this band of skinflints will drag me off to toil in the mines." With that, Uchiha seized Sasuke and dashed for the exit, fearing that if he lingered too long, he would be captured and forced into servitude. The others, witnessing Uchiha's antics, struggled to suppress their laughter, but soon a deep sense of admiration took hold. Their admiration was threefold. First, despite the loss of his entire clan, he chose to forgive, displaying unparalleled magnanimity. Second, his policies were genuinely for the village and its people, devoid of any selfish motives. Third, even with monumental achievements, he refrained from boasting, a rare quality indeed. Uchiha remarked, "It's not that. I am simply weary and wish to retire." Chapter 7. Memories of the past, playful banter, and mysterious eyes. Uchiha sprinted alongside Sasuke until they reached the bustling streets, where he finally paused. Sasuke was immensely intrigued by Uchiha's array of behaviors. He exhibited immense affection towards the younger generation, approached significant matters with a methodical demeanor, and wielded an undeniable aura of authority that was impossible to resist. Yet, he also displayed a childlike innocence that was utterly endearing. This sequence of behaviors prompted deep contemplation. What manner of person was Uchiha? He seemed to possess countless facades, yet his character appeared singularly admirable. No matter which aspect one observed, he emanated an aura of trustworthiness. As Uchiha surveyed the vibrant streets teeming with life and excitement, he exhibited a childlike curiosity, stopping intermittently to take in the surroundings. Sasuke, intrigued, inquired, "Teacher, was the village not like this in the past?" Upon hearing the words, Uchiha displayed a hint of nostalgia, then shook his head and said, "Before I became Hokage, there was no village. After becoming Hokage and outlining the village's development, I soon realized a lack of corresponding talents, which compelled me to undertake everything myself. Thankfully, there was my little Izumi, though somewhat clumsy. He managed to execute my plans adequately. Once I set the framework for talent cultivation, other ninja villages began to challenge us. Initially, I contemplated forming an army to intimidate them, but I realized that doing so would hinder the village's progress. Ultimately, I decided to convene with all the Kage to discuss matters. Coincidentally, they sought to seize this opportunity to subdue me, and that battle solidified my position as the dominant force in the ninja world of Konoha. Those adversaries even bestowed upon us peculiar titles that I personally found rather distasteful. What I never anticipated was that during our absence, Senju Tobirama would inadvertently cause Izumi's demise. Simultaneously, the emergence of a formidable enemy diverted my attention from managing village affairs, leading me to entrust everything to Senju Tobirama. Though I held a strong disdain for him, he was the only one available at that moment. As for Madara and Hashirama, those two miscreants busied themselves with duels instead of serious matters. In pursuit of the formidable enemy's whereabouts, I traversed the entire ninja world, effectively delivering a slap to the face of the entire realm and reclaiming all the tailed beasts. Alas, I never found that powerful foe. Unexpectedly, that scoundrel took advantage of my moment of psychological guidance to the tailed beasts and extracted my heart. Fortunately, my ocular power was unique, allowing me to survive. Who would have thought he would sporadically return to extract my heart? Ultimately, in a moment of depletion, I succumbed to death. As he spoke, a chill enveloped the atmosphere. Uchiha, he scolded himself inwardly, questioning why he would utter such cold words in the heat of summer. He then smiled. You wouldn't believe this, Madara. The formidable figure in the ninja world nearly shed tears upon witnessing my demise. Thankfully, I managed to stop him. Otherwise, what a scene that would have been. Ha ha ha. However, Sasuke did not find Uchiha's dark humor amusing. Indeed, he felt like tears were about to fall. Uchiha, he ruffled Sasuke's hair. All right. You're hungry, aren't you? Let's go eat. I've heard that Ichiraku ramen is delicious, and it's on me. Ignoring Sasuke's reaction, Uchiha, he led him toward Ichiraku ramen. True to its reputation as a renowned establishment of the Otsutsuki, even at an off-peak hour, the place was bustling with patrons. Uchiha, he and Sasuke waited a considerable time before it was their turn. Once seated, Uchiha, he waved his hand and declared, "Bring us all the ramen you have. No, make that 5 portions." The owner of Ichiraku, upon hearing this, changed his expression but quickly reconsidered, realizing this patron might be a ninja, and chose not to protest. In no time, bowls of ramen began to arrive. Sasuke managed to eat only 1 bowl before he could consume no more. It was no wonder Naruto loved it. The portions were indeed generous. In contrast, Uchiha, he, filled with excitement, devoured bowl after bowl. The owner, seeing him enjoy the meal, was pleased, for what chef wouldn't delight in seeing their customers satisfied with their food? Thus, the owner served the ramen with the speed of a whirlwind, nearly producing sparks. In the astonished eyes of Sasuke and others, Uchiha, he consumed a staggering 800 bowls of ramen, until the entire stock of flour in the shop was exhausted. Satisfied, Uchiha, he patted his belly and rummaged through his pockets, only to find, Sasuke, realizing the predicament, thought to himself that even selling himself wouldn't cover the bill. Just as Uchiha, he contemplated utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to retrieve money from the base. A hand placed money on the table, and a voice said blandly, "This meal is on me." Upon hearing this, Uchiha, he was about to express his gratitude, but the voice resonated with familiarity. Turning his gaze, he was met by a pair of crimson eyes. Oh dear, indulged too much and fell into a trap. When Uchiha, he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the anticipated world of Tsukuyami, gazing at the familiar face before him. Akin to looking in a mirror, save for the absence of his unique tear troughs and flowing hair. Uchiha, he mused, I'll have to cut this frizzy hair off when I return. Seeing Uchiha Itachi remain motionless, Uchiha, he teased, "What's the matter? Not going to hang me up and stab me in the back? Not going to show me your grand feats from the night of the massacre?" Uchiha Itachi chuckled awkwardly. The first Hokage was merely jesting. "I returned to see the significant changes happening in Konoha." Uchiha, he smiled faintly. "Oh, is that all? Then you may leave." Uchiha Itachi did not take offense at Uchiha's demeanor, but earnestly replied, "I hope you can leave Sasuke alone and allow him to grow on his own." After saying this, Uchiha Itachi bowed. Though his words were light, the underlying threat was palpable. Uchiha, he maintained a gentle smile. "As for your request, I'll refrain from commenting. Do you genuinely believe your plans for Sasuke are correct? When I trained Madara, I never imposed such constraints on him, yet he emerged as one of the most formidable. Moreover, let me share a secret, which was not much of a secret in the past." Intrigued, Uchiha Itachi listened as Uchiha, he continued, "The Uchiha clan values emotions deeply, yet the world labels us as cold-hearted. In truth, it is often misunderstood. Many presume our Sharingan awakens through hatred. The reality is that the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. We need not awaken through animosity, Love is, in fact, the optimal catalyst. Uchiha Itachi remarked, "Today, I have truly gained insight." Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of emotion but quickly reconciled. "If that is the case, I ask that you take good care of Sasuke." After stating this, he bowed once more. Uchiha, he waved his hand dismissively. "What are you saying? He is one of my Uchiha sons, so it is only natural for me to care for him. As for you, if you're tired, feel free to return. Whether Konoha welcomes you or not is of no concern to me. I, for one, welcome you." Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You don't harbor any hatred towards me?" Uchiha, he countered, "Have you ever seen an adult get angry with a child?" Chapter 8. Uchiha, he battles Kisame. Illusions conquered despite Uchiha he and Itachi's prolonged conversation in the world of Tsukuyami. In reality, Uchiha he merely froze for a second before returning to normal. Sasuke, gazing at the familiar figure before him, found it hard to believe. Once Uchiha Itachi departed, he tugged at Uchiha Hi's sleeve. "Teacher, was that Itachi?" Uchiha he nodded, but Sasuke grew agitated. "Then why didn't you capture him?" Uchiha Hi's expression turned serious. "Have you forgotten the conditions under which I accept disciples?" Sasuke retorted, "No, teacher. Itachi is a criminal, and criminals should be apprehended." Uchiha he merely smiled gently. "Let us put this matter aside for now. I will capture him when you have let go of your hatred." Sasuke, feeling helpless, could do nothing but stew in frustration. It is well known that the traditions of Hokage are often passive and tardy. Moments later, Kakashi arrived late, having met the first Hokage and inquiring, "Itachi was here, right?" Uchiha he suppressed a chuckle. "Go to the small river in the east. He is still there." Kakashi promptly expressed his gratitude and hurried toward the east. Uchiha he thought to himself, "Soon enough, you'll truly thank me." Seeing Sasuke eager to act, Uchiha he patted his head. "Come. Let me show you the current disparity between you and him. Firstly, let me adjust the timeline slightly." Under the influence of Uchiha, Jiraiya promptly took Naruto to find Tsunade after the Chunin exams. The order of the first Hokage was not to be underestimated, even by Jiraiya. Given that there was no time for idleness, and considering Tsunade's respect for Uchiha, she returned to the village quite early. Thus, it was at this moment that Itachi and Kisame ventured into Konoha for a stroll. Uchiha did not bring Sasuke along for rapid travel this time. Instead, he leisurely trailed behind him. Why the leisurely pace? Because Sasuke's body flicker technique seemed like mere crawling to Uchiha. Upon reaching the riverbank, Kakashi was already standing there as punishment, while Kurenai and Asuma arrived somewhat late. Uchiha instructed the two to take Kakashi back for treatment before turning to face Itachi and Kisame. Kisame, with a grin on his face, remarked, "Mr. Itachi, that is your brother." Uchiha Itachi cautioned, "That person over there is the first Hokage. Even I can only barely escape when using Tsukuyami. If the opportunity arises, we should flee." Kisame's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Was Itachi implying that their opponent was indeed formidable? Uchiha, having overheard their conversation, felt compelled to clarify, "No. Even with Tsukuyami, you cannot escape. If you do not believe me, you may try." Uchiha's gaze signaled Itachi to take action. After a moment's thought, Itachi decided to comply, thinking that he could always feign an inability to maintain Tsukuyami. Thus, with his pupils spinning rapidly, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, while Uchiha merely observed him with his 3-Tomo Sharingan. After much hesitation, Itachi cast Tsukuyami. However, he quickly covered his eyes, his expression contorted in pain. It is well known that the effectiveness of Genjutsu relies on 3 factors: the presence of the Sharingan, its ocular power, and mental strength, which can be equated to the strength of one's soul. In his earlier days, Uchiha had engaged in countless battles in the Pure Land, devouring innumerable souls, resulting in an exceptionally formidable spirit. This was also the reason why the Shinigami summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen had feared him. The only reason Itachi could draw Uchiha into the Tsukuyami dimension was that he offered no resistance, even willingly entering it. Seeing this, Kisame immediately began forming seals, while Uchiha watched with great interest, for in the entire ninja world, few possessed the honesty to form seals. Subsequently, numerous small water sharks surged forth from Kisame. At this moment, Uchiha also began to spin his Sharingan, but he refrained from using the Mangekyo. Instead, he activated the basic copying ability of his Sharingan. Simultaneously, Uchiha puffed out his cheeks and gently exhaled a small fireball, incinerating all the small water sharks. Finally, Kisame shouted, "Water release. Great shark bullet technique." A massive water shark leapt from the river. In a matter of seconds, Uchiha comprehended the mechanics of Kisame's ninjutsu through his copying ability and, with a few modifications to reduce the number of seals, he executed an identical water shark from the river. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. Otherwise, such a simple ninjutsu would require no seals. Kisame is really devious, launching such a powerful technique right from the start. Uchiha could not help but critique. The two identical great sharks collided, bursting into water droplets. Uchiha did not linger. He instantly used body flicker to appear before Kisame, effortlessly ensnaring him in a simple genjutsu. He then returned to the opposite bank, quietly observing Itachi. Noticing that Kisame was now unconscious, Itachi ceased his pretense. Although his Tsukuyami had failed and the mental backlash from Uchiha's strength had affected him, it was not severe. Uchiha spoke calmly. "Since you are not a match for genjutsu, let us contest in fire release. Survive this, and I shall let you go." Itachi instantly grasped Uchiha's intention. He wished to inspire Sasuke through their battle. Therefore, Itachi no longer hesitated, swiftly forming seals and proclaiming, "Fire release. Great fireball technique." After a brief moment of contemplation, he assumed that Sasuke could only perform this technique at this stage. Using it would surely allow him to perceive the gap in their abilities. Uchiha often found himself puzzled as to why others felt the need to announce their techniques. Thus he simply inhaled deeply before unleashing flames from his mouth. The fireball was not only larger, but at least 5 times the size of Itachi's. Itachi thought to himself that this was not good, glancing at Kisame beside him. He realized that dodging would mean certain death, and returning home would be problematic. Therefore, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and cast Amaterasu onto his own fireball, successfully neutralizing Uchiha's attack. Uchiha cast a sidelong glance, noting Sasuke's astonishment. He had achieved his purpose. He then ceased his technique and declared, "All right, you have passed. You may leave." Relieved by Uchiha's words, Uchiha Itachi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Although he had managed to counter Uchiha's fireball with Amaterasu, it was evident that Uchiha had not exerted his full strength. Moreover, Uchiha possessed an array of even more potent fire release techniques. All of this was merely a demonstration for Sasuke. Quickly, Uchiha Itachi hoisted Kisame and fled. Remarkably, even while entrapped in genjutsu, Kisame's grip on Samehada remained unyielding. It is no wonder that Samehada would never betray him, even in the face of a more formidable chakra user like Killer Bee. This is the essence of pure love. Just kidding. Every Samehada dreams of becoming Rika. Chapter 9. The Youth in Progress. Might Guy's final constraint, the skirmish among the few, was fleeting. Just as Uchiha turned to educate Sasuke, a swift kick approached. Without turning around, Uchiha extended his hand to catch the foot, turning to face Might Guy with a resigned expression. "Might Guy, do you not recognize who I am?" Only then did Might Guy realize the identity of the person before him. Uchiha bore no anger and simply released him. Following this, Might Guy's face filled with remorse. "I apologize, First Hokage. I mistook you. I saw Asuma carrying Kakashi to the hospital, and upon inquiry, I rushed over when Uchiha Itachi appeared without clearly seeing you." Uchiha waved his hand dismissively, but then recalled something and asked, "Has Tsunade performed the surgery on Lee yet?" Might Guy shook his head. "The Hokage said the surgery will take a few more days." Uchiha nodded, then proposed, "How about we race to the hospital? To ensure fairness, I shall refrain from using ninjutsu. If you reach first, I will treat Lee, and my success rate is higher than Tsunade's." Upon hearing this, Might Guy's face lit up with joy. "All right, let us compete in the name of youth." With that, Might Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a brilliant smile. Uchiha suppressed a smile and crouched down, signaling for Sasuke to climb on his back. Indeed, Uchiha intended to carry Sasuke as they raced. The race was about to commence. Might Guy dashed out like a whirlwind. Just as he thought to glance back to see how far he had left Uchiha behind, a gust of wind whipped past him. It was Uchiha, speeding ahead. Seeing this, Might Guy's excitement surged, and he shouted, "This is youth." Earlier, Might Guy had not exerted his full strength, but now, it was a passionate competition of youth, and he unleashed his full speed. In no time, he caught up to Uchiha, yet Uchiha seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, accelerating once more. Might Guy felt the pressure mount as he recalled Lee's dejected figure. Even though Lee had smiled under his guidance, the shadow of disappointment lingered. For Lee, for youth, He could not afford to lose. Therefore, Might Guy opened the 8 gates, immediately unleashing the 4th gate, yet he still could not close the distance to Uchiha. Might Guy, with unwavering determination, decisively opened the 6th gate, experiencing a notable surge in speed, just enough to keep pace with Uchiha River. Yet, to fully catch up, a considerable distance remained. In that moment, Might Guy recalled his father's words. Now was the prime time to ignite the flames of youth. Clearly, aside from Kakashi, both the village and Lee were the last anchors for Might Guy. Thus, he hesitated no longer and opened the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. With this fierce proclamation, Might Guy erupted with astonishing power, swiftly closing the gap to Uchiha River. Observing this, Uchiha River could only sigh in resignation, exclaiming how reckless it all was. Nevertheless, he chose not to accelerate further. It was evident that Uchiha River also possessed the 8 gates technique, albeit a diminished version. While it spared him bodily harm, its potency was significantly reduced, complemented by his own formidable physical attributes. Regarding Uchiha River's physique, although it lacked the indomitable vitality of Hashirama Senju, it was still rather commendable. In the current shinobi world, aside from the hidden Otsutsuki, his physical prowess was likely the strongest. Upon arriving at the hospital, Might Guy had already released the 8 gates and was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Spotting Uchiha River, he disregarded his fatigue and implored, "Please keep your promise." Uchiha River, without a hint of doubt, realized that if he declined, Might Guy would unhesitatingly unleash the 8 gates upon him. Thus, without further delay, he followed Might Guy to Lee's hospital room. Upon seeing Sasuke, Lee immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Sasuke, once I recover, I will definitely seek you out for a spar." Might Guy stepped forward to explain the situation, and hope reignited in Lee's eyes. In a moment of deep emotion, Might Guy and Lee embraced, weeping together. Amidst their tears, they proclaimed, "This is youth." Uchiha River and Sasuke instinctively took a step back. The two wept for a considerable time before finally ceasing, allowing Uchiha River a chance to act. Lee, visibly anxious, received comfort from Uchiha River, who assured him, "Do not worry, it will be swift and painless." Subsequently, Uchiha River employed the reverse flying thunder god technique to summon a white Zetsu. Upon seeing it, Might Guy initially mistook it for a monster and prepared to kick, only to be hastily stopped by Uchiha River, who cautioned, "No, we need this to heal Lee." Hearing this, Might Guy sighed in relief, and his gaze toward the white Zetsu transformed. What once appeared monstrous now seemed rather delicate. Uchiha River then executed the reverse rebirth technique, causing the white Zetsu to transform into shimmering white light that enveloped Lee. He felt as though he were basking in sunlight, eliciting a contented sigh. Might Guy, concerned, rushed forward, asking Lee, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Lee, regaining his composure, happily replied, "I'm fine, Teacher Guy. It feels wonderful. You should try it too. It's like being surrounded by youth." Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the light dissipated, and Lee felt invigorated. Not only were his legs healed, but all the hidden injuries from his past training had vanished. As the life energy from the white Zetsu had not yet been fully utilized, Uchiha River decided to transfer the remaining energy to Might Guy. Initially, Might Guy intended to decline, but he quickly emitted a contented sigh akin to Lee's earlier one. As the white light faded, Might Guy felt completely rejuvenated. The master and disciple embraced once more, overwhelmed with emotions and tears. After a long while, as they were about to express their gratitude, Uchiha River promptly interrupted, saying, "No need for thanks. Just cherish the beauty of youth." With that, Uchiha River could not help but extend his right hand, giving a thumbs up while wearing a smile reminiscent of Might Guy's. Realizing the potential awkwardness of the situation, Uchiha River swiftly departed with Sasuke, leaving the two in a state of astonishment. Moments later, Might Guy's exuberant voice echoed throughout the hospital. "Who would have thought that the first Hokage also cherished youth as we do? What a pity we couldn't share those passionate moments together." Lee eagerly nodded in agreement. Might Guy, brimming with excitement, turned to Lee and proclaimed, "To celebrate your rebirth, I have decided, in the name of youth, to run 10,000 laps around Konoha upside down." Lee, thrilled, pumped his fist, exclaiming, "All right." Thus, as the sun set, the sweat of Might Guy and his disciple, symbols of youth, shone brightly over Konoha. Before nightfall, Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound with Uchiha River. Despite the long absence of inhabitants, it remained relatively dust-free. suggesting that Sasuke had taken the time to tidy up. However, whether by design or coincidence, Sasuke mentioned the lack of extra blankets, resulting in Uchiha River having to share a bed with him. Fortunately, the weather was not cold, and blankets were unnecessary. Chapter 10. Izuna's muddy past. As the moonlight gradually crept onto the windowsill, Uchiha River lay awake, quietly gazing at the moonlight. Suddenly, a small hand wrapped around his arm. It was Sasuke. Turning his head, Uchiha River was struck by nostalgia. Izuna had often done the same, clinging to him in sleep, fearful that he might vanish. Memories of that day began to resurface in Uchiha River's mind. At that time, he was newly skilled in his training, his power estimated to be only 0.8 of Madara's full strength. Yet, due to the relationship between their fathers, Uchiha River had taken on the role of mentor to both Madara and Izuna. That day, as usual, Uchiha River led Madara and Izuna in their training. Upon completion, Madara quietly slipped away from the training grounds by the lake, following the river upstream. Uchiha River sensed the gears of fate beginning to turn and stealthily trailed behind. Indeed, Madara and Hashirama immediately hit it off, engaging in lively conversation. Uchiha River merely observed, choosing not to intervene. It wasn't until late that he made his presence known. His sudden appearance startled Hashirama, though Uchiha River did not confront him. In truth, both were acutely aware of each other's identities. After all, this was a domain of the Senju and Uchiha. Hashirama's ignorance of Madara's identity only indicated that he belonged to the opposing faction. Only Hashirama remained blissfully unaware of the danger posed by Uchiha River's presence. Fortunately, Uchiha River refrained from attacking, further solidifying Hashirama's belief that the Senju and Uchiha should unite rather than clash. Afterward, Uchiha River returned to the Uchiha compound with Madara. It was not until they reached the Uchiha compound that Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha River's mentor and Madara's father, inquired about Izuna's whereabouts. Suddenly, Uchiha River slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about Izuna in his eagerness to check in with them. He hurriedly teleported back to the lakeside, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, Izuna would be lost. The moonlight shimmered on the lake's surface, creating a beautiful scene, yet Izuna's mood was far from pleasant. He sat on the ground, 3 mud figures before him, but he was too despondent to repair them, instead shedding small pearls of sorrow. Uchiha quietly approached, clearly hearing Izuna's soft murmur, "Teacher, am I still not playing in the mud? Please don't leave me." Indeed, Izuna believed that Uchiha had abandoned him for not taking his training seriously and was now weeping inconsolably. Uchiha felt a deep sense of guilt upon hearing him and gently patted Izuna's shoulder. Startled, Izuna flailed his arms and cried out, "Don't eat me, great beast. Please don't devour me." Uchiha wore a helpless expression and softly reassured him, "It's me, little Izuna." Upon hearing this, Izuna calmed down, but then suddenly threw himself into Uchiha's embrace, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. "Teacher, I was wrong. I won't play in the mud again." Uchiha gently patted his back. Such is the nature of children. Once they tire from crying, they fall asleep, listening to Izuna's shallow breaths. Uchiha felt a measure of peace within himself. This marked the 3rd year since his reincarnation. Though he had faced numerous trials and learned of the original owner's tragic past, he was fortunate to inherit the original's Sharingan upon arrival. Without it, his sense of belonging in this world would have been tenuous at best. Thus, even though he possessed a Sharingan upon his arrival, he could not activate it until this moment when genuine emotions surged from his heart, finally unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan. Cradling Izuna, Uchiha made his way back to the clan's compound, cautious not to disturb the sleeping child. Upon returning, he found many awaiting him, and with a glance, he signaled that all was well, prompting them to disperse. Uchiha carried Izuna to his room, but whenever he tried to set him down, Izuna would cry as if still awake. Consequently, Uchiha held Izuna throughout the night. Occasionally, Izuna would mumble in his sleep, "Teacher, please don't leave me." Meanwhile, in the real world, Sasuke also spoke in his sleep, clutching Uchiha's arm tightly. "Brother, don't go." Uchiha found himself momentarily lost between memories and reality, unable to distinguish between the two. After a sleepless night, he quietly observed Sasuke's face. The next morning, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes to find Uchiha gazing at him, his grip still tight on Ha's arm. Blushing, Sasuke quickly sprang up and turned away, exclaiming, "Teacher, I didn't mean to." Uchiha stood up and reassured him, "It's all right. My previous disciples were fond of doing the same. I've grown accustomed to it. Sasuke's face lit up with excitement as he turned back and asked, "Does this mean I can hold on to you every night from now on?" Realizing his impulsiveness, he averted his gaze, his cheeks flushed with warmth, not from embarrassment in battle, nor the shyness of budding romance, but rather a proud, stubborn blush unique to the Uchiha clan, a desire he was reluctant to vocalize. To Sasuke's surprise, Uchiha simply replied, "All right." Sasuke thought to himself, "It seems I hold the same position in my teacher's heart as his cherished former disciples." Though their thoughts diverged, both needed each other, reaching a mutual understanding. Uchiha then said, "Let's go have breakfast. After that, we shall train." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the first thing on his mind upon waking was not training at all. How can I seek revenge like this? Yet, my teacher seems to be kinder than my brother. He never says maybe next time, or how about not? This revenge will not go unpunished. I must teach Itachi a lesson. Uchiha, noticing Sasuke lost in thought, approached and gently ruffled his hair, asking, "What are you pondering?" Sasuke snapped back to reality, quickly apologizing, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was daydreaming." Uchiha, unfazed, replied, "Children often drift off. Come now." Sasuke then reminded him, "Teacher, did you bring money?" "I don't have much." Uchiha turned with a slight smile. "Fear not. Today we dine at Kakashi's house. I hear he possesses remarkable culinary skills." Sasuke had no idea about Kakashi's talent, having only perceived him as a brooding figure, and now felt intrigued. Chapter 11. Visiting Kakashi, an unexpected incident at the training ground. The two soon arrived at Kakashi's residence, only to find it surprisingly unresponsive to their knocks. Could he be out? Uchiha wondered. However, given the absence of missions and the ongoing reforms in Konoha, where the Umbu had been disbanded, Kakashi should be free at this time. Thus, Uchiha kicked the door open. Though impolite, it was necessary. Despite Kakashi's seemingly normal demeanor over the years, his willingness to eliminate Obito without hesitation revealed a darker side. With nothing to occupy him, one could only worry that he might succumb to despair like his fragile father, leaving his body undiscovered for some time. Employing the body flicker technique, Uchiha rummaged through Kakashi's home, ultimately finding him lying on his bed, eyes vacant. Is this really Kakashi? Has he deteriorated so much in just a few days? Uchiha had forgotten that Kakashi had been overwhelmed by Itachi in the illusionary realm the day before. Kakashi merely turned his head to glance at Uchiha, offering no response. Sasuke, arriving shortly after, was equally astonished to see Kakashi in such a state. What? Kakashi-sensei couldn't defeat Itachi? Kakashi rolled his eyes, but remained motionless. It seemed they would not be having a meal today. Mental fatigue was not something that medical skills could mend, and Uchiha had to concede. Before leaving, Uchiha said, "Kakashi, consider what I am now." Kakashi, taken aback by Uchiha's sudden remark, was left in confusion until Uchiha departed with Sasuke. Could it be? Was the first Hokage hinting that he possessed a means to resurrect the dead? A glimmer sparked in Kakashi's eyes once more. However, his spirit was too wounded to act. Any plans would have to wait. Suddenly, Uchiha had a revelation. The Umbu may be disbanded, but Root, led by Danzo, surely remained intact. Thus, Uchiha dispatched a shadow clone to investigate Root while he took Sasuke for breakfast. After their meal, Uchiha brought Sasuke to the training field, only to encounter familiar faces, Sakura and Tsunade. Sakura was repeatedly sent flying by Tsunade, each impact accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, yet she persevered, continuing her training after receiving treatment. After exchanging pleasantries, Uchiha led Sasuke away to the lakeside where he had once trained with Obito and Izuna. Despite the passage of time, the lake remained largely unchanged. Gazing at the familiar waters stirred deep reflections within Uchiha. Understanding Sasuke's chakra affinities were fire and lightning, he resolved to teach him all the fire and lightning-based jutsu. As for the power of those techniques, Uchiha could not assist, aside from luck or capturing tailed beasts. Success depended solely on diligent practice. Before that, however, Uchiha planned to teach him the Rasengan. Unlike the original story, he would not employ a playful method of instruction. Moreover, in the later stages, basic chakra, while useful for boating, had limited practical application. Thus, a spark of inspiration led Uchiha to combine lightning release with the Rasengan. The principle of the spiral sphere lies in concentrating chakra in the hand, allowing it to flow in irregular directions while compressing it to form a chakra sphere. roughly the size of a palm, devoid of elemental attributes, aimed at attacking the opponent. While it may appear simple, the reality is quite the opposite. It demands rapid rotation. In the case of lightning release, its inherent speed surpasses that of wind release when executed properly, metaphorically likening lightning release to an internal combustion engine. It possesses a far greater lethality compared to wind release. Thus, Uchiha River dubbed this technique the lightning sphere spiral sphere. To avoid harming Sasuke, he deliberately distanced himself a bit. Subsequently, Uchiha River gathered lightning chakra before him, manipulating it into a high-speed rotation akin to the spiral sphere. As the chakra's rotation accelerated, a complete lightning sphere spiral sphere manifested before him. Uchiha River then amplified the chakra output, causing the sphere to swell instantly. He swiftly transported himself to the center of the lake, placing the lightning sphere in the water before vanishing and reappearing beside Sasuke. The moment the lightning sphere submerged, the entire lake was illuminated, radiating a dazzling light, followed by lightning spreading like a spider's web in all directions, while the explosion of the spiral sphere unleashed a colossal burst of light. This scene resembled a massive meteor bursting with spikes. The difference lay in the length of the spikes, which also exhibited a controlling effect. Uchiha River, quick on his feet, hastily retreated with Sasuke. However, he underestimated the power of the lightning sphere spiral sphere. The entire training ground was leveled to the ground. This phenomenon was far more destructive than a tornado wreaking havoc in a parking lot. "Oh dear, we've gone too far," Uchiha River mused. Sasuke, eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "Teacher, can I learn this technique?" Uchiha River affectionately ruffled his hair, assuring him, "Don't worry, you will." Observing the approaching ninjas from all directions, Uchiha River felt overwhelmed, contemplating that he could only boldly admit the truth. However, he truly lacked the funds for compensation. Soon after, Tsunade and a group of ninjas arrived before Uchiha River. Rubbing his head sheepishly, he explained, "I was just experimenting with a new ninjutsu and accidentally overdid it, but rest assured, I will restore it to its original state." Before anyone could respond, Uchiha River clapped his hands, and without uttering a word, enormous trees erupted from the ground. The training ground, previously reduced to rubble, was once again adorned with greenery. Uchiha River clapped his hands again, unleashing an array of water release, fire release, and lightning release techniques. Apart from the destroyed facilities, the entire training ground was nearly restored to its former glory, with Uchiha River even thoughtfully refilling the lake with water. Witnessing Uchiha River's astounding prowess left everyone in awe. Was this the power of the strongest ninja? This was where Uchiha River diverged from other ninjas. While calling out ninjutsu might simplify its execution for others, Uchiha River found even the hand seals too tedious, rendering vocal incantation unnecessary. Eventually, seeing that everyone continued to surround him, Uchiha River left them with a brief "do not disturb me" before departing with Sasuke. Meanwhile, standing behind Tsunade, Sakura's eyes gleamed with determination. She was resolute in her pursuit of Sasuke's prowess. Chapter 12. Annihilating Root Ninjas. Easily overpowering Danzo, Uchiha River took Sasuke for a stroll around the lake, which now appeared completely drained, devoid of any water. Sasuke gazed at the deepened lake bed, marred by Uchiha River's ninjutsu, with stars of wonder in his eyes. Uchiha River explained the principles of the lightning sphere spiral sphere, and Sasuke listened intently, eager not to miss a single detail. Unlike Naruto's teaching method, which was characterized by boisterousness, Uchiha River's approach was meticulous, even illustrating the chakra's flow within the spiral sphere using a twig on the ground. Following Uchiha River's guidance, Sasuke swiftly grasped the basics of the spiral sphere, albeit only managing to form a small orb. Uchiha River felt a swell of pride, saying, "Little Sasuke, fundamentally, the spiral sphere tests your proficiency and precision in chakra manipulation. With diligent practice, you will surely master it." Sasuke, with a serious expression, asked, "Can I achieve the same level as my master?" Uchiha River smiled gently, assuring him, "Absolutely." Meanwhile, Uchiha River's shadow clone arrived at the root's base. The entrance was tightly shut, indicating that clandestine activities were underway within. Without hesitation, Uchiha River puffed out a small fireball, effortlessly breaching the root's door. The individuals inside were taken aback, hastily rushing toward the entrance. Soon, a throng of root ninjas surrounded Uchiha River. Sensing their hostility, Uchiha River shook his head in resignation, thinking, Danzo truly is stubborn. As Danzo remained conspicuously absent, Uchiha River placed his hand on the ground and swiftly executed an enormous water release technique. While the root ninjas were momentarily mesmerized by the water's surface, Uchiha River cast a Genjutsu, causing the water's surface to be densely populated with reflections of the Sharingan. Thus, all the root ninjas found themselves immobilized. With Danzo still not appearing, Uchiha River proclaimed, Danzo, if you do not show yourself, I shall unleash a large-scale ninjutsu and level this place. Moments later, Danzo slowly emerged from the base. Uchiha River's expression darkened. How grandiose of him to make me request his presence. Danzo, with a grin reminiscent of a blooming flower, stated, I was delayed by pressing matters. Please forgive me. Uchiha River snorted. Enough of the theatrics. If you're going to fight, do it swiftly. Danzo, startled by the tone, soon realized that Uchiha River, being the first Hokage's descendant, would not be easily intimidated. Thus, he quickly formed hand seals, puffed out his cheeks, and unleashed his signature technique, the wind release, vacuum great sphere. In response, Uchiha River also puffed out his cheeks, executing the same wind release technique, but his sphere was significantly larger, overpowering Danzo's attack. Realizing the imminent danger, Danzo hastily dodged. But Uchiha River's wind sphere had an expansive range, and in a moment of distraction, Danzo's left hand was shredded by the force. Clutching his arm in feigned agony, Danzo attempted to maintain his facade. Uchiha River, however, scoffed, Come now, just use as Anaji. You can't possibly defeat me with just one hand. No longer inclined to feign weakness, Danzo stood up and unleashed his root burial technique with his right hand. Uchiha River, in response, executed the same technique, piercing through Danzo. Moments later, Danzo vanished from sight. And sensing wind behind him, Uchiha River turned to face Danzo's right eye, revealing Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha River momentarily frozen, Danzo felt exhilarated, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, the strongest ninja, yet you still fell for it. Now, I shall use your identity to ascend as Hokage, relegating Sarutobi Hiruzen to a menial task. His laughter was cut short as he realized it was still broad daylight. How could he be dreaming? Turning around in disbelief, he found Uchiha River seemingly unaffected. In truth, Uchiha River had sent his shadow clone not only as a precaution against Danzo's trickery, but to gauge the extent of his own mental fortitude. If he could withstand Shirsue's ultimate Genjutsu, he would be one step closer to invincibility. As for why he was just a step away, that would be a story for another time. Danzo, recognizing his right eye's Sharingan was expended, decided to flee, realizing he had no other option but to escape. Uchiha, however, did not afford him that opportunity. Just as he was about to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, he realized he had no kunai at his disposal. Swiftly, he advanced and seized Danzo by the head, executing the head-sealing technique. A profound sense of foreboding washed over Danzo as he questioned, What have you done, Uchiha? With a tranquil smile, Uchiha replied, I shall momentarily overlook your disrespect towards your elders. I have merely placed over 100 seals upon you, 2 more than I did on Orochimaru. To put it simply, even if you wish to perish now, you are utterly incapable of doing so. Then, amidst Danzo's astonished gaze, Uchiha methodically extracted every Sharingan from Danzo's body. Panic surged through Danzo as he exclaimed, No, you cannot do this. Uchiha, visibly displeased, retorted, Why not? Aren't these eyes mine by birthright? Is it wrong to return what belongs to its rightful owner? Danzo attempted to argue, but Uchiha delivered a swift kick to his knee, teleporting them both to the Uchiha Shrine. Repent properly, or I will indeed end your life. Uchiha stated calmly, as though discussing a mundane matter. Danzo, still unrepentant, scoffed, How dare you force me to kneel before the evil Uchiha? My teacher will surely cast you back into the abyss. Uchiha furrowed his brow at this remark. I had initially intended to spare you, but upon reflection, I realize you are not irreplaceable. Since you mentioned Tobirama, let me enlighten you. Do you know why he never became Hokage? Danzo, dismissive, replied. That was because my teacher missed his brother and refused to occupy the same position. Uchiha shook his head. No. My first decree upon assuming office was to never allow Tobirama to become Hokage. Do you comprehend why? Danzo shook his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Uchiha continued, his tone laced with malice, because he killed my most beloved disciple. Though it was an accident, he did indeed take a life. Thus, should I decide to end yours today, it would be justified. At this revelation, Danzo was finally gripped by terror. Initially, he believed Uchiha he would spare him due to his lifetime of service to Konoha or their shared village ties. Now, however, he was utterly alarmed. Uchiha, he proclaimed, a lifetime of service? Very well, I shall ensure you dedicate your life to Konoha. In Chapter 13, Danzo expressed remorse, while Uchiha he revealed his culinary prowess. After some contemplation, Uchiha he chose not to execute him, but instead shared his genuine intentions behind founding Konoha. My aim in establishing Konoha extended beyond ending the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans. It was also to provide a pathway for all shinobi and common folk. In times of war, even the shinobi struggle to survive, let alone the unarmed civilians. Do you recall the Senju clan? Although better off than smaller clans, they still faced considerable hardships. Your father, the clan leader, sought my favor for their survival, and I vowed to protect your clan. Under my guidance, your clan flourished, and your father became an invaluable ally, tirelessly supporting me. As for you, I once held high hopes for your potential, believing you possessed a fierceness that surpassed that of Hisashi. Regrettably, I departed too soon to guide you further. Upon hearing Uchiha's words, Danzo felt deeply ashamed. This was a common psychological tactic, appealing to the recipient's emotions by acknowledging their strengths, thereby instigating feelings of gratitude and guilt to manipulate them. Tears streamed down Danzo's face as he confessed, I am so sorry, Lord First Hokage. I have strayed from my original intentions. Regardless of your decisions regarding my fate, I will harbor no resentment. Noticing Danzo's genuine distress, Uchiha, he softened his tone. Danzo, I shall not take your life. I hope you truly repent. You may perceive my appointment of you as the head of the livestock division as a demotion, but I assure you, it is not. Livestock management, in both the short and long term, is far more critical than agriculture. While agriculture has a low barrier to entry and can be easily replicated by other villages, excelling in livestock gives you a unique advantage. In the new Konoha plan, livestock could account for over 70% of Konoha's total economic revenue. Thus, this arrangement signifies my expectations and respect for you. Uchiha he paused before continuing. Moreover, the succession plan for Hokage allows nearly everyone an opportunity, and you, as the steward of Konoha's economic backbone, have the greatest chance of becoming Hokage. So, strive diligently. I have faith in you. Danzo recognized the weight of Uchiha's expectations, feeling an overwhelming sense of responsibility, as if Konoha could not thrive without him. Renewed hope for the Hokage position invigorated him. Uchiha he then released Danzo's seals and handed him 2 ordinary Sharingan. Danzo, puzzled, declared, I no longer require these. Uchiha he patiently explained. The Sharingan has more applications than merely combat. In managing livestock, it can serve as a powerful tool. You could use it to cast genjutsu on them, ensuring greater compliance. Understanding dawned on Danzo, and a plethora of ideas surged within him, including the possibility of applying his tongue-sealing technique to livestock, enabling them to emit corresponding sounds, or even perish automatically after modifications. His mind brimming with inspiration, Danzo's enthusiasm grew. Seeing Danzo's newfound ambition, Uchiha he beamed with joy. He quickly returned to his laboratory, retrieving a plethora of books related to livestock care, such as postnatal care for sows, and handed them to Danzo. You may utilize these for reference, and regarding root ninjas, feel free to select suitable assistants to aid you. However, first, you must lift the tongue-sealing technique from everyone. Gratefully, Danzo responded, Thank you, Lord First Hokage. I will not disappoint your expectations. Uchiha he then smiled as he dispelled his shadow clone, and Danzo realized that the formidable presence he had just faced was merely a shadow clone, leaving him to ponder the true extent of Uchiha's power. Meanwhile, Uchiha sat quietly, observing Sasuke's training. After a morning of effort, Sasuke had successfully grasped the basics of the lightning ball spiral technique. Though its power left much to be desired due to insufficient chakra flow, understanding that patience was crucial, Uchiha he gently stated, All right, little Sasuke, let us call it a day for training. Let us return for a meal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sasuke nodded with enthusiasm. Suddenly inspired, Uchiha he decided to prepare a meal for Sasuke. Although he had cooked in his past life, most of his time had been spent in battle. Thus, opportunities to cook had been scarce. Now, with a chance at hand, he was eager to revive his culinary skills. After purchasing ingredients, Uchiha he returned home with Sasuke. who was pleasantly surprised to learn that Uchiha he could cook, filled with anticipation. However, it was not long before Sasuke's smile faded. After a flurry of clattering in the kitchen, Uchiha he arranged a sumptuous spread of 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table. The colors and aromas enticing enough to whet anyone's appetite. Uchiha he and Sasuke lifted their bowls, eager to indulge in the culinary delights. However, upon placing a piece of green vegetable into their mouths, both men simultaneously grimaced. Nevertheless, they managed to swallow the greens with great effort. Uchiha he then awkwardly chuckled. I must have added too much salt. Try this pork rib, it should be less salty. Sasuke cautiously picked up a piece of rib, but after just 2 chews, his expression soured, and he promptly spat it out. Observing this, Uchiha he, unwilling to accept defeat, also took a bite, only to expel the rib moments later. Undercooked. Uchiha he sampled all the dishes. The greens tasted overwhelmingly of the sea due to the excess salt. The pork ribs were raw, akin to consuming uncooked meat. And the tomato and egg dish was littered with eggshells, much like a shattered heart, fragmented and painful. The only edible fare was the stir-fried chili, which Uchiha he found unremarkable, while Sasuke, after finishing, retched out a fireball. It seemed Sasuke could not handle overly spicy food. Uchiha he, feeling embarrassed, decided it was best to seek a meal at Naruto's place, as their afternoon plan was to have a sparring session with him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uchiha he mused, now this is true love. Chapter 14. The Battle of Naruto and Sasuke. The two hastened to Naruto's home, only to find it empty. Could he be out training with Jiraiya? Uchiha he pondered, but that seemed unlikely. He had just issued orders for a significant change in Konoha, necessitating manpower, and Jiraiya should not be wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, Uchiha he had a flash of insight regarding Naruto's whereabouts. He led Sasuke to the house where Minato once lived. And indeed, through the window, he spotted Naruto slurping instant noodles at the table. Uchiha he knocked on the window, and upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto leaped up, abandoning his noodles with glee. Sasuke, you came to play with me. I thought you wouldn't want to hang out anymore since you have a new master. There was a hint of grievance in Naruto's voice. Although Sasuke felt a surge of excitement, he replied coolly, Sensei said to come over for a meal, and then we would spar this afternoon. Uchiha he interjected, Sasuke said he missed you. At this, Sasuke's face flushed crimson, and he turned away, exclaiming, Sensei, what are you doing? Naruto, however, was ecstatic. Really? If you miss me, you can't think about Sakura? He bounced around like an exuberant monkey. Uchiha he scanned the room, noticing Jiraiya's absence, and inquired, Naruto, where's Jiraiya? Naruto thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, the pervy sage must have gone out for research. Uchiha he understood. It seemed he would need to provide Jiraiya with some psychological guidance, as peeping was not a commendable habit. Initially hoping Jiraiya would cook, Uchiha he realized that with Naruto already indulging in instant noodles, his plan to mooch off a meal was thwarted. Thus, he declared, let's go, Naruto. I'll treat you to barbecue. Upon hearing this, Naruto leapt 3 meters high, colliding with the ceiling. Really? Really? You're the best Hokage ever. Ignoring the bump on his head, he clung to Uchiha he's arm, while Sasuke, feeling a twinge of jealousy, defiantly hooked his arm around Uchiha he's other arm, as if to assert, this is my master. Uchiha he, bemused, led the two to the barbecue restaurant. Indeed, the barbecue in Konoha was a notable feature, and to the astonishment of all, Uchiha he devoured every last morsel they had. This spectacle caught the attention of the restaurant owner, who, recognizing Uchiha he, promptly offered them a complimentary meal. However, Uchiha he had no intention of taking advantage. Instead, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to retrieve a large amount of gold from his laboratory, handing it over to the owner with the request to keep the change and credit it for Naruto and Sasuke's future visits. Naruto, brimming with excitement, barely waited for the owner to respond before Uchiha he hoisted him and Sasuke away. The owner stood there, stunned, clutching the hefty gold. After their feast, Uchiha he took the two to the riverbank, where they could hardly contain their eagerness to spar, but Uchiha he halted them, insisting they rest for a while after their meal, for the sake of their health. It was the first time in many years that the two had received such care from an elder, and they shared a moment, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although Naruto had also experienced care from Jiraiya, the latter was not one for words, even struggling to confess his feelings to the girl he adored. The trio lay on the grass, gazing peacefully at the sky. Naruto broke the silence. Sasuke, Are you still thinking about revenge? Sasuke nearly blurted out an emphatic of course. But remembering his sensei, he glanced at him before replying slowly, not anymore. Now I just want to train hard and bring Itachi back to receive his due punishment. Naruto nodded thoughtfully at this. Sasuke then inquired, what about you? Still dreaming of becoming Hokage? Naruto's face lit up with fervor as he jumped to his feet, hands on his hips, declaring, becoming Hokage is no mere dream. I will earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage. That's my ninja way. Uchiha, he felt a swell of pride. It seemed the words he borrowed from Itachi had indeed made an impact on Naruto. Seeing that their rest had come to an end, Uchiha, he announced, all right, it's time to begin our sparring. Naruto, unleash all your abilities. Sasuke, try to use the jutsu you learned this morning. Noticing Sasuke's hesitation, Uchiha, he reassured him, don't worry. With me here, no one will get hurt. Reassured by his words, the two lowered their guards. Uchiha, he positioned himself between them, and with a commanding shout, the battle commenced. Sasuke took a step back, observing Naruto's movements. Naruto charged at Sasuke, forming hand seals as he ran, deploying shadow clones, which encircled Sasuke from both sides. Unfazed, Sasuke deftly slid out of the encirclement. Naruto continued to form seals, and in an instant, nearly 10 clones surrounded Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke remained composed. He extended both hands, conjuring a chakra sphere. As Naruto gasped in surprise, he exclaimed, how did you learn that jutsu? Sasuke did not respond. He simply slammed the lightning-infused sphere into the ground and leapt into the air, causing all of his clones to vanish. Naruto, astonished, realized he was not among them. He had transformed into a small stone. Initially planning to ambush Sasuke during the assault, he now felt ready to confront him openly. Come on, Sasuke. No matter who you learned from, let us see whose Rasengan is more powerful. Sasuke remained silent, gathering another lightning sphere, while Naruto, unwilling to yield, summoned more clones and began forming his own Rasengan. Though Sasuke was slightly quicker, he chose not to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, instead waiting patiently. Subsequently, the two individuals charged at each other. Sasuke could have easily unleashed the lightning sphere Rasengan, but such an action would relinquish his control over it, risking harm to Naruto. Thus, he too, like Naruto, charged forward with the Rasengan in hand. This way, even if Naruto faltered, Sasuke could redirect the Rasengan at will. As their Rasengans collided, an intriguing sense of parity emerged. Although Naruto possessed a greater chakra reserve, Sasuke's Rasengan was imbued with lightning attributes, which naturally rendered it more potent, leading to a stalemate between the two. Neither was willing to concede, and their contest continued unabated. Uchiha, he observed the pair with a unique insight. As their chakra surged forth, he discerned a peculiar fusion taking shape. However, if this persisted, it would undoubtedly culminate in mutual destruction. Thus, Uchiha, he swiftly positioned himself between them, conjuring a larger Rasengan that effortlessly absorbed both of their attacks. Very well, this duel shall be deemed a draw. Chapter 15, A Conversation with Jiraiya, Memories of Kurizetsu after the battle. Neither displayed signs of fatigue. Naruto's abundant chakra sustained him, while Sasuke had not expended much chakra in that last move. Thus, it appeared that their confrontation ended in a stalemate. Both were dissatisfied with the outcome, each believing they could have triumphed over the other. Uchiha, he gently ruffled their hair, smiling as he said, all right, today's ninjutsu duel concludes here. Sasuke, your speed in forming the lightning sphere Rasengan needs improvement. As for you, Naruto, endeavor to compress more chakra within your Rasengan. This will significantly enhance its speed. Additionally, the rotational speed of the chakra within the Rasengan is another aspect to refine. Naruto, pleasantly surprised to receive guidance, beamed, thank you, teacher he. Sasuke, feeling a twinge of displeasure, interjected, he's my teacher. Naruto, feeling a bit bashful, cast a timid glance at Uchiha he. Noticing this, Uchiha he smiled reassuringly, it's all right. Little Sasuke, you both are like brothers. Your teacher is also his teacher. Naruto felt a surge of delight, while Sasuke, blushing and pouting, retorted, who wants to be brothers with this guy? At that moment, Jiraiya, having searched for Naruto, arrived at the scene. Hello, Lord he greeted Uchiha he. Uchiha he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiraiya then attempted to take Naruto away, but was halted by Uchiha he. With a puzzled expression, Jiraiya asked, and Uchiha he replied, let these two children continue their training for now. I have matters to discuss with you. Please follow me. With that, Uchiha he turned and departed. leaving a shadow clone behind as a precaution. Jiraiya, seeing this, followed without hesitation. The two meandered until they reached the summit of the Hokage rock. Gazing down at the flourishing reforms in Konoha, Uchiha he couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the scene. Isn't it splendid? He mused. Jiraiya agreed, but then recalled certain unfortunate matters and remarked, I wish it had happened sooner. Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, he prepared to explain, but was interrupted by Uchiha. Indeed, if I had lived longer, perhaps you, Naruto, and the Minato couple could have enjoyed a perfect childhood. Jiraiya, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, what kind of enemy could pose a challenge to someone as formidable as you, Lord He? Uchiha paused, lost in thought as the wind carried his mind far away. Before responding, that would be an extraordinarily powerful foe, on par with the prophesied child spoken of by Gamamaru. Jiraiya was taken aback. What? Uchiha, aware of the prophecy, understood Jiraiya's urgency to know who the prophesied child was. Hasn't it been said? The prophesied child requires your guidance, he hinted. Jiraiya grasped the implication but remained puzzled, given that his current disciples included not only Naruto, but also Nagato and others. Since the war, he had not sought them out, leaving him somewhat in the dark about their situations. Noticing Jiraiya's silence, Uchiha continued, let go of your thoughts about the prophesied child. If it is indeed a prophecy, the individual in question will only emerge in the future. I surmise that the next 3 years will be the last period of peace for the ninja world. Therefore, seize the opportunity to either accompany Naruto or express your feelings to Tsunade. Upon hearing Tsunade's name, Jiraiya's face flushed, and he stammered, Lord He, is it really all right for me? Uchiha smiled mysteriously. How will you know unless you try? With that, Uchiha vanished in an instant, leaving Jiraiya alone to ponder. Returning to the training ground, Uchiha found Sasuke and Naruto diligently practicing the Rasengan, occasionally exchanging insights, which filled him with satisfaction. Recognizing that he had nothing pressing to attend to, Uchiha began his own training. Reflecting on Kurizetsu, Uchiha recalled that in his previous life, he had deemed Kurizetsu rather unremarkable. However, facing him directly revealed the true challenge he posed. Firstly, ninjutsu was ineffective against him, and sage techniques were not within Uchiha's repertoire. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, Uchiha's unique ocular powers would require further elaboration. Ultimately, he found himself without the means to inflict harm. Even more vexing was the fact that sealing techniques proved futile against Kurizetsu. The gravest disadvantage was Uchiha's inability to activate Susanoo, an undeniable weakness that Kurizetsu exploited, repeatedly striking at Uchiha's core. Although Uchiha's left eye could revert him to a state 3 seconds prior, until that I was entirely blinded, he could not inflict damage on Kurizetsu. It was only when Obito arrived in the nick of time that Uchiha was granted the opportunity to settle his affairs. Kurizetsu, knowing that Obito would be his primary target for manipulation, dared not linger. Regrettably, Uchiha did not have the chance to warn Obito about Kurizetsu before passing away. The crux of this situation primarily rested with Uchiha. At that time, seeing Obito's sorrowful expression, Uchiha had attempted to console him, saying, do not weep. For wounds of this nature, most would perish within 3 seconds. However, I possess profound strength. I can at least survive for 30 seconds. In the midst of this jest, having settled his affairs, Uchiha found himself without the opportunity to caution Obito about Kurizetsu. Reflecting on this, Uchiha suddenly realized that it had been several days since his rebirth, yet Kurizetsu had not sought him out. Indeed, as Uchiha suspected, Kurizetsu was taken aback upon hearing the news of Uchiha's resurrection. It was known that when Kurizetsu first laid eyes on Uchiha, he perceived him as terrifyingly powerful, primarily due to the hidden strength within his right eye. However, Kurizetsu discerned that this power could only be wielded once. Acknowledging the gamble, Kurizetsu divided himself to ensure that even if that power was unleashed, he would have a contingency plan. Fortunately, Uchiha did not seem inclined to use that power, allowing Kurizetsu to eliminate him successfully. However, upon returning from the Pure Land, Kurizetsu could not guarantee that Uchiha had not acquired the ability to wield that formidable strength. After all, Uchiha's ancestor resided in the Pure Land, and that ancestor was renowned for their expertise in orchestrating death. Kurizetsu dared not take that risk and pondered how to manipulate Obito into testing the waters. The explanation regarding the character of Black Zetsu is crucial. as the protagonist of this narrative begins as the most formidable ninja, the apex of the ninja realm. Without any semblance of threat, there would be no story to tell. Hence, a certain opportunity for growth is necessary, and Black Zetsu serves as that pivotal element. In terms of combat prowess, the narrative establishes that Black Zetsu surpasses Obito's Kamui in absurdity. While Obito must manifest a physical form to attack, Black Zetsu exists perpetually as a tangible entity, akin to a shadow. In essence, he is visible yet untouchable, capable of effortlessly extracting one's heart and soul. Despite this invincibility, he harbors vulnerabilities, which Uchiha intends to exploit through specialized training. Thus, one need not fear a collapse in combat strength, even though the original work already exhibits such a decline. Chapter 16. An attempt at yin-yang release. Uchiha sat cross-legged, deep in contemplation on how to amalgamate yin and yang release. During his lengthy sojourn in the Pure Land, he initially entered as a mere shadow of his former self. However, under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, he acquired the method to wield yin-yang release, albeit limited to his spiritual form. Now, having returned to life, he found it impossible to access this power once again. In the Pure Land, he had employed this technique to vanquish countless death gods. Though he sought Izuna, the vastness of the Pure Land rendered his efforts futile, despite years of relentless pursuit. He could not traverse its entirety. Nonetheless, this resurrection was not in vain. He successfully sensed the immense power residing within his right eye, a force he recognized as formidable yet uncontrollable by mere ocular prowess. He foresaw that utilizing this power would risk his very essence, leading to his soul's annihilation. Consequently, mastering yin-yang release became imperative. Uchiha began by infusing his fire release with yang chakra, achieving a smooth fusion. While he could have added earth chakra to create a potent lava release, he refrained, knowing that introducing earth chakra would impede the flow of yang chakra, let alone the already incompatible yin and yang. It is well known that techniques such as shadow imitation, multiplication, and medical ninjutsu embody the characteristics of yin and yang. Although Uchiha possessed knowledge of these techniques, they lacked lethality. Thus, they were insufficient for defeating Black Zetsu. Hence, the true challenge lay in incorporating yin-yang release into offensive strategies. It is worth noting that Naruto could only wield the power of yin-yang release after receiving it directly from the Sage of Six Paths. In truth, Uchiha's reversal technique also belongs to the realm of yin-yang release, yet it too lacks offensive capability. His ability to locate Black Zetsu's secret lair upon his revival stemmed from discoveries made in his previous life. However, as soon as he stumbled upon it, Black Zetsu detected his presence, leading to a murderous intent towards Uchiha. After injecting yang chakra into the fire release, Uchiha attempted to infuse yin chakra as well, but upon doing so, the fire release vanished without a trace. He experimented with all chakra types, including those from bloodlines and limit-breaking techniques, yet all efforts culminated in failure. Uchiha lamented, "If only I could experience the ease of my brother's existence, where dreams would manifest effortlessly." To elucidate why Uchiha could utilize bloodline limits and limit-breaking techniques, we must first explore their underlying principles. Bloodline limits are generally inheritable only by those sharing the same lineage, remaining inaccessible to others, even with the use of the Sharingan. Users of bloodline limits possess unique abilities that are highly coveted by the major nations and ninja villages. However, the crux lies in their nature, which involves the transformation of organs or the blending of chakra attributes. Uchiha's mastery of chakra manipulation is unparalleled, and regarding organ transformation, he can achieve this through relatively simple techniques, such as Tsunade's seal. However, Uchiha's techniques are far more advanced, enabling him to alter his organs at will to accommodate different bloodline limits or limit-breaking techniques. As for the corresponding organ shapes, Uchiha is not a saint. During the war, he simply collected corpses for research. Of course, this is just, as he scavenged battlefields for an extended period to gather all bloodline limits and limit-breaking techniques. Faced with the failure of his training, Uchiha contemplated alternative strategies. He could resort to Shursui's Susanoo for defense, while he could not defeat Black Zetsu. The reverse held true as well. It is widely recognized that Shursui could activate Susanoo with a single eye. This is due to the unique abilities of his two eyes, necessitating both for full activation. In contrast, Shursui's eyes possess the same ability, allowing him to summon Susanoo with just one eye. Thus, Uchiha found himself at an advantage. Although he considered resurrecting Shisui, the current circumstances rendered a full revival impossible. Simply using the Mangekyo Sharingan for a reanimation would be a waste. Therefore, after careful consideration, Uchiha resolved to utilize Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan for the time being. As for training Naruto and Sasuke to employ yin-yang release combination techniques, he deemed it unnecessary, as they would soon master it, bringing them closer to their potential. At this juncture, Uchiha had but one path before him, to delve into the study of sage techniques. He had visited all three major sanctuaries, apart from the Toad Sanctuary. He could not gain entry to the other two, harboring suspicions that they feared his presence, given his notorious reputation for overpowering even his own allies. However, the sage techniques from the Toad Sanctuary were not easily attainable. After numerous attempts, Uchiha found himself unsuccessful. He speculated that the local techniques might reject foreign souls. Otherwise, with his innate talent, mastering even the simplest sage technique should have been effortless. Thus, despite the challenges, he resolved to persevere, striving to master yin-yang release before Black Zetsu's inevitable arrival. Time passed swiftly, the sun hanging low on the horizon. The two children, now hungry, stirred restlessly. Uchiha, having sat in silence for a considerable duration without progress, felt a tinge of impatience and decided to pause his training. He called the children, proclaiming, "Let us go for ramen, it's on me." Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Uchiha affectionately ruffled their hair. His gestures were not without purpose. The head patting served to enact sealing techniques. To date, Uchiha had cast over 10,000 sealing techniques on Sasuke, effectively suppressing Orochimaru's curse mark. According to his calculations, the curse mark should now be entirely absorbed by Sasuke. Uchiha's sealing was not malevolent. Rather, it was intended for Sasuke's benefit. Consequently, Sasuke was no longer threatened by the curse mark, as these countless seals would persist within him, gradually assimilating any stronger seals imposed upon him, becoming an intrinsic part of Sasuke's power. As for Naruto, the head patting was merely a casual gesture, though he did offer a slight suppression of the Nine-Tails chakra out of goodwill. Uchiha remarked, "Just a minor adjustment." The Nine-Tails protested, "Who imposed so many seals? I feel as though I am being reduced to a specimen." Such thoughts had long been conceived during Izuna's time. Regrettably, Izuna had perished before Uchiha could develop this sealing technique. This represented a lingering regret in Uchiha's heart. Had he been able to research this technique sooner, perhaps he could have remained by Izuna's side, preventing such tragedies. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 17, quite peculiar. What is odd? It is endearing. Observing the two children chattering incessantly on their way to the ramen shop, Uchiha resolved to teach each of them a ninjutsu, reminiscent of the battle at the Valley of the End, to foster their camaraderie. It is well known that the collision of chakras can deepen the bonds between individuals. During such encounters, one can glean the thoughts of the other, thus fortifying their connection. Consequently, Uchiha intervened to halt the dispute between the two and declared, "Since neither of you is willing to yield, let us proceed this way. I shall teach each of you a ninjutsu, and in 10 days, you will face off in a duel to determine who is truly superior." Upon hearing this, both were filled with joy, for it seemed a most fitting resolution. Naruto leapt into the air, proclaiming, "Sasuke, I will surely defeat you." Sasuke, equally defiant, retorted, "Whether you win or lose is yet to be seen, you underachiever." As their quarrel threatened to reignite, Uchiha wearily pressed his forehead, gathering the two. "All right, it is time for a meal." Uchiha led them to Ichiraku Ramen. The owner, delighted by the arrival of esteemed customers, was quick to fetch a camera, saying, "Come, esteemed ninja, you set our record last time. Let us capture this moment." Uchiha seized both children, one in each hand, and urged, "Now, give a cheerful pose." However, Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads away, unwilling to face each other. Observing this, Uchiha placed his hands on their heads, compelling them to look at the camera. With a click, that moment was eternally preserved. Subsequently, Uchiha and the two boys settled at the counter, eagerly awaiting their ramen. As usual, Naruto was astonished by Uchiha's insatiable appetite, nearly emptying Ichiraku's entire stock of flour before he finally ceased. In keeping with tradition, Uchiha produced a gold coin and handed it to the owner, instructing him to keep a tab for the two boys' future visits. The owner, casting a glance at Naruto, shared a knowing smile. Afterward, Uchiha Ha escorted Naruto back home before returning with Sasuke to his residence. However, on their way back, a familiar and anguished scream pierced the air, suggesting great distress. Indeed, Jiraiya had pondered for a long time before deciding to confess his feelings to Tsunade. After a lengthy search, he finally located her in the bathhouse. Despite his earnest explanations, even invoking Uchiha Ha's name, Tsunade delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. One must commend Jiraiya's resilience. Tsunade's strength was formidable enough that even Uchiha Ha might have coughed up blood after a blow from her. Upon returning home, Uchiha Ha tidied up the house, while Sasuke quietly practiced in his room. Although mastering ninjutsu was paramount, for Sasuke, honing his chakra was even more critical, particularly given Naruto's overwhelming chakra reserves, equivalent to that of 100 Kakashis. In contrast, Sasuke's chakra, based on his use of Chidori, could only be utilized once a day, roughly equating to a quarter of Kakashi's reserves. Despite this substantial disparity, Uchiha Ha remained unperturbed, for the sealing technique he had placed upon Sasuke also served to store chakra. Thus, with the additional chakra from the seal, Sasuke's total reserves could be approximated to that of 5 Kakashis, potentially sufficient to contend with Naruto. As night fell, Uchiha Ha and Sasuke continued to share a room. Initially, Sasuke hesitated to link arms with him, but seeing Uchiha Ha's indifference, he grew bolder and took hold of his arm. Uchiha Ha remained as ever, quietly gazing at the moonlight, as if he could see beyond. With the crowing of a rooster, Uchiha Ha rose early, covering Sasuke with a blanket before venturing out to procure breakfast. Observing the bustling streets at such an early hour filled him with satisfaction, for these individuals were all diligent ninjas dedicated to the reconstruction of Konoha. A sharp-eyed ninja recognized Uchiha Ha and called out, "The first Hokage! The first Hokage is here." Realizing the implications of this, Uchiha Ha inwardly lamented. While the townsfolk remained oblivious, all ninjas understood that the transformation of Konoha stemmed from the efforts of the first Hokage. Were it not for him, most ninjas would still be burdened with missions, facing constant peril. Unable to evade the attention, Uchiha Ha proclaimed, "Thank you all for your hard work." The ninjas responded in unison, "We are not weary. It is you, first Hokage, who bears the burden." Uchiha Ha forced a smile. Yes, indeed, it is taxing. Though of considerable age, Uchiha Ha was not fond of such public displays. Thus he swiftly departed after purchasing breakfast. Fortunately, Sasuke remained asleep. For had he woken to find his elder absent, he would undoubtedly have cried out, though the obedient Sasuke might not have reacted that way. His little heart would surely have felt the ache of loss. Uchiha Ha chose not to awaken Sasuke, recognizing that the previous day's training must have exhausted him. Quietly, he sat nearby, channeling fire chakra to keep breakfast warm without igniting any flames. After a while, Sasuke, reaching out for something unseen, leapt up in surprise, exclaiming, "Teacher! Teacher!" Uchiha Ha gently replied, "I am here, little Sasuke." At the sound of his voice, Sasuke turned to see him. Realizing his earlier reaction was somewhat excessive, he blushed deeply. Uchiha Ha, noticing, teased, "How peculiar." Sasuke, puzzled, inquired, "What is peculiar?" Uchiha Ha chuckled heartily. "Our little Sasuke is quite adorable." After a moment's reflection, Sasuke grasped the compliment, his face reddening further, resembling a ripe apple. Uchiha Ha presented breakfast. "Eat up. After that, you may go play." Sasuke, confused, asked, "Play? Aren't we training?" Uchiha Ha affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. "You are still a child. It is essential to balance work and play. A bit of leisure is beneficial for both body and mind." No longer perplexed, Sasuke quickly finished his meal. Uchiha Ha cautioned, "No need to rush. Enjoy your food slowly, lest you choke." For reasons unknown, every word from Uchiha Ha filled Sasuke with warmth, a comfort that even Itachi could not provide, as he was perpetually preoccupied with tasks, always promising next time. In contrast, Uchiha Ha had a soothing demeanor, exceptional abilities, and willingly spent time with him, even sending shadow clones to keep him company when he had other matters to attend to. Such a wonderful teacher was truly a rarity. Chapter 18. Obito's psychological therapy. After breakfast, Uchiha Ha took Sasuke out. They sought out the Konoha 12, but even without the pressure of missions, the young ninjas diligently trained under their teachers. With the absence of task-related stress, Asuma and others had more time to guide them. Thus, Uchiha Ha eventually led Sasuke to Naruto. Upon spotting them, Naruto was visibly excited, leaping up and asking, "Sensei, When will we start learning ninjutsu? Uchiha gently patted Naruto's head. There is no rush this morning. You and Sasuke should play for a while. We'll meet at the training ground in the afternoon. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto eagerly set aside thoughts of training at the mention of play. Despite allowing the two to frolic, Uchiha dispatched a shadow clone to accompany them. For one could never be too cautious with Black Zetsu potentially devising schemes to abduct Sasuke as leverage against him. After watching them depart, Uchiha strolled leisurely along the street, taking in the sight of ninjas committed to the Konoha reconstruction effort, which filled him with a sense of pride. Though he consciously avoided their gaze, suddenly, a frail figure in a narrow alley caught his attention. Uchiha River cautiously approached, striving to adopt a gentle tone. Little one, what brings you here? Are you hungry? Would you allow your uncle to take you for a meal? Upon hearing this, the child displayed an expression of sheer terror and hastily recoiled, exclaiming, "Please, great ninja, do not capture me. I have merely fled here seeking refuge." Uchiha River, upon hearing the child's words, revealed an understanding demeanor and reassured him, "Do not worry, I will not harm you. Moreover, I am not the esteemed ninja you speak of. I am merely an ordinary person." In an effort to alleviate the child's apprehension, Uchiha River gradually crouched down, inching closer. The child, witnessing this, exhibited a slight reduction in resistance, yet remained reluctant to approach Uchiha River. Seeing this, Uchiha River spoke again. "Little one, wait here for me. I shall fetch you something to eat." As he turned to exit, he soon returned with a large bag of buns. With a smile, he remarked, "I wasn't sure what filling you preferred, so I bought a selection. Feel free to eat." Gingerly, Uchiha River extended the buns towards the child. The child cautiously accepted one and began to devour it ravenously, only to be choked momentarily. Observing this, Uchiha River offered the milk he had prepared earlier, which the child gulped down eagerly. Uchiha River took this opportunity to gently pat the child's back to help him catch his breath. At that moment, the child's vigilance towards Uchiha River began to wane, granting tacit approval for him to draw nearer. This sequence of actions, crouching to appear less imposing, was intended to put the child at ease. Typically, children harbor fear towards figures that tower over them. Thus, lowering his height not only eased the child's fears, but also fostered an unconscious sense of familiarity. Moreover, providing food followed by water created a new need, allowing Uchiha River to quickly establish trust. Once the child had finished eating, he appeared completely relaxed. Seizing the moment, Uchiha River inquired, "Where do you come from, child?" The reason for this question lay in the existence of an orphanage in Konoha. Despite the past misdeeds associated with the orphanage, the current circumstances had changed, leading Uchiha River to deduce that the child was not a runaway from there. Coupled with the child's earlier statement about seeking refuge, it became evident that he had arrived from outside. The details of how the child had traversed the gates of Konoha unnoticed remained a mystery. The child paused, his expression turning sorrowful as he replied, "I come from a small nation, having lost my family to war. I could only beg for survival. Hearing of Konoha's strength, I hope to find help here." Uchiha River continued, "What sort of assistance do you seek?" The child's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, "I know this request may be excessive, but I wish for the great ninjas of Konoha to help me exact revenge." His eyes burned with vengeful fire, as if he yearned to consume his enemies. Uchiha River shook his head slightly, gently ruffling the child's hair. "Tell me, do you seek vengeance against an individual or a nation?" The child, confused, answered, "Certainly against that nation." Uchiha River pressed on, "Is there not a populace within that nation, apart from ninjas?" The child, still puzzled, affirmed, "There are civilians." Uchiha River, recognizing the child was ensnared in his own rhetoric, continued, "Do civilians not have children? Are there not children among the ninjas? If you were to exact your revenge, would not those children also be left homeless?" The child's expression became conflicted, as if grappling with an internal struggle. Uchiha River sensed he was making progress and pressed on, "Thus, not only do you lack the power for vengeance, but you have no semblance of a plan either. All you possess is a heart full of rage. Actions born of anger cannot be deemed as true vengeance. Such individuals are typically labeled as murderers." He then posed a reflective question, "Would your mother wish for you to become a remorseless killer?" The child was left utterly bewildered, wrestling with thoughts of identity and purpose. "Who am I? Where am I? It seems I have come to a realization, yet I fear I truly am a murderer." Gradually, the child's demeanor shifted from confusion to solemnity as he regarded Uchiha River with newfound respect. What a formidable ninja you are. You nearly ensnared me in your words. Subsequently, the child began to fade from view, vanishing into thin air. This child was none other than Obito, under the influence of Kagaya's machinations. While he had agreed to return to Konoha to test the waters, Obito maintained his own judgment. After all, throughout his childhood, both his grandmother and the elders of his clan idolized Uchiha River, and he was no exception. This encounter had granted Obito clarity regarding Uchiha River's character. If he did not interfere with his plans, Obito would refrain from taking hostile action against him. Uchiha River sensed the complete dissolution of Obito's presence and returned to his usual composure. This was also why Uchiha River had chosen to send away Sasuke and Naruto. He had sensed Obito's presence early on. The reason was simple. The operation of the Mangekyo Sharingan would leave behind unique energy fluctuations. Even though Uchiha River was not a sensing-type ninja, his perception of the Sharingan surpassed that of a camel's instinct for water sources. Ensuring the safety of the two young ones, Uchiha River resolved to confront Obito alone. After all, his intentions, whether malicious or otherwise, remained uncertain. It was unlikely that their initial meeting would erupt into violence. The ability to defeat him was one matter. Uchiha River had no intention of killing him. However, one must always remain cautious. Uchiha River executed each movement with meticulous care, wary of any potentially disarming revelations from his opponent. Though Obito had committed countless heinous acts, his malevolence was not absolute. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would pose no threat to the ninja world. Should he truly set his heart on gathering tailed beasts, Uchiha River could only assert that, until his resurrection, no one in the ninja world would stand a chance against him. After all, even the illustrious Yellow Flash met his demise due to Obito's scheming. In summary, this chance encounter served as a form of psychological therapy for Obito. Chapter 19. Kakashi's Redemption. Noticing that time was still on his side, Uchiha River resolved not to squander it and made his way to Sarutobi Hiruzen's farm. At that moment, Hiruzen was diligently employing fire release techniques to clear weeds. Observing this, Uchiha River clapped his hands and summoned earth release to encircle the farm, preventing flames from spreading to other areas. Then, with a puff, he unleashed a colossal fire dragon, infused with yang chakra, which seemed to come alive, swirling around the farm and swiftly incinerating the weeds. Once the undergrowth had been entirely consumed, Uchiha River retracted his jutsu and approached Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen appeared unusually perturbed, as though he had bitten into a bitter melon. Uchiha River patted his shoulder, inquiring, "What troubles you, little monkey? You appear rather discontent. Have you encountered difficulties in your farming?" After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen replied, "Lord River, you just incinerated all of our seedlings." He gestured toward the pile of ashes. Uchiha River felt a desire to vanish into the ground, but quickly found a justification. "In truth, I came to inform you that traditional farming methods are not suitable. A ninja must employ the farming techniques befitting a ninja." With that, Uchiha River performed a reverse flying thunder god technique, producing a book titled Konoha Planting Strategies and Methods. Hiruzen joyfully accepted the tome, yet confusion lingered in his mind. What do planting methods have to do with seedlings? As Hiruzen raised his gaze to inquire further, he discovered that Uchiha River had completely vanished. Sighing in resignation, Hiruzen placed a hand to his forehead and lamented, "It seems that what my teacher said about Lord River being somewhat childlike is indeed true." As Uchiha River handed over the book, he swiftly utilized the flying thunder god technique to depart. Observing that it was nearly noon, he located the two young ones and dispelled the shadow clones. It appeared they had enjoyed themselves immensely. Even Sasuke wore a broad smile. Calculating the time, it seemed Kakashi should have recovered sufficiently by now. At the very least, he should possess enough energy to prepare a meal. If all else failed, he could always rely on Kakashi's nutritional liquids to satiate his hunger. Upon arriving at Kakashi's residence, the trio knocked on the door, which surprisingly received an immediate response. Kakashi opened the door, revealing not just one, but both of his eyes. It seemed that Itachi's previous attack had enhanced his mental fortitude, allowing him to harness the advanced capabilities of the Sharingan. Kakashi's expression turned exuberant upon recognizing Uchiha River. "Lord River, you've come." Uchiha River settled into a chair as casually as if he were at home. "I've heard your culinary skills are exceptional, so I've brought along your two students to enjoy a meal." Kakashi, not offended by River's relaxed demeanor, understood he was in need of assistance. He busied himself in the kitchen for quite some time, eventually presenting a lavish spread of 12 dishes and a soup. The table was brimming with food, and the three of them began to devour it hungrily. Uchiha River praised, "Kakashi, though you may be a bit modest, your cooking is undoubtedly commendable. I would gladly bestow upon you the title of the strongest." Now both Kakashi and Might Guy were being hailed as the strongest by Uchiha, although Guy would have to wait a little longer for the acknowledgement. Kakashi patiently allowed them to finish their meal before swiftly clearing the table. Noticing Kakashi's hesitation, Uchiha River summoned the two youngsters. "All right, you two should take a nap. Kakashi and I have some matters to discuss. I'll come to get you in the afternoon." With a mischievous smile, he quickly added, "You can sleep at Sasuke's house. It will be easier to find you later." The two youngsters left without much thought, and Uchiha River watched their departing figures, secretly pleased that the accomplishment of Naruto and Sasuke sharing a bed had been achieved. Kakashi, noticing the joy in Uchiha River's expression, remarked, "It seems Lord River has taken quite a liking to these two students." Uchiha River nodded in agreement. "And what of you? One is the last remaining member of your dear friend's clan, and the other is the orphan of your most revered teacher." Kakashi's expression turned reflective. "Indeed, although I feel I have not fulfilled my duties as a teacher." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha River suggested, "Let us begin with Tsukumo Hatake." Kakashi's expression tightened, realizing the weight of the conversation. Uchiha River handed Kakashi a dossier prepared in advance, detailing Danzo's plans concerning Tsukumo. As Kakashi perused the documents, his anger swelled. He had not anticipated that everything had been manipulated by someone else. Over the years, Kakashi's regret had not diminished. He had merely found other ways to cope, which explained his perpetual air of despair. His emotions fluctuated between rage, remorse, and unrestrained sorrow. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he was a mature adult and had his own methods of self-regulation. Bowing to Uchiha River, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord River, for revealing the truth to me." Uchiha River gently helped him to his feet, stating, "You are no longer a child. I believe you comprehend these matters well enough." The earlier hints should have made the situation clear. However, to resurrect the deceased, certain conditions must be met. First, their bodies must be obtained. Secondly, and most crucially, one must wait. Confused, Kakashi inquired, "Wait?" Uchiha River confirmed, "Yes, wait. I possess a method of resurrection, but it is one I can only employ myself. Should others attempt it, they would perish instantly. Nonetheless, within 5 years, I shall devise a way to bring everyone back, but before that, you must locate their remains." Kakashi nodded resolutely. Uchiha River regarded him with a knowing look before turning to leave. This glance was intended for Obito, a silent contemplation of his choices, whether to stubbornly adhere to his own convictions or to trust Uchiha River to retrieve Rin's body. Although the original narrative did not mention it, one could boldly speculate that Obito had concealed it well. Whether or not he could perceive Uchiha River remained uncertain. But River had already cast an illusion upon Kakashi's Sharingan, ensuring that Obito would learn of their conversation when he activated his own Sharingan. Uchiha River subsequently returned home, peering through the window at the two young ones soundly asleep. He quietly retrieved a camera, capturing the moment. The click of the shutter stirred them from their slumber, and they quickly noticed Uchiha River. Naruto exclaimed, "Hey, Lord River, you're taking candid shots." Sasuke merely turned his head away, shyly avoiding eye contact. However, Naruto whispered to Uchiha River, "Sensei, please save me a copy of that photo." In response, Uchiha River wore an expression reminiscent of both Laozi and Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sasuke overheard Naruto's request and shouted, "Naruto." In conclusion, the approach to Kakashi's psychological healing may seem hasty. Firstly, he is an adult, and adults often possess a strong self-defense mechanism. To initiate healing, one must first shatter this protective barrier. Kakashi's situation is unique. Apart from Naruto, he has lost everyone he cherished. Even the news of Naruto being the child of his beloved teacher came to him later. The accumulated gloom over the years cannot be dispelled instantaneously. Thus, revealing the truth to him ignites his anger, stirring his emotions. There is no need to fear a desire for revenge. After all, the Leaf Village has undergone significant changes, and Danzo has been guided by Uchiha River. The materials include a letter of remorse Danzo was compelled to write, not to seek forgiveness, but to dissuade Kakashi from vengeful thoughts. Subsequently, by instilling hope and assigning him tasks, one can keep him occupied, preventing self-destructive tendencies. Kakashi undoubtedly exhibits symptoms of depression. If he is merely told of a resurrection method requiring the search for bodies, only to discover that only his father's remains remain. That could lead to despair. To summarize how to cure a lonely scarecrow: first, remove its hat to reveal the sky. Next, provide it with legs to allow it to run. Finally, ignite a spark within it. This ignition is not merely about pointing out the obvious, but rather instilling a fervent hope for life. A concept that transcends mere anger to embody the essence of existence. Chapter 20. Mastering the Many Eagles. Meeting the Nine-Tails, Uchiha River promptly halted the playful antics of the two youngsters, declaring, "All right, it is time to learn ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, the two ceased their frolicking and followed Uchiha River to the training ground. Sasuke, puzzled, inquired, "Sensei, why didn't we come directly here instead of taking such a convoluted route?" Uchiha River explained, "The reason is simple. I dislike being surrounded by other ninjas." However, he merely smiled mysteriously, adding, "You will understand in due time." To clarify, Uchiha River's modifications to the Leaf Village were focused on institutional and productive changes rather than technological advancements, not because he lacked the capability, but simply because he did not possess the requisite knowledge. Before crossing into the world of Naruto, Uchiha, he was a business student who shifted to psychology, ultimately becoming an inconspicuous psychotherapist. Much like many psychologists, the more he learned, the heavier his burdens became. Uchiha, he suffered from a severe case of insomnia, which was the reason for his sleepless nights. In truth, Uchiha, he had not slept even before his transition. Despite taking sleeping pills, he existed in a state of half-life, unable to find rest. His demise was attributed to prolonged sleep deprivation leading to organ failure, culminating in sudden death due to acute stress. This serves as a reminder to all: be mindful of psychological issues and prioritize sleep. In terms of technological expertise, Uchiha, he was utterly clueless. He then addressed Naruto, saying, "First, you little Naruto, I shall teach you the wind release, Thousand Eagles technique. This jutsu is supported by wind chakra, akin to Sasuke's lightning release, Chidori. When executed, it creates a sound reminiscent of 1,000 eagles flapping their wings, enhancing both the power and speed of the technique, making it difficult for enemies to escape." Subsequently, Uchiha, he formed several hand seals, and a blade of wind resembling Chidori manifested in his hand, appearing exceptionally sharp. He casually tossed it, and the sound of 1,000 eagles filled the air as the lakebed struck by the wind blade erupted violently, creating a massive chasm. The two young ones watched in awe. Uchiha, he turned to Naruto and asked, "Did you remember? The principle of this technique is that it is more potent when held in hand, but every jutsu has a certain recoil. Therefore, I recommend that unless you are certain of victory or your opponent's jutsu is a continuous attack, you should release it. At its speed, most will be unable to evade." He explained that while he could easily perform jutsu without hand seals, it was not as simple for others, especially given the complexity involved in mastering the Thousand Eagles technique compared to techniques like Rasengan and Chidori, which required a more refined manipulation of chakra. After discussing several key points, Uchiha, he began teaching Sasuke. "As for you, little Sasuke, your jutsu will be the lightning ball Rasengan. Additionally, I have left a sealing technique within your body, which you can utilize to draw upon its stored power when necessary." Sasuke, puzzled, inquired, "What sealing technique?" Uchiha, he clarified, "It is a series of seals I previously applied to the cursed mark on you, numbering in the tens of thousands. Together, these seals form a mechanism capable of absorbing and storing chakra, allowing you to draw upon it in critical moments. With this technique, you will no longer fear any sealing techniques. It is passive and requires no attention. The focus should be on your efforts to sense this technique and access the chakra within, which will undoubtedly surprise you." Sasuke understood, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Uchiha, he for performing so many benevolent acts without his knowledge, deepening his reliance on his teacher. Having covered everything, Sasuke began to carefully sense the sealing technique within him. Uchiha, he turned his attention to Naruto's training, noticing that he always seemed on the verge of success, only for the 1,000 eagles to vanish unexpectedly, as if affected by some unseen force. Uchiha, he realized it was likely the work of the Nine-Tails. To clarify, Naruto had considerable talent. He quickly learned anything that did not require intricate chakra manipulation. However, the interference from the Nine-Tails made chakra control exceedingly difficult. It was remarkable that, under such duress, Naruto managed to learn the Rasengan. Of course, there were two other possibilities. Either the Nine-Tails had been moved by Naruto's indomitable will, or it recalled the fear of being dominated by the fourth Hokage. Yet, these remained mere speculations. After all, who could truly fathom the thoughts of the proud Nine Tails? At this point, Uchiha decided it was time to communicate with the Nine Tails. He halted Naruto and said, "Naruto, I have a way to help you deal with the Nine Tails within you. Are you willing?" Naturally, upon hearing this, Naruto was overjoyed, but his expression quickly shifted to concern. "Teacher will you kill him? He has been imprisoned for so many years, it's quite pitiful." Uchiha sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Was this what they called boundless compassion? However, he maintained a calm demeanor and gently replied, "Do not worry. I will merely persuade him to cease interfering with your training." Relieved, Naruto exclaimed, "All right, thank you, Teacher Uchiha then activated his Sharingan, and Naruto stood frozen in place. Uchiha entered Naruto's inner world, greeted by darkness and the sound of water beneath his feet. Suddenly, a whooshing sound echoed, and a colossal claw appeared before him. Uchiha effortlessly grasped it, though its owner attempted to retract it in vain. A voice filled with fury called out, "Who are you? Release me at once." Uchiha illuminated the space and gently released the claw, smiling as he said, "Kurama, it has been a while. Do you not recognize me?" The Nine Tails, taken aback, stammered, "You Uchiha? I thought you were dead. Am I dead as well?" Uchiha maintained a serene smile. "Surely. You jest. I have returned to life, and you are quite alive as well." The Nine Tails, astonished, questioned, "A dead person can come back to life? Did not the Sage of Six Paths say that the dead cannot be resurrected?" Uchiha regarded the Nine Tails with a knowing expression. "Indeed. It is the method taught to me by the Sage of Six Paths." This statement held truth. It was the guidance of the sage that granted Uchiha the power to conquer death. And it was through consuming the essence of death that he acquired the strength to be reborn. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails seemed to understand, retorting, "So you are the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths." Uchiha clarified, "Firstly, I do not jest. Secondly, I do not possess azure eyes. Mine are red." The Nine Tails remained skeptical. "Then how do you know our names? You called us by name before you died. So it was not the Sage of Six Paths who informed you." Uchiha pondered how to deflect this inquiry when suddenly, a golden chakra began to manifest. And moments later, a figure appeared in the ceiling space. It was Minato Namikaze. Minato surveyed the situation, then turned to Uchiha and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? Also, you bear a striking resemblance to the first Hokage. Are you his descendant? This is not a place for you." Uchiha replied, "I have come to assist Naruto in resolving the issue of the Nine Tails chakra." Minato, puzzled, asked, "Is there another war brewing? Does the village require Naruto's strength?" Uchiha slowly shook his head. "Not quite. Rather, formidable foes will descend upon us in the future. I consider myself half a teacher to Naruto, and this endeavor is merely a precaution." The Nine Tails interrupted, "Kid, why are you being so courteous to this brat? Just eliminate him already." Realizing Uchiha's identity, Minato bowed. "I, Minato Namikaze, pay my respects to the first Hokage. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Uchiha remained unperturbed, continuing to address Minato. No need for concern. A father's care for his child is only natural. As the embodiment of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze felt the remnants of his chakra dwindling due to his presence. He earnestly implored the first Hokage for assistance in fortifying Naruto's seal, as his chakra was on the verge of vanishing. Uchiha Kawā contemplated for a moment before addressing the Nine Tails. "Kurama, might I borrow a fraction of your chakra?" The Nine Tails disdainfully turned away, retorting, "You are not the prophesied child. Why should I lend you my power?" "No way." Uchiha Kawā, bemused by the Nine Tails' haughty demeanor, sighed. Nevertheless, he recognized that coaxing such a child, albeit 1,000s of years old, was not an insurmountable task. He signaled to Minato to remain silent and observe his approach. Uchiha Kawā stepped closer, gently stroking the Nine Tails' fur. "Very well, I am indeed the prophesied child. Mighty Kurama, with a benevolent heart and unparalleled strength. Would you kindly lend me a sliver of your chakra?" The Nine Tails, flattered by Uchiha Kawā's compliments, felt a surge of joy yet retained its pride. Who is benevolent here? I could devour hundreds of humans in one gulp. Uchiha Kawā continued, "What is there to consume among humans? When the time permits, I shall take you for a feast of grilled meat. The taste is simply divine." The Nine Tails, intrigued by the mention of food, incredulously inquired, "You would set me free?" Uchiha Kawā replied, "Of course, what do you think I came here for?" The Ninetales remained skeptical but reluctantly raised a fist. Sensing success, Uchiha Kawā mirrored the gesture. And soon the chakra from the Ninetales began to flow toward him. Initially imbued with a malevolent essence, it swiftly transformed into pure chakra under Uchiha Kawā's formidable spiritual pressure. After retracting his fist, Uchiha Kawā infused the chakra into Minato's gradually dissipating form. The Ninetales, witnessing this, roared in indignation, "You never intended to free me. You are merely exploiting my chakra to aid this blonde." Uchiha Kawā patiently clarified, "How could I deceive you?" He then placed his hand on the seal that confined the Ninetales, and, with a series of deft maneuvers, the seal gradually began to dissolve. Minato, filled with concern, remained still, reassured by Uchiha Kawā's calming gaze. As the seal fully dissipated, a figure slowly emerged. It was Kushina. Kushina gradually opened her eyes and called out, "Naruto, is that you?" Yet, before her stood not Naruto, but Minato, Uchiha Kawā, and the Ninetales. Puzzled, she remarked to Uchiha Kawā, "Naruto, why have you dyed your hair? And what's with those red eyes?" Just as the Ninetales freed itself from the seal, it overheard Kushina's amusing commentary and burst into laughter. "Ha! This is hilarious. Kushina, you silly goose, mistaking your son for someone older than you." Minato quickly intervened, providing a hushed explanation. "Kushina, this is the first Hokage. He has come to assist Naruto with the Ninetales." Upon hearing this, Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment, but soon her anger flared, and she utilized the adamantine binding to securely restrain the Ninetales. The Ninetales, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, shouted at Uchiha Kawā, "Kawā, save me! Help! Help!" Uchiha Kawā, unable to suppress a chuckle, said, "Kushina, please let Kurama go." Though still furious, Kushina was hesitant to defy Uchiha Kawā, renowned for his formidable prowess. Subsequently, Uchiha Kawā infused the remaining chakra of the Ninetales into Kushina, aiding her in sustaining her chakra form. With this, it should last without conflict for 3 to 4 years. Uchiha Kawā then addressed Minato and Kushina. "From now on, you can accompany Naruto in this form. However, remember not to engage in battle with this power. Should it dissipate entirely, I will be unable to assist you." Minato and Kushina bowed sincerely in acknowledgement, while Kushina whispered to Minato, "This first Hokage isn't as volatile as the rumors suggest. He seems quite amiable. I believe he is a good person." Both Minato and Uchiha Kawā shared an exasperated glance, but the Ninetales could not contain its amusement, exclaiming, "Ha! Kushina, I heard your little secret." Kushina, once again blushing, shot a glare at the Ninetales, who instantly suppressed its laughter. Uchiha Kawā then turned his attention to the Ninetales, stating, "Kurama, I have 2 options for you. First, wait a few years until everything resolves, and I shall grant you your freedom. Or second, I can use a sealing technique to release a portion of your essence, which contains part of your power. Which will you choose?" The Ninetales, perplexed, queried, "Why not take me out now?" Uchiha Kawā explained, "At present, I lack the ability to resurrect the fallen. If you were freed, Naruto would perish. We cannot trade life for freedom." The Ninetales fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, especially with Naruto's parents watching closely, and the ultimate mother dragon lurking nearby. Finally, the Ninetales reluctantly replied, "Then I choose the second option." Uchiha Kawā nodded and placed his hand atop the Ninetales' head, employing the familiar sealing technique. As beams of light radiated, a miniature version of the Ninetales appeared before them. The 2 Ninetales regarded each other in astonishment, with the smaller one exclaiming, "Hey, why am I so tiny?" The larger Ninetales also retained awareness, their connection akin to 2 bodies sharing a single soul, yet without interference, both able to access each other's memories. The Ninetales marveled, "This is incredible." Kushina could not resist picking up the mini Ninetales, exclaiming, "How adorable." The small Ninetales' head was playfully ruffled by Kushina, while the Ninetales could only seethe in impotent fury. "What are you doing? I am not a pet." Chapter 22, A Heart-to-Heart with Neji. Jiraiya seeks romantic wisdom after clarifying everything. Uchiha Kawā departed the sealing space with the mini Ninetales. He was confident that under Minato and Kushina's guidance, Naruto would grow stronger and happier. Uchiha Kawā then turned his attention to the dazed Naruto and dispelled the illusion he had cast upon him. "All right, from now on, you will no longer be influenced by the Ninetales." Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with joy, and he soon noticed the mini Ninetales in Uchiha Kawā's hand, incredulously asking, "Could it be? Is this the Ninetales?" Receiving confirmation, Naruto could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. The Nine Tails. So small. It looks so weak. Haha. The mini Nine Tails bristled in fury. You little brat. Who are you calling weak? I could crush you with a mere flick of my finger. To avert a squabble between the two adversaries, Uchiha Kawā tossed the Nine Tails aside, saying to Naruto, "Alright, continue your training. Without the Nine Tails' influence, you should learn more swiftly." Uchiha Kawā then settled beside the mini Nine Tails, observing the two young ones as they practiced. The mini Nine Tails, growing impatient, complained, "Kawā, this is so boring. When are we going to eat?" Uchiha Kawā gently ruffled the mini Nine Tails' head, soothingly assuring, "Be patient. We will go once it is mealtime." The mini Nine Tails feigned disdain, struggling momentarily, but Uchiha Kawā had not applied any real force, allowing it to leap down if it wished. Clearly, the Nine Tails relished Uchiha Kawa's affectionate gestures. After a while, a small head peered out from the bushes behind Uchiha Kawā. The mini Nine Tails alerted, "Kawā, there's a little brat behind you." Uchiha Kawā gently brushed the mini Nine Tails' head again, replying, "Alright, I see." Noticing the figure behind him hesitating to approach, Uchiha Kawā made no move to greet them. After a moment, the figure gathered the courage to step forward, revealing himself to be Neji Hyuga. Uchiha, he gazed at him with curiosity. Although he recognized him, he remained uncertain about the purpose of his visit. Nevertheless, Uchiha he smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, little Neji? Aren't you supposed to be training with your teacher? Perhaps you came to find Sasuke and Naruto to play? But that's not possible right now. Once they finish their training, I shall let them seek you out." Neji hurriedly shook his head, his face flushed, and then bowed deeply, saying, "I learned from the clan leader about your criticisms regarding the treatment of the Hyuga clan by Konoha, and I am aware of all that you have done. Therefore, I have come to express my gratitude." Uchiha he felt a wave of embarrassment at these words. After all, he had merely spoken out. The real work had been accomplished by others. He could not fathom why those ninjas revered him so. In his view, it was utterly unwarranted. Uchiha he helped Neji to his feet and imparted solemnly, "I am truly sorry for the circumstances surrounding your father. You may feel lost regarding your identity and your destiny. As someone who has traversed a similar path, my advice is to seize the present and follow your heart. Whether you are a caged bird or part of the branch family, it ultimately matters little. What truly counts is the attitude with which you perceive it." Neji's eyes widened in astonishment. He was merely an ordinary branch family member, yet here he stood, the focus of the legendary strongest ninja's attention. And Uchiha he knew such intricate details. It seemed that the first Hokage was not as fierce and combative as the tales suggested. He was indeed a good person. Observing the glimmer of tears in Neji's eyes, Uchiha he approached and gently patted Neji's head, saying, "Enough now. You're not a child anymore, so no more tears. As your elder, allow me to gift you something." With that, Uchiha he performed a sealing technique to release Neji from his caged bird status. Neji suddenly felt a surge of freedom, his expression one of excitement, momentarily lost for words, and he bowed deeply once more. Uchiha he helped him up, reminding him, "From now on, keep your head held high, never look down. Only when you lift your gaze can you truly see your future." Neji, resolute, nodded earnestly. Uchiha he smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Now go and enjoy yourself. Regarding the caged bird, you might mention to Hinata that I have a way to lift it. But do not reveal that it has already been done, or it may lead to complications." Neji nodded and departed. The mini Kyuubi remarked to Uchiha he, "I didn't expect you to be so considerate." Uchiha he merely smiled softly, replying, "There is no question of consideration. As an elder, it is my duty to care for the younger generation." As twilight descended, Uchiha he called the two youngsters to a halt, stating, "That will be enough training for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Now it is time to eat." The trio soon found themselves at Ichiraku Ramen. The owner, a bit taken aback, approached with an apologetic demeanor. "I'm sorry, dear ninja, but you've come rather late today, and I fear we may not have much ramen left." Uchiha he, startled, replied, "What? The esteemed Ichiraku would apologize to a mere Uchiha?" He chuckled, "It's quite all right. Just serve whatever you have. I am primarily here to accompany these two children. 3 bowls will suffice." The owner complied with a smile and instructed his daughter to place a closed sign at the entrance. It was evident that Uchiha he would consume the remainder of their stock for the day. The 3 relished their meal, quickly devouring all the ramen. Noticing that the evening was still young, Uchiha he suggested a stroll through the vibrant night market of Konoha. The two youngsters eagerly agreed, and they wandered through the streets, purchasing various items. Uchiha, a generous figure, paid for everything with gold, leaving many merchants in a state of astonishment. Each took delight in the outing. Naruto, who had never experienced such joy in his childhood, had to resort to mischief to garner attention, while Sasuke, having lost his clan, had not known happiness since that fateful night. As for Uchiha, although surrounded by Naruto and Sasuke, his thoughts drifted back to a distant past, reminiscing about the days spent with his disciples, a mutual healing of souls. Suddenly, as they approached a tavern, an unexpected figure flew out from within. Naruto, ever observant, called out, "Hey, pervy sage, how did you get thrown out? Who bullied you?" Jiraiya slowly rose, spotting Uchiha, but his expression bore a strange mix of sorrow and grievance. Uchiha pondered what could have caused Jiraiya's demeanor. After all, he had not done anything to provoke such a reaction. Before Uchiha could speak, Jiraiya leaped forward, clinging to Uchiha's leg, exclaiming, "Lord please teach me how to pursue women." Chapter 23. Uchiha's lessons on emotions. Jiraiya then lamented to Uchiha about his relentless attempts to woo Tsunade over the past few days, only to receive a barrage of beatings in return, gesturing to the bruises adorning his face. Uchiha observed Jiraiya's battered visage with a hint of sympathy, but then gently reassured him, "You should understand a woman's heart better than I do. After all, you are a renowned author." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized that Uchiha was likely aware of the tales he had penned, leading him to bow his head in embarrassment. However, Uchiha shifted the conversation, stating, "There is no formula for winning a woman's heart. Simply put, if she likes you, even a simple joke can win her affection. Conversely, if she does not harbor feelings for you, no grand gesture, even if it involves plucking stars from the sky, will bear fruit." Jiraiya's eyes brightened with understanding. "So, does that mean Tsunade has no interest in me?" Uchiha delivered a playful slap to Jiraiya's head, exclaiming, "You fool. If she had no interest, she would have explicitly rejected you before you even confessed. If a woman shows no interest yet does not refuse you, it merely indicates that she is toying with you. Of course, our little Tsunade is not that kind of person." Jiraiya, filled with sincerity, inquired, "Then what should I do to win her over?" Uchiha thought for a moment before advising, "One word, slow. Take your time to communicate, to build a bond, to express your feelings. Do not rush. As long as your intentions are genuine, she will eventually accept you." Jiraiya, enlightened, bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I have learned so much." Yet, he then asked, "But Lord have you ever had a woman in your life?" "Which woman?" Uchiha replied, perplexed. Jiraiya clarified, "Do you have a wife or girlfriend?" Uchiha's gaze grew distant as he slowly replied, "Ah, she has departed, never to return." Jiraiya immediately apologized, but Uchiha waved it off, indicating there was no need for concern. Uchiha then escorted Sasuke home, and before parting, he told Naruto and Jiraiya, "Expect a surprise tonight." Sasuke, intrigued, asked, "Teacher, did she die?" Uchiha's expression turned somber as he replied, "Yes, she passed away in my embrace." Sasuke inquired, "Passed away?" "Indeed," Uchiha continued. "Her eyes were filled with tears, looking so delicate, even as she reminded me to take care of myself." "But," Sasuke questioned. Uchiha gently patted Sasuke's head. "Let's leave it at that for now." However, it was clear that Uchiha did not possess romantic feelings for her. This was due to the fact that shortly after Uchiha had traversed to this world, he had showcased extraordinary talent, quickly capable of holding his own against the clan's strongest members. In his youthful exuberance, he had taken his younger siblings and the self-proclaimed childhood friend, Uchiha Ching, under his wing. Regarding Uchiha Ching, she may be the childhood friend of the original body, yet Uchiha, having recently traversed into this realm, lacks any profound emotional connection. Confident in his formidable abilities, Uchiha led his younger siblings and Uchiha Ching to intimidate several small ninja clans. However, to his astonishment, these clans had allied with other major clans to lay an ambush. Despite Uchiha's exceptional prowess, he was unable to protect his siblings and ultimately escaped with his life, thanks to Uchiha Ching's cover. Uchiha vividly remembers that night, with the moonlight casting an ethereal glow on Uchiha Ching's pale face, making her appear even more delicate. The tears in her eyes sparkled like precious gems as she gazed at Uchiha, filled with reluctance. What struck Uchiha the most was her words, I know that each time our clan awakens their eyes, their personalities drastically change. However, your transformation feels alien to me. Regardless of whether you were once yourself or are now a different being, your demeanor remains perpetually somber. Though you always present a smile, you have never truly rested, have you? My time is limited, and all I can do is pray for you in my heart, hoping you will emerge from this darkness and forget me. It seems, however, that you have already forgotten me. In that moment, Uchiha realized he had been seen through for the first time since his arrival. He believed his disguise was meticulous, yet it was evident that no level of subterfuge could deceive the gaze of a beloved. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Perhaps it was the lingering echoes of the original soul. At that moment, the Ninetales, having ceased its mischief, spoke in a tone of consolation. Little he, you appear quite sorrowful. Uchiha managed a faint smile, responding, indeed, but sometimes sorrow is not entirely a negative experience. After all, it is merely an emotion, is it not? The Ninetales fell silent, snuggling closer to Uchiha, as if attempting to alleviate his grief. Sasuke, too, tightened his grip on Uchiha's hand. To feel emotion signifies that one is still alive. Meanwhile, after Naruto had fallen asleep, two bright lights appeared in the room. Jiraiya, upon witnessing this, widened his eyes. Minato, Kushina, tears welled up in Jiraiya's eyes as Minato, ever thoughtful, explained, it was the first Hokage who intervened, not only resolving Naruto's issue with the Ninetales, but also allowing us to exist in the form of chakra, accompanying Naruto as he grows. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and reverence for Uchiha. Thus, the atmosphere in Minato's home was imbued with warmth. In the Hyuga clan territory, Neji quietly knocked on the door of Hayashi Hyuga. Recognizing the visitor, Hayashi called out, Neji, come in. Neji cautiously entered, scanning for eavesdroppers. Hayashi, maintaining a serious demeanor, prompted, speak, what is it? There is no one around. Only then did Neji share Uchiha's assertion that he could free the caged bird. Hayashi pondered for a long moment before responding with utmost seriousness. This matter is of great significance, and you must not speak of it to another soul. It requires careful deliberation. Neji sensed a glimmer of hope in Hayashi's words, realizing that resolving the caged bird issue was a foregone conclusion. This, in a sense, would bring solace to the spirit of Hisashi, and Neji nodded in agreement. Hayashi then managed to smile, albeit strained due to his naturally serious expression. Yet his tone was filled with satisfaction. Good boy, I believe Hisashi would be proud of you. In the days that followed, Sasuke and Naruto adhered to their routine, playing together in the mornings and training in the afternoons. On the 9th day, they finally mastered the ninjutsu taught by Uchiha. Satisfied, Uchiha was about to commend them when an unusual fluctuation caught his attention, akin to a space-time disturbance. Having learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he was particularly sensitive to such anomalies. He instructed them to continue their practice and departed hastily, leaving them to enjoy ramen without waiting for him. Uchiha was in such a rush that he even left behind the mini Ninetales, not to mention his shadow clones. The reason was simple. Aside from the previous Minato's bodyguard team, only Uchiha and Konoha possessed space-time ninjutsu. The only other possibility was Obito. Uncertain of his intentions and to prevent this volatile child from causing harm, Uchiha hastened towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find an adult Sasuke and a boy with strikingly similar features to Naruto. Uchiha had not seen Naruto Next Generations, but he was vaguely aware that the master and disciple had traveled from the future to prevent Kinshiki from seizing the Ninetales. Beyond that, he was largely uninformed. What astonished him was that even in his presence, such a situation could arise in the future. Filled with questions, Uchiha approached them. Sasuke feigned composure, attempting to leave with Naruto, but Uchiha stopped them. Hey, who are you? I haven't seen you in Konoha before. Sasuke turned to explain. We are passing through with a circus, but his words faltered as he seemed to witness something unbelievable. Quickly regaining his composure, he activated his Sharingan and charged at Uchiha with a kunai. Uchiha dodged instantaneously, perplexed. Sasuke, realizing his attack had missed, attempted to strike again, only to be halted by Uchiha's voice. Wait, what are you doing? Sasuke, agitated, retorted, didn't you tell me to find you with eyes like yours? Is it that you fear a power even greater than your own? Uchiha understood then that Sasuke mistook him for Itachi. He could not blame him. It was merely a case of Uchiha resembling Itachi too closely, save for the absence of tear troughs and his wild hair. Sasuke was not attacking out of hatred. According to the timeline, Itachi was still with the Akatsuki. His unexpected presence in Konoha likely meant he was covertly observing Sasuke. Though Sasuke missed his brother, he felt resentment knowing that Itachi was watching him without making contact. Thus, he impulsively decided to confront Uchiha, thinking that he could erase his memory afterward. Boruto interjected. "Teacher, didn't you say not to engage too much with people from this era? Why are you fighting already?" Sasuke remained resolute. "It's fine. He's a threat. Killing him wouldn't matter." Uchiha, overwhelmed with confusion, wondered why Sasuke did not recognize him and how such circumstances could exist in the future with him still present. As Sasuke lunged forward, Uchiha drew his kunai to counter, and a fierce exchange ensued. Boruto took on the role of a commentator. "Come on, teacher. You're hitting him, but he is not backing down. One hit from him, and you stumble. Can you handle this? If not, let me take over." Both Uchiha and Sasuke exchanged glances, slightly exasperated by Boruto's antics. Seeing that taijutsu was ineffective against Uchiha, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball technique before retreating swiftly. Uchiha merely sidestepped the fireball with a slight shift. Not deterred, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, declaring Amaterasu. The jet-black flames erupted before Uchiha, who realized the urgency of the situation. The flames spread rapidly, compelling him to evade with a swift movement. Amaterasu continued to pursue Uchiha River, not because Amaterasu could not ignite Uchiha River directly, but rather because Sasuke intentionally refrained from doing so during their initial encounter, thus sparing Uchiha River from harm. However, upon witnessing Uchiha River's effortless counter to his subsequent moves, Sasuke chose to withdraw. It was evident that Uchiha River's use of body flicker technique had left mere afterimages, far beyond the reach of Amaterasu. Concurrently, Sasuke was not idle. He drew the sword from his waist and struck towards Uchiha River. Upon seeing this, Uchiha River acknowledged with a good, then parried with a kunai. Regrettably, had Uchiha River possessed a few more kunai, he could have swiftly subdued Sasuke in an instant using Flying Thunder God. Not to say it would have been effortless, but subduing him would certainly not have posed a challenge. Nevertheless, Uchiha River did not allow himself to become complacent, for he understood that Sasuke had yet to exert his full strength up to that point. As Sasuke realized Uchiha River could easily neutralize all his techniques, his competitive spirit surged, compelling him to summon the dual arms of Susanoo in an attempt to grasp Uchiha River. Suddenly, two identical arms of Susanoo, albeit green, emerged to block Sasuke's. Confused, Sasuke inquired, "Who are you?" Uchiha River responded, "I am Uchiha River, the first Hokage." At that moment, Sasuke grasped the truth. He had mistaken Uchiha River for Itachi. In disbelief, he pondered, how is this possible? Wasn't he the first Hokage Senju Hashirama? As Sasuke retracted his Susanoo, so too did Uchiha River. This Susanoo had been summoned from Shirsui's Mangekyo, which Uchiha River had recently replaced with Shirsui's right eye, as it was temporarily of no use to him and better sealed away. Uchiha River then comprehended that this Sasuke was likely not from the future of his own world, but rather from an alternate parallel realm, one devoid of Uchiha River's existence. Subsequently, Uchiha River conveyed his hypothesis to Sasuke. Though incredulous, Sasuke felt a sense of joy for the version of himself in this world. Perhaps with such a formidable mentor, his life would improve. Sasuke then revealed the purpose of his journey to Uchiha River. Upon hearing this, Uchiha River's expression turned serious. "So you mean to say that until now, you have no notion of how to defeat him, yet you have come to the past to stop him?" Sasuke nodded. Uchiha River's face darkened. It seemed that henceforth, his guidance for Sasuke would require an infusion of intelligence training. After all, despite having engaged in battle, they possessed no information whatsoever, nor did they seek external assistance, acting recklessly with nothing but fervor. This did not sit well with Uchiha River, reminiscent of the day he, overconfident in his strength, had led his younger siblings into a trap against the little shinobi clan, nearly losing his life. However, such fearless spirit was admirable and warranted no condemnation. From Sasuke's description, Uchiha River deduced that the abilities of the opponent, Pushur, likely bore resemblance to his own left eye Mangekyo. Uchiha River's left eye Mangekyo could revert his state to any moment from a few seconds prior. Thus his assaults were typically instantaneous, aiming for a swift kill. If he failed, he would revert to a previous state and strike again. Clearly, Pushur should not be underestimated. Chapter 25. Healing Sasuke and conversing with Pushur for reasons unknown. Uchiha River's words imparted a sense of reliability, compelling belief from those who heard them. At that moment, Sasuke resembled a young student, attentively absorbing Uchiha River's analysis. Then, Uchiha River gently flicked Sasuke's forehead, prompting him to snap back to reality, staring at Uchiha River's features with a hint of bewilderment. Noting the late hour, Uchiha River suggested, "Let us go. I shall take you out for a meal." Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed. Is that appropriate? What if someone recognizes us? Uchiha River waved dismissively. What does it matter? You are from a different world. What occurs there bears no consequence here. Besides, little Sasuke is still somewhat lost. Had I not appeared, he might have gone astray like you. Why not offer him some guidance? Sasuke ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, Uchiha River placed his left arm around Sasuke and hoisted Boruto with his right. "Why are you carrying me?" exclaimed Boruto. Uchiha River then executed the Flying Thunder God, transporting them to Ichiraku Ramen. What? Is someone going to perform hand seals to use Flying Thunder God? Surely, no one would neglect to leave their mark, he mused. Upon entering and seeing Naruto and Sasuke still dining, Uchiha River called out, "Boss." The usual. Ichiraku, delighted to see his regular customer, broke into a broad smile. Sasuke, glancing at the two companions of Uchiha River, inquired, "Teacher, who are they?" Uchiha River responded enigmatically, "Do not worry about that now. We shall discuss it after our meal." At the table, little Kurama was relishing the ramen, unable to use chopsticks, resorting to devouring it directly. Boruto, upon noticing, shouted, "Why is Dad's Kurama out here?" In a hurry, Sasuke covered Boruto's mouth. Naruto, blissfully unaware, continued to indulge in his meal. As the evening drew on and the establishment grew quieter, Kurama sensed Sasuke's formidable aura, his fur standing on end as he leaped onto Uchiha River. "Little River, he is dangerous." Uchiha River soothed Kurama, stroking his fur and gently patting his head, reassuring him, "It is all right. He is one of us." This commotion soon subsided, leaving only the sounds of slurping noodles. After their meal, Uchiha River, with a mysterious smile, informed Naruto, "This little one is your fan. You are responsible for looking after him tonight." Naruto, caught off guard, leaped 2 meters into the air, exhilarated to learn he had a fan, and confidently declared, "Don't worry, Teacher River, I will take good care of him." Perhaps having met his parents had made Naruto more cheerful than usual. Subsequently, Uchiha River escorted both Sasuke and Boruto back home. Little Sasuke curiously asked, "Teacher, who is he?" Uchiha River remained silent, directing his gaze towards Sasuke. In response, Sasuke removed his eye mask, revealing his entire face. Little Sasuke stared at this familiar visage, incredulity washing over him as he asked, "Could it be? Is he your son?" Uchiha River, taken aback, gently patted little Sasuke's head. "Where would I get a son? If I had one, he would already be halfway in the ground." Then, Sasuke extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, the future you, or rather, the future you from another world." Little Sasuke, in disbelief, turned to Uchiha River, and upon receiving a confirming nod, was even more bewildered. "Me? Another me?" Uchiha River, understanding the gravity of the moment, discreetly exited the room to grant the two some privacy. That night, Uchiha River did not sleep beside little Sasuke. Instead, he ascended to the rooftop, quietly gazing at the moon, lost in thought. The 10-day period had elapsed, and the day of the duel between Naruto and Sasuke had arrived. However, with Pushur's impending arrival, it was not an opportune moment for a confrontation, thus the duel had to be postponed. Instead, Sasuke began teaching little Sasuke ninjutsu, while Naruto and Boruto practiced their combined Rasengan technique. Remarkably, little Sasuke, under Sasuke's guidance, laughed unexpectedly, even finding Boruto's chilling jokes amusing, indicating he had become more open. As everyone busied themselves, Uchiha River found a rare moment of respite, but he was not devoid of tasks. He retrieved a white zetsu from the laboratory and approached Sasuke. "Come, allow me to assist you with your healing." As Sasuke observed the unfolding scene, he was about to refuse, only to be seized by Uchiha Ha, who forcefully removed his prosthetic limb. Subsequently, Ha invoked the reversal of life technique, and the white zetsu on the ground transformed into the purest form of life energy, flowing into Sasuke's body. In tandem, Sasuke's left hand swiftly regenerated. Moments later, Uchiha Ha released Sasuke, urging him to test it out, and see if it worked properly. Honestly, at your age, you should know better how to take care of yourself. After losing an arm, you should be aware of how to reattach it. Sasuke, feeling a surge of power within him, was utterly astonished. Ha's actions not only restored his left hand, but also purified the dark ailments within him, resulting in an increase in his chakra reserves and even enhancing his ocular prowess. Remarkably, Sasuke sensed an invigorating surge of energy within his Sharingan and Rinnegan, stirring an instinctive desire for evolution. In disbelief, he inquired, "What on earth have you done?" Uchiha, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Child, one cannot protect their loved ones with just a single hand." Sasuke, feeling a wave of relief and gratitude, softly expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Ha." Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Ha's eyes glistened with tears. Perhaps, if Izuna were still alive, he would exhibit a similar expression. To mask his emotional vulnerability, Uchiha swiftly stated, "Focus on your training." Before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the Hokage rock. As Uchiha gazed at Konoha, lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. This figure, with pale skin and long, light blue hair tied into a high ponytail, bore no eyebrows, had two circular markings on his forehead, and protruding horn-like accessories resembling forehead protectors. Clad in white attire, he carried a luminous red fishing basket and a fishing rod. This individual was none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki. Though Uchiha had not witnessed Boruto's adventures, he deduced the identity of this being. Noticing that the figure did not make a move, Uchiha remained vigilant. Observing him intently, Kaguya took a few steps closer, standing beside Ha, and remarked, "What a beautiful sight. I cannot bear to disrupt such tranquility." Uchiha remained on guard, attentive to Kaguya's every action. In the absence of a response, Kaguya continued, "In my perception, you may be the strongest here. However, it seems you are not. Your mysterious powers are beyond the comprehension of even me, or any Otsutsuki, for that matter. Thus, I come to you with a sincere request. Allow me to take the Nine Tails. In exchange, I shall assist you in mastering that enigmatic power." Upon hearing this, Uchiha brandished a kunai and instantaneously activated the Flying Thunder God, appearing beside Kaguya, his hand nearly reaching him, only to have Kaguya effortlessly evade the attempt. Uchiha, momentarily taken aback, realized it was the first time someone had eluded his instantaneous teleportation combined with sealing techniques. Kaguya, with a hint of regret on his face, remarked, "What a pity. That power of yours, if wielded correctly, could indeed reshape the world. Since you insist on opposing me, I shall reluctantly defeat you to claim your strength." Chapter 59. Uchiha's recollection scenes from the past flickered before Uchiha's eyes like a revolving lantern. Many years before the establishment of Konoha, Uchiha suddenly materialized in the shinobi world. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground. Struggling to rise with his weakened body, he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay two spirit tablets, and soon, the memories of the original host surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In an instant, Uchiha comprehended the situation. The original host had just endured a fierce battle alongside his parents, who sacrificed themselves to ensure his escape. The immense shock had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, but the prolonged intensity of combat had led to his heart ceasing to beat, resulting in his sudden demise at the mortuary. Uchiha's previous life bore similarities. Having succumbed to prolonged insomnia, coupled with a moment of overwhelming emotion. Quickly grasping the situation, Uchiha felt a tempest of emotions surging within him. He must prevent the Nine Tails calamity and avert countless regrets within the shinobi world. However, when he turned to face his younger siblings, reality hit him like a cold shower. Setting aside whether he could wield ninjutsu, merely understanding his siblings' words posed a challenge. Soon, guests arrived at the mortuary, led by the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima. Taijima appeared profoundly sorrowful. In the memories, he and Uchiha's father were close friends, sharing a deep bond. Taijima stood before the spirit tablets of Ha's parents for a long moment before turning to Uchiha. He approached and gently patted Ha's shoulder, speaking a torrent of words that Ha could not comprehend. Despite the language barrier, Ha sensed Taijima's emotions and feigned appropriate expressions in response. Taijima, perceiving Ha's silence as grief, did not question him further. Although Uchiha inherited the original host's memories, language was not automatically acquired through memory. Thus, he struggled to grasp the nuances of the original host's experiences and could only interpret relationships through the character's expressions. Uchiha's talent remained an enigma. While he was deemed a genius, it took him 2 years to learn the language of the shinobi world, yet his journey to master ninjutsu astonished Uchiha Taijima. While the original host's parents were alive, they had taught him ninjutsu, but now, bereft of his parents, he possessed nothing but a vast inheritance and a multitude of siblings. To care for his younger siblings, Uchiha even attempted to learn cooking, yet the results were far from satisfactory. His siblings often remarked, "Do you know what enables a group of 8-year-olds to swiftly learn to cook?" Of course, it is Uchiha's abysmal culinary skills. Although the dishes appeared appetizing, the moment they entered their mouths, the most painful experience ensued. Ultimately, Uchiha not only failed to care for his siblings, but also relied on them to avoid starvation. Fortunately, the original host's childhood friend, Uchiha Kyo, was kind and frequently visited to assist with cooking. Regarding Uchiha Kyo, knew only that the original host harbored deep feelings for her, as each encounter sent his heart racing. Though it cannot be said that it was particularly special, since his heart continued to beat, Uchiha could still sense the original host's emotions. Despite the original hostess' demise, every time he saw Uchiha Kyo, he felt an inexplicable excitement, which he might as well call infatuation. After 2.5 years in this new life, Uchiha had acquired the language of the shinobi world, albeit with great difficulty, and had managed to assimilate the original host's memories and abilities. Surprisingly, he discovered that the original host had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he could not activate it. Conversely, he found joy in the original host's ninjutsu, realizing that this body possessed a rare affinity for all 5 elemental chakra natures. To learn more ninjutsu, Uchiha sought out Uchiha Taijima, who seemed to have the closest ties to the original host's family. Taijima was equally surprised to see Uchiha, as the latter had presented himself as somewhat of a fool during the past 2.5 years. After all, he could not articulate a complete sentence and often pointed at various objects, asking others questions like a simpleton. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Taijima believed he had finally emerged from the shadow of losing his parents. Filled with heartfelt relief, he exclaimed, "Ah, Uchiha Kawā. It brings me immense joy to see you stepping into the light." Uchiha Kawā, with a wry smile, nodded in acknowledgement, internally scoffing, "Step into the light? No. I have merely grasped the chaotic language of the ninja world." Subsequently, Uchiha Kawā expressed his purpose for visiting, and Uchiha Taijima patted his chest with confidence, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple." Uchiha Kawā replied, "I merely wish to request some scrolls of ninjutsu to study." However, seeing the unwavering confidence on Uchiha Taijima's face, he felt it inappropriate to decline, thus bowing and addressing him as master. Uchiha Taijima, with a beaming smile, helped Uchiha Kawā to his feet, stating, "We are, after all, uncle and nephew. There is no need for such formalities. I often mentioned to your grandfather my desire to take you as my student, yet he always refused, offering no opportunity whatsoever. Who would have thought that now you have become my disciple?" At this, Uchiha Taijima's expression momentarily turned wistful. He shook his head and, with an affectionate gesture akin to that of a father, took Uchiha Kawā by the arm, exclaiming, "Come, let your uncle Taijima guide you in the art of ninjutsu." The pair then strolled towards the lakeside, a familiar location where Uchiha often practiced fire release. This site, situated at the juncture of the Senju and Uchiha clans, had recently fallen under Uchiha control due to their advantageous position in the ongoing conflicts. As they walked, Uchiha Taijima inquired about the past few years, to which Uchiha Kawā replied candidly. Upon learning of Uchiha Kyo's attentiveness towards their family, Uchiha Taijima's face lit up with a knowing smile. "Have you considered bringing Kyo home as your bride? I have heard much about her. She has grown up independently and is quite sensible. If you are too shy, I could assist you in proposing. I assure you, it would be a straightforward affair." Uchiha Kawā's expression shifted immediately. Although he felt gratitude towards Uchiha Kyo for her care over the past 2.5 years, any romantic feelings he held were largely remnants of the original owner's memories. Thus, he replied, "Master, I have no immediate plans for marriage. I intend to wait until we achieve lasting peace before considering such matters." Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Peace, indeed, is desirable. It would mean an end to conflict. In Chapter 60, Reflections on Uchiha Kawā's Past, Part 2, Uchiha Taijima continued to inquire about Uchiha Kawā's progress in ninjutsu. Kawā admitted that he had forgotten much due to neglecting his training over the past 2 years. Taijima, observing the decline in Kawā's chakra, decided to teach him the foundational ninjutsu, the renowned fire release, Great Fireball technique, a mandatory course for every Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima instructed Kawā to pay close attention. Kawā activated his Sharingan, forming a 3-tomo pattern to record Taijima's technique. Ninjutsu learned without the Sharingan was akin to a grievous oversight, for the Sharingan functioned like a camera, capturing the release of techniques while simultaneously allowing for rehearsal in one's mind, merely by using Jinjutsu on oneself. Upon completing the hand seals, Uchiha Taijima unleashed the familiar Great Fireball. Kawā, having meticulously recorded every detail, was prompted to attempt the technique himself. Without hesitation, he replicated the hand seals and released a fireball, albeit slightly smaller than Taijima's. Uchiha Taijima, pleased with the outcome, nodded approvingly. Very good. The execution was seamless. However, your chakra usage still requires refinement. Kawā, perplexed, responded. Though I have not practiced ninjutsu recently, I learned to walk on water. My chakra control should not be lacking. Taijima stroked his beard thoughtfully before explaining. You must pay attention not only to the release technique, but also to the fluctuations of chakra within me. While your execution was near flawless, your chakra conversion at the moment of release was inefficient, resulting in a fireball that, while visually appealing, lacked potency. The essence of the Great Fireball lies in the temperature of the flames within. Your fireball's heat was uniformly distributed, rendering it ineffective. Remember, ninjutsu's power is not determined by appearance. Rather, the smaller the technique, the more concentrated the chakra, indicating greater strength. In my understanding, the ultimate form of ninjutsu is one that is released directly through the body, thereby maximizing chakra efficiency. Uchiha Kawā pondered this notion of optimizing energy. Noticing his contemplation, Uchiha Taijima affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, Ninjutsu mastery is not achieved overnight. Practice makes perfect. Let us explore other techniques for now. Kawā, now attentive, gazed earnestly at Uchiha Taijima. Without hesitation, Taijima began releasing an array of ninjutsu. After demonstrating approximately 100 fire release techniques, he paused, feeling somewhat fatigued. Having expended nearly a third of his chakra, Kawā, noticing the halt, inquired, Master, why have we stopped? The response from Uchiha Taijima would cast a shadow of doubt upon Kawā for a lifetime. Child, remember, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Completing these techniques will prepare you to face over 80% of ninjas. Kawā, however, responded earnestly, Master, I have already mastered them. Taijima was taken aback, nearly choking on his own words. Before feigning displeasure, I do not believe you. Young man, boasting is not a commendable trait. In defiance, Kawā stepped forward, effortlessly executing all the fire release techniques Taijima had just demonstrated, even completing some simpler ones with one-handed seals. After his performance, he looked earnestly at Taijima and asked, Master, what do you think? Is there room for improvement? Taijima, momentarily stunned, thought to himself, who am I? Where am I? Why did I say that? However, he maintained his composure, clearing his throat and responding, quite good. Yet, you still fall short of my level from years ago. The chakra issue persists, although improved. There remains ample room for growth. Internally, Taijima was tumultuous. While rapid progress in learning ninjutsu could be attributed to prior experience, the mastery of chakra usage was undeniable. Observing Kawā's initial clumsiness during his first technique, the subsequent improvement was unmistakable, an undeniable truth. Soon enough, Taijima found himself reveling in pride. It seems I am indeed an exceptional teacher. Mere guidance can lead my student to remarkable advancements. Uchiha Taijima quickly regained his composure, and at that moment, a spark of curiosity ignited within him, compelling him to discern whether these ninjutsu techniques were a testament to Uchiha Kawā's quick learning ability or a reflection of prior knowledge. Resolute, Uchiha Taijima resumed his practice, this time not merely with basic fire techniques, but also with an array of advanced fire jutsu, even incorporating some lightning techniques, skills that even Uchiha Kawā's parents had never mastered. Engrossed in the moment, Uchiha Taijima relentlessly unleashed ninjutsu, while Uchiha Kawā joyfully absorbed the knowledge. Ultimately, as his chakra reserves neared depletion, Uchiha Taijima stumbled, nearly collapsing. Observing this, Uchiha Kawā rushed to support him, inquiring, "Are you all right, sensei?" Not wishing to lose face, Uchiha Taijima mustered his strength to stand, declaring, "It is now your turn to perform." Although Uchiha Kawā remained concerned for his teacher's condition, he complied and began to execute ninjutsu one by one. With each technique Uchiha Kawā displayed, Uchiha Taijima's heart raced, though he was profoundly astonished. A deeper joy overshadowed his surprise, for Uchiha Kawa's prodigious talent not only signified the continuation of his father's legacy, but also heralded the possibility of elevating the Uchiha clan, making the path toward genuine peace conceivable. As excitement surged within him, Uchiha Taijima scarcely noticed the multitude of jutsu Uchiha Kawā had performed. Simultaneously, Uchiha Kawā pondered anxiously, wondering why the session had yet to conclude. Was this yet another test? However, he was acutely aware of his dwindling chakra reserves. Indeed, Uchiha Kawā had interpreted Uchiha Taijima's actions as a trial, given Taijima's esteemed position as clan leader. Despite their past camaraderie, the passage of time had altered their relationship, leaving Uchiha Taijima's true thoughts shrouded in mystery. Uchiha Taijima thought to himself, "Am I wrong? I was merely counting." At this juncture, Uchiha Kawā had executed every technique previously demonstrated by Uchiha Taijima. Finally, the realization dawned upon Uchiha Taijima. If he, too, felt drained from such exertion, what of Uchiha Kawā? As predicted, upon exhausting all his chakra, Uchiha Kawā fainted. Reacting swiftly, Uchiha Taijima rushed to support Uchiha Kawā, and gazing upon his serene visage as he slumbered. A sense of solace washed over Taijima. Truly, you are your father's son. Chapter 61. Reminiscences of Uchiha Kawā, Part 3. Ultimately, Uchiha Kawā was carried home by Uchiha Taijima. His younger siblings, upon witnessing their brother's unconscious state, assumed Taijima had harmed him and approached wielding kitchen utensils with fierce determination. Fortunately, Uchiha Kyo was present and immediately recognized Uchiha Taijima, swiftly intervening to prevent the confrontation. Though the four little ones were halted, their eyes remained filled with hostility as they glared at Uchiha Taijima. He could only offer a resigned smile, entrusting Uchiha Kawā to Uchiha Kyo before departing. After examining Uchiha Kawa's condition, Uchiha Kyo sighed in relief, realizing he was merely fatigued. He tucked Uchiha Kawā under a blanket before returning to his culinary duties. Time passed, and eventually, Uchiha Kawā stirred from his slumber, only to find his four siblings watching him intently, their large, innocent eyes blinking in curiosity. Warmed by their gaze, Uchiha Kawā slowly propped himself up, feeling somewhat weak yet rejuvenated. In his moment of reflection, Uchiha Kyo entered with a meal in hand. Upon seeing Uchiha Kyo, Uchiha Kawā recalled Uchiha Taijima's teasing remarks earlier that day and felt a rush of warmth flush his cheeks. Gratefully accepting the bowl, he began to eat in silence, adhering to the principle of eating without conversation. After finishing, he finally recounted his experiences of the day to his siblings. The second brother, known for his impulsive nature, lit up upon learning that Uchiha Kawā had mastered many jutsu. Brother, if you've learned ninjutsu, does that mean you can avenge mom and dad?" The other sibling's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly gazing at Uchiha Kawā. At a loss for words, Uchiha Kawā was relieved when Uchiha Kyo intervened, explaining, "Ninjutsu cannot be mastered overnight. However, your brother possesses great talent and will surely learn the techniques necessary for vengeance." Grateful, Uchiha Kawā cast a thankful glance at Uchiha Kyo. With their combined efforts, Uchiha Kawā and Uchiha Kyo eventually lulled the younger ones to sleep. Afterwards, the two sat beneath the eaves, gazing at the moonlit sky. Uchiha Kyo remarked, considering the timeline, "The truce is nearing its end. War is imminent." Uchiha Kawā sighed softly, perhaps influenced by the original host's aversion to conflict. He too felt disheartened by the prospect of war. Indeed, peace is drawing to a close. Suddenly, Uchiha Kyo turned to him with earnestness, stating, "Rest assured. Even if you go to war, I will look after our siblings." Locking eyes with her for a prolonged moment, Uchiha Kawā finally uttered a simple, "Thank you." Although Uchiha Kyo did not receive the response she had hoped for, she remained undaunted, bidding him good night before departing. Left alone, Uchiha Kawā continued to sit quietly at the doorway, gazing at the moon. From his past life until now, perhaps this moment of fainting was the first truly restful sleep he had experienced, rekindling the sensation of slumber long forgotten. With newfound resolve, Uchiha Kawā contemplated a goal, For the sake of his siblings, for the sake of the original host, he would strive to end this wretched war. He remained in contemplation throughout the night, and as dawn broke, he procured breakfast from fellow clan members before leaving home. Uchiha Kawā's objective was clear: to learn as many ninjutsu techniques as possible before the war commenced. To fortify himself not just for survival, but to play a significant role in the impending conflict. Early the next morning, Uchiha Kawā arrived at Uchiha Taijima's residence. Despite the early hour, Uchiha Taijima exhibited no signs of irritation. Instead, he expressed remorse, saying, "Ah, look at my forgetfulness. I intended to bring these ninjutsu scrolls to your home, but it appears you have come instead. Perfect timing. Take these scrolls and study them diligently." Pointing to a substantial pile of scrolls in the courtyard, Uchiha Kawā initially mistook them for a considerable mess. Uchiha Taijima continued, "These scrolls comprise various ninjutsu we've collected over the years, encompassing all chakra attributes. Some techniques I have yet to master myself. However, considering your prodigious talent, I trust you will manage." Uchiha Kawā momentarily felt he had erred, wearing an expression of regret. Sensing this, Uchiha Taijima hastily clarified, "You remain my sole disciple. However, with the imminent war, I must prepare for the coming conflict and lack the time to teach you. Additionally, I do not possess chakra of every attribute. So there are indeed techniques I cannot demonstrate." Uchiha Taijima had wished to appear more knowledgeable, but recognizing his own limited abilities compared to Uchiha Kawā's, he opted for honesty. "I prefer speaking the truth." Thus, Uchiha Kawā returned home, cradling the mountainous pile of scrolls. His younger siblings, captivated by the sight, surrounded the scrolls, emitting a chorus of sounds that Uchiha Kawā could not comprehend. Uchiha he was puzzled, wondering why, after 2.5 years of study, he still could not comprehend. It wasn't that Uchiha he lacked understanding. Rather, it was that only young children could truly grasp the language of their peers. Subsequently, Uchiha he embarked on a tedious journey of learning. His younger siblings, observing his intense focus, refrained from disturbing him. It is noteworthy that the eldest among them was merely 8 years old, and the youngest only 5, exhibiting a maturity that was almost heart-wrenching. Time flowed like a gentle stream. Though subtle, Uchiha he found joy in it. The process of mastering ninjutsu seemed to unlock a switch within him. Reminiscent of the days in high school when he engaged in a battle of wits with mathematics and physics, each lesson invigorating him further. "Learning brought me happiness," exclaimed loudly. In the days that followed, Uchiha he immersed himself in the study of ninjutsu until the final day arrived. When Uchiha Taijima came to visit, he was taken aback by Uchiha he's disheveled appearance, but quickly recognized him. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Taijima began, "As a martyr-s family member, you are not required to participate in battle for the next decade. However, those despicable elders have somehow learned of your status as my sole disciple and have demanded your presence on the battlefield. I am here merely to inquire whether you wish to join the fight. If not, I will refuse them outright." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha he resolutely replied, "I am willing." At this, Uchiha Taijima smiled with satisfaction, proud of his child. "Prepare well. The first skirmish is in 2 days." During their conversation, Uchiha Kyo stood a short distance behind Uchiha he, clutching his clothes tightly, lost in thought. Chapter 62, Memories of Uchiha he, Part 4. After 2.5 days of practice, Uchiha he, filled with trepidation, followed the main force to the battlefield. Although the original owner of his memories had taken lives before, for Uchiha he, this was a first, his inaugural experience on the grand battlefield. Sensing Uchiha he's anxiety, Uchiha Taijima reached out to ruffle his hair, seemingly to reassure him. Despite still feeling nervous, the desire for peace within him quickly overcame his apprehension. Before long, after a verbal exchange between the clan leaders, the war commenced. In terms of numbers, the Senju clan far outnumbered the Uchiha, not only because of their prolific nature, but also due to their practice of incorporating smaller clans into their ranks. The proud Uchiha, confident in their strength, deemed such actions beneath them. Indeed, while the Senju warriors were robust as wild bulls, their vast chakra reserves could not withstand the Uchiha's Sharingan and fire techniques. A mere glance could send an adversary into a deep slumber. Consequently, the Senju strategy against the Uchiha often involved groups of several, attacking anyone ensnared by genjutsu with lethal precision. This approach proved somewhat effective, albeit it also led to a gradual decline in the Senju population. According to unofficial accounts, The legendary Hashirama Senju's father, after siring his son, returned to battle only to be ensnared by Uchiha Taijima's potent genjutsu, resulting in his clan members stabbing him repeatedly until he regained consciousness, a testament to why Hashirama's subsequent siblings were not particularly remarkable. However, amidst the chaos of genjutsu and fire techniques, one Uchiha diverged from the norm. Uchiha, with one hand forming a technique of earth release and the other unleashing wind release, simultaneously expelled fire, creating a spectacular elemental reaction. Despite the Senju's massive chakra reserves, they could not withstand such an assault, resulting in immediate devastation. However, Uchiha felt far from triumphant. The Uchiha's heightened observational skills allowed him to witness the grim details of those he had burned alive, causing turmoil within his stomach. Fortunately, his powerful technique cleared a wide area, catching Uchiha Taijima's attention as he noticed assailants sneaking up on Uchiha. With a fire technique, Uchiha Taijima swiftly eliminated the attackers, then cautioned, "Be wary of your surroundings." Uchiha, realizing the gravity of the situation, pushed through his nausea. On the battlefield, a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Thus, he steeled himself, transforming into a human cannon, unleashing attacks indiscriminately. Despite his formidable ninjutsu, his eyes were shut, resulting in few hits. However, the Senju were frightened by his reckless behavior, while the Uchiha's morale surged, driving them to pursue the Senju relentlessly. Ultimately, the battle concluded with a victory for the Uchiha clan. Unlike his fellow clansmen, Uchiha did not cheer nor feel exhilarated by their triumph. Instead, a sense of calm enveloped him. As a competent psychologist, he swiftly navigated through his discomfort with the act of killing. Yet now, unlike before, his days stemmed from contemplating the true meaning of peace. War ebbed and flowed, a ceaseless cycle. What then was its purpose? Did people truly revel in combat? The answer was no. No one savors war, for it signifies death, leaving behind orphans and desolate homes, rendering years of toil meaningless. Amidst his endless questions, Uchiha was encircled by his kin, clearly the greatest contributor to this war, and he did not squander the title of clan leader's disciple. Uchiha Taijima observed Uchiha's unusual demeanor, filled with concern, and decided to escort him away from the crowd for a stroll across the battlefield. Recognizing his inner turmoil, Uchiha Taijima gently inquired, "What troubles you? Are you thinking of your father?" Uchiha shook his head, pondering that as clan leader, Uchiha Taijima might possess greater insights. Therefore, he asked, "Master, what is the meaning of war? Is it for peace?" Uchiha had anticipated a definitive answer, but Uchiha Taijima's response was unexpected. "War is for peace, but not entirely. Our current conflict stems partly from ancient feuds, and partly from the plundering of resources and the pursuit of status. Nevertheless, I believe that one day, true peace will arrive, and people will understand one another, filled with love for each other." What astonished Uchiha was not the perspective itself, but the fact that, as an Uchiha Taijima yearned for peace and mutual understanding, an extraordinary sentiment. It was noteworthy that even the gentle Itachi, in the end, chose not to comprehend his clan, but instead unleashed a massacre upon them. Uchiha Taijima's magnanimity was indeed remarkable. Throughout, Uchiha had never doubted what peace entailed. He understood the significance of war. His contemplation revolved around what actions to take next. Reflecting upon the events of the Naruto storyline, he recognized that being transported back to the Warring States period rendered any strategic maneuvers futile. Thus, for the time being, the only course of action was to focus on training. War would not cease with this victory. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan would soon face an even more ferocious counterattack from the Senju. Nevertheless, amidst this conflict, neither the Senju clan leader nor Uchiha Taijima exhibited any intent to engage in combat. Despite his confusion, Uchiha continued to dominate the battlefield. As the fighting escalated, Uchiha's combat skills grew increasingly formidable. At this point, he had ceased employing the indiscriminate area attack, as it consumed considerable chakra and was not particularly accurate. Thus, Uchiha adeptly altered his combat style to focus on precision strikes, utilizing his exceptionally rapid reflexes and ninjutsu to close in on his adversaries. He unleashed a surprisingly decisive blow, a simple lightning technique. His intention was not to pierce through them, but rather to halt their hearts. As the battle progressed, Uchiha became increasingly audacious, executing a lightning technique that simultaneously caused numerous hearts to cease beating. One might inquire about the principle behind this technique. It operates on the opposite premise of a defibrillator, requiring only a specific voltage to induce cardiac arrest. Though he had pledged to refrain from area attacks, Uchiha he could only concede. The area attack was indeed alluring. Chapter 63, Memories of Uchiha He, Part 5. Just as Uchiha he believed the tide of battle had turned in his favor, the Senju clan's ninjas unexpectedly hurled a multitude of shuriken. Naturally, Uchiha he was a prime target, as countless shuriken flew toward him. Observing this, Uchiha he attempted to intercept them with ninjutsu. However, the moment his fire technique collided with the shuriken, they detonated in an explosion. Oh no! It turned out they were rigged with explosive tags. Although it wasn't a close-range explosion, Uchiha he was still propelled away by the shockwave. In an instant, the battlefield was transformed, as countless Uchiha clan members were caught in the blast, resulting in heavy casualties. Uchiha Taijima, despite his shock, maintained his composure and immediately issued a retreat order. Of course, the Uchiha clan had contingencies. Some of those killed had already invoked Izanagi to save themselves, while others, seeing the retreat command, swiftly gathered their comrades to fall back. The Senju clan continued to hurl shuriken in pursuit, but the Uchiha clan, having learned from their previous encounters, were no longer so reckless. Although casualties still occurred, the numbers were significantly reduced. In a daze, Uchiha he felt himself being lifted and rushed away. Struggling to open his eyes, he recognized his rescuer was clad in Uchiha attire, which allowed him to relax and succumb to unconsciousness. Thus, the second confrontation between the two clans concluded with the Uchiha clan's retreat. Though this second engagement seemed somewhat disheartened, overall, the Uchiha clan emerged victorious, gaining the upper hand in terms of both casualty rates and territorial disputes. The Senju clan, having suffered significant losses in these two conflicts, was unable to mount further assaults in the near future, leading both sides to wisely opt for a temporary truce. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan stronghold, Uchiha he finally regained consciousness after some time. He shook his head, realizing it felt like mush. The explosion had evidently taken a toll on him. Fortunately, his limbs were still intact. Upon his awakening, his vigilant clan members promptly summoned the clan leader. Uchiha Taijima, with a beaming smile, praised him. Well done. You've effectively neutralized their main force. I suspect they won't dare to attack again anytime soon. Uchiha, puzzled by this, wondered why they did not seize the opportunity to decisively defeat the enemy. Taijima chuckled. My child, there is much you still have to learn. You should note that in both encounters, neither I nor their clan leader engaged directly. We remained stationed at the rear. This is because we have been preserving our ultimate techniques. If we were to attack recklessly, the enemy would unleash their full power, while we too possess formidable abilities. Such a confrontation would likely lead to mutual destruction of both clans. Thus, without a guaranteed victory, we shall not launch a full-scale offensive. Uchiha, though partially enlightened, remained curious. Even with my involvement, is it still insufficient? Taijima slowly shook his head. It's not that simple. Even if you master all ninjutsu and become the strongest, you would still falter against their sealing techniques. Sealing techniques? Uchiha soon lifted his head, his gaze resolute. Teacher, I too wish to learn sealing techniques. Taijima was momentarily taken aback, as this was a perspective he had not previously considered. While others had attempted to learn sealing techniques, the training was notoriously arduous. Even for the Senju clan, whose sealing specialists hailed from the Uzumaki clan. However, seeing the determination in Uchiha's eyes, Taijima could not bring himself to refuse. Very well. I shall find a way for you to learn a few sealing techniques. After saying this, Taijima advised Uchiha to rest and then departed. At this moment, Uchiha was unwilling to waste a single moment and immediately began contemplating strategies to counter the explosive shuriken. Although he was unaware of their internal structure, it was evident that the explosions were triggered by impact, and the shuriken, primarily made of metal for speed, would certainly be affected by lightning techniques. Uchiha conceived a bold idea: magnet release. If he could master this technique, he would be able to counter the majority of metallic attacks. Although magnet release comprised wind and earth chakra, both of which Uchiha possessed, its utilization also demanded a specific physical constitution that he currently lacked. Thus, the notion of magnet release was abandoned. Nevertheless, as a time traveler, to be stymied by mere explosive shuriken would be a disgrace. drawing upon his memories. Uchiha, he swiftly mastered Chidori. However, his intention in mastering this technique was not for offense, but rather to enhance his mobility, enabling him to approach enemies with lightning speed. He planned to trigger the explosive shuriken with a lightning technique and then evade using earth techniques. This strategy was nothing short of perfect. Though it may sound simple, executing this required precise control over ninjutsu and battlefield awareness, demanding exceptional reflexes and immense courage. It was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb while evading the onslaught of countless Gatling guns. One must not only dodge the gunfire, but also find a way to escape the nuclear explosion. Of course, all of this could be effortlessly resolved with a simple Flying Thunder God technique. However, learning the Flying Thunder God required an understanding of ceiling techniques and spatial awareness, two prerequisites that Uchiha, he was currently incapable of meeting. Thus, he embarked on an endless cycle of practice, honing his ninjutsu while simultaneously improving his reflexes. Uchiha Taijima naturally noticed this, along with the fact that although Uchiha he learned ninjutsu rapidly, his body flicker technique was significantly lacking. Previously, his impressive speed on the battlefield had relied solely on sheer brute force. Finally, after being considerably impressed by Uchiha, his innate talent, Taijima found an opportunity to regain some ground. "Hey kid." Uchiha, he turned to see Uchiha Taijima approaching and promptly bowed. "Greetings, teacher." Taijima did not reprimand him this time, feeling a sense of satisfaction. A genius, indeed. What of it? I am still the genius's teacher. Though inwardly pleased, he maintained a neutral expression and calmly remarked, "Little he, your body flicker technique leaves much to be desired." Uchiha he, upon hearing this, immediately executed the technique, examining his surroundings to ascertain his shortcomings. Taijima, seeing this, dropped the pretense and pointed out his error. "Take a look at where you land." Uchiha, he then noticed the enormous footprints he had left behind. What's wrong? Are size 42 shoes particularly large? In the depths of his thoughts, Uchiha, he quickly discerned the issue at hand. The footprints were too deep, indicating that the use of his body flicker technique had consumed an excessive amount of chakra. This discrepancy stemmed from the distinct techniques each ninja possessed, rendering their body flicker techniques inherently different. Generally speaking, such techniques were not passed down. It was not a matter of withholding knowledge, but rather that each individual's habits and chakra levels varied. Even with identical execution, the outcomes would diverge significantly. Uchiha, he soon contemplated a solution, the body flicker technique of Shursui, which would not pose a challenge for him, given his Sharingan. As he momentarily lost his train of thought, Uchiha Taijima remarked, "I happen to possess an esoteric technique that has never been shared. It is for you to decide if you wish to learn it." Intrigued, Uchiha he eagerly responded, "I want to learn." Although he understood the principles behind Shursui's body flicker technique, mastering it would certainly take time. With the urgency of preparing for the impending conflict, he required an immediate solution. Seeing Uchiha Hie's eagerness, Uchiha Taijima smirked and said, "Pay close attention. With your aptitude, a single demonstration should suffice." With that, Uchiha Taijima clasped his hands behind his back and, without moving his legs, vanished in a flash, reappearing 50 meters away. Uchiha Hie's eyes widened in astonishment. However, thanks to the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, he captured every nuance of Taijima's movement. The source of his shock lay in the fact that, to his eyes, it appeared as if not a single part of Uchiha Taijima had moved. Noticing Uchiha Hie's astonishment, Uchiha Taijima returned with a sense of satisfaction and inquired, "Well, have you grasped it?" Uchiha, he could only shake his head in resignation. Uchiha Taijima, adopting a knowing expression, leaned in to explain the underlying principles of the technique. Uchiha, he listened intently, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Chapter 64. Uchiha Hie's body flicker technique displays its might. Shattering the Senju defense in times of war, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Even the Uchiha clan's pet cats were on alert, baring their teeth in anticipation of any potential threats. Not only was Uchiha he diligently training, but other clan members were also gearing up for battle. Fortunately, Uchiha he possessed considerable talent. Just past midnight, news of an attack from the Senju clan reached them once more. The Uchiha clan, having prepared for such an eventuality, mobilized under the leadership of their clan head, with Uchiha he leading the charge, buoyed by his newly acquired body flicker technique. When asked how he was able to move so swiftly, he could only say, "Body flicker, as effortless as drinking water." As the two armies clashed, They engaged in fierce combat without any prior dialogue. This time, the Senju ninjas seemed to retreat cautiously, as if wary of something. The Uchiha clan, though not reckless, wondered what had emboldened the Senju to act in such a manner, retreating while hurling insults. "Hey, red-eyed one, have you forgotten that your brother fell to my hand? Come at me," taunted one warrior. "You with the uneven eyes, do you see my head? If you have the guts, come and take it." Despite the lack of refined education amidst the chaos of war, the Uchiha clan could not restrain their tempers upon hearing insults directed at their kin, charging forward recklessly. Observing this, Uchiha he felt a sense of foreboding. Utilizing his enhanced speed and the body flicker technique, he soared into the air, using his Sharingan to survey the battlefield. There, he spotted a large group of Senju clan members, armed with a plethora of explosive kunai, lying in wait. Without hesitation, Uchiha he seized a nearby clan member's sword and, employing both the lightning release and body flicker, surged forward, leaving behind a casual, "Apologies. I'll return your sword shortly." To which the clan member retorted, "Aren't we comrades? How can I fight without my sword?" This was merely jest, as the clan member fought valiantly even without his weapon. Uchiha he moved like lightning, weaving through the fray like a specter. The Senju clan, taken aback, hesitated as one attempted to strike him, only to have their heads severed in an instant. Uchiha he cast aside any lingering mercy. On the battlefield, it was a matter of survival. Either they would die, or he would. This principle became his guiding mantra. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Senju, Uchiha he penetrated deep into their territory, the ambush site of the explosive squad. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a lightning-release spiderweb technique, meticulously detonating each explosive kunai. This was an improved version of his prior technique. The previously utilized bamboo branch connection had significant limitations, being suitable only for linear attacks. In contrast, this spiderweb technique was far more adept for the current circumstances. With a swift gesture, Uchiha he used earth release to burrow 3,000 meters underground. A tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the entire Senju explosive squad. The sheer force of the blast even reverberated through the depths, affecting the Senju clan's leader and frontline personnel. In that moment, Uchiha he felt a surge of triumph, thinking, "Surely, this will annihilate you lot." However, his elation was short-lived as a colossal force descended from above, abruptly returning him to the surface. Literally, a figure crashed down, creating a 3,000-meter crater where he had stood. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figure charged at him, momentarily disorienting him. Just as a fist was poised to shatter Uchiha He's skull, another silhouette appeared, eyes glinting with a crimson hue. The initial assailant hesitated, cautiously observing the newcomer. The one who had struck the ground was Senju Hashirama, the current leader of the Senju clan, while the arriving figure was Uchiha Taijima. Upon encountering his adversary, the tension was palpable. However, for the Uchiha clan, the intensity was magnified by their Sharingan. Senju Hashirama smirked. "Ah, Taijima, when did you acquire such talent?" Uchiha Taijima, with an air of pride, replied, "This is my newly accepted direct disciple, a prodigy among 100. What is this? Are you upset over a minor setback?" Hashirama, incensed, retorted, "Minor setback? That explosion just wiped out half my clan." Taijima, concealing his delight, responded, "And what of it? Should we award you a medal? You were the one who chose to dabble in such peculiarities. Do you truly place your trust in them?" Hashirama, aware of the veiled provocation in Taijima's tone, nevertheless recognized the need for investigation, especially given the long-standing ties between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. However, this was neither the time nor place for such deliberations, as the Uchiha clan's main forces had already encircled them, with most Senju warriors either captured or slain. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Uchiha Taijima sighed in relief, his demeanor shifting to one of authority as he addressed Hashirama. "So, what will it be, little Hashirama? Will you fight to the last breath or surrender here?" Of course, Taijima's suggestion of surrender was made in jest. After all, Hashirama was akin to a ferocious beast. Surrendering would hardly render him manageable. Bringing him back to the clan would be as reckless as introducing a wolf into a flock of sheep. Taijima's words were intended to prompt Hashirama to contemplate compensation and a potential ceasefire. Although Taijima considered eliminating Hashirama, the presence of numerous robust Senju warriors made this impractical. Even in defeat, they stood resolute, a testament to their strength. Uchiha he mused, "Once I attain greater power, I shall capture them to serve as sentinels. Each of these individuals possesses exceptional skills, rivaling even the legendary Senju Hashirama. They embody the final bastion of the Senju clan, even in the event of Hashirama's demise. They would have the strength to return and claim the position of clan leader. Not to mention their formidable power, it is no exaggeration to say that even all the Uchiha present, excluding the elders, could only exhaust themselves in their attempts to overcome them, but would ultimately fail to defeat them. Hashirama's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Uchiha Taijima for a prolonged moment, before finally bowing his proud head. This time, I concede, I have been bested by this young one. Speak your terms. Uchiha Taijima, upon hearing this, silently set down his 3-meter-long blade, a grin spreading across his face. I thought the Senju clan were made of tougher stuff. I haven't even had the chance to wield this blade, and now I must return it. Alas, I must hang it on my wall as a memento. Although his face bore a smile, the murderous intent in his tone was palpable, prompting Hashirama to prepare himself for a fierce struggle at any moment. Uchiha Kawā, standing behind him, felt as though the skies had cleared. His teacher was truly magnificent. After their verbal sparring, Uchiha Taijima laid out his conditions for a 20-year truce. The Senju clan would cede 500,000 acres of land, and in addition, they were to provide the Uchiha clan with 5 million tons of grain and 3,000 tons of metal. Hashirama, upon hearing this, turned crimson with fury, roaring, "Are you trying to take my life? Even if you sold me, it wouldn't amount to that." Uchiha Taijima, sensing his agitation, gestured for him to calm down. Yet his other hand had already grasped the hilt of his sword. "It's merely business. I propose a price, and naturally, you must negotiate. Why the rush? We are good friends. How could I wish for your demise?" Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement. The Senju clan would cede 100,000 acres of land and provide the Uchiha clan with 500,000 tons of grain annually, while the metal would be replaced with 30 million pieces of silver. Before departing, Uchiha Taijima couldn't resist a jest. "Hashirama, I hear your wife is about to give birth. Mine will be too. Let us arrange a marriage between our children." Hashirama huffed in response, casting a final glance at Uchiha Kawā before departing. Uchiha Kawā mused, "If it weren't for the same gender, we might have truly become close." Chapter 65. The birth of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kawā strikes again following the conclusion of the war. Joyous news accompanied the birth of the clan leader's first son. For Uchiha Taijima, it was a double blessing. The Uchiha clan was entering an era of prolonged peace, and he was finally blessed with an heir. Uchiha Kawā, as Taijima's sole disciple, was naturally invited to witness the occasion. When Uchiha Taijima handed the infant Madara to him, Uchiha Kawā felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Madara's arrival heralded the impending true peace, but it also foreshadowed a colossal conspiracy that would span generations. For reasons unknown, Uchiha Kawā did not relish being surrounded by throngs of people. Despite being the greatest contributor to the recent conflict, he remained uncomfortable with the attention, perhaps due to a natural aversion to crowds. After enduring a lengthy period of turmoil, Uchiha Kawā finally returned home, greeted by the gleeful expressions of his younger siblings. Brother, we heard you defeated many enemies. Our parents' vengeance has finally been avenged. Brother, how are you so powerful? Will I be like you in the future?" Behind them, Uchiha Saisei wore a worried expression, approaching to check if he had sustained any injuries. Having lived 2 lives, Uchiha Kawā was experiencing genuine concern from others for the first time, which stirred deep emotions within him. All his unspoken feelings coalesced into a simple response: "I'm fine." He then patted each of his siblings on the head before retreating to his room. Although his face remained expressionless, tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him. And in that moment, he felt he had discovered the very purpose of his existence. Nonetheless, he could not shake a twinge of anxiety regarding this seemingly illusory reality. What if it were merely a dream? What if all of this was non-existent? However, Uchiha Kawā was not one to indulge in self-doubt. Since there was no resolution to be found, he resolved to focus on the present, cherishing every moment. He understood that the shadowy figure of Kurizetsu might always be lurking, and what he needed most was to train diligently, to cultivate the strength to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Even if all of this were merely a fleeting dream, he wished to depart without regrets. Thus, 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye as Uchiha Kawā devoted himself to rigorous training. During this time, he refined the body flicker technique passed down from Uchiha Taijima, transforming it from a one-time burst of speed into a technique of sustained use. He also simplified the hand seals for various jutsu and experienced a dramatic increase in chakra, the cause of which remained a mystery, perhaps a sign of his second maturation. Although he still lacked the opportunity to learn sealing techniques, Uchiha Kawā confidently believed that with his current strength, overwhelming the entire ninja world would not pose a challenge. Coincidentally, several smaller clans surrounding the Uchiha were conspiring together, and the intelligence team promptly reported this to Uchiha Taijima. With his wife on the verge of giving birth once more, Uchiha Taijima could not afford to leave, so he summoned Uchiha Kawā. Looking at Uchiha Kawā with a sense of pride, Uchiha Taijima remarked, "You've grown immensely powerful. I can scarcely see through your abilities now." Uchiha Kawā scratched his head, humbly attributing his growth to his teacher's guidance. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Taijima felt a hint of bitterness. Throughout these years, apart from gathering ninja scrolls, he had not paid Uchiha Kawā a single visit. It wasn't that he was too busy, but rather that he feared being questioned about jutsu he himself did not know. The most troubling aspect was that he had been unable to procure the sealing techniques that Uchiha Kawā had repeatedly requested. The members of the Uzumaki clan were all masters of sealing, and even if he could capture one, there was always the risk of encountering a self-destructing or mutually destructive seal. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Taijima shook his head, dismissing such notions. "Well, I called you here today to assign you a task. There are several smaller clans congregating nearby, plotting something." Before Uchiha Taijima could finish, Uchiha Kawā eagerly interjected. "Are we going to take them down?" Uchiha Taijima sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "You're quite the hothead. All you need to do is showcase a bit of your strength to prevent them from thinking the Uchiha clan is incapable of battle. Of course, if necessary, you may take appropriate action against them." Uchiha Kawā nodded, feeling a tinge of regret at the lack of an opportunity for a grand confrontation. "All right, I will complete the task." After imparting a few more instructions, Uchiha Taijima sent him on his way. Meanwhile, Madara, who had been eavesdropping nearby, found himself intrigued, thinking, "This person is quite interesting." Uchiha Kawā hurried home. His younger siblings were no longer children, but 13-year-olds, having made significant progress themselves over the years. To ensure they could protect themselves in the future, Uchiha Kawā had taken it upon himself to teach them ninjutsu. To his surprise, their talents were commendable. While they might not grasp concepts as swiftly as he did, they could effectively imitate the techniques he demonstrated. Naturally, his siblings were aware that their brother had just been summoned by the clan leader, and they curiously inquired, "Brother, do you have a mission? Take us with you." Uchiha Kawā's first instinct was to refuse, as one of his motivations for fighting was to shield the children, especially his own younger siblings, from the ravages of war. However, upon reflecting on his own capabilities, he realized that even when facing the entire Senju clan, he could only assert himself in a limited manner. To broaden the horizons of his younger siblings, Uchiha consented to their request, though Uchiha Ching was uneasy and insisted on accompanying him, to which Uchiha readily agreed. Thus, the family set out with enthusiasm, the younger siblings marching behind Uchiha, like little generals, their adorableness undeniable. The actions of these small clans were overt and conspicuous. Uchiha, taking a bold approach, arrived directly at the territories of several clans, unleashing a wind-based technique that flattened the roofs of their buildings. Given the simplicity of the architectural styles at that time, this strike did not claim any innocent lives. Uchiha merely left a menacing remark before departing. "Uchiha has visited." Subsequently, Uchiha employed similar tactics, instilling fear in the hearts of the clansmen, who dared not speak or even meet his gaze, for anyone would tremble at the sight of a red-eyed madman, especially one wielding the Sharingan. What was expected to be a straightforward conclusion took an unexpected turn when they encountered another group. Chapter 66. The Vortex Sealing Technique, a heart-wrenching moment. Uchiha awakened, warning, "Small blade." This group was none other than the troublemakers previously discovered, and Uchiha felt a flicker of surprise. Had they not received news of their home being raided? Why did they still dare to obstruct his path? With a sense of puzzlement, Uchiha queried, "Does anyone wish to leave before we engage?" The group appeared fierce and formidable, as if they harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. Uchiha pondered. During the 5 years he had remained indoors, how could he have possibly provoked anyone? Could it be the inherently malevolent Senju clan? Unable to suppress his thoughts, he dismissed them when no one moved. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a grand fireball. The opposing group, incensed by his audacity, retaliated with a barrage of ninjutsu, overwhelming and relentless. Uchiha, he remained unperturbed. He swiftly conjured a protective shield for his siblings and executed a series of seals, launching an immense fire dragon technique that engulfed half the forest. Charging toward the adversaries with formidable force, the two forces collided, instantly consuming their ninjutsu, scattering them like leaves in the wind. But wait, it was not mere scattering. It was, in fact, the shadow clone technique, those rascals from the Vortex clan. Uchiha, he cursed furiously, preparing to flee with his siblings, only to find it too late. A multitude of sealing techniques surged toward him, including the all-too-familiar diamond sealing technique. "Am I a tailed beast?" He howled in indignation, sprinting toward his siblings. Despite his extraordinary speed, the cunning adversaries seemed to have unleashed a map-wide sealing technique that sent Uchiha, he flying with a single strike. He spat blood. Yet there was no time to dwell on his injuries as he continued to scramble toward his siblings. At that moment, his younger siblings were struggling valiantly against the relentless sealing techniques. Though they possessed considerable strength, they were no match for the techniques that even Uchiha, he found daunting. Within 2 exchanges, they were securely bound by the sealing techniques. Uchiha, he, witnessing this, dashed toward them in a frenzy. Yet the most insidious aspect was not the sealing techniques, but the fact that the caster had remained hidden throughout. Uchiha, he, filled with rage, could find no outlet for his emotions as he evaded the sealing techniques while sprinting toward his siblings. However, just as he approached, Uchiha Ching, with unwavering determination, summoned all her strength to launch Uchiha he away from danger. Fortunately, Uchiha Ching was not weak herself. Otherwise, she would have met the same fate as her siblings, entangled like rice dumplings. Before Uchiha he could question her motives, a blinding explosion erupted from where his siblings had just been, an array of formidable explosive techniques unleashed. Uchiha he attempted to counter the explosion with his own ninjutsu, but the sheer force sent him flying. The explosion raged for 30 minutes. And when Uchiha he finally lay dazed upon the ground, it was not from the blast, but from the overwhelming reality he could not accept, allowing the aftermath to toss his body around. Suddenly, a familiar presence enveloped him, lifting him swiftly and racing toward the clan's territory. The Vortex clan members, utilizing their extraordinary perception, quickly caught sight of the scene and began to pursue the two. Uchiha he opened his eyes to find Uchiha Ching cradling him. One of her eyes completely devoid of light, she had used as an aji. Seeing this, Uchiha he felt an inexplicable ache in his heart as Uchiha Ching revealed a side of herself never before shown. "Do not worry, Xiaohe, I will take you home," she comforted. Since arriving in this world, apart from the battlefield's Uchiha Tianjima, Uchiha Ching was the one who provided him with the most profound sense of security. As the Vortex clan pursued them closely, Uchiha Ching's pace quickened, expertly navigating to evade capture. Uchiha he was perplexed. The seemingly frail Uchiha Ching exhibited incredible strength. They managed to escape until nightfall, and upon seeing their clan's territory drawing near, Uchiha Ching finally smiled, only to collapse like a broken kite, causing Uchiha he to crash heavily to the ground. Yet Uchiha he paid no heed to his injuries, laboriously crawling toward Uchiha Ching. In truth, half of his body had been obliterated in the explosion, and his survival was solely due to sheer willpower. He struggled to reach Uchiha Ching's side. The night was serene, and her pale face shone like porcelain under the moonlight. Tears sparkled in her eyes like precious gems as she gazed at Uchiha he, filled with longing. "I understand that with every awakening, our clan members undergo a profound transformation. However, your change feels foreign to me. Regardless of whether it's the old you or the current you, your demeanor remains melancholic. Though you present a smile to the world, you have never truly rested, have you? I have not lived long, but I can only pray for you in my heart, hoping you can emerge from this, to forget me, even though it seems you have already done so." Uchiha he felt as if his heart were being sliced apart, tears threatening to spill. But these were not tears. They were the kaleidoscope of emotions that had long existed but remained unopened. Many believe that the Uchiha clan awakens their eyes through sufficient hatred, yet without love. How can there be hate? It is precisely because love runs deep that hatred can be so profound. Love is directed toward others, while hate is often a manifestation of self-loathing. As the kaleidoscope of emotions unintentionally turned, Uchiha he's body swiftly restored itself, as if he had never been injured. Yet the blood tears at the corners of his eyes testified to the wounds that had once been. Uchiha, he opened his mouth, yearning to scream, to weep uncontrollably, but found no sound would emerge from his throat. Helpless, he gently lifted Uchiha Chin, step by step, toward home. As he walked, he whispered in an inaudible voice, "We are going home. We are going home." Uchiha, he recalled having once asked her why she cared for them so deeply. Uchiha Chin smiled faintly and replied, "Perhaps I was caught in the rain one day, and it scrambled my brain." Uchiha, he vaguely remembered that when he was young, he had mischievously run out to play in the rain and encountered the orphaned Uchiha Chin, asking her, "With such heavy rain, aren't you going home?" Uchiha Chin, clutching a small pearl, sobbed, "I have no father or mother. I have no home." Uchiha, he, taken aback by her distress, racked his brain for a way to cheer her up, but nothing came to mind. With hands on his hips and a determined gaze, he declared, "Then I shall tell my parents to bring you home. My mother said that as long as we bring a girl home, we can give her a family. That way, you will have parents and a home." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chin lifted her small head, her sobs ceasing instantly, and timidly asked, "Really?" Uchiha, he extended his pinky, saying, "Come on, let us make a pinky promise. Whoever lies will turn into a little dog." In her final moments, Uchiha Chin had one last unspoken thought, "Little dog, you have broken your promise." Chapter 67. The Dark Side First Revealed. 9. In an instant, Uchiha, he had envisioned how he would express his gratitude to Uchiha Chin upon returning, but before he knew it, they were separated by the veil of death. The whims of fate are unpredictable, and calamity often strikes without warning. Reflecting on his earlier confidence as he set out, Uchiha, he was engulfed by regret. At that moment, not only was his body transforming, but his eyes spun rapidly, as if brewing an immense power. Why? If only I had gone alone. If only I were stronger. In that moment, Uchiha, he felt as if he had lost himself, his eyes obscured by a crimson glow. The last vestiges of reason slipped away. He cast one final glance at Uchiha Chin's lifeless body before his form surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Soon, Uchiha, he arrived at the site of the ambush, greeted by desolation left in the wake of the explosion. His younger siblings had been reduced to mere remnants. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha, he resembled a wild beast, driven by an instinct that compelled him towards one singular purpose, slaughter. He ventured into the territories of the small clans that had once thrived. The sentry, cautious, approached with his hand resting on the blade at his waist. Uchiha, he did not flinch. He strode straight ahead. The guard, startled, drew his sword and swung, the blade striking Uchiha, his shoulder. Uchiha, he tilted his head slightly, briefly glancing at the blade before returning his gaze to the assailant. A chuckle escaped him, a sound laced with both mockery and the taste of blood caught in his throat. The guard, taken aback by Uchiha his reaction, quickly retreated, withdrawing his weapon. What happened next was astonishing. The wound on Uchiha his shoulder healed rapidly, leaving no scar. The guard, witnessing this, unleashed a barrage of fire techniques. Yet Uchiha, he did not evade. He allowed the flames to engulf him. When the fire subsided, the guard was met with the sight of Uchiha, he, still unscathed, leaving him utterly bewildered, as if he had encountered a ghost. In a swift motion, Uchiha, he lunged forward, kicking the guard down, then mimicking the earlier attack. He unleashed a massive fireball towards the clan's territory. The colossal inferno descended like a meteor, obliterating the entire domain, transforming strangers into familiar foes in an instant. The guard, rendered speechless by the spectacle, eventually stammered, What kind of monster are you?" Amidst the choking sensation of blood in his throat, Uchiha, he retorted, "Empathy. You destroyed everything I held dear, so I shall annihilate everything you cherish, that you may understand." The guard ultimately did not meet his end at Uchiha his hands. Instead, he succumbed to madness born from sheer terror. Uchiha, he pressed on, continuing his assault on the other clans he had previously visited. However, upon reaching the second clan's territory, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "If I am unhappy, then you all shall perish." With that, he leapt into the air, his hand forming seals with practiced precision. The great fireball would not kill, but what of my super great fireball? Upon reaching the apex of his leap, Uchiha, he concentrated all his chakra into this one massive fireball. Its power surpassed that of a meteor devoid of pain, transforming an expanse of 3,000 miles into a vast crater. As his chakra drained, Uchiha his eyes returned to normal, plummeting heavily to the ground. Time slipped away, and the rain struck his face like daggers, rousing him from his stupor. In truth, he had awakened the moment his chakra was exhausted. Yet he soon grasped the enormity of his actions. To his astonishment, he realized he felt a disconnection from what he had just done, a realization that struck deeper fear within him. Simultaneously, he sensed something unusual about his eyes. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Uchiha he activated his left Mangekyo Sharingan, instantaneously restoring his body, but the ensuing impact still left him severely injured. This time, he did not strive to heal himself, but instead contemplated his actions, questioning why he had succumbed to such rage. To be frank, even with an emotional tie to his siblings, that bond should not have driven him to such a loss of control. Had it been him, he would have chosen to investigate thoroughly, seeking the true culprits for vengeance rather than unleashing indiscriminate violence. He had always prided himself on being a rational individual, both in life and on the battlefield. If he had not been rational, he would have long since ended his own life. Yet, despite his efforts to understand, he could not fathom what had transpired. From a divine perspective, Uchiha he, having not learned sealing techniques, remained oblivious to the special presence within him. At this moment, two mysterious forces had taken residence within him. One, the life-creating power represented by his left eye, and the other, the destructive force of death embodied by his right eye. Simultaneously, the powers manifested by these two eyes were fueled by the immense yin-yang chakra coursing through him. At this point, it should be clear that all the behaviors that began with his loss of control were the result of this so-called dark side. As for the nature of this dark side, it was simply another facet of Uchiha he. It was not a consequence of the original host or some bizarre anomaly. It could be likened to a dual personality, akin to the relationship between Galaxy and Luciole. However, what thrilled Uchiha he was that following this incident, his chakra had surged dramatically. He could not quantify the increase, but it was undoubtedly substantial. Enough to unleash over 10,000 powerful attacks. Of course, these would not be the earlier super techniques, but rather ordinary destructive blasts. Notably, his enhanced yin-yang chakra was astonishingly greater than the combined total of all other elemental chakras by a factor of 100. After much contemplation, Uchiha he resolved to seek vengeance against the Uzumaki clan. Clearly, the individuals he had just encountered were from that clan, as only they possessed the formidable sealing techniques. And such advanced seals could only be executed by the higher echelons of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, as Uchiha he suspected, the root cause lay 5 years prior, when Uchiha Tianjima had made a careless jest. Though the speaker had no malicious intent, the listener took it to heart, leading Senju Buddha to examine the explosive seals sent by the Uzumaki clan, uncovering significant issues. Consequently, the Senju clan reduced their collaboration with the Uzumaki clan. The Whirlpool clan, witnessing the unfolding situation, mistakenly believed their treachery had been discovered. They even prepared to overthrow the Senju and seize control themselves. However, upon reflecting on their own capabilities, they regained their composure and investigated the matter further. To their astonishment, they discovered that a mere ghost was responsible for the turmoil. Consequently, they undertook extensive preparations to eliminate Uchiha Kawā and present his demise to the Senju as a gesture of loyalty. Frankly, in that era of the ninja world, their methods were more than sufficient to annihilate any clan, with the exception of the Uchiha. Yet, Uchiha Kawā chose to act submissively, which was perplexing. Imagine if the Whirlpool clan engaged in battle, with explosive Kanai leading the charge, followed by a team of sealing specialists ready to sacrifice themselves, and the sky filled with countless powerful seals obstructing any escape routes. Even when facing the strongest adversaries, they could unleash the Shinigami sealing technique in a one-for-one exchange. One could only conclude that, aside from the great Susanoo, they were virtually invincible. As for the lack of mention of the Great Wooden Man, it was merely a product of generational intermarriage. Chapter 68, Nameless and the 12 Guardians, Part 10. Meanwhile, within the core of the Uchiha clan, chaos erupted. Uchiha Taijima scrutinized the intelligence reports arriving from the borders, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, an impassioned clansman exclaimed, "Leader, it must be those inherently malevolent Senju behind this. Let us eliminate them all at once." The others echoed his sentiments. The bodies of Uchiha Kyo and the site of the earlier uprising had been discovered by the Uchiha. However, upon their arrival at the small clan's territory for investigation, they found nothing but a massive pit, void of any trace. "Leader, They must have executed this plan and silenced everyone involved. We cannot delay any longer. What if Uchiha Kawā is still alive? This statement ignited Uchiha Taijima's fury. Indeed, what if he still lives? Taijima rose without hesitation, ordering, "Bring me my 3-meter-long blade. I shall personally slay the Senju." The clansmen erupted in cheers, their spirits ignited with battle fervor. Additionally, Uchiha Taijima instructed the elder beside him, also, bring Nameless along. This battle may be decisive. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and departed swiftly. Thus, the Uchiha clan moved forth with great momentum towards the Senju, holding nothing back except for their basic defenses and flames of war. This time, their objective was clear: either bring back Uchiha Kawā or take down the Senju clan. The Senju, understandably disturbed by the commotion caused by Uchiha Kawā, remained largely unaware of the Whirlpool clan's maneuvers. Even the clan leader, Senju Butsuma, was kept in the dark. Butsuma surveyed his subordinates, demanding, "Can anyone tell me what is happening?" Silence reigned in the hall, prompting Butsuma to stomp his foot in frustration, shattering the entire chamber, causing those of lesser strength to be flung aside. Since no one knows the cause, we must prepare for battle. If the Uchiha dare to wage full-scale war against us, we cannot show them mercy. They wish to fight, then let us fight. The previously bewildered clansmen were roused by Butsuma's words, rallying together in agreement. Then let us fight. Once everyone was ready, Senju Butsuma instructed his aide, "Summon the 12 guardians. I sense that the Uchiha's aggression is not a trivial matter. Additionally, once you leave, do not return to the battlefield. Take Hashirama and the children of the clan away." Senju Butsuma did not finish his thought, but his aide understood the implication and acted without delay. Soon, the two forces converged at the border. Uchiha Taijima, wielding his massive blade, called out, "Butsuma, return Uchiha Kawā's life." Senju Butsuma, puzzled, retorted, "Uchiha Kawā? Who is that?" He turned to his clansmen, inquiring, "Who is Uchiha Kawā?" One member reminded him, "The one who single-handedly breached our defenses 5 years ago." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Butsuma's irritation escalated. "What do you mean, Uchiha Kawā? I have done nothing." Uchiha Taijima scoffed, "You may claim innocence, but that does not absolve your subordinates. Look at this." He tossed a kunai stained with Uchiha Kawā's blood. Senju Butsuma picked it up, still skeptical. "And you deduce from this that my people killed him? Do they possess the strength to do so?" Uchiha Taijima, now enraged, retorted, "If he were alive, would I go through such elaborate measures? Very well, let you taste the might of the Uchiha clan's blade." Just as Butsuma began to counter, Taijima's voice drowned him out, commanding, "Fall back. Release Nameless." This marked Nameless' debut. The Senju, witnessing the Uchiha retreat and a girl stepping forward, were struck with confusion. One jeered, "Oh, little Uchiha, resorting to a girl on the front lines? Do you intend to charm us into submission?" However, that taunt was swiftly silenced, as the speaker was incinerated by Amaterasu. With each step Nameless took, her form grew larger, not her physical stature, but the Susanoo she commanded. The Senju stood in shock, their jaws agape. Yet, Senju Butsuma regained his composure, bellowing, "Where are my 12 guardians? Charge!" From behind the crowd emerged 12 imposing figures, each a hulking warrior from various clans, each accompanied by their own summoned beasts, all masters of formidable sealing techniques. This was Butsuma's final bastion of hope, confident in their ability to dominate the ninja world. Regrettably, they faced a mightier foe in Nameless. With a swift motion, she wielded her Susanoo to decimate a large group of opponents, while the 12 guardians hovered at the periphery, clearly scheming a potent counterattack. The Uchiha refrained from intervening, aware that Nameless' indiscriminate assaults could lead to unnecessary casualties. Nameless regarded the insects before her with indifference, each strike claiming numerous lives. Unfortunately, daylight precluded her from unleashing her ultimate technique. Observing the situation, the Senju quickly adapted, dispersing to avoid her indiscriminate onslaught. Clearly, the 12 guardians were not to be underestimated. Their earlier maneuvering was a strategic ploy to encircle and prepare their sealing techniques. With their preparations complete, they wasted no time launching their seals, unleashing a torrent of mysterious runes that ensnared Nameless tightly. Yet, this was not the end of her struggle, as she shed blood tears at the corners of her eyes, activating Amaterasu to incinerate one of the guardians to ashes. Fortunately, once initiated, the sealing process could not be halted. The remaining guardians, disregarding their safety, pressed on to strengthen the seal. No matter how powerful Nameless was, she could not withstand their self-sacrificial sealing techniques. While Amaterasu could claim lives, it was futile against an unseen enemy. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, as Nameless barely managed to eliminate the last guardian, the sealing was finalized, encapsulating her within layers upon layers of restraints. As for why the Uchiha did not rush to assist, it was simply because Nameless was viewed as a disposable weapon, and they had witnessed her indiscriminate attacks, which had already incinerated their own clan members. In such circumstances, who would dare intervene? Chapter 69, Uchiha Taijima's Susanoo Unleashed. Senju Butsuma's hammer strikes. 11. As the Nameless was sealed away, the warriors of the Uchiha clan could no longer contain their impatience. At Uchiha Taijima's signal, they brandished their massive swords and charged forward. Leading the charge, Uchiha Taijima took the forefront of the assault. Realizing he could no longer evade the confrontation, Senju Butsuma seized his weapon and rallied his clansmen to engage. Wielding his great sword with precision, Uchiha Taijima delivered powerful blows, effortlessly evading incoming attacks thanks to the dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan. Whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, all were deftly countered. Observing this, Senju Butsuma swung his enormous iron hammer with unparalleled force, shattering the ground beneath Uchiha Taijima. Although this strike inadvertently harmed many allies, it also caused Uchiha Taijima to lose his footing, with a torrent of weapons and jutsu hurtling towards him. In this critical moment, a colossal blue figure descended. It was none other than Uchiha Taijima himself, having activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. To the astonishment of onlookers, the incoming ninjutsu and weapons collided with his Susanoo, rendering them utterly ineffective. Senju Butsuma quickly ordered his warriors to retreat from Uchiha Taijima, while he himself charged forward, hammer in hand. As the clan leader, Senju Butsuma was no easy foe. He rapidly formed numerous hand seals and unleashed the water release, great waterfall technique. While this jutsu typically produced a torrent akin to a massive waterfall, Senju Butsuma's vast chakra reservoir allowed him to amplify its scale to an unprecedented magnitude, reaching hundreds of meters. Uchiha Taijima, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately countered with the fire release, dragon flame song technique, expelling 4 massive dragons from his mouth, each striking from a different direction to clash with the immense waterfall. Their collision erupted into a cloud of steam, obscuring Uchiha Taijima's vision. However, with his acute perception and explosive speed, Senju Butsuma maneuvered behind the Susanoo, raising his hammer high and delivering a powerful strike. Sensing the presence behind him, Uchiha Taijima understood he had to rely on his Susanoo to withstand the impending blow. The hammer struck the Susanoo not with the shattering effect of Danzo's kunai, but rather created a fissure within the Susanoo itself. Encouraged by this success, Senju Butsuma relentlessly hammered away at the Susanoo, akin to a blacksmith at work. Frustrated, Uchiha Taijima thought to himself that this relentless assault was intolerable. Yet, Senju Butsuma remained undeterred, continuing his rhythmic strikes while evading the Susanoo's grasp. Uchiha Taijima, however, devised a countermeasure. Seizing an opportune moment when Senju Butsuma paused, he dispelled his Susanoo and activated the ultimate body flicker technique, appearing directly before Senju Butsuma and ensnaring him in a Jinjutsu. The prolonged use of Susanoo had diminished Uchiha Taijima's vision, causing him to sway unsteadily. Nonetheless, he managed to place his sword against Senju Butsuma's throat, bellowing, "Butsuma, the child has been captured. If you do not yield now, when will you?" The warriors of the Senju clan merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming their battle, seemingly indifferent to Senju Butsuma's fate. Just as Uchiha Taijima pondered this incongruity, a sudden sound pierced the air, prompting him to raise the Susanoo's shield once more. However, the newcomer did not target Uchiha Taijima. Instead, they swiftly turned and abducted Senju Butsuma. Upon landing, Uchiha Taijima beheld the figure of a towering giant, standing a staggering 3 meters tall, a veritable colossus amidst the battlefield. What set this being apart were its otherworldly pupils and the shadows around its eyes, exuding an unmistakable sense of danger. Uchiha Taijima refrained from making any hasty moves, choosing instead to observe the situation, confident that the Uchiha clan held the upper hand for now. Yet, the situation did not resolve so simply. The giant unsheathed a blade, swiftly stabbing through Senju Butsuma's side. Although the Jinjutsu from the Mangekyo Sharingan masked the pain, it was evident that the giant acted with ruthless decisiveness. extracting the blade to thrust it into Butsuma's other side. Uchiha Taijima winced at the sight, instinctively touching his own side in empathy. At last, Senju Butsuma emerged from the Jinjutsu, glancing down at his wounds with dismay, as if the sky itself were collapsing upon him. However, there were more pressing concerns than mere injury. What has become of the Uzumaki clan's reinforcements? He inquired. The giant, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, replied. All combat forces of the Uzumaki clan have been utterly annihilated by a single individual who has tracked me here to the battlefield. Senju Butsuma's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Pray tell, why do you remain so composed in the face of such calamity? Is it truly an honor to have been pursued so relentlessly? Suppressing his rising ire, Senju Butsuma pressed. Is your strength insufficient to contend with him? The giant shook his head. Upon observing this, Senju Butsuma felt a modicum of relief, only to be interrupted by the giant's next words. It is not that I cannot contend. Rather, he possesses the capability to obliterate me in an instant. Hearing this, Senju Butsuma felt a surge of frustration. The giant continued. What I meant to convey is that the opponent's techniques are overwhelmingly powerful, capable of erasing me with a single strike. However, should I exert myself to evade, I may yet find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Could you not convey your thoughts in a single breath? Senju Butsuma retorted, as the gravity of their situation became increasingly dire. With all the forces of the Senju clan present, and no word from the other minor clans. Even the Uzumaki clan, known for their enduring alliances, had succumbed to incapacitation. It seemed they were left with no choice but to gamble everything. Thus, Senju Butsuma bellowed, "Open the gates. Release the ultimate weapon." Those in the know were momentarily taken aback, realizing they had reached the final stage. The warriors of the Senju clan understood that their hopes of survival were dwindling, and they closed their eyes, launching a desperate flurry of strikes. Their jutsu flowed like an unrestrained torrent, each one hurled without reservation. They shut their eyes to guard against Jinjutsu and unleashed their ninjutsu recklessly, knowing their clan's chakra reserves were abundant, lest they perish with chakra still untapped. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kawā had arrived at the battlefield. He had previously vanquished all combatants of the Uzumaki clan using his newfound abilities, and upon unintentionally spotting the towering giant, he recognized the distinctive pupils and shadows around its eyes immediately. It was Senjutsu. Senjutsu held immense significance for Uchiha Kawā, as it could provide him with the means to counter the vast majority of adversaries. Therefore, adopting a friendly tone, he called out for the giant to halt. To his surprise, the giant fled in terror, as if confronted by a specter. Although puzzled by this reaction, Uchiha Kawā pursued at a measured pace, pondering if perhaps the giant merely needed to return home urgently. The giant thought to himself, "Why do you ask me why I am afraid? If you were to witness a person rapidly hollowing out the chest of a formidable whirlpool warrior, moving with the speed of a ghost, and recovering from injuries more swiftly than the famed Senju clan, even exploding their head only to regenerate in the blink of an eye, would you not feel a sense of dread?" Chapter 70. The Child of the Rinnegan, The Birth of Izuna, Part 12, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The ultimate weapon of the Senju clan emerged, a gaunt child, whose eyes revealed an extraordinary sight, a pair of Rinnegan. Although the nature of this power remained a mystery, the innate human instinct to sense danger was unmistakable. It was evident that this child was not to be trifled with. To understand the origins of this child, one must speak of Kagaya. Observing the Uchiha clan's formidable strength, Kagaya sought to balance the scales of power, fearing an uprising should the Uchiha ascend. Seizing an opportune moment, she implanted her long-cherished Rinnegan into the eyes of the unsuspecting child. Thus, the child's story began. Just as the crowd's respect began to solidify, Uchiha Taijima sensed an Uchiha presence behind him and turned without hesitation to inquire, "Have you found him?" The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Kawaki, who appeared puzzled. "What are you searching for?" Uchiha Taijima, visibly annoyed, responded, "Of course, it's my beloved disciple." "Ah, my dear student, are you unharmed?" Uchiha Kawaki scratched his head in confusion. What could possibly happen to me? In that moment, Uchiha Taijima felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure how to proceed. Should they continue the fight or retreat now that the child had been located? Yet, the Rinnegan child acted without hesitation, unleashing a powerful Shinra Tensei that sent Uchiha warriors sprawling. Uchiha Kawaki was taken aback, realizing that with the invocation of such techniques, they were outmatched. If it weren't for Kagaya's interference, I would surely be defeated. He quickly urged Taijima, "Teacher, we must retreat. Those eyes are beyond our capabilities." Unfazed, Uchiha Taijima took a step forward only to find the ground beneath him obliterated, prompting him to temper his defiant demeanor. "Very well, we shall retreat." He then called out, "Uchiha warriors, Kawaki has been found. We withdraw." A throng of warriors retreated, while the Senju clan, though furious, remained passive, their attention fixated on the Rinnegan child. Yet, as if the exertion had taken its toll, the child stood still and fell asleep, leading to no pursuit. Only Senju Hashirama seethed with frustration, instructing his subordinates to investigate thoroughly, eager to uncover the identity of their adversary. Despite appearing composed on the battlefield, Uchiha Kawaki felt a surge of emotion as he returned home alone, sitting on his bed in a hollow silence. Days passed until a child's arrival shattered this stillness. A small, curious figure peeked into the room. Kawaki immediately sensed his presence, but remained silent. This child was none other than young Madara. Summoning his courage, Madara stepped inside. Observing Kawaki before announcing, "Brother Kawaki, father wants you to come. He has a surprise for you." Kawaki nodded, maintaining a stoic expression, while Madara, undeterred, wandered around the room. Sensing that Madara had more to say, Kawaki prompted, "Madara, speak your mind." Madara hesitated, then resolutely asked, "Brother Kawaki, do you believe you could end the war once and for all?" Kawaki, sensing the gravity of the question, quickly inquired, "Has something dark and ominous spoken to you?" Madara, perplexed, responded, "What dark thing?" Relieved that Kagaya had not yet influenced Madara, Kawaki reflected on his own vulnerability, being only 28 and already possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. No, 28 was indeed a long life in the Warring States period. To prevent Madara from succumbing to despair in the future, Kawaki stated, "Peace is not achieved overnight. Rather, it is a journey requiring persistent effort across generations. True peace demands the unwavering commitment of many." Madara pondered this, nodding thoughtfully before resolutely asking, "Will you take me as your disciple? Father says you are the strongest in our clan. I believe that under your guidance, I could gain the strength to protect our people." Kawaki gently shook his head. "I am not prepared to take a disciple at this time." Seeing Madara's disappointment, Kawaki approached and ruffled his hair. "However, I can teach you some skills, though you are still too young. We shall revisit this in a few years." Hope flickered in Madara's eyes once more. Together, they made their way to Taijima's residence. Upon entering, Kawaki heard the sound of a baby crying. Izuna had been born. The other clan members guided him to the nursery. Unlike Madara, who had been a demanding infant, Izuna cried but did not resist. Upon Kawaki's arrival, he reached out his small arms toward him. The onlookers were delighted as Taijima handed Izuna to Kawaki. Kawaki carefully cradled the infant, fearful of dropping him. Strangely, the moment Izuna was in his arms, he ceased crying and instead beamed with a joyful smile. Kawaki felt an inexplicable sense of healing. Was this the essence of life? Seizing the moment, Taijima urged, "Kawaki, name the child. I intend for you to be the teacher of these two children." Feeling compelled to comply and wishing to maintain the integrity of the narrative, Kawaki suggested, "Let us name him Izuna, Uchiha Izuna." The infant smiled even wider, as if understanding that the name was meant for him. As Kawaki gazed upon Izuna's cherubic face, he resolved to prevent the tragedies of the original tale from coming to fruition. Chapter 71, The Mud-Loving Izuna. The Innocent Kagaya, Part 13. Time flew as swiftly as a galloping steed. In the blink of an eye, Kawaki had reached the age of 38, while Madara had grown to 15. Over the past decade, Kawaki had established a routine, visiting Taijima's home daily to see Izuna. For reasons unknown, each encounter with Izuna brought Kawaki a sense of healing, alleviating the anguish of his lost siblings. Throughout these years, he had fully grasped the abilities of his left eye, known as the creation of life, allowing him to restore his own condition instantaneously, regardless of the severity of his injuries. The sole drawback was that he could not be interrupted during the recovery process. As for his right eye, while he sensed a formidable power within, he also recognized that its use would lead to his demise. Thus, for the sake of his own life, he refrained from experimentation. It is worth noting that over the past few years, Uchiha he has diligently traveled to acquire an abundance of ninjutsu and all forms of sealing techniques, even delving into the complexities of bloodline limits. While ninjutsu and sealing techniques can be effortlessly learned through a simple illusion, mastering bloodline limits poses a significant challenge. Initially, One must observe the chakra flow of a bloodline user through the Sharingan, followed by the dissection of the user's corpse to understand the unique internal structure of their body. Finally, through subtle bodily transformations, one can alter their own structure to attain mastery of the bloodline, which is indeed quite troublesome. During the past decade, the Senju and Uchiha clans have maintained a tacit truce, not only due to a previously established ceasefire agreement, but also because the Senju clan was effectively extinguished in the last war. Countless minor ninja clans defected, seeking refuge with the Uchiha. Initially, Uchiha Taijima firmly opposed this influx, but ultimately consented after persuasion from Uchiha He. Despite the Uchiha's combative nature, they do not subscribe to the ideology of complete annihilation. They are, in fact, quite benevolent. At this point, Taijima, although not yet on the brink of death, has experienced a significant decline in strength and is contemplating passing the leadership of the clan to Uchiha He, who, however, has consistently declined the offer. Today marks the formal day of apprenticeship for the brothers Madara and Izuna. Madara arrived early with Izuna at the designated lakeside, patiently awaiting Uchiha He. Not one for delay. Uchiha He had already taken cover by the lake, concealing his presence. Madara stood upright like a small adult while Izuna, growing impatient with the absence of their teacher, plopped down and began playing in the mud. Observing this, Madara cautioned, "Izuna, stop playing. Our teacher might not be pleased if he sees you like this." To which Izuna pouted, "Humph, I'll stop when he arrives. I can stand up right away." Madara could only sigh in exasperation. Meanwhile, Uchiha He had approached from behind Izuna. As Madara was about to bow, Uchiha He gestured for him to remain silent. Quietly, Uchiha He crouched down and softly advised, "You should build your structure more solidly, otherwise it will collapse when it reaches a certain height." Izuna, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Oh, that's why my houses kept falling down. Thank you." He quickly modified his mud house and turned to express his gratitude, but the words were caught in his throat as he realized, "Oh teacher, when did you arrive?" Uchiha He slowly stood, scratching his head in contemplation, "Probably when you first sat down." Izuna's face paled at this revelation, but he quickly leaned against Uchiha He, protesting, "Teacher, how could you come without saying anything? I had to sit in the dirt and play with mud." "I must clarify, I am not playing with mud because I like it." Uchiha He chuckled at Izuna's defensiveness, ruffling his hair. "It's all right, Izuna. I don't hold it against you." Instantly, Izuna's spirits lifted. "I knew you were the best teacher. Unlike my brother, who constantly scolds me and forbids me from playing in the mud." Madara rolled his eyes at this. Uchiha He then began his lessons with the two youngsters. Given Izuna's tender age, he focused on imparting theoretical knowledge rather than ninjutsu. Surprisingly, Izuna exhibited a keen interest in the theories, listening intently. Madara, a versatile scholar, had already self-studied the theories and practiced the ninjutsu silently. Although he wasn't as rapid as Uchiha He had been, his progress was nonetheless swift. In the following years, Uchiha He continued to train the two, witnessing various incidents, including the moment Madara fortuitously encountered Hashirama while Izuna was left behind in a small grove. Eventually, as Madara came of age, the Senju clan could no longer restrain themselves and marched their forces against the Uchiha. However, at this juncture, Uchiha He was preoccupied with another matter, the nefarious Black Zetsu. Although he could not see clearly, the malevolent aura unmistakably belonged to Black Zetsu, prompting Uchiha He to pursue him relentlessly. Black Zetsu, bewildered as to why he was being hunted, could not resist fleeing from the fierce onslaught. If a reporter were to interview him, it might go like this: "Reporter, why are you running?" The reporter awkwardly adjusts the microphone, struggling to find Black Zetsu's mouth. "Black Zetsu, let me ask you. If someone charged at you with a 3-meter-long sword, would you not flee?" "Reporter, why would I run?" Confused. "Black Zetsu, exactly. Why should I run? I'm just here to mess with him." Thus, he halted, emerging from the ground. Uchiha He wasted no time, swinging his blade in a horizontal arc, but failed to inflict any harm on Black Zetsu. Undeterred, he unleashed a dazzling array of ninjutsu, each technique passing harmlessly through Black Zetsu's form. Uchiha He furrowed his brow in frustration. "I refuse to believe this." He then pressed his hand against Black Zetsu's head, or rather, attempted to, as Black Zetsu's form was not tangible unless he willed it to be. Finding this touch peculiar, Uchiha He declared, "Hey, solidify yourself so I can pat your head." Remarkably, Black Zetsu complied and materialized. Feeling the solid head beneath his hand provided a sense of reassurance. prompting Uchiha to unleash a barrage of sealing techniques. The forest was engulfed in radiant light, yet, when the brilliance faded, Black Zetsu remained unscathed. Uchiha, perplexed, inquired, "Do you possess any weaknesses?" Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, only to suddenly question why he should divulge his weaknesses and why he was allowing Uchiha to attack him. In this narrative, Black Zetsu can choose to be either tangible or intangible. However, regardless of his form, he remains impervious to attacks. Any sealing technique proves ineffective against him, save for the Yin-Yang release sealing technique. Chapter 72. The Yin-Yang release startles Black Zetsu. Uchiha meets the Sage of Six Paths. Part 14. Just as Uchiha found himself in a predicament, he suddenly broke into a sinister chuckle. Heh, I have a delightful little item you might want to try. Black Zetsu, for reasons unknown, perceived Uchiha's words as the whispers of a demon, rendering him utterly defenseless, and he found himself nodding in agreement. However, he quickly sensed something amiss, as he observed Uchiha shaping a round orb in his hands, composed of Yin-Yang release chakra. Swirling in a form reminiscent of Tai Chi with a crooked grin, Uchiha remarked, "Heh, I devised this specifically for you. Though it may never be utilized, the explosive power of its failures should certainly entertain you. Would you not agree, dear Black Zetsu?" Black Zetsu, witnessing Uchiha's bizarre expression, felt his heart racing with dread and hastily prepared to flee. Yet, the explosive force of a failed Yin-Yang release was far beyond what the likes of Black Zetsu could escape. In a dazzling explosion of light and dark, Uchiha's upper body disintegrated, while Black Zetsu, despite his swift retreat, found himself severed in half. After regaining his composure, he gazed at Uchiha's remains and could not contain his fury, cursing, "What kind of lunatic is this? I merely intended to mess with him, and he goes straight for the kill." Uchiha was indeed ruthless, but that was merely a consequence of his current state. No, his state of purity. Uchiha remained acutely vigilant, cautiously wary of the presence of Kuro, yet he found himself perpetually enshrouded in darkness. Time slipped away, and suddenly Uchiha jolted awake. Filled with dread, could it be that I am dead? Am I in the Pure Land? Indeed, child, this is the Pure Land, but you are not yet deceased. The eerie voice startled Uchiha, prompting an exclamation of fright. What the hell? A ghost? Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away in one direction, only to realize, after a considerable time, that he was still in the same spot. It dawned on him that, in this Pure Land, he was in the form of a spirit. What was he fearing? He promptly turned around, closed his eyes, and charged forward with a clenched fist, peeking through narrowed eyes to ensure he was on course. However, the sight that met him was enough to send a chill down his spine. Before him stood a figure adorned with a pair of unique horns, sporting chestnut hair, and draped in a pristine white robe. 6 black Magatama symbols adorned his chest, while a striking red spiral pattern marked his back, accompanied by a grid of 9 Magatama, 3 aligned in each row. In the oppressive darkness, the Sage of Six Paths appeared more fearsome than any specter. Just as Uchiha was about to flee, the sage's words halted him. "No need to run. I am not a ghost." Uchiha was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that travelers would remain undetected? How did this ancient being know his name? The Sage of Six Paths, seemingly possessing mind-reading abilities, explained, "Typically, the arrival of a traveler is accompanied by, well, what you refer to as a cheat or some such aid, but you possess none." Uchiha felt a wave of confusion. How could he possibly know about travelers? Moreover, while he was the producer of cheats, how did the sage know the term? The sage patiently elaborated, "My current manner of discourse is derived from your memories. If you prefer, you may call me Old Dang." Uchiha forced a smile. "It appears your learning capabilities are not so remarkable after all. Now, Old Dang, may I inquire about my current situation?" The sage responded, "In your terms, your state resembles a fleeting moment of clarity before death. Am I truly dead? Not quite. It is akin to a moment of clarity. You inadvertently detonated your own head while utilizing a failed Yin-Yang release, causing your unique ocular technique to cease functioning. However, I believe you shall return to the living realm in due time." Uchiha grasped the situation, yet his confusion deepened. Why had the sage sought him out? Was he to be granted a cheat, or would he be expelled like other protagonists in tales? The sage's mind-reading abilities were formidable. Before Uchiha, he could voice his doubts. He continued, "Firstly, I presently lack any cheats for you. Additionally, you are not an outsider. It is my conjecture that your existence results from the original host's erasure by temporal laws, and you fortuitously intersected at that moment, a singularity collision. The probability of such an occurrence is nearly zero, and it cannot be explained scientifically. In your words, you may be deemed the fated one, arriving here through serendipity. Uchiha, he was perplexed. What are you speaking of? I cannot comprehend. The sage fell silent, turning away. Well then, cherish your remaining time and reunite with your family. I look forward to our next encounter. Uchiha, he, anxious to follow, realized the sage vanished in an instant. He called out desperately, wait, old deng. Before you go, grant me a cheat. Anything will do, Rinnegan, Inyang release. I'm not picky. Having surmised that the sage bore him no ill will, Uchiha, he dared to voice such a request. After all, as an outsider, being discovered by the creator of cheats in this world could lead to dire consequences. The Sage of Six Paths ignored Uchiha He's pleas. Even though he could access Uchiha He's memories, he could only perceive superficial thoughts, a limitation attributed to his unique eyes, which housed the power of rules. A realm even the sage could not fully grasp. Old Deng, he mused, a fitting moniker. Surely intended to commend the elderly for their resilience in continuing to scale the heights. After the sage's departure, Uchiha he found himself once again engulfed in darkness. What happened to the promised reunion? Where is everyone? Suddenly, something collided with his waist, and by the force, he discerned it was a person. Turning around, he was greeted by the familiar figure of his youngest brother. Brother, father said you have returned, so I came to fetch you. Uchiha he gently lifted him, tears welling up in his eyes. Let us go, lead the way. Although his brother was not heavy, Uchiha he cradled him as if he were a precious treasure, for he had already lost him once. As they walked, his brother observed him closely. Brother, why do you look so old? Even your hair has turned white. The mention of his white hair reminded Uchiha he of his reckless behavior over the past decade. Upon realizing the power of his left eye's technique, he had recklessly abandoned all restraint, using the technique to heal at the slightest injury and employing various forbidden jutsu without hesitation, relying on it to restore his chakra whenever it dipped. Fortunately, this technique consumed his vitality rather than his ocular power. Otherwise, what would he do if he went blind? Uchiha he had given no thought to the consequences of losing his life. The Sage of Six Paths remarked, what comes of losing one's life? Merely a chance to join me for tea. Chapter 73, Uchiha Taijima's explosive growth. Obito deploys the Ultra Bomb. This white hair must be youthful white. Uchiha he had never paid attention to his hair, consumed with teaching and endless study. He touched it, feeling the bristles. Indeed, it was rather bristly, but seemed fine. His brother, hearing this, could only roll his eyes. Soon, they arrived at the gathering place of the Uchiha clan spirits, and the sight before them was filled with crimson eyes. His brother led Uchiha he to their family, and along the way, he encountered several familiar faces. Of course, they recognized him rather than the other way around. Look, everyone, this is the genius from the Uchiha clan who single-handedly defeated the Senju, rendering them incapable of independent living. Not incapable of living independently. I heard even that abomination from the Buddhist realm was left without a kidney. What? A genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan? And they have dominated the ninja world? As rumors escalated, Uchiha he hurriedly clasped his brother, fleeing for fear of being surrounded. Upon seeing familiar faces once more, tears streamed down Uchiha he's cheeks. Brother, sister, I am so sorry. If only I had not been so arrogant. His siblings, however, were remarkably gracious, with his eldest brother stepping forward to say, nonsense. We insisted you take us. You have broadened our horizons. You are the best brother. At that moment, Uchiha he's parents looked on with a mix of pride and concern, their eyes filled with compassion. Child, enduring all this must have been quite a challenge, hasn't it? Unable to contain himself any longer, Uchiha he nestled into their embrace like a child, even though he now appeared older than either of them. From the very beginning, Uchiha he believed that the emotions he harbored were solely the remnants of the original host's feelings. It was only upon encountering the Sage of Six Paths and hearing his narrative that he realized the original host had long perished, leaving no trace of his soul behind. Although the lingering chakra might have exerted some influence, it was merely a fraction. The greater part of his emotions stemmed from his own experiences. At this juncture, it is essential to reflect upon Uchiha he's previous life. As a 20-something corporate drone and university student, he was thrust into the harsh realities of society. Facing an unemployment crisis, he spent his days languishing at home, immersed in video games, and considered himself fortunate merely to be alive. Unsurprisingly, his mental state was quite complex and difficult to articulate. His long-standing social anxiety, which had accumulated since childhood, only became clear after he transitioned from business studies to psychology, where he finally understood that his social fears were rooted in psychological ailments. He epitomized the people-pleaser archetype, overly concerned with the feelings of others, fearing displeasure, and willing to compromise his own desires, even at the expense of his time and finances. Uchiha, having grown up deprived of affection, found himself perpetually trapped in this cycle. Even when he managed to enter a romantic relationship, betrayal led him once again to a life of solitude. As the lyrics of a song resonate, "I am condemned to a life of eternal loneliness by love." However, this was merely a minor setback, easily brushed aside. In truth, he could not move past it. The anguish only exacerbated his psychological struggles. Over time, even with prolonged medication, he could no longer succumb to sleep, achieving only a state of unconsciousness. Arriving in this new world represented a fresh beginning for him. Although he maintained a facade of strength, never revealing his emotions to those who cared for him, the depths of his suffering remained known only to himself. The affection from his younger siblings and Uchiha Kiyoshi made him feel as though he had been granted a second chance at life. It was at this moment that he lifted his gaze and beheld the person who captivated his soul, Uchiha Kiyoshi. Uchiha Kiyoshi remained as charming and gentle as ever, asking, "Little he, have you been sleeping well?" Their parents, recognizing the moment, discreetly stepped aside, handing out imaginary watermelons to each sibling. "Mom, I don't eat dirt," exclaimed the youngest sister. In response, their mother swiftly covered her mouth with earth, saying, "Be good, child. Whether you eat or not, just keep your mouth shut." The other siblings, understanding the cue, fell silent. After a prolonged gaze exchanged between the two, Uchiha replied, "I have been taking good care of myself, and I am sleeping well." Uchiha Kiyoshi gently approached, tenderly stroking his hair, remarking, "Liars must swallow 1,000 needles." This was the second person, aside from Taijima, whom Uchiha did not reject when they touched his head. Generally, he would react defensively if anyone attempted to touch him. Recalling a time when Izuna had playfully placed a mud crown atop his head and inadvertently touched him, leading Uchiha to reflexively grab her and toss her into the sky, intending to unleash a powerful fire technique. Fortunately, he regained his senses in time and rescued her, spending a great deal of effort to comfort the sobbing Izuna. At this moment, Uchiha finally recognized his own emotions. However, sensing his form beginning to fade, he realized he was on the verge of returning to the realm of the living. Thus, he told Uchiha Kiyoshi, "Little Kiyoshi, wait for me. I will bring you home." With those words, Uchiha's figure completely dissipated, leaving his younger siblings in shock, who cried out, "Mom, a ghost." There's a ghost. Their mother, however, delivered a playful slap to each of their heads, exclaiming, "Fools, you are the ghosts." Returning to the living world, Uchiha found himself still intact, his body in perfect condition. It puzzled him that Kurizetsu did not extract his eyes. After all, removing his eyes would lead to a straightforward conclusion. Kurizetsu pondered, "Who understands this? Even in such a fragmented state, the pieces still pulsate with yin-yang release and an inexplicable power. Dare I collect the remains?" Shaking his head, Uchiha decided not to dwell on it, adhering to his philosophy that if one fixates on a single problem, they might as well explore the mysteries of the universe. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the ground. How odd! Who is setting off firecrackers? Meanwhile, Uchiha was engaged in a fierce battle with the Senju, a dark and tumultuous affair. In truth, the confrontation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Despite being only 15, Madara had mastered nearly all of Uchiha's refined ninjutsu, including an array of formless techniques that left his opponents scrambling in disarray. As for countering the explosive kunai of the Senju clan, Uchiha had long been preparing. Over the years, he had traversed the entire ninja world in search of an appropriate metal to forge armor capable of withstanding such infernal weapons. One cannot blame him. A fool transitioning from business to psychology would hardly possess knowledge of metallurgy. Lacking expertise in that area, he turned to his mastery of sealing techniques. It can be said that the Uzumaki clan, renowned as sealing masters, had barely scratched the surface of sealing technique development. Through Uchiha's research, a sealing shield capable of absorbing explosive damage was born. However, that was not the end. Uchiha he had also begun to develop a sealing enhancement technique suitable for the human body, albeit currently limited to briefly sustaining a ninja's chakra, and only for a fleeting moment. Thanks to Uchiha Hi's early preparations, the war unfolded in a largely one-sided manner. Even the Senju Hashirama, who had previously encountered Uchiha Madara, could only narrowly evade the onslaught of Madara's relentless attacks. The endurance sealing technique on Uchiha Madara was specially crafted by Uchiha Hi, requiring a strong will from the subject. Otherwise, the seal would fail and result in self-destruction. Moreover, the application of this seal was quite remarkable, taking Uchiha Hi an entire week without food or drink to perfect. At this point, observant students might inquire about the little boy with the Rinnegan. In truth, after his first use of the Deva path, he had been entirely drained and now resembled an ordinary person. Nevertheless, the battle did not maintain its one-sided nature indefinitely. It was not until Senju Hashirama implanted the Rinnegan into his own eye sockets that the entire battlefield transformed. Although Senju Hashirama was nearing death, the Senju clan's indomitable vitality was no mere boast. He was still marginally better off than Nagato in his weakened state. In a decisive moment, he unleashed a superplanetary devastation technique that ensnared Uchiha Madara. This technique, akin to the Deva Path's gravitational pull, would leave the user incapacitated for a considerable duration post-usage. However, it wielded tremendous power and did not share the weaknesses of the original ninjutsu. Its assembly speed was incredibly rapid, surpassing even Taijima's unparalleled instant movement technique. Under normal circumstances, such a formidable planetary devastation technique would pose insurmountable challenges for a typical Mangekyo Sharingan user. Yet, akin to the reanimation technique, while the reanimated body could not shed tears, a father could. Similarly, possessing a standard Mangekyo Sharingan would not suffice to shatter the planetary devastation technique, but Uchiha Taijima, as the father of Uchiha Madara, was capable of doing so. Uchiha Taijima, utilizing his one-time activation instant movement technique, appeared in the heavens, seizing the colossal fist of Susanoo and striking down upon the planetary devastation technique. However, this proved futile. Undeterred, he expended all of his ocular power to unleash the most potent lightning release technique ever conceived. This technique, invented by Uchiha Hi, was subsequently taught to every member of the Uchiha clan, as it not only possessed formidable penetrating capabilities, but also maximized chakra efficiency. Yet, in this moment, Uchiha Taijima spared no effort, channeling all his ocular energy to amplify the technique, transforming his fist into a massive lightning blade that directly shattered the planetary devastation technique. Although it was broken, it did not shatter entirely. A significant breach was created. At this moment, Uchiha Taijima had lost his sight, and all the chakra within him had been expended. Thus, he could only plummet toward the ground with a sense of unwillingness. However, the incomplete nature of the Earth explosion star granted an opportunity to Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, the Earth explosion star emitted flames from within, culminating in a tremendous explosion that shattered the entire structure. Uchiha Madara employed the explosive technique of fire release, fire armor, which was a technique devised by Uchiha Kagami, inspired by the Ultra Bomb. Unlike the Ultra Bomb, however, the practitioner does not need to self-destruct. They merely need to detonate the armor condensed on their body, resulting in equally devastating power. Nonetheless, this technique has its prerequisites. One must possess knowledge of the technique, ample chakra, and Uchiha Kagami's special sealing technique. Otherwise, using it would lead to self-destruction. Chapter 74. The Schemes of Hashirama, 16. Thus, Uchiha Kagami suddenly felt the ground tremble. He distinctly sensed that the last protective sealing technique he had left within Madara had been activated. He had warned Madara not to use it unless absolutely necessary, indicating that Madara was now in dire straits. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, exclaiming, "Cursed Kurizetsu! This brat must have known the war was about to break out and deliberately lured me away." Kurizetsu retorted, "I didn't mean it. I just wanted to distract him a bit. Who knew he'd go all out right there?" Uchiha Kagami dared not delay and hurriedly rushed toward the site of the explosion. One might wonder why he did not use the Flying Thunder God technique. Despite having the sealing technique, the three great summoning sanctuaries seemed to hold a grudge against him. Uchiha Kagami couldn't find any hair, thus missing the opportunity to sense the space-time coordinates and create his own version of the Flying Thunder God. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as Taijima fell like a severed kite, He was swiftly rescued, yet his fate remained uncertain. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, felt a slight itch in his eyes and unknowingly activated his Sharingan. In an instant, it felt as if the meridians within him were unblocked, causing his chakra to surge dramatically, elevating his state to new heights. He transformed into a human artillery, igniting a conflagration across the battlefield that dazzled the onlookers. However, the Senju warriors dared not be mesmerized. They widened their eyes and evaded, lest they be struck. After all, the lightning technique he had just unleashed had obliterated a man into a mere pulp. Senju Hashirama, having exhausted himself after employing the Super Shinra Tensei, could no longer hold on. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot. This was not his fault, as his kidneys had been pierced a decade prior, leaving him in a state of weakness. However, the nefarious Kurizetsu was not yet finished causing trouble. Seizing the moment Hashirama collapsed, he reclaimed the Rinnegan. Just as he intended to observe the states of Indra and Ashura, a figure appeared before him, causing him to retreat underground in fright. That figure was none other than the swiftly approaching Uchiha Kagami, having suffered a devastating explosion that rendered his upper body bare, revealing a chiseled torso adorned with 10 visible abdominal muscles. Coupled with his wild white hair, he appeared to Kurizetsu as a demon walking among mortals. To Kurizetsu, Uchiha Kagami was a fiend, yet to the Uchiha clan, he represented their hope. Upon Uchiha Kagami's arrival, someone quickly apprised him of the situation, informing him of the clan leader's grievous injuries sustained while rescuing Madara. Uchiha Kagami's fury ignited upon hearing this. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, due to Madara's explosive surge, Senju Hashirama felt a similar surge of power and unleashed the wood release, Forest of the God Tree, which left everyone in awe. Observing this, Uchiha Kagami merely chuckled disdainfully. A trivial wood release, easily dealt with. He did not even need to clap his hands. Instead, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Super wood release. Great tree world descends. Trees of colossal proportions erupted from the ground, swiftly absorbing Hashirama's wood release into lifeless husks. This scene left Senju Hashirama in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. Uchiha Madara, realizing this, ceased his attacks, understanding what his teacher intended to do, and thus covered his ears. Uchiha Kagami unleashed a simple yet resounding lion's roar technique that shocked everyone present. I, Uchiha Kagami, stand here, and those who surrender shall not be harmed. Why did he declare this? For the past decade, he had not only diligently trained and taught his disciples, but had roamed the land, eliminating those who acted unscrupulously, leaving behind a trail of blood with the declaration, "The killer is Uchiha Kagami." This was the origin of his moniker as a bloodthirsty fiend, a nightmare that haunted the entire ninja world, not merely the small fire country. Uchiha Kagami's influence spanned the entirety of the shinobi realm. Though the Senju clan had long heard of Uchiha Kagami's fearsome reputation, they were all undaunted warriors, and none chose to surrender. At this moment, the dazed Hashirama regained his composure, inwardly questioning, wasn't this supposed to be a charade? Why employ such a powerful jutsu? Indeed, Hashirama had already been swayed by Uchiha Kagami. This war was incited by the typically earnest Hashirama himself. Before departing, Senju Butsuma had patted Hashirama's head, saying with a smile, "You're a good child." Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Hashirama clapped his hands and utilized the wood clone technique to ascend to the top of the giant tree. "Everyone, lend me your ears." The warriors of the Senju clan turned their eyes toward Hashirama. At Uchiha Kagami's nod, the Uchiha clan warriors ceased their movements. Hashirama, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, swallowed hard but quickly composed himself, proclaiming, "We, the Senju clan, are strong." This declaration delighted many among the Senju. However, the subsequent statement brought them no joy. "Yet, we are no match for the Uchiha clan. With our elder leader unconscious, as the young clan leader, I must assume the responsibilities of our clan. Therefore, let us all surrender to the Uchiha." At this moment, not only were the Senju clan members taken aback, but the Uchiha clan was equally stunned. What? Did I hear that correctly? The young leader of the Senju clan is urging his kin to surrender to the Uchiha? Meanwhile, the recently awakened Senju Butsuma, upon hearing Hashirama's words, felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. At that moment, he could see nothing. For Kurizetsu had plucked out his Rinnegan, and he had carelessly discarded his eyes before the battle began. Senju Butsuma lamented, "I feel as though my life has been plunged into darkness." Uchiha Kagami had just healed Taijima's injuries and returned to the battlefield, seizing the opportune moment to employ the lion's roar technique once more, declaring, "I, Uchiha Kagami, deeply understand the cruelty of war. Therefore, from the moment I gain my power, I vowed to fill the world with peace and love. Imagine if everyone could understand one another, live in harmony and friendship. How beautiful this world would be." Narration: if one disregards the countless lives you've taken, that might indeed be true. Uchiha Kagami paused briefly before continuing. "I believe many of you harbor hatred toward me. However, I must say this: my parents, siblings, and even my beloved have perished at your hands. Now, I possess the power to annihilate everything, yet I choose not to. Do you know why? Because I believe that peace is far more significant than hatred. Therefore, I implore you all to embrace your enemies as I do. Come, Hashirama, call for your teacher." For a long time, Hashirama Senju had been waiting for this moment. He knew that he had known Madara for many years, and he had benefited greatly from the teachings of Uchiha Kagami, including the wood-style techniques. However, Uchiha Kagami had always been reluctant to accept him as a disciple. With a cheerful demeanor, Hashirama rushed over, but at that moment, Tobirama Senju was engulfed in despair. "Don't shout! Don't shout!" he cried out. "Sensei." As these words left Hashirama's lips, Tobirama could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "You ungrateful child." After his furious outburst, Tobirama fainted. In the end, Hashirama surrendered to the Uchiha clan, and upon inheriting the position of clan leader of the Senju, he became a disciple of Uchiha Kagami, who later succeeded as the leader of the Uchiha clan. It is noteworthy that 5 years later, the Senju clan had completely regained its vitality, with the younger generation stepping onto the battlefield. Under Uchiha Kagami's leadership, the Uchiha and Senju allied forces pacified all the ninja clans in the Land of Fire, uniting them under a common cause, bringing an end to the wars within the land. In the same year, Uchiha Kagami proposed the establishment of Konohagakure, which was met with unanimous approval from the major ninja clans. Ultimately, Uchiha Kagami became the first Hokage at the age of 43, with a head full of white hair. Chapter 75. Destruction and creation. Everything from the past flashed before Uchiha Kagami like a revolving lantern, filled with both agony and joy. Yet now, all of it was about to lose its significance, for he was on the brink of death. An endless force of destruction from the dark side coursed through his body, gradually taking everything from him. At that moment, the Nine Tails earnestly persuaded all the tailed beasts, "Listen to me. Uchiha Kagami is truly the child of prophecy. Let us lend him our strength." Shikaku retorted, "Didn't we already determine that Naruto is the child of prophecy? Furthermore, the blue-eyed boy who playfully called upon the 9 beasts was not a youth anymore. And where did he even get those blue eyes?" The Nine Tails, exasperated, nearly resorted to forcefully dragging the other tailed beasts to assist Uchiha Kagami, but he patiently explained, "Have you forgotten? Many years ago, when we were first captured, he called out our names with joy. Besides, who said blue eyes must be blue? If it were so easily discovered, how could he be the mysterious child of prophecy? His red eyes must represent blue eyes." The other tailed beasts, however, disagreed. At the time of their capture, Uchiha Kagami had appeared like a madman. Although he called their names with a smile, it was not a playful one, but rather one of derision towards the weak. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were both anxiously bewildered. Naruto was desperately seeking a chance to approach, but the force of destruction made him feel as though he would dissolve just by getting closer. Sasuke continuously attempted to use the heavenly hand power to transfer Uchiha Kagami, yet he could not succeed. At that moment, Sage of the Six Paths quietly emerged from the ground, saying, "Naruto, it is time." Realizing this, Naruto remembered the sage's earlier words: if Uchiha Kagami encountered trouble, he should bring the 9-tailed beasts to assist him. Without hesitation, Naruto said to Sasuke, "Please teleport me to Teacher Kagami." Simultaneously, the Sage of the Six Paths issued commands to the 9-tailed beasts. Although he could not extract Uchiha Kagami, Sasuke could use the heavenly hand power to transport himself or others. Previously, he had refrained from doing so due to the overwhelming sense of danger emanating from within. Thus, he grabbed Naruto and used the heavenly hand power to teleport them both. Upon arrival, Naruto immediately utilized Yin-Yang release on Uchiha Kagami. With a flash of brilliance, both Naruto and Sasuke transformed into streams of golden light and merged into Uchiha Kagami's being. At the same time, the nine-tailed beasts underwent a tremendous transformation, each radiating brilliant golden light as they soared towards Uchiha Kagami. As they flew, the nine tails smugly proclaimed, "See, I told you Uchiha Kagami is the child of prophecy." Noticing this, the dark side intensified its assault, unleashing a destructive ray akin to a towering pillar of annihilation, filled with boundless destructive power, aimed directly at Uchiha Kagami. However, it was too late. Uchiha Kagami had undergone a complete transformation. He had become a small golden figure, with his left eye's Sharingan shifting from red to gold, and his once ordinary form radiated dazzling light after the tailed beasts joined him. Now he appeared as the shining Digga. Witnessing this, the dark side was left in shock. What? You mean to say that the ultimate power I painstakingly mastered through countless risks of complete annihilation has been casually acquired by him? Is this even reasonable? Uchiha Kagami replied with indifference. Do you have any final words? The dark side angrily retorted, to hell with final words. I am the one who deserves to survive. Without further hesitation, the dark side unleashed an enormous destructive ray. Uchiha Kagami, in response, waved his hand, and a golden light of creative energy enveloped him, slowly surrounding the destructive ray. In an instant, the destructive ray was completely dissolved. The dark side, seeing this, could not help but curse, before its massive form abruptly shrank, ultimately condensing within the right eye. At that moment, the right eye emanated an extraordinarily terrifying force of destruction, and the surrounding space began to collapse under its influence. Although its size was small, Uchiha Kagami did not dare to underestimate it. Therefore, he unleashed his full power, maximizing the potential of his left eye. And a force of creation, even more potent than the dark side's, instantly manifested. Uchiha Kagami then transformed into a small sphere. The two spheres, one black and one gold, collided with immense force. One represented destruction, the other creation. The impact was so powerful that the black sphere, representing destruction, created a black hole in one moment and was repaired by the golden sphere of creation in the next. The two spheres, as if driven by a deep-seated hatred, traversed from the ninja realm to outer space, and then from space to the cosmos. During their passage, they passed numerous planets, causing the powerful beings on those planets to exhibit immense fear. This power was unprecedented. Although the clash of these two formidable forces did not directly affect the world, it inadvertently awakened a primal fear. In that moment, the forces of destruction and creation clashed fiercely, with darkness and light intertwining to form a breathtaking tableau. The destructive power unleashed by the black sphere was akin to a raging storm, attempting to consume everything, while the golden sphere, with unwavering will, emanated warm and powerful light, striving to resist and transform this destructive force. The collision between the two was not merely a contest of power but a profound exploration of the universe's deepest philosophies. Are destruction and creation truly irreconcilable? Amidst this fierce confrontation, a miracle quietly unfolded. At the edges where the black and gold spheres met, faint glimmers of light began to flicker, indicating that the destructive force was gradually being assimilated by the creative force, transforming into a new, unknown form of energy. The battle between the two persisted for a considerable time, ultimately culminating in victory for the golden sphere of creation, which descended back onto the original battlefield of the ninja realm. At this moment, the dark side gradually revealed its true form, and Uchiha Kagami had already reclaimed his right eye during the battle. With an expression of calm, Uchiha Kagami asked, "Do you have any final words?" The dark side, though visibly reluctant, stubbornly replied, "Final words? Huh, you are not worthy to hear them." Just as Uchiha Kagami was about to unleash his finishing move to obliterate it completely, a figure rushed in, standing directly in front of the dark side. The dark side seemed to ignite in an instant, exclaiming, "No? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the village?" Uchiha Kagami was astonished by this scene, not expecting that the dark side would have someone it cared about and that it had its own village. However, as the newcomer turned around, Uchiha Kagami's expression turned to one of shock. This person could be anyone, but it absolutely could not be him. This is impossible. Uchiha he had searched for a long time in the Pure Land, but could not find any trace of him. However, it now appeared that if he had never been in the Pure Land, everything suddenly made sense. Chapter 76. Every word a response when the newcomer turned around. Uchiha's breath caught in his throat. Izuna? At that moment, Izuna appeared as youthful as he did at the time of his death. What could this mean? As Izuna recounted the events, the actions of the dark side over the years came to light. After Uchiha he passed away, the dark side arrived in Konoha, resurrecting Izuna through Edo Tensei and subsequently taking Madara away. This explained why Madara left Konoha without a word. Unlike Uchiha the dark side, though filled with darkness, wielded power beyond Uchiha He's grasp. He possessed all of Uchiha He's abilities except for the left eye and had mastered the destructive power contained within the right eye through years of practice. Yet, despite his darkness, he was not evil. Over the years, he had traveled with Izuna and Madara, seeking only those formidable beings hidden within the ninja world for battle. Simultaneously, he kept a watchful eye on Kagaya's movements. After careful deliberation, he believed that allowing the ninja world to develop freely would be far more interesting. His focus remained on the Otsutsuki clan, as altering the structure of the ninja world might lead to deviations in their arrival. Thus, he found Kagaya and instructed her to proceed according to her original plans. Everything went smoothly until the ninja world war. Although Madara awakened the Rinnegan with the dark side's assistance, his life was nearing its end. The dark side wielded only the power of destruction, leaving him unable to restore life. Even with knowledge of the rebirth technique and the white Zetsu at his disposal, the absence of Uchiha He's left eye hindered the transfer of vitality, compelling him to wait as the original story dictated. This eventually led to the events surrounding Obito. Unlike the original narrative, the dark side did not allow events to unfold normally. He chose to intervene personally. He created an illusion that merged seamlessly with reality, leading Kakashi and Obito to mistakenly believe Rin had indeed died. In truth, the real Rin had long been taken to the new ninja village founded by Izuna, a place located outside the ninja world and thus largely unknown. Over the years, many who had been saved by the dark side gathered there, including those involved in the Uchiha massacre night. That night, the dark side took matters into his own hands, incapacitating Obito and stripping him of his clothes, even experimenting with Kamui. To his astonishment, Uchiha Itachi proved to be quite formidable. Had he not acted swiftly, someone might have been killed. The result was that everyone in Konoha believed the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, with only the dark side and Itachi aware that the Uchiha were relocated elsewhere. As for Danzo's Sharingan, it was under the dark side's orders that Itachi extracted the eyes of those clan members who sought rebellion, discarding them at will. To prevent alterations in the storyline, the dark side also placed a seal on Uchiha Itachi, instructing him to act according to the original plan and forbidding him from mentioning his existence to anyone. His presence was felt throughout the ninja world. Even White and Zabuza found refuge in the new ninja village. Regarding the Minato couple, the dark side recognized this as a crucial juncture and refrained from intervening, knowing he could bring back the original body through Edo Tensei when the opportunity arose. Upon learning of the dark side's actions, Uchiha wore a complex expression. "Then why do you oppose me?" he queried. The dark side disdainfully spat. "You selfish brat, your fighting style has never valued life. It's pointless to discuss this with you. I originally intended to defeat you and use your left eye to resurrect more people, but now, sigh." Uchiha He's expression became even more intricate. Why must it be this way? He then turned away, no longer looking at him. The dark side could not help but call out, "You want to kill me?" Without looking back, Uchiha replied coolly, "You are part of me. You should know what kind of person I am. If you have someone you cherish, then treasure them doubly. However, I cannot agree with your assessment of the future." At that moment, Uchiha understood everything. This was the reason why, in the end, the two sources of power would lead to his victory. It turned out that the dark side had utilized Uchiha He's clone before the battle began, exhausting all efforts to resurrect Izuna. As it was merely a clone, it lacked the abilities of the original, resulting in the depletion of a portion of his essence. It was this depletion that ultimately became the key to Uchiha He's triumph over him. Everything became clear. No one was inherently evil. So what was the need for continued conflict? In truth, the root of it all lay with Uchiha. Had his resolve been stronger, if he had not separated that part of his consciousness and sealed away the energy of his eyes, he would not have perished, and none of this would have transpired. Essentially, it stemmed from his own character. He had always preferred to evade problems, whether in his past life or this one. If he failed an exam, he would hide away. If he made mistakes and faced criticism, he would find a place to retreat. When betrayed by a girlfriend, he sought refuge elsewhere. Even in job failures, he chose to hide away. He thought his journey into the ninja world would be the same, but but upon encountering Izuna's death, he still chose to escape. Despite having the means to evade Kagaya's grasp, he opted for avoidance, retreating into the Pure Land. However, this time, he would not choose to flee. Since he had caused all of this, he would take it upon himself to make amends. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was time for the farewell filled with recited memories. Naruto, struggling to hold back tears, spoke these words with a smile. Tell mom that I'm eating well and she need not worry. I'm not picky and eat everything. From tonkatsu to miso to soy sauce. Of course, it's not just ramen. I bathe almost every day and occasionally visit the hot springs in Konoha. Everyone says I skim the surface. Oh, and I've made many friends. They are all wonderful people. Though my grades are at the bottom, I firmly believe I will not be discouraged. My confidence is stronger than anyone else's. Of course, I heed the words of the third Hokage and Kakashi-sensei. They are both present. You can ask them directly. Also, during my time with the perverted sage, I learned a lot about the 3 ninja bands. Although I made a mess of those, the perverted sage, one of the 3 ninja, is very cool. He is the one I respect the most. I just turned 17 today and have never tasted alcohol. Mom wants me to find a good woman like her. But, well, in summary, though I Haven Tea fulfilled all of Mom's wishes, I'm trying. I have dreams too. I want to become a Hokage even better than Dad. I will make it happen. Go over there and tell Mom not to worry about me. I will live well. Thus, those fragmented thoughts, every word and sentence, were a response. Chapter 77. Uchiha H's Sacrifice. A grand reunion in the ninja world. Uchiha, he noticed the Sage of 6 Paths making subtle movements, swiftly appearing before him to grasp his wrist. Old man, Sage of 6 Paths, wait. Do not undo Edo Tensei. The Sage of 6 Paths, realizing the situation, seemed to have anticipated his actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lingered so long to bid farewell to Naruto. You must consider carefully. If you choose to do this, you will cease to exist. Even I cannot save you. Uchiha he, upon hearing this, gazed with unwavering determination and nodded. Upon witnessing the circumstances, the Sage of the 6 Paths sighed in resignation and remarked, You are the true hero. Thus, I shall lend my final strength in hopes of aiding you. Subsequently, he extended his hand, channeling a jutsu imbued with yin and yang release chakra towards Uchiha Kawā's mind. Upon absorbing this technique, Uchiha Kawā experienced a profound revelation. It became clear why he had been unable to utilize yin and yang release in a living state before. The yang attribute, when in contact with the physical body of a living being, invariably exceeded the yin attribute. However, this did not imply that achieving balance between yin and yang would allow for the use of yin and yang release, as the world itself is inherently unbalanced, and the techniques reflect this reality. Yin and yang release does not seek equilibrium, but rather embodies a more profound interplay. At times, the technique demands a predominance of yang, while at other times, it requires yin to dominate. The prevailing force determines the nature of the jutsu. This is akin to the eternal kaleidoscope of Uchiha Kawā, where the left eye symbolizes creation and the right eye signifies destruction. Merely possessing the left eye does not facilitate creation, yet when the right eye's influence is invoked, the creative power of the left eye can flourish, harmonizing with the destructive force to unleash genuine creative prowess. Both powers, when existing independently, wield immense strength, yet they cannot effectuate pure transformation. However, when united, they engender a formidable force capable of reshaping any reality, much like the current dichotomy of yin and yang. As Uchiha Kawā activated his dual eyes, an aura rich with mystery enveloped the surroundings. Under the influence of this power, new life began to emerge around Uchiha Kawā, with tiny grasses and flowers carpeting the battlefield. Yet, this was not the culmination. The ninjas who had perished in battle were resurrected. Simultaneously, Minato, who had prepared to return to the Pure Land, was astounded to find his reanimated body shatter, only for his flesh to sprout anew, like bamboo shoots after rain. In this moment, Uchiha Kawā truly became the Master of Dreams. At the periphery of the battlefield, the Master of Dreams observed the resurrected Dean with palpable excitement. It was the Dean who had previously explained that Uchiha Kawā intended to revive her, which led to her agreement to dismantle the reanimation army. At this juncture, Madara, lying half-conscious on the battlefield, also regained vitality and stood, gazing at Uchiha Kawā with a complex expression. Witnessing the increasing number of revivals, Uchiha Kawā smiled with satisfaction, prompting an urgent shout from Naruto, My mother! My mother!" Promptly, Uchiha Kawā resurrected Kushina, with Naruto breaking the ice. More and more individuals began to call out the names of their loved ones. Uchiha Kawā, guided by his understanding of the narrative, selectively revived individuals, essentially. Good souls lived while the malevolent perished. The battlefield was filled with scenes of reunion. Kakashi joyfully met his father, while Obito finally mustered the courage to confess his feelings to the revived Rin. Naruto laughed joyously in the company of his parents and Master Jiraiya, and the Yahiko team was reassembled. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi found himself being scolded by Shisui, who admonished, "You are tasked with safeguarding the clan and protecting Konoha. Yet you annihilated your own people." A kind-hearted bystander pointed out that the Uchiha had not committed genocide, but Shisui continued his reprimand, and Itachi could only endure. Nonetheless, everyone was enveloped in joy. Sasuke and Deidara, however, bore expressions of concern. "Enough. Please stop," Sasuke called out. Uchiha Kawā cast a glance at him, replying warmly, "Little Sasuke, it is truly an honor to have accompanied you as you grew." With this, Uchiha Kawā's form dimmed further. The creative power of his left eye not only enabled self-restoration but, when paired with his right eye, allowed him to resurrect others by expending life essence, soul, and ocular strength. The onlookers recognized this moment. However, Uchiha Kawā had already grown frail, on the verge of dissipating. As the gaze of the crowd turned towards him, he was once again overwhelmed by social anxiety, albeit this time devoid of fear. Only a sense of fulfillment remained. He mused, "After all, the regrets have been mended, have they not?" Reflecting on the distant darkness and Izuna, Uchiha Kawā resolved to perform one final act, requiring the assistance of the Sage of the Six Paths. The sage discerned Uchiha Kawā's intent and approached, signaling him to proceed. Uchiha Kawā summoned his remaining strength to elevate the darkness, while the Sage of the Six Paths enacted a technique that suspended everyone's consciousness. Once again, Uchiha Kawā faced the dark entity, expressing, "I am deeply sorry for my selfishness that burdened you, but now I choose to grant you this opportunity. Will you take my place in safeguarding the ninja world?" The dark entity gazed at the fading Uchiha Kawā in disbelief, filled with unspoken words that ultimately transformed into a mere sigh and a nod of agreement. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kawā infused the last remnants of his right and left eye's power into the dark entity. This act enabled the dark entity to acquire a human body. Previously, it had been a mere manifestation of chakra and consciousness, but now it became a true individual, a living being. Under the guidance of the Sage of the Six Paths, everyone's memories were altered. The narrative shifted to one where Uchiha Kawā assisted Naruto and Sasuke in sealing Kagaya, ultimately resurrecting all within the ninja world. The Uchiha Kawā here was a mere substitute for the dark entity, as the true Uchiha Kawā's soul and body had entirely dissipated, leaving behind only a pale left eye. As for individuals such as Madara and Izuna, who shared a profound bond with the dark entity, Uchiha Kawā chose not to modify their memories, trusting that the dark entity would clarify matters for them. The Uchiha Kawā embodied by the dark entity, both in appearance and essence, mirrored the original. Yet the distinction lay in the dark entity's formidable prowess and its inherently combative nature, unlike the original's accommodating disposition. A jubilant atmosphere enveloped the battlefield once more. Though Sasuke and Uchiha Kawā appeared contemplative, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of loss, while Uchiha Kawā stared at his pale left eye, lost in thought. "Once again, I have chosen to evade," Uchiha Kawā lamented. As for Pushi, due to the previous sacrifice, he had merged with Uchiha Kawā and could not be resurrected. Regarding how Uchiha Kawā achieved his dreams, it stemmed from the life-creating ability of his left eye, which, through the expenditure of his life force, soul, and the essence of his left eye's power, facilitated the creation of physical forms. The Sage of the Six Paths assisted in retrieving the departed souls from the Pure Land, and finally, through the cooperation of Yin and Yang release and the dual eyes, the bodies and souls of the deceased were unified, allowing for their resurrection. As for Uchiha Kawā's siblings and Uchiha Kiyoshi, he could hardly fathom their expressions upon witnessing his revival, while he himself faded. Thus he chose to revive them only after the sage had modified everyone's memories. Thus, the true reunion of the ninja world was realized. Subsequently, centered around Konoha, a significant reformation took place within the ninja realm, abolishing the traditional system of ninja missions, prioritizing production instead, and focusing on enhancing the productivity of ninjas. As the architect of this transformation, Uchiha Kawā, the dark entity, found himself unable to enjoy the tranquility he sought. In this narrative, the dark aspect is represented by In, while the vanished Uchiha River is represented by Yang. The Uchiha River, In, having accepted a commission from Uchiha River, Yang, meanders leisurely through Konoha. The situation was manageable a few days ago, perhaps due to the resurgence of numerous ninjas that enriched Konoha's ninja system. However, after a few days, problems began to sprout like mushrooms after rain. A ninja was seen running and crying out in distress. "This is bad. This is bad." The Uchiha River, In, upon hearing this, initially thought an enemy was approaching and swiftly teleported to seize the ninja, demanding, "What is the matter?" The ninja, upon recognizing Uchiha River, immediately calmed down, saying, "Lord River, it seems that hiding at the slaughterhouse has overused forbidden techniques and collapsed, but we still have a significant portion of our long-range slaughter project left unfinished." After dismissing the ninja, Uchiha River, In, hurried towards the slaughterhouse, determined to fulfill the promise made. Although the slaughterhouse was not in utter disarray, blood was still strewn across the floor. The ninjas guarding Haiden felt reassured upon Uchiha River's arrival. Upon assessing Haiden's condition, Uchiha River, In, discovered that the sealing technique originally imposed by Uchiha River, Yang, had failed, leading to the aftereffects of the forbidden technique, causing his loss of control. Consequently, Uchiha River, In, applied a head-patting sealing technique to re-establish the seal. A nearby ninja cautiously inquired, "Lord River, is Haiden all right?" Uchiha River, In nodded and, with a swift motion, slapped Haiden awake. As Haiden groggily began to regain consciousness, Uchiha River, In, promptly fled, leaving the two ninjas exchanging bewildered glances. Haiden murmured, "I think I dreamed of a tailed beast slapping me." In the subsequent years, Konoha experienced rapid development. Under the entrepreneurial genius of Kakashi and the strategic planning of the Nara clan, Konoha not only saw a swift advancement in animal husbandry and agriculture, but also witnessed the emergence of a remarkable courier industry within the ninja world. Thanks to the two masters of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama and Minato, particularly Tobirama, a master inventor of forbidden techniques, the creation of the Flying Thunder God teleportation array became effortless. Additionally, it is worth noting that, alongside the Flying Thunder God Courier Company, there was also Obito's Kimui Courier Service, which boasted a larger cargo capacity and minimal resource consumption, making it the preferred choice for the majority of users. This success was undoubtedly attributed to Obito's tireless efforts. When Kakashi once inquired about Obito's diligence, Obito simply replied, "I want to provide her with a home." Moreover, due to Konin's paper manipulation techniques, the originally wandering Yahiko and his companions were compelled to remain in Konoha. Jiraiya also remarked, "Surely, you wouldn't want to witness your dear teacher writing without paper, would you?" Meanwhile, the new ninja village opted not to return to Konoha, but instead ventured into the ninja world in a commercial capacity. Under the guidance of Izuna, the new ninja village quickly ascended to become the second largest ninja village and the commercial hub of the entire ninja world, bustling with activity and endless visitors. The entire ninja world was progressing towards a brighter future. Furthermore, after Jiraiya's retirement, the selection of the Hokage was no longer solely based on combat prowess. It also required an assessment of comprehensive qualities, including knowledge of agriculture, animal husbandry, and commerce. Under such circumstances, an unexpected individual ascended to the position of Hokage, Yahiko. Although a latecomer, he was an eager learner, diligently seeking knowledge from Uchiha River, In, daily and utilizing the information gap provided by Konin's paper and publishing factories to further his education. Consequently, Yahiko became the only Hokage in history to achieve a perfect score. Of course, Sasuke was also capable, but he simply chose not to pursue it. Eventually, Sasuke relinquished his hatred towards Itachi and became less dependent on him. Although no one explicitly pointed out the differences in Uchiha River, Sasuke gradually noticed them in their daily interactions. His previous teacher had never slept, while this teacher slumbered soundly. What was more significant was the countless sealing techniques that Uchiha River had left within Sasuke. Although none had vanished, he keenly sensed the absence of a crucial element that, while not affecting functionality, was nonetheless different. This element was love. Why did he notice its absence? It was because Uchiha River had routinely patted his head and added a few sealing techniques simultaneously. The affection encapsulated within those head pats was now missing. Sasuke chose not to voice his thoughts and departed after a few years of guarding Konoha. Itachi, heartbroken upon learning of Sasuke's departure, attempted to stop him. However, Sasuke was prepared, uttering only, "Forgive me, Itachi, this is the last time," before leaving Konoha to embark on a life of wandering. Itachi pondered, "Why does that sound so familiar?" However, Sasuke was not aimlessly wandering. He was actively searching for traces of his teacher, convinced that his mentor still existed somewhere or had left behind some form of guidance. This unwavering belief sustained him. "Teacher, I will surely find you." Chapter 79. The sealing technique on the dragon vein. Sasuke's departure was not without purpose. Over the years, Uchiha River, had grown weary of frequent inquiries and ultimately decided to publicly disclose everything within the Uchiha laboratory. Although most of the content seemed meaningless to Uchiha River, merely reflections on various subjects, including commerce, agriculture, and animal husbandry, the only valuable information lay in the buried super series Forbidden Techniques. These techniques were frequently utilized by Uchiha River in his youth. Their immense power came at a tremendous cost. Without a chakra reserve as vast as Uchiha River's, even attempting to use them would result in exhaustion, leading to weakness or even death. For this reason, Uchiha River, deemed these techniques of little utility. Based on the Nine Tails chakra, even at full power, it could only unleash 5 attacks at most, calculated according to Uchiha River's usage. Conceptually, this technique required the utmost application and output of chakra, necessitating its compression within ordinary ninjutsu, while also demanding a substantial chakra quantity released to its limit. Only then would the technique's true essence reveal itself. The external form of this technique was not constrained by any specific ninjutsu. Rather, it thrived on simplicity, as the simpler the technique, the less arduous the compression process would be. It would be easier to condense. This technique resembled a well-executed night guy, albeit with a broader range. Similar to the diamond technique in a previous novel, which involved infusing vast amounts of spiritual energy into a sword to enlarge its size before compressing it. The distinction of this technique lies in the simultaneous expansion and compression. However, achieving the super form requires an ample amount of chakra, compressed to its limit, resulting in a massive ninjutsu due to the overwhelming quantity of excessively compressed chakra. Though few could utilize this technique, it posed no challenge to Konoha's ninjutsu prodigy, Minato, who was indeed a genius. Just by observing a tailed beast ball, he invented the Rasengan. Now, merely by glancing at the explanation of the super series Forbidden Techniques, he cleverly deduced that this technique could be executed by one person controlling it while others infused chakra, achieving the desired effect of obliterating the enemy. Returning to Sasuke, he discovered a wealth of literature on sealing techniques among Uchiha River's belongings. Throughout these years, although he did not master all of them, he still managed to learn quite a bit. Before delving into the intricacies of sealing techniques, Sasuke merely regarded Uchiha River's sealing methods as impressive. However, upon mastering them himself, he realized that Uchiha River's sealing prowess was unparalleled, an extraordinary strength without equal. The reason Sasuke chose not to depart immediately after acquiring this skill was that the entire Uchiha family resided in Konoha. Although his life was secure, he often saw his own reflection in Uchiha River's younger siblings, which served as a form of remembrance. As his command of sealing techniques grew more adept, coupled with the enhancement of the Rinnegan, Sasuke felt a distant place within the ninja world calling to him. Not merely a place, but a seal that perpetually attracted him, resonating with the sealing techniques within him. Now, Uchiha River's siblings had matured into adulthood, and although Sasuke, by virtue of his lineage, should address them as ancestors, he felt no hesitation as he headed toward the source of the call. He journeyed directly to Lulon and finally beheld the fabled dragon vein. Sensing the formidable sealing power within, Sasuke immediately recognized the handiwork of his mentor. Without further deliberation, he activated the sealing form to resonate with the seal. The moment his hand made contact with the seal, an overwhelming brilliance radiated from the dragon vein, accompanied by a series of strange sounds. Aware of the immense energy surrounding him, Sasuke prudently enveloped himself in lightning chakra for protection. However, he underestimated the energy released during the dragon vein's operation. In an instant, he was battered by the force, leaving him injured. As he hastened to activate Susanoo for defense, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Sasuke, relinquish your resistance. and allow the sealing technique to absorb the energy of the dragon vein. The energy surged like a tide, and it was only after a considerable duration that Sasuke sensed its cessation. True to the words spoken, the sealing technique had indeed absorbed the energy of the dragon vein, and at that moment, Sasuke felt an overwhelming surge of power. When the light dissipated, he discovered he was no longer in the original Lulan but in a desolate forest. Stripped of life, where not a single tree stood intact. The signs suggested devastation wrought by fire techniques. Sasuke was taken aback, even in his current state. He could not fathom being capable of annihilating an entire forest spanning 100,000 miles with fire techniques. The remnants of this forest led him to consciously discard any notion of his own invincibility. No wonder even a formidable figure like his mentor could fall in this era. It seemed the ninja world was indeed a realm of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After some contemplation, he resolved to pursue the source. For such immense strength surely meant that there would be news of his mentor. As for why Sasuke recognized this as the former ninja world, it was evident modern trees were not of such towering heights. It was clearly the work of a powerful shinobi skilled in wood release, clashing with a ninja wielding fire techniques, resulting in the current desolation. Yet, he remained uncertain if Uchiha River existed in this time. Meanwhile, the true instigator was cackling maniacally while chasing the seven tails, Chome. Chome, stop running. Come here, I have something wonderful to show you. At that moment, Komiai's wings were nearly smoking from exertion. Fearing that slowing down would lead to capture by the monstrous figure behind, Chome had little time to ponder why this person knew its name. Survival was the priority. Why was survival paramount? The eight tails, Gyuki, known as the strongest tailed beast after the nine tails, had just been subjected to a fire technique from this person, leaving it with barely half a tail. Luckily, the tailed beast's resilience kept it alive, albeit in a state far worse than death. The individual had even picked up its severed tail and miraculously reformed it, molding it as though it were mere clay. But that was not the end. After restoring it, the individual employed a sealing technique that sent chills through the tailed beast, binding the mini eight tails into a tight package. Without considering the sealing technique, Komiai's diminutive form could not withstand the force capable of obliterating 100,000 miles of forest. Fortunately, it had long since planned an escape, narrowly avoiding capture when the person attempted to ensnare it with wood release. What the hell? Trees over 10,000 meters high, Chome exclaimed, startled by the massive wood release, and used every ounce of strength to flee. And that person was none other than Uchiha River. Recently bereaved of his beloved Izuna, he radiated an aura of fury, ready to unleash his wrath upon anyone who provoked him. The eight tails had insisted on testing his strength, and he had responded with a mighty fire technique, nearly eliminating it. Fortunately, Uchiha River refrained from going too far, or the eight tails would have met its end prematurely. Chapter 80. The initial clash between Uchiha River and as the seven tails began to vanish from Uchiha River's sight, he resolved, if I cannot have you, then I shall destroy you. He prepared to unleash an overwhelming water release technique. Suddenly, a powerful presence surged from behind him, prompting Uchiha River to instinctively sidestep. A figure with dark skin materialized before him. Who are you? Why are you near my village of Kumogakure? At this time, the 5 great ninja villages had only recently emulated Konoha's establishment, and Uchiha River was still in a casual, wandering mode, having just begun to explore the ninja world. Thus, the various villages were yet unaware of his reputation. Uchiha River, irritated by the interruption that allowed the seven tails to escape, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. However, the figure before him continued undeterred. Whoever you are, get out of Kumogakure. Uchiha River's silence was misinterpreted as aloofness. The person was none other than the first Hokage, who had recently unified various ninja clans to establish Kumogakure. Although the clans were intimidated by his strength, underground unrest persisted. I had ventured out to warn the clans against causing trouble, and the man before him, though lacking the distinctive skin of the Land of Lightning, was clearly a formidable figure sent from a ninja clan. Without hesitation, he activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged at Uchiha River. Recognizing the technique being employed, Uchiha River discerned that this man was no ordinary individual and suppressed his anger, inquiring patiently, "Who are you?" However, continued his relentless advance, to avoid inadvertently killing him. Uchiha River braced himself and endured the impact, akin to a small cat being forcefully flung away. Pleased that his attack had taken effect, A proclaimed, "I only converse with worthy opponents. Come on." He beckoned to Uchiha River, who, after coughing up blood, healed his wounds with a flick of his hand. He then activated his own lightning release chakra mode, combining it with his ultimate instant movement technique, and launched a powerful uppercut that sent A flying. Upon confirming A's safety, Uchiha River nonchalantly touched his nose and gestured for A to come again. A, now visibly shocked, stammered as he rose, "Where did you learn that technique? Which clan sent you?" "Uchiha," he nonchalantly remarked, "as for this technique, I learned it just by observing you use it once. If you must inquire about my clan, I hail from the Uchiha clan, which is quite distant from here." He had long heard of the extraordinary strength of Konoha's Hokage, yet he remained uncertain about the extent of that power. AI naively assumed it would be comparable to his own prowess. Thus, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation filled his heart as he queried, "What is your name?" The anticipation stemmed from the hope that he might indeed be the legendary Uchiha. Losing to him would be a source of shame. Conversely, the concern was that if he were not Uchiha, then even an ordinary Uchiha could easily overpower him, which would be utterly disheartening. After all, although the village had been established, internal conflicts persisted. To resolve these internal strife, the sole recourse would be to wage war externally, and without a doubt, Konoha would be the prime target. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. As Uchiha began to speak, AI's anxious heart finally settled. After this brief exchange, Uchiha had little desire to engage further. The lightning release chakra mode, coupled with his earlier remarks, indicated that this individual was either the Hokage himself or his deputy. Ignoring AI, Uchiha continued his pursuit of the Seven Tails. AI took a moment to gather his thoughts, convincing himself that the man merely had superior speed. If it came to a contest of ninjutsu, he would undoubtedly be no match. This was how AI consoled himself internally. However, the arrival of another individual heightened AI's vigilance. "Who are you?" At that moment, the hastily arriving Sasuke collided directly with AI. During his hurried journey, Sasuke reflected on his past, remembering how his teacher often emphasized the importance of humility, warning against the arrogance that could come after a brief period of success. He recognized that the immense power he had gained from the dragon vein energy had temporarily clouded his humility. Now, upon encountering this young man, Sasuke patiently inquired, "Have you seen anyone pass by?" AI scrutinized him carefully before responding, "Why would I tell you? Rather, why have you come to my cloud village?" Sasuke suppressed his impatience and patiently explained, "I am here to find someone. Do you know which way he went?" Seeing no red eyes or imposing physique, AI's apprehension dissipated. He surmised that Sasuke was merely a subordinate of Uchiha. Thus, he decided to teach him a lesson. Without further ado, AI activated his lightning release chakra and launched an elbow strike towards Sasuke. Sasuke, recognizing the threat, did not hesitate and engaged in a counter using his Chidori lightning release chakra mode. AI was astonished to discover that Sasuke's lightning release chakra mode had superior defensive capabilities compared to his own, and even more significantly, his speed enhancement was several times greater. At this point, AI had yet to falter purely due to Sasuke's restraint. Yet AI, undeterred by this revelation, pressed on, launching a powerful lightning technique directly at Sasuke's face. In response, Sasuke wasted no time activating his Sharingan and Rinnegan. The Rinnegan absorbed the ninjutsu, while the Sharingan was used to control him. In the final moments before AI lost consciousness, he struggled to yell, "Why didn't you mention you had the Sharingan earlier?" Thus, AI was left standing in place like a chastised schoolboy, while Sasuke gleaned the information he sought. Indeed, the figure before him was his teacher. As Sasuke departed, he kindly dispelled the Genjutsu and erased AI's memory of their encounter. Upon awakening, AI shook his head, muttering to himself, Why does my head hurt a bit? Never mind, I'll just go find trouble with another ninja clan. That wretched Uchiha, sneaking up on me with such speed." Meanwhile, Uchiha, sprinting away, seemingly sensed something amiss, sneezing several times before halting. "Strange. Has the inherently malevolent Senju clan taken to cursing me again?" Chapter 81. The reunion of Sasuke and Uchiha, due to this minor delay. Uchiha had completely lost track of the Seven Tails. Just as he was lamenting his misfortune, Sasuke caught up. "Wait!" Uchiha exclaimed, infuriated, "I've been waiting for you." After hurling a fire technique in frustration, he quickly regretted it, fearing he might have inadvertently eliminated a key figure. Thus, Uchiha turned back to destroy the fire technique. But Sasuke remained unperturbed, employing his Rinnegan to absorb the attack. Uchiha was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. No, it must be that detestable Kurizetsu in disguise. Before Sasuke could respond, Uchiha charged at him furiously. Uchiha's animosity towards Kurizetsu stemmed from having discovered traces of him on Senju Tobirama. Although Kurizetsu's actions were meticulously executed, first controlling Tobirama with the Rinnegan, then ambushing him under the guise of Izuna, and subsequently altering Tobirama's memories, the extraordinary perceptive abilities of Uchiha, allowed him to uncover the truth with minimal effort. His eyes not only restored his own condition, but could also reveal the internal structures of living beings. Within Tobirama's life signature, he detected a dark mass, unmistakably the handiwork of Kurizetsu. Consequently, upon seeing Sasuke, Uchiha mistakenly believed he was facing Kurizetsu disguised as Izuna and charged forth in rage. Just as Uchiha was about to employ his yin-yang release for a self-detonation, Sasuke activated his sealing mode and shouted, "Teacher, it's me, Sasuke." Recognizing the familiar sealing technique, Uchiha cursed, "Damn it, that accursed Kurizetsu, not even sparing Izuna's corpse?" Uchiha had previously placed a similar sealing technique on Izuna, leading him to believe that Kurizetsu had resurrected Izuna's body to ambush him. However, Uchiha quickly sensed something was amiss, looking incredulously at Sasuke. "Sasuke, this isn't right. You shouldn't exist in this time. Is it the Reaper? No, your hand isn't severed, and you don't resemble the Sasuke from the other timeline." Uchiha muttered to himself. At this moment, he had abandoned his murderous intent, but Sasuke, filled with dread, exclaimed, "Teacher, it's going to explode." Uchiha glanced at the yin-yang release in his hand, realizing, oh no, it really is going to explode. In a hurry, Uchiha used his body flicker technique to retreat to a safe distance, where he promptly detonated. This time, Uchiha was prepared, avoiding the blast and swiftly recovering. Oh, that sensation is exhilarating. Sasuke watched Uchiha's antics, filled with doubt about whether this individual was truly his teacher. In his memory, his teacher was characterized by a few social anxieties, but was otherwise impeccable. Yet this teacher was not only irritable, but seemed somewhat unhinged as well. Uchiha shook his head, dismissing any dizziness, and returned to Sasuke's side, his demeanor turning serious. "Now tell me, what has transpired in the future that would compel someone from that time to seek me out in the past?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt assured. This was indeed his teacher, wise and compassionate. Subsequently, as Sasuke recounted events, Uchiha learned about his future self's battle against the so-called dark side, the choice to spare his opponent, and ultimately his self-sacrifice to save everyone. The reason Sasuke sought him out was almost comical. A bitter smile spread across Uchiha's face as he awkwardly remarked, "So you went to great lengths to find me simply because you missed me?" Sasuke, oblivious to the awkwardness in Uchiha's tone, was already brimming with emotion, extending his arms toward Uchiha. "Teacher." Originally, Uchiha intended to evade. But upon gazing at Sasuke's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Izuna's, he found himself momentarily entranced, allowing Sasuke to embrace him. However, he couldn't resist the urge to remind Sasuke, "Do not let your snot smear my body, my clothes are gone." Indeed, due to a prior explosion, Uchiha's attire had been utterly obliterated, leaving him in a state of undress. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that he wore specially crafted undergarments, forged from exceptionally hard metal, adorned with over 1,000,000 sealing techniques. While he had no intentions of procreation, Uchiha held his manhood in high regard. Sasuke's emotions of reunion were abruptly shattered by Uchiha's jest, prompting him to release his hold. Uchiha found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Anyone would feel bewildered in such a predicament, especially when face-to-face with someone from a distant future. Now nearing 50, he pondered whether he would still be able to walk after so many years. Uchiha was filled with doubt. Thus, he directly inquired, "You hail from the future. Do tell me, what becomes of me? Am I as formidable as I am now?" Upon finishing, he flexed his biceps. Sasuke, lost in reminiscence, responded slowly, "Future teacher. To be honest, when I first encountered you, I found it hard to believe. I thought Uchiha Itachi had returned. But you possess a head of unruly black hair that cannot be tamed. Although you still retain that quality now, your hair is undeniably black. At that time, You had just been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation, easily breaking free from Orochimaru's control, subsequently driving him away single-handedly, even scaring off the Shinigami. Ultimately, you sealed Shikaku as if you were a deity descending from the heavens. At this juncture, Uchiha interrupted Sasuke, exclaiming, "What? Impure world reincarnation? Are you implying that I am already dead? When did I die?" Sasuke pondered briefly before replying. According to historical texts, you were ambushed and killed after gathering the tailed beasts and convening the 5 Kage summit. The exact assailant is not mentioned, and although I have inquired, you always evaded the topic with a smile. Uchiha fell silent, contemplating his intention to gather the tailed beasts and hold the 5 Kage summit to issue a stern warning. However, who could possibly bring about his demise? After a prolonged period of reflection, an epiphany struck him. Damn it, it must be Kaguya? At that moment, Kaguya, deep underground, was scheming how to deceive Uchiha Madara, when he suddenly sneezed, scattering all his meticulously crafted thoughts. Chapter 82. Nine Tails. Who will help me up? Sasuke, noticing Uchiha lost in thought, urgently reminded him, "Teacher, considering the time, you are likely to be ambushed today. Please exercise caution." Before Sasuke could finish, Uchiha interrupted. "All right, let us cease our discourse on the future. Regardless of what lies ahead, be it good or bad, it is those indelible experiences that have forged the individuals we are today. Therefore, do not harbor thoughts of altering the past to attain a different future. Perhaps the future, once changed, may not be as favorable as one hopes." Sasuke felt enriched by Uchiha's wisdom, exclaiming, as expected of a teacher, "You possess great insight." Uchiha smiled. "Now that you are here, accompany me in capturing the tailed beasts." Sasuke nodded, and Uchiha grinned. "Just don't fall behind. My speed is unparalleled." Before Sasuke could respond, Uchiha vanished like a gust of wind. Undeterred, Sasuke employed the skills Uchiha had taught him to pursue, soon catching up. Uchiha felt a tinge of frustration. He had intended to showcase his prowess to his future student, yet it seemed that his future self had imparted all his abilities to Sasuke, complicating matters. Nevertheless, Uchiha, believing himself invincible, refused to concede easily and once again surged forward. Sasuke followed suit. This time, Uchiha utilized not only the explosive body flicker technique, but also donned lightning release armor, propelling himself at astonishing speed. However, Sasuke was similarly equipped, and owing to the fact that his lightning release armor was an enhanced version modified through Chidori, he outpaced Uchiha slightly. Fortunately, they were nearing the residence of the Nine Tails, prompting Uchiha to halt. Uchiha stealthily concealed himself behind a tree to observe the Nine Tails. Sasuke cautiously warned, "Teacher, you are aware that the Nine Tails possesses exceptional sensory abilities, correct?" Uchiha, scratching his head, replied, "How could I not know? I merely wanted to see if the Nine Tails was asleep." At that moment, the drowsy Nine Tails detected the two intruders, sensing an impending threat. One individual's chakra was formidable, rivaling his own, while the other possessed eyes reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths. Both were clearly not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he sensed no malice, allowing him to remain still and observe. The Nine Tails thought, "I am not trembling in fear." Uchiha, realizing he had been discovered, decided to abandon his stealth and boldly approached. "Hey, Kyubi, would you like to come home with your uncle? I have delicious treats." The Nine Tails was about to unleash a tirade against the audacity of being called uncle, yet upon sensing the overwhelming aura from Uchiha, he refrained, merely letting out a disgruntled huff. "Humph, who are you huffing at?" Uchiha appeared irate. "I'll just unleash a water release jutsu." What he anticipated to be an ordinary water release technique manifested as a towering wall of water, towering high above. This sight left the Nine Tails trembling in fear. Uchiha mused, "Surely it will evade, right?" The Nine Tails thought, "I am trembling. Who will help me up?" As the water release approached the Nine Tails, Sasuke discerned something was amiss. The Nine Tails was not merely stubbornly resisting. He was genuinely frightened. Thus, Sasuke swiftly employed his heavenly hand technique to relocate it. Uchiha, perplexed, questioned, "Where did my massive Nine Tails go? Was it consumed?" The Nine Tails, now behind the pair, was panting heavily. "I'm not joking. I think I just saw the Sage of Six Paths." Uchiha, sensing the aura behind him, turned around excitedly. "Kyubi, you didn't run away. Come, join your uncle at home." He then revealed the Eight Tails. "Look, your little companion has agreed to come with me." It informed me of your whereabouts. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails' eyes widened in fury. Traitor. The Eight Tails appeared distressed, but dared not explain, fearing Uchiha H's wrath might spell its demise. Seeing the Nine Tails hesitating to respond, Uchiha H's cheerful demeanor swiftly faded. You refuse, then? The Nine Tails, feeling an increased sense of urgency, quickly exclaimed, I'll go. But you must tell me how you know my name. Did the Eight Tails inform you? Uchiha He shook his head, adopting a mysterious expression. Because I have met the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha He could only respond thus. It was implausible to elaborate that he was traversing from another world and had watched this very anime. Nevertheless, he had indeed encountered the Sage of Six Paths. Thus it wasn't a complete falsehood. The Nine Tails, bewildered, asked, The Sage of Six Paths? Isn't he dead? How did you meet him? Uchiha He casually explained, Well, I accidentally blew myself up while using Yin-Yang release, and then I met him in the Pure Land. He scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed by his own admission. However, the Nine Tails was shaken to its core, pondering what? This individual possesses the ability to wield Yin-Yang release and is even capable of resurrection upon death. Could he possibly be the prophesied child? Yet, he does not possess the characteristic blue eyes, does he? With an abundance of curiosity, the Nine Tails ultimately consented to accompany Uchiha River, who, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of eager anticipation, casually reaching out to ruffle the Nine Tails' head. Oh, the head of this great fox is undeniably pleasant to touch. Sasuke, you should give it a try as well. After Uchiha River's remark, he turned expectantly towards Sasuke, who, not wanting to dampen Uchiha River's enthusiasm, stepped forward and placed his hand symbolically on the Nine Tails' head, nodding in agreement, stating that it indeed felt quite nice, reminiscent of Naruto's head. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails lay on the ground with an expression of profound disillusionment. The Nine Tails lamented, Is there no one to speak for me? My kin. Who understands? After quite some time, Uchiha River finally ceased his fondling, exclaiming in a state of bliss, Truly, the strongest-tailed beast possesses a delightful texture. The Nine Tails only acknowledged the first part of this statement, ignoring the latter, and retorted with a haughty demeanor, Of course, I am indeed the mightiest. Upon hearing this, Uchiha River's expression turned serious in an instant as he smacked the Nine Tails' head, admonishing, Kyubi, even as a tailed beast, one must exhibit proper decorum. You cannot casually refer to yourself in such a manner. The Nine Tails, upon hearing this, immediately became subdued, while the Eight Tails, hanging at Uchiha River's waist, burst into laughter. Sasuke, observing Uchiha River, was filled with myriad thoughts, pondering if this was indeed his teacher's true self. In Sasuke's memories, Uchiha River was always adorned with a warm smile, facing every situation with an air of ease, and consistently delivering profound wisdom. However, the Uchiha River of the present, while possessing these traits, exhibited a starkly noticeable quality of unrestrained audacity, as evidenced by his rapid shifts in expression. Chapter 83. The Tragic Tale of the Seven Tails. Subsequently, guided by the Nine Tails, Uchiha River successfully located the other tailed beasts. Unlike the Nine Tails, the other beasts did not receive such benevolent treatment. Uchiha River refrained from employing severe measures against the Nine Tails purely based on his favorable impressions from the anime. However, with the other tailed beasts, a mere application of wood release was sufficient to subdue them. The Nine Tails exclaimed, Who constructed that water dam? It nearly obliterated me. At that moment, the Nine Tails resembled a traitorous leader, assisting Uchiha River in leading the other tailed beasts towards Konoha. With the Nine Tails at the forefront, during the final capture of the Seven Tails, an unprecedented unity among the tailed beasts emerged, all expressing their willingness to assist. Uchiha River, delighted by this, fashioned a small bench from wood release to observe the unfolding drama, naturally crafting one for Sasuke as well. A group of tailed beasts stealthily approached the Seven Tails from behind. Startled, the Seven Tails turned around but, upon recognizing his companions, refrained from fleeing. The Seven Tails inquired, What brings you here? Why are you all wearing collars? They look dreadful. The tailed beasts, instead of taking offense, chuckled and replied, This is this year's latest fashion accessory, you jungle bumpkin. The Seven Tails scrutinized them closely, pondering, Latest fashion, you say? Well, I must admit, it does have a certain charm. It was then that the Seven Tails recalled, and he asked, Why have you come to find me? Have you not encountered a madman? He single-handedly reduced the bull demon to but a tail, and with a mere slap, he raised a tree thousands of meters high. It nearly shattered my tiny heart with fear. At this moment, the tailed beasts wore expressions of sinister glee, causing the seven tails to feel a twinge of apprehension. Just as he prepared to flee, a massive shadow loomed behind him. It was the long-hidden Nine Tails. The Nine Tails promptly slammed the Seven Tails to the ground. The Seven Tails, still bewildered, protested, "Kyubi, what are you doing? Ouch! Let me go!" The tailed beasts then ceased concealing their true feelings and approached the Seven Tails one by one, delivering kicks in retaliation for his remarks about the collar. "This is what you get for disparaging the collar." The Seven Tails, mistakenly believing he was being punished for his criticism, hastily explained, "I was merely being uncouth, lacking knowledge of fine goods. I realized my error. Do you genuinely comprehend your mistake?" At this point, Uchiha River had approached the Seven Tails, observing him with a calm demeanor. The Seven Tails, still defiant, retorted, "So it is you, wicked human." Upon hearing this, Uchiha River delivered a resounding slap to his face, retorting, "Who is the wicked one here?" The Seven Tails, undeterred, persisted in his obstinacy, causing the other tailed beasts to sense Uchiha River's rising ire, rendering them somewhat apprehensive. In an instant, Uchiha River shifted his expression, donning a faint smile as he stated, "Step back a bit. I wish to have a word with this young fellow." As he finished speaking, the corners of Uchiha River's mouth twitched, indicating he could scarcely contain himself. The tailed beasts, upon hearing this, hastily fled, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. After they had departed, Uchiha River's smile widened, resembling a devil walking among mortals. The Seven Tails, feeling a chill from Uchiha River's expression, contemplated whether to concede, but soon found his body spinning uncontrollably in a chaotic whirl. Uchiha River, utilizing only his physical prowess, lifted the Seven Tails and spun him like a top. No one, neither man nor beast, knew of the Seven Tails' ordeal, only that on that fateful day, the sun shone brightly. And the considerate Uchiha River, fearing the Seven Tails might overheat, forcibly removed his outer shell, even concerned that he might soar too high and become sunstruck. So he tenderly detached his wings. How exceedingly thoughtful! The Eight Tails, who witnessed this spectacle, vowed never to forget it, simultaneously reminding himself to never argue with Uchiha River. Subsequently, Uchiha River returned to Konoha, accompanied by the nine-tailed beasts, with Sasuke naturally among them. The moment they arrived in Konoha, Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama noticed their presence, drawn by the overwhelming chakra of the tailed beasts. Initially, Hashirama assumed that the tailed beasts had threatened Uchiha River and prepared to confront them, only to be halted by Tobirama, who remarked, "Brother, have you not noticed that those peculiar creatures are all wearing collars? They must be the tailed beasts Uchiha River mentioned." Upon hearing this, Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head. Seeing the arrival of several individuals, Uchiha River felt he need not keep watch over the tailed beasts any longer. So he beckoned to Hashirama, saying, "Hashirama, take these nine-tailed beasts and construct shelters for them using your wood release. From now on, they shall be guests of Konoha." At that moment, Madara gazed incredulously at Sasuke, yet remained uncertain. Thus he inquired of Uchiha River, "Is this Izuna?" Uchiha River, noticing this, pushed Sasuke forward, introducing, "This is Sasuke, a traveler from the future, and also a member of my Uchiha clan." A traveler from the future? Both Madara and Tobirama displayed expressions of bewilderment. Uchiha River then addressed Tobirama, inquiring, "During my absence, has anything significant transpired?" Tobirama cautiously glanced at Sasuke before responding, "There have been no major issues. But many of the proposals you suggested are currently unfeasible given Konoha's circumstances. Additionally, several other major nations have established their own ninja villages, and according to our intelligence, they seem to harbor certain intentions towards us." Upon hearing this, Uchiha River applauded in approval, exclaiming, "That's precisely what I desire. Go, issue a notification. I, Uchiha River, shall convene a summit of the 5 Kage to discuss the future plans with the other leaders." Tobirama's face lit up with a unique radiance at this proclamation. Were it someone else, perhaps Madara would have directly confronted them, or Hashirama might have approached them with a friendly inquiry. However, if it were him, lacking the might of overwhelming power, faced with the predatory gazes of the other 4 great nations, there would be no recourse but to initiate a widespread conflict. However, Uchiha River is far more astute, directly bypassing warfare to engage in discussions with the other Kage. Even if negotiations fail, He can simply invite them to stay and enjoy tea in Konoha. This strategic maneuver is known as an overt tactic. The other Kage are well aware that Uchiha River harbors ulterior motives, yet they remain confident in their own strength. Despite the disparities among the Kage, they believe it improbable that 4 of them would be unable to contend with 1. Thus, they are certain to seize this opportunity. For the prospect of achieving the fruits of war without engaging in battle is a scenario that pleases everyone. Uchiha River, I am merely lazy. Upon hearing Uchiha River's plan, Tobirama nodded in agreement, stating, very well, Lord River, I will ensure proper notification. However, Uchiha River frowned at this, insisting, call me teacher. Time rewinds to after Izuna's assassination. When Uchiha River arrived late, his gaze falling upon Tobirama's bloodied hands, nearly causing him to erupt in rage. Meanwhile, Tobirama fervently explained, teacher, I do not know what happened. It just spiraled out of control. I truly do not know. Uchiha River shot him a cold glance, retorting, do not call me teacher. Realizing that no explanation would suffice, Tobirama dejectedly departed. In the aftermath, Uchiha River sensed something amiss, as his fury had blinded him to the details. Upon reflection, he discerned Tobirama's disoriented state, clearly indicative of having fallen under Genjutsu. Furthermore, his contempt for Tobirama stemmed partly from the dark aura he sensed, Black Zetsu. Uchiha River, never one to engage in internal strife, quickly sought out Tobirama to meticulously investigate the energy within him. Indeed, traces of Black Zetsu were present. Seeing Tobirama still engulfed in self-reproach, Uchiha River consoled him, saying, all right, Tobirama, I have uncovered the truth. It is not your fault, but rather the work of another malevolent individual. Despite the revelation, Tobirama remained burdened by guilt, dwelling in sorrow. Observing this, Uchiha River entrusted him with village affairs while he ventured out to clear his mind. Once a person becomes engrossed in work, they find little time to ruminate. Returning to the present, the title of teacher holds immense significance. Noticing Tobirama's prolonged silence, Uchiha River inquired of Sasuke, will Izuna return in the future? Sasuke nodded, bringing a slight comfort to Tobirama, though he still could not forgive himself. Resolutely believing that the position of Hokage should belong to Izuna, deeming himself unworthy of such an honor. With newfound determination, Tobirama cautiously uttered the word teacher. Uchiha River opened his arms, prompting Tobirama to carefully step into his embrace. Simultaneously, he gestured for Madara and Sasuke to join, and without hesitation, they complied. Fortunately, Uchiha River's tall stature allowed him to embrace all 3, otherwise, it would have been a challenge. At that moment, Hashirama, having just walked a short distance, witnessed the scene and rushed over like a monkey, exclaiming, how dare you relive the bond between teacher and student without me? Thus, Hashirama joined the embrace. As for the tailed beasts, they sat obediently in place, allowing passers-by to point and comment. The once formidable tailed beasts, who considered themselves invincible, now recognized their own limitations. Among the group, any one of them, save for Tobirama, could easily overpower the tailed beasts, though they remained unaware that even the seemingly weakest Tobirama possessed the ability to drive them into retreat with mere forbidden techniques. Chapter 84, The 5 Kage Summit. Visionary Wind Shadow Tobirama's efficiency in matters is remarkable, as the 4 great ninja villages simultaneously received invitations to the 5 Kage Summit from Uchiha River. Upon learning of this invitation, the Kage of Awagakure and Kirigakure were quite exhilarated. However, rumors regarding Uchiha River had also reached them, claiming that he had recently captured all the tailed beasts single-handedly. While they lacked a concrete understanding of his prowess, they were aware of the formidable strength of the tailed beasts, having encountered them in the past. Therefore, even though they considered themselves powerful, they refrained from acting rashly. As for the Raikage of Kimogakure, he had recently faced Uchiha River and emerged battered, yet he remained confident, believing that Uchiha River's strength lay solely in his speed, thus feeling little fear. The situation was different for the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Unlike the other Kage, who had established their villages through the unification of ninja clans, the Kazekage had single-handedly rescued the surviving ninja from the desert and founded Sunagakure. This fact alone elevated his character above the others. Due to the geographical constraints of the desert, devoid of resources, he constantly sought news from Konoha, gathering intelligence about Uchiha River. Notably, when he learned that Uchiha River had single-handedly resolved centuries-long conflicts among 2 major ninja clans, his interest in the man grew. However, this was not the most significant detail. The most striking aspect was Uchiha River's magnanimity in forgiving his adversaries, especially in light of the fact that many of his loved ones, including his cherished ones, had perished at their hands. This level of forgiveness was something even he could not fathom, rendering Uchiha River nearly perfect in his eyes. Moreover, upon discovering Uchiha River's extraordinary wood-release abilities, the first Kazekage, Reto, became even more exhilarated, his mind filled with visions of inviting him to assist in greening the desert. However, given their lack of personal connection and the barren nature of his homeland, persuading Uchiha River posed a significant challenge. Now, with the convening of the 5 Kage Summit, an excellent opportunity presented itself. While the other Kage schemed to eliminate Uchiha River and seize the land of the Fire Country, Reto understood that mere mortal strength could not defeat him. Rather than focusing on the Fire Country's apprentice, he prioritized the improvement of Sunagekyu's living conditions. This endeavor would undoubtedly leave a lasting legacy. Though he had not considered fame or accolades, his sole concern was enhancing the environment of his village. Thus, a bold idea took shape in his mind. By gathering the other Kage to discuss strategies against Uchiha River, the foremost question would be where to establish the battlefield. At that point, he could propose that Sunagekure serve as the site for the conflict, earning the gratitude of the other Kage, who might even offer him supplies as compensation. To him, this posed no loss. On the contrary, as soon as Uchiha River utilized his wood release, the greening issue of Sunagekure would be effortlessly resolved. With his plan in mind, Reto swiftly dispatched messengers to summon the other Kage to Sunagekure. Ultimately, after displaying a painfully pained expression, he successfully exchanged a considerable amount of food. It was a remarkable profit. Simultaneously, in Konoha, Uchiha River received summons from the other 4 Kage, requesting his presence in Sunagekure for discussions. Uchiha River did not overthink the invitation. Regardless of the location, his fate remained unchanged. However, prior to this meeting, he needed to make preparations. His powers had grown increasingly difficult to control, expanding at an exponential rate daily, to the point where even the simple act of picking up chopsticks had become unmanageable. He was unaware of the extent of his own strength. Roughly estimating, if he were to employ a combination technique akin to the Great Buddha with Madara and Hashirama, he might effortlessly manage it. His preparations included a pair of gauntlets crafted at great expense. These gauntlets possessed no extraordinary abilities, primarily being heavy, with the minor function of absorbing chakra and ninjutsu. However, the absorption was limited to Uchiha's own chakra and jutsu, having no adverse effects on others. If one were to insist that it could affect others, it might simply obliterate them with a single punch, a testament to his formidable strength, which was no exaggeration. The reason for this preparation stemmed from Uchiha's concern about inadvertently causing fatal harm to the other Kage. Once the gauntlets were completed, Uchiha urged Sasuke to test them with his universal pull, but despite straining his eyes, Sasuke could not budge them. That's precisely the effect I desired, Uchiha remarked, satisfied as he donned the gauntlets. The summit of the 5 Kage was swiftly approaching. Although Uchiha insisted on attending alone, Madara and Hashirama remained unconvinced, insisting on accompanying him. Ultimately, Uchiha yielded to their insistence and even brought along Sasuke. Remember to restrain me if I become too aggressive, he advised them. And Sasuke, if someone is about to perish, utilize your heavenly hand to relocate them immediately. Their deaths could significantly impact the future. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Sunagekure, where, after deliberation among the Kage, it was decided that the meeting would take place outside the village. As they journeyed, Uchiha noted that Sunagekure indeed matched its reputation, with sandstorms ravaging the land, rendering it uninhabitable. The Kazekage, who single-handedly saved all ninjas, must be a formidable figure, prompting Uchiha to resolve to hold back on delivering too harsh a blow. Uchiha, never one to remain idle, used wood release along the way to improve the surrounding environment. Observing from a distance, the other Kage, aside from the Kazekage, wore expressions of concern, for Uchiha's displayed prowess already transcended that of ordinary mortals. After all, who among the common folk could effortlessly wield large-scale ninjutsu while walking without breaking a sweat? Yet the Kazekage, while appearing troubled, was inwardly pleased, thinking, yes, just like that. Let more trees grow. Before long, the two parties finally met. Sasuke and the others, recognizing Uchiha's intent to warm up, prudently retreated several thousand meters. Before the Kage could utter a word, Uchiha interrupted. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. We all know what we intend to do. Today, if you cannot defeat me, cast aside any thoughts of war. Remain in your villages, for I, Uchiha, have no desire to invade. However, should you provoke me, I would not hesitate to plant an abundance of trees at your village's entrance. Hokage nearly burst forth to commend him, but as the organizer of the other Kage, he felt compelled to speak resolutely. I have long heard of Lord Uchiha's extraordinary strength and mastery of wood release. If we concede that we are inferior, might we request that you only utilize wood release to defeat us? This way, we can accept our defeat with honor. The other Kage exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he would undermine his own allies' morale instead of engaging in righteous combat. Yet, Hokage's reassuring expression conveyed understanding. It seemed he had conducted prior intelligence, realizing that this Hokage was indeed fearsome, thus attempting to limit Uchiha's abilities to increase their chances of victory. The other Kage silently admired Hokage's foresight. Meanwhile, Uchiha contemplated less deeply, thinking that wood release should be relatively less powerful, hopefully avoiding any fatal consequences. It would also conveniently aid in improving Tsunagekyu's environment, achieving two objectives at once. Uchiha was not oblivious to Hokage's intentions. It was merely a ploy to have him assist in enhancing their surroundings. Although it was a scheme, Uchiha was willing to oblige, as such benevolent actions aligned with the natural order should be embraced, thereby accumulating virtue for himself. Indeed, this Kazekage is quite astute. Chapter 85. The Battle of the Five Kage against Uchiha. With that said, prepare to flee, Uchiha declared as he unleashed wood release without any preliminary gesture. Countless colossal trees shot up from the ground, engulfing vast stretches of desert. The other Kage swiftly evaded, except for Hokage, who stood frozen in place, grinning foolishly, and was subsequently ensnared by the wood release. The remaining Kage admired him even more, marveling at his greatness. How noble! He risks himself to ensure our safety. The Mizukage exclaimed. Indeed, we cannot squander his good intentions. The Hokage echoed, before activating his lightning release chakra mode and charging forward like a bolt of lightning. The Mizukage, unwilling to be outdone, utilized water release ninjutsu to shield him. As the menacing water technique surged forward, Uchiha merely flicked his fist, dispersing it effortlessly. This was not mere brute strength, but a precise application of fire release, effortlessly evaporating it. Although diminished by the gauntlets, its power remained formidable. At that moment, the Hokage reached Uchiha, attempting an aerial elbow strike while Uchiha, with his Sharingan's dynamic vision, detected the movement. Without resorting to ninjutsu, Uchiha simply swung his fist. In that fleeting instant, the Hokage felt a sense of dread. If that punch landed, he would surely perish. Unconsciously, he thought this, leading him to execute a maneuver he could only perform once in his life, bending his waist like a bow and swiftly tumbling to the side. Uchiha watched, perplexed by his actions. The Hokage struggled to rise, clutching his waist before collapsing again. His back was broken. What transpired occurred in the blink of an eye, prompting the irritable Mizukage to roar. What have you done to him? Uchiha wore a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Madara, observing from afar, were in stitches, witnessing the Hokage's bravado turn into a comical fall. Seeing this, the Mizukage, consumed by rage, prepared to unleash ninjutsu but was restrained by the Tsuchikage. Wait, that gauntlet is peculiar. It seems to absorb ninjutsu. The airborne Tsuchikage had been observing intently and concluded that Uchiha's strength stemmed from the gauntlets. Enraged, the Mizukage shouted at Uchiha, "What skill do you possess to defeat us with such a formidable weapon? If you dare, remove the gauntlets and face us fairly." Uchiha, slightly exasperated, complied with their request. "Very well, if you insist." He removed the gauntlets and gently tossed them aside. Upon impact, two massive craters formed, with the surrounding area enveloped in dust and debris. The Tsuchikage immediately regretted his challenge, having deduced two conclusions from his observations. First, the gauntlets absorbed others' ninjutsu and then struck with tremendous weight. Second, they served to limit Uchiha's own strength. Regardless of the circumstances, the weight of this glove is undoubtedly extraordinary. Suddenly, the Earth Shadow felt an urge to depart. However, the Water Shadow remained oblivious to this, as the Wind Shadow selflessly shielded their escape, while the Lightning Shadow charged fearlessly forward. Bearing the name of the Water Shadow, retreat was not an option. Thus, The water shadow shouted that this was the essence of bonds, surging ahead while unleashing his most formidable water release technique. Uchiha River, observing the water shadow's eyes darting in opposite directions, suppressed a smile. Perhaps it was best to let him indulge in this moment. After all, we must not shatter a child's confidence. Uchiha River feigned a few hand seals, pretending to be struck by the water shadow's ultimate move. The water shadow, momentarily dazed by the havoc he had wrought, soon found joy in the realization, turning to his comrades and exclaiming, "Brothers, this is the power of bonds." At this moment, the earth shadow began to doubt his previous judgment. Could it be that the glove was truly a divine artifact? Without it, the individual before him was but a feeble creature. Yet, before the water shadow could bask in his triumph, a mirror-like water release technique surged towards him. Only it was on a far grander scale, conjured by Uchiha River. Witnessing the water shadow momentarily frozen in shock, the earth shadow swiftly dashed over to rescue him. Uchiha River had initially been concerned for their safety, but upon witnessing the earth shadow's lightning-fast speed, envy consumed him. He gazed at the earth shadow and exclaimed, "Hey, you are Shurha, right? Could you teach me your flying ninjutsu?" Shurha, noticing the sparkle in Uchiha River's eyes akin to that of a smitten admirer, shivered in disbelief. Wasn't he this the desert? Nevertheless, he ignored the request and replied, "Let it be known, you are only allowed to use wood release techniques. Now, you have broken the rules, thus you have lost." Uchiha River shrugged off the defeat, saying, "So be it. Quickly, tell me how I can persuade you to teach me your flying ninjutsu." Shurha pondered for a moment and replied, "You must become the earth shadow." Uchiha River bowed his head in contemplation, then lifted it again, sighing, "Ah, never mind. I shall wait until you are gone to steal it." Shurha was taken aback by the bluntness of this declaration, particularly when uttered in front of him. However, Uchiha River soon adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I trust you have witnessed my prowess, so I hope you will not be foolish. I am speaking to you amicably, but should you dare to cause trouble, do not blame me for my ruthless hand." The water shadow had just momentarily been stunned, failing to grasp the depth of Uchiha River's strength. As for the lightning shadow, having witnessed the ease with which he was sent flying upon removing the glove, he felt a flicker of hope, forcing himself to stand tall. In unison, they declared, "No, you are not invincible." Uchiha River was almost amused, a smirk gracing his lips as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" The duo detected the undertone of menace in his voice, causing their legs to tremble as they found themselves at a loss for words. Uchiha River continued, "Since you cannot devise a suitable strategy, very well. Allow me to show you what true combat entails." With a wave of his hand, Hashirama, Madara, and Sasuke positioned themselves before him. "Now, Hashirama and Madara, it is the perfect time to test your training. Do not hold back. Fight me with all your might. As for you, Sasuke, remain on the sidelines. If anyone is in danger, ensure their swift retreat." The others nodded in agreement, refraining from any objections. In the astonished gaze of the shadows, Hashirama clapped his hands and unleashed the wood release, Great Buddha. Without hesitation, Madara summoned his Susanoo to envelop the colossal figure. Since their teacher had urged them to give their all, they could not afford to be mere spectators. The shadows felt an overwhelming sense of dread merely by watching from a distance. Is this the manifestation of true power? The water shadow mused. Meanwhile, Uchiha River calmly regarded the colossal entity before him and said, "Come, do not hold back." In response, the duo executed their combination technique, Susanoo's shield transforming into a colossal Buddha. They commanded the thousands of hands of the true Buddha, concentrating all their weight into their fists, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Uchiha River. Yet, Uchiha River remained unfazed, gathering chakra in his hands and preparing to retaliate. With the might of his chakra, he shattered the Susanoo-shrouded fists. It was almost unfathomable how a mere human's fist could possess such strength. Each collision reverberated like a thunderous bell, resonating in the hearts of the observing shadows. Before long, the multitude of fists from the Buddha was annihilated by Uchiha River. Clearly, such a display of combat was insufficient for the pair. Hashirama clapped his hands again, invoking the wood release, Flower Tree World, while Madara enhanced his ninjutsu with his ocular techniques, unleashing a colossal fire release, Great Fireball technique. Just as Uchiha River prepared to counter, an individual, driven by madness, dashed toward the flames. It was none other than the former wind shadow, Redo, who had been ensnared in the wood release. His passion for trees bordered on the frenzied. Did he not understand the impenetrability of wood release? The Ninetales struggled in vain against it. Yet Reto, fueled by his fervor, broke free from the wood release and rushed to shield the inferno with his own body. Uchiha River could only stare in astonishment. What kind of person would do such a thing? However, he did not remain dazed for long. Instantly appearing before Reto and unleashing the super water release, who repairs the dam technique to extinguish the flames. The vapor rose into the sky, ultimately forming rain, while the remaining water pooled, creating a serene lake. Reto, witnessing this spectacle, was moved to tears, gazing gratefully at Uchiha River. He was about to kneel in gratitude when Uchiha River gently lifted him, speaking in a soft tone reminiscent of a kind elder. You see, had it been merely about greening the environment, you could have approached me directly. Human connections should not solely revolve around mutual benefit. Sometimes, a little trust and care can fill the world with love. Reto was filled with admiration, exclaiming, in my opinion, you rightfully deserve the title of the strongest ninja. At this moment, the water shadow, who had been in a stupor for quite some time, suddenly leaped up, filled with excitement, proclaiming, this must be the power of bonds. It is precisely bonds that empower ninjas. This is what bonds truly mean. Uchiha River's mind briefly flashed with the visage of a certain green-haired watermelon head. Chapter 86. Farewell. Thus, this seemingly fierce battle reached its conclusion. Uchiha River did not impose any undue hardship on them. In fact, he even healed the lightning shadow's severed waist before departing. AI, while being treated, wore an expression of disbelief. Wasn't it rumored that Uchiha River was a ruthless killer? A battle fanatic? Why did he appear so magnanimous and considerate? Seeing this, the lightning shadow prepared to kneel in gratitude, but Uchiha River, disliking such displays, quickly ushered everyone away. The major shadows, with the exception of the wind shadow, appeared forlorn. Observations indicated that Konoha's strength was beyond what the other great nations could contend with in this era. The only hope for conflict lay in waiting for the shift in Konoha's talent pool to gradually plan their next moves. Although no one explicitly stated that Konoha was the dominant power in the ninja world, nearly all ninja villages subconsciously regarded Konoha as the supreme ruler. Uchiha River led his companions back to Konoha. Upon their return, Hashirama was increasingly exhilarated, having recognized his own shortcomings in the recent battle, and immediately dragged Madara off to train. Madara, though reluctant, allowed himself to be taken away. After a few people had departed, Uchiha strolled through the village with Sasuke. It was evident that Sasuke was preoccupied with something, and Uchiha perceived this. He took the initiative to speak. Sasuke, do share with me, aside from missing me. What troubles your mind? Concealing your feelings is hardly the mark of a true man. After a brief hesitation, Sasuke finally confessed, Teacher, Naruto and I are getting married, and I would like to ask you to take on the role of my father. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke looked at Uchiha with eager anticipation. Uchiha pondered for a moment before asking, Are your parents not resurrected? At this question, Sasuke's expression suddenly stiffened, as if he was harboring a deep-seated secret. Uchiha, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged, Sasuke, speak candidly. What has transpired? Regardless of who has wronged you, I shall ensure they are held accountable. Sasuke maintained a troubled expression, contemplating for a long while before he finally spoke. Actually, I haven't informed them about my marriage. Why not? Uchiha inquired, perplexed. Sasuke reflected for a moment, then with a determined gaze replied, Because they never truly died, yet they have never sought me out. Although the truth eventually surfaced, and they came to Konoha seeking my forgiveness, I cannot bring myself to forgive them. He nearly shouted this declaration. Uchiha listened intently, and once Sasuke finished, he gently asked, Do you feel better now? Speaking it out loud might lighten your burden. Sasuke gazed at the familiar Uchiha, realizing, This is the warm and considerate teacher I know. He nodded in response. Observing Sasuke's reaction, Uchiha continued, Indeed, I believe they were wrong. Abandoning everything and placing all burdens on their child is an act of extreme irresponsibility. However, as parents, no one wishes to see their child suffer. In those dire circumstances, what else could they have done but relinquish their resistance to grant you a chance at life? Should they have taken you down with them? I trust that my future self will have imparted to you the importance of considering multiple perspectives. Even in such a situation, while forgiveness may be out of reach, a degree of understanding is certainly warranted. You must learn to comprehend others and the world around you. Sometimes, living is not solely for one's own happiness. Just like your parents, who were willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Something I find beyond my capabilities. At this point, Sasuke interrupted Uchiha, exclaiming, "No, teacher. You have done just that. You even sacrificed yourself for a group of unfamiliar juniors. Though such actions are noble, I would prefer if you were a little more selfish." Uchiha, far from surprised, smiled and replied, "See, you have learned to understand, even if it is directed towards me." As he spoke, Uchiha affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. "Sasuke, you are a kind-hearted child. Although you do not often display this quality, I know your heart is full of kindness. Therefore, when you return, communicate openly with your parents. Dialogue can resolve myriad difficulties. Consider this my final teaching for you, all right?" At this juncture, Sasuke understood that his teacher was prepared to bid him farewell. Though reluctant, he accepted Uchiha's teachings, recognizing that while he comprehended the principles, it was the words of someone he deeply respected that bore greater weight. Embracing this understanding, Sasuke looked resolutely at Uchiha and declared, "Rest assured, teacher, I will strive to understand them." Uchiha gazed at him with pride and reassurance. Subsequently, the two made their way to the dragon vein. In truth, even if Sasuke had not come, Uchiha had intended to take the time to seal the dragon vein, to prevent any potential temporal distortions. Upon hearing about Sasuke's journey through time, Uchiha realized that he must have been the one to cast the sealing technique, as there were currently no seals upon the dragon vein. Thus, he placed his hand upon the dragon vein and meticulously laid down thousands of sealing techniques. The reason for such a multitude of seals stemmed from Uchiha's penchant for caution. As the sealing process neared completion, he instructed Sasuke to stand atop the dragon vein. "Sasuke, relinquish your resistance and allow the sealing technique to absorb the energy of the dragon vein." After imparting this instruction, Uchiha completed the sealing, and simultaneously, Sasuke vanished in a burst of light. At that moment, surrounded by the radiance, Sasuke was already in tears. "Farewell, teacher." It turned out that the words he had heard during his first journey through time were those spoken by Uchiha, echoing back to the moment Sasuke set out. Contemplating this, Sasuke's gaze grew resolute. His teacher had once said that a person's true departure is a process known as forgetting. As long as he lived well and acted in accordance with his teacher's wishes, doing what was right, then his teacher would forever reside in his heart. Chapter 87. Encounter between Borin and Uchiha. After Sasuke's departure, Uchiha lingered by the dragon vein for a considerable time before leaving. He pondered extensively. The actions he would take in the future seemed incongruous with his current self. Take sacrifice, for instance. He could resurrect those he cherished. Yet he would never choose to forfeit his own life as the price, for such an act would be profoundly irresponsible. Although the resurrected would return, they would still endure the pain of loss. While he had only a few acquaintances among them, their absence would still be felt, would it not? Furthermore, if he were to simply vanish, what would happen when formidable foes emerged in the future, leading to the demise of many? Thus, the actions of the future Uchiha, from his current perspective, appeared as an evasion of responsibility. But what exactly was he evading? Perhaps Uchiha had the answer within, or perhaps he did not. Yet, he never engaged in self-doubt. After some reflection, he returned to Konoha. Winding his way home, Uchiha finally arrived, preferring solitude. His home resided in a quiet corner of Konoha, which afforded him the advantage of minimal social interaction. After all, an introvert truly feels the weight of social anxiety. The only inconvenience was the challenge of grocery shopping. Now, in celebration of finally having some leisure time, Uchiha eagerly decided to prepare a meal once more. To avoid being recognized, he utilized a transformation technique before stepping out with a small flower basket. This flower basket had been woven by his sister during her lifetime, crafted specifically to deliver meals to Uchiha, as he often practiced late into the night and frequently forgot to eat. His resourceful sister had made the basket to facilitate his meals. Uchiha walked cautiously along the wall, as if he were a thief, fearful of encountering others. It is evident that he has once again forgotten that he had employed a transformation technique. Oh, is it not entirely normal for someone of his age to be a tad forgetful? It is certainly not due to any whimsical traits. Suddenly, Uchiha collided with a small blonde who was also walking along the wall, resulting in a loud thud that dispelled Uchiha's transformation. Shortly thereafter, Sarada arrived and was taken aback upon seeing Uchiha. Meanwhile, Boruto, who had just risen and had not yet seen Uchiha Hi's face, picked up some vegetables and said, "Apologies, sir. I did not mean to bump into you. Allow me to assist you." Uchiha He ran his fingers through his unchangeable, spiky hair and glanced at Boruto before responding, "It's all right. Thank you. Sarada, come help me." Boruto called out. "Boruto, take a good look at who stands before you." It was only then that Boruto, upon picking up the vegetables and gazing at Uchiha He, awakened from his stupor. "Oh, the first Hokage," Boruto exclaimed with a perplexed look, his voice trembling. Uchiha He observed Boruto and Sarada, his mind racing as he pondered what could have transpired to bring these two descendants of the next generation to seek him. "Speak. What calamity has befallen the future?" Uchiha He's demeanor was calm, resembling that of a seasoned master. Sarada's eyes sparkled with admiration upon witnessing this. Boruto stammered, It's Sasuke-sensei who sent us to find you for assistance. The world is on the brink of destruction." Despite the impending doom, Boruto's thoughts were consumed with the fear that the first Hokage might punish him for the collision. Uchiha He seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and gently placed a hand on Boruto's head, reassuring him, "Do not fear. I am not one to harm others." Boruto had initially recoiled, but as Konoha flourished, it became the foremost economic powerhouse and educational hub in the ninja world, attracting ninjas from various villages for training. By chance, Boruto had overheard foreign ninjas speak of Uchiha He as a paragon of virtue during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet they recounted tales of him during the Warring States period as a fearsome killer and battle maniac, one who would even strike his own disciples when in a foul mood. However, upon witnessing Uchiha He's demeanor now, Boruto felt he did not align with the ominous tales. In contrast, Sarada had grown up hearing her father's stories about Uchiha He, nurturing a profound sense of admiration for this gentle and considerate man. Uchiha He contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "Is it the Otsutsuki clan that has invaded? Is it Kinshiki or Momoshiki?" Boruto nodded hesitantly, but then quickly shook his head. His reaction left Uchiha He puzzled, but thankfully, Sarada stepped forward. "Grandpa He, the entire Otsutsuki clan has launched an assault. Another Grandpa He has devised a strategy, but we still require a formidable warrior capable of delivering a cataclysmic blow, which is why they decided to send us to find you." At this juncture, Uchiha He comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared that a significant crisis awaited in the future, one that even the formidable dark version of himself, as spoken of by Sasuke, could not contend with. As for how they had traveled to the past, it was clear that the dragon vein was not involved. Although Uchiha He had subtly tampered with it, currently, only Sasuke could traverse freely, while no one else could. This led to the mention of a rogue ninja named Baizu, who, despite being unable to return to the past or even approach the seal, was easily dismissed as a B-rank mission, not even by the main protagonists. With the dragon vein ruled out, the only remaining condition for their time travel was the plow. Unlike the original narrative, the Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already been subdued by the Otsutsuki Shiro, who had been instructed by Uchiha He, and was swiftly eliminated by Naruto and Sasuke. Without even allowing Kinshiki to enter his Birdman mode, Sasuke had taken his teacher's advice to heart. When facing an enemy, refrain from unnecessary chatter and strike decisively. Thus, the scene unfolded with the Nine-Tails cloaked Susanoo wielding a Rasengan in one hand and Chidori in the other, leading to a swift defeat of the foe. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally made his appearance. "Sorry, teacher, it's good to see you again," Sasuke said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Indeed, it is good to see you again." Uchiha He suddenly began to understand why Shikamaru often lamented about troublesome matters. It truly was quite a hassle. Just as he had settled into his seat, he was once again called to action. However, Uchiha He had come to accept his fate as a worker, and with a wry smile, he remarked, "Let us proceed and vanquish that accursed Otsutsuki." Chapter 88. The state of Konoha even after all these years. Sasuke had matured significantly and had become the father of 6 children. Although he had grown into a true man, upon encountering his long-cherished teacher, he still felt like a child, hesitant to approach. This was the reason he had brought his 2 little ones to the past, but had not rushed forward immediately. Despite his overwhelming excitement and having prepared many heartfelt words, when faced with the man he had longed to meet, he remained quite reserved. Ultimately, all his sentiments condensed into the simple phrase, "Teacher, it is good to see you again." Uchiha He broke the tension of their reunion with a smile. "Sasuke, quite impressive. Your children have grown so much. Hearing this, Sasuke cast a fond glance at Sarada before sheepishly scratching his head. As for the small blonde, Uchiha, he approached him with a playful demeanor, ruffling his hair and teasing. Are you pondering the meaning of a ninja's existence? Contemplating becoming a rogue ninja? Boruto immediately sprang up. Grandpa first, who told you that? My loyalty to Konoha is as clear as day. I would rather perish than betray Konoha. Uchiha, he merely chuckled. Evidently, the future had fared well due to his influence, as this rebellious child had tempered his defiance. However, jokes aside, business must be attended to. Speak, Sasuke. What has transpired in the future that necessitates the assistance of this old man who is half buried in the ground? Sasuke naturally disregarded Uchiha's self-deprecating remarks and began to narrate. In this context, Uchiha he is referred to as Hilu to distinguish from the darker version of himself. It is important to note that despite being labeled the dark side, it does not denote a malevolent power. Rather, his righteous heart remains fervent. However, compared to his other half, he is more warlike, lacking the gentleness and consideration of his counterpart. Though he exhibits a volatile and irritable nature, he never displays such emotions towards those around him, reserving them for his adversaries. The primary distinction is that the dark side is more candid and courageous, unafraid to accept himself, both the good and the bad. Therefore, to differentiate him from the self-sacrificing Uchiha, he who saves the entire ninja world, he is referred to as Hilu. Uchiha Hilu. It turns out that in the future, due to the major ninja villages focusing on economic development and restructuring the ninja system, the entire ninja world appeared remarkably tranquil. Under the assistance of Orochimaru and the guidance of Uchiha Hilu, Konoha successfully realigned its technological trajectory. With this foundation, Konoha became the second ninja village to successfully land on the moon. Surprisingly, the first village to reach the moon was the Cloud Village, which modified their chakra cannon and effortlessly achieved lunar landing. Naturally, as the atmosphere of the ninja world evolved, with everyone possessing technology opting for sharing, nearly all ninja villages eventually made it to the moon. This was a cause for celebration for everyone, except for Otsutsuki Shiro, sitting in solitude on the moon. The recluse was repeatedly roused by the sounds of lunar expeditions. The first disturbance came from Yunin village. Before he could even comprehend the situation, the villagers had already descended. However, during the second occurrence, when the Konoha spacecraft landed on the moon, the recluse hurried to the scene, eager to unveil the source of this disturbance. Alas, instead of encountering any mystical creature, he was met head-on with the ultimate fireball jutsu from Uchiha Keiretsu, which left him trembling with fear, nearly costing him his life. Yet, this singular strike did not deter him. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this, naturally advanced to deliver a just beating. However, they were halted by Uchiha Keiretsu. This battle was particularly noteworthy as Keiretsu had summoned Naruto and Hinata. Upon seeing Hinata, the recluse's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it seemed the fusion of his Rinnegan was imminent. In his exhilaration, he momentarily forgot about Uchiha Keiretsu, who was now engaged in a fierce clash with Naruto and Hinata. This Naruto was not ordinary. He had been guided by renowned masters since the age of 12, and in the following years, he received instruction from Minato and Kushina on chakra manipulation. With Uchiha Keiretsu's assistance, the Nine Tails posed no interference, and Naruto's enhancements were virtually limitless. At this moment, he was battling the recluse, utilizing a myriad of ninjutsu and sealing techniques, coupled with the prowess of a perfect Jinchuriki. The recluse, overwhelmed by their onslaught, succumbed within mere 3 exchanges, falling to Naruto's Rasengan, his fate hanging in the balance. Ultimately, Uchiha Keiretsu chose not to eliminate him, but instead assisted in the completion of his Rinnegan fusion, substituting Hinata with the cost-free white Zetsu. A simple feat given Orochimaru's advanced cellular technology. In the end, Uchiha Keiretsu provided psychological guidance, successfully persuading the recluse to take on the role of a guardian of the ninja world. He even contemplated gifting his Rinnegan to Hinata, but was promptly rejected. Filled with the sweetness of unrequited affection, he finally relented. It was this very circumstance that led to the recluse, now possessing a perfected Rinnegan, encountering Pushi upon his arrival on the moon. Adhering to the principle of preventing collateral damage, the recluse swiftly subdued Pushi and notified Uchiha Keiretsu. The latter interrogated him, but gleaned no useful information, ultimately transforming him into nourishment for the recluse's Rinnegan. It became apparent that the Otsutsuki clan was preparing to launch an assault on the ninja world, prompting Uchiha Keiretsu to return and begin preparations. Present-day Konoha was no ordinary place. With formidable researchers like Orochimaru, they effortlessly developed the Hashirama Cell energy drink. This beverage not only replenished chakra, but also healed injuries and prolonged life. Consequently, when the Otsutsuki invaded, they faced a fully powered Konoha ninja force. The likes of Senju Hashirama and Might Guy, capable of opening all 8 gates, posed an insurmountable challenge. Not to mention the legendary ninjas like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the famed Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hatake, who would surely leave the Otsutsuki clan in despair. As for the source of the Hashirama cells, they were provided by the resurrected Hashirama at the behest of his former pupil. Additionally, the Uchiha clan, including ninjas from the Warring States period, had been resurrected, now playing significant roles within Konoha. Izuna and other Uchiha from the Shippuden era continued to thrive in the new ninja village. Their absence from Konoha was a strategic decision aimed at maintaining balance. If Konoha stood alone as the sole powerhouse, other villages might succumb to despair. However, the existence of another formidable economic entity offered a glimmer of hope. In this grand confrontation, the smaller factions would surely find their chance to thrive. In summary, the entire ninja world had finally taken on the form Uchiha Keiretsu envisioned, a realm devoid of war, where all lived in peace and prosperity, free from the scourge of displacement and filled with happiness. Chapter 89. The Otsutsuki Assault. Regarding the current Otsutsuki crisis, even Uchiha Keiretsu, with his godlike perspective, struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind the Otsutsuki clan's collective mobilization. It is well known that the strongest forces in the ninja world are never individuals, but rather conceptual gods. For instance, the combined might of Pain, the intelligence of Jiraiya, and the health of Itachi. However, when the collective becomes the foundation of the Otsutsuki clan, the situation grows exceedingly complex. Nearly every Otsutsuki possesses world-ending capabilities, save for one who fell to 2 mere chunin. Their abilities are diverse and formidable. All skills worthy of note in the ninja world are within the Otsutsuki clan's repertoire, often in advanced forms. Despite facing such overwhelming foes, Uchiha Keiretsu remained composed. You may have your advantages, but I possess the script. Upon learning of the impending Otsutsuki attack, Uchiha Keiretsu promptly made all information regarding the clan public, even revealing their weaknesses. If the Otsutsuki were aware, they would surely be enraged, exclaiming, "Who the hell peeked at the script? This isn't a fair fight." Thus, the entire ninja world sprang into action, with non-combatants being transported by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to the 3 great sanctuaries through summoning techniques. All resources were likewise relocated, and even critical structures were moved via Uchiha Keiretsu's Flying Thunder God technique, leaving only the elite, the creme de la creme. As for persuading the 3 great sages, the Toad Sage and the Slug Sage were manageable, but the Snake Sage required a fiery demonstration of Fireball Jutsu to secure her compliance. To prevent the Otsutsuki from locating the 3 great sanctuaries through the hell of the underworld, Uchiha Keiretsu collaborated with the 3 sages to seal the entire space, ensuring that without a coordinated effort from all 4, the seal remained impenetrable. With preparations in place, all that remained was the Otsutsuki. Though battle readiness was thorough, when hundreds of formidable presences descended upon the ninja world, every ninja felt a shiver of dread. This was a primal fear, rooted in the biological hierarchy. The Otsutsuki, despite their arrogance, truly existed at a higher life level than the ninjas of the world. Uchiha Keiretsu pondered for a moment, deeming their position somewhat precarious, and thus instructed Sasuke to bring along the 2 youngsters to summon the fully powered Uchiha. As for the 2 children, Sarada was no longer the weak student of the original tale. Under Sasuke's guidance, her prowess rivaled that of seasoned elites, effortlessly unlocking her Sharingan while watching Uchiha Keiretsu's specially crafted animations. Boruto, though he had not acquired the power of Momoshiki, had impressed even the Toad Sage with his mastery of sage techniques, showcasing his remarkable strength. At that time, the extent of Uchiha Keiretsu's power was a mystery. No one, not even he, could accurately gauge the magnitude of his burgeoning strength. Under the influence of those miraculous eyes, his power did not merely multiply, but soared to unimaginable heights, growing stronger with every passing moment, so much so that it instilled a sense of fear within him. Why this fear? Because he was acutely aware that should he unleash his full might, the very fabric of the world might unravel. As time passes, his strength escalates rapidly. He senses that if left unchecked, this world will inevitably crumble due to his mere existence, although that is a matter for another time. Currently, he lacks such formidable power. However, defeating a few hundred Otsutsuki should still be within his grasp. Should it be possible? Uchiha, at this moment, feels a twinge of uncertainty, as the pressure exerted by the Otsutsuki before him is overwhelmingly immense. While not all of them are imposing, the two leading Otsutsuki, with their eclectic appearances, move with an air of grace that fills Uchiha with a profound sense of crisis. At this juncture, Uchiha from the past also arrives on the scene. War is on the verge of breaking out. Hundreds of Otsutsuki charge towards the crowd like wild stallions that have broken free. Uchiha is taken aback, not by their strength, but by their behavior, which starkly contrasts with the animated depictions. It seems as though they are facing mortal enemies, unleashing their ultimate techniques from the outset. The assembled ninjas do not remain idle. Prior to the Otsutsuki's arrival, Naruto had already activated a hotspot, connecting all ninjas to it. Subsequently, under the coordinated efforts of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, the group is swiftly relocated. Given the Otsutsuki clan's devastating area of effect attacks, even the combination of Madara and Hashirama's Susanoo and the Great Buddha would struggle to contend with them. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to temporarily evade their onslaught and strike once their powerful techniques are on cooldown. In stark contrast to the retreating crowd, Uchiha stands unfazed, observing the incoming assaults with an air of calm. Naruto, noticing this, expresses concern and hastily inquires about Sasuke's thoughts, questioning why their teacher does not evade. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, asserts that their teacher, adept in the Flying Thunder God technique, likely intends to launch a surprise attack just before the explosion occurs. Meanwhile, Uchiha feels bewildered, according to his memories. He had not yet mastered the Flying Thunder God technique at this point in time. He wonders if the others are spies of the Otsutsuki, having lured him from the past merely to eliminate him en masse. However, as he gazes at their expressions, he detects no signs of a sinister plot. Instead, when he admits his lack of mastery over the Flying Thunder God, panic spreads among them. Uchiha breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how close he came to mistakenly assuming he would have to sacrifice his kin. Suddenly, he notices Naruto and Sasuke approaching to rescue him, prompting him to raise his left hand as a signal for them to stay back. Then, with his right hand extended and his face adorned with a gentle smile, he opens his lips slightly, revealing an enormous fire technique that materializes before him, colliding directly with the Otsutsuki's powerful attack. Super Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sarada, witnessing this, is perplexed and queries Sasuke, "Father, didn't you say that the Great Fireball doesn't kill?" Sasuke, his gaze fixed on Uchiha, slowly replies, "There are two kinds of Great Fireballs in this world, the one we use and the one our teacher employs. The former is harmless, while the latter can reduce anything to mere ashes. No, not even ashes will remain." Indeed, Uchiha's Great Fireball is no ordinary technique. It is a creation forged from countless chakra compressions, surpassing even sage techniques. The Otsutsuki's moves pale in comparison, representing the pinnacle of energy application, capable of being countered only by the elite of the Otsutsuki clan. Upon awakening, an average Otsutsuki would find themselves nearly overwhelmed by the immense energy. And should any dare to absorb Uchiha's Great Fireball, they would meet an instant demise. For his technique not only encompasses singular elements, but also incorporates failed yin-yang release and various sealing techniques, with the most formidable being the concealed explosive sealing technique. This renders the fireball not merely a source of intense heat, but a colossal bomb. If not absorbed, it results in a simple explosion. However, if an Otsutsuki absorbs it, they become a walking bomb, their very bodies transformed into vessels for the explosive sealing technique, with the explosion's magnitude contingent upon the chakra within. This technique was Uchiha's secret weapon, prepared during the years following his resurrection, initially intended to confront Kaguya and Black Zetsu. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu sent a mere clone in a one-for-one exchange, while Kaguya, aware of Uchiha's formidable nature, relegated him to a different dimension, avoiding direct confrontation. Of course, these are merely the skills of the Uchiha who sacrificed himself, not the current Uchiha, despite lacking the extraordinary techniques of his predecessor. His super series of ninjutsu is characterized by extreme compression and overwhelming strength. The Otsutsuki's formidable area of effect attack is effortlessly neutralized by Uchiha His Super Series Great Fireball, causing not even a tremor in the earth. The only remnants of this clash are Uchiha His remarkably stylish turn and the panicked flight of the Otsutsuki as they scramble to evade the oncoming assault. Uchiha quips, "A true man never looks back at explosions." In Chapter 90, Otsutsuki Shirbwa, although the Otsutsuki clan is left in disarray by Uchiha Hi's strike, the clan does not harbor idle members. None were harmed in the process. Instead, one of the three highest-ranking Otsutsuki steps forward, revealing an eye upon their forehead, which causes Uchiha Hi's tremendous fire technique to rebound. This spectacle leaves everyone in astonishment, an extraordinary rebound. Uchiha He remains unfazed. For ordinary individuals, their ultimate techniques represent their most powerful strikes, and being struck by one would likely result in injury or even death. However, Uchiha He is different. He possesses regenerative capabilities, allowing him to resurrect even from the most devastating blows. Furthermore, the being who unleashed such a cataclysmic attack is but a mere shadow clone. When asked why a shadow clone can be so formidable, the answer lies solely in the abundance of chakra. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Uchiha Hi's shadow clone unleashes a super water technique, water release, great waterfall technique. The collision engenders a cloud of mist, enveloping all the Otsutsuki in its embrace. Meanwhile, Uchiha He has already maneuvered behind the gathered Otsutsuki. Super fire release, dragon fire technique. As a colossal dragon emerges, the tide of battle appears nearly sealed. The reason for the term nearly is that the Otsutsuki clan is inherently gifted with Byakugan, despite the overwhelming mist and powerful ninjutsu rendering their eyes nearly ineffective. The second among the three Otsutsuki leaders steps forth, opening the eye upon their forehead. With a mere glance, they discern that Uchiha He is merely a chakra-laden shadow clone. Moreover, just before Uchiha He launches his attack, the Otsutsuki deftly redirects the previously rebounded technique towards him. Consequently, the massive fire dragon hurtles towards Uchiha He with alarming speed. Caught off guard, he is struck. The two who initially attacked him were none other than Ada and Daimon, possessing the transplanted abilities of Otsutsuki Shirbwa, the ability to see far and to reflect. The one standing at the forefront is the current leader of the Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Shirbwa, the younger brother of Otsutsuki Shirbwa, who, following his brother's demise, ascended to leadership, wielding the same formidable powers as his predecessor. As for Ada and Daimon, they were nurtured by the king of the Shizuki clan, who acquired their remarkable abilities by transplanting two significant powers from their elder brother. Ada possesses the ability of clairvoyance, derived from the prowess of Otsutsuki Shizuki, classified as a divine technique. This allows her to observe the present moment or select a scene from the past, although she is unable to witness events prior to her birth. Daimon, on the other hand, wields a reflective ability known as killing intent reflection in the original narrative, originating from the capabilities of Otsutsuki Yame, also a divine technique. He can attack adversaries with his thoughts, completely rebounding the killing intent of any foe harboring malicious intent towards him. The greater the malice, the stronger the rebound. However, a crucial condition for executing this technique is that Daimon's palm must make contact with another's body, and this can be initiated even when the target is caught off guard. Nonetheless, under the manipulation of the king of Shizuki, his ability has been altered to reflect all ninjutsu attacks. Previously, the duo easily dealt with Uchiha Kawā by utilizing their powers. Observing Uchiha Kawā being struck, the onlookers were furious, yet it appeared he was unharmed, as his body was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. The Flying Thunder God duo promptly transported Uchiha Kawā's body away. Following this, at the command of Uchiha Kawā, the various ninjas selectively chose their opponents. Might Guy and Rock Lee were already poised for action. Subsequently, Uchiha Kawā unleashed a tremendous wind release, while Gaara summoned a protective shield. The Sage Art Group, consisting of Jiraiya, Naruto, Minato, Shogun, and Boruto, assisted in casting a veil of enchantment, creating a cover that the Otsutsuki could not penetrate through the swirling sands. In the next moment, Guy and Lee, each targeting the head of an Otsutsuki, were about to shout Night Guy when they recalled Uchiha Kawā's teachings. Who told you to announce your techniques? Surprise is the greatest advantage. Thus, the master and disciple silently traversed the air to the front of the two Otsutsuki, delivering simultaneous Night Guy kicks to their heads. Naturally, this was merely the beginning. The duo relentlessly struck the heads of the two Otsutsuki with a flurry of kicks, shattering the once formidable figures. Meanwhile, the lofty Otsutsuki king was preoccupied with his own troubles. Although his strength did not rival that of his brother, he remained invincible across the universe. Observing the duo being mercilessly beaten, he prepared to intervene casually, but was suddenly attacked by the duo of Flying Thunder God, whose hands were infused with a sage art version of the 1,000 Years of Pain, landing a direct hit that left the Otsutsuki king infuriated. While this move lacked significant power, its humiliating nature incited the Otsutsuki king's wrath, prompting him to turn and retaliate. However, upon turning, he found no one there. They had long since been whisked away by the Flying Thunder God duo. By the time he regained his composure, the war machines he had meticulously crafted were reduced to mere remnants. Even the mastermind behind it all had vanished without a trace. At this moment, the Otsutsuki king finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Before embarking on this mission, a mysterious figure had warned him to exert his utmost effort, ideally obliterating the ninja world upon arrival with a map cannon. Otherwise, underestimating the enemy could lead to his defeat. Initially, the Otsutsuki king dismissed this warning, believing the natives of such a small territory could not pose a serious threat, thus allowing his minions to initiate the map cannon. Little did he expect a sudden emergence of an ant unleashing an extraordinarily powerful fireball. Though this fireball did not shock him, the weapon duo easily countered it. Even when the night guy duo approached, he remained indifferent until he was pierced through the intestines by 2,000 years of pain, which ignited his fury. His body erupted with immense chakra, causing many of the Otsutsuki minions to collapse in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the ninja allied forces seized the opportunity, swarming the fallen enemy with an array of sealing techniques. Although the Otsutsuki ultimately escaped, the overall battlefield still favored the ninja alliance. Witnessing his rage lead to another substantial loss for his army, the Otsutsuki king seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "Detestable lower beings." Yet, despite his fury, he knew he had to act. The Otsutsuki king then began to gather chakra, forming a colossal sphere of light above his head, radiating immense power. However, a true warrior never glances back at explosions, nor does he wait for destruction to unfold. Sasuke directly utilized his heavenly hand power to transfer Naruto's colossal-tailed beast Rasengan, coupled with the explosive sealing package, into the sphere above the Otsutsuki king's head. With a resounding boom, the Otsutsuki king's ultimate attack erupted above him, the force leaving all in shock. The ninja allied forces had already anticipated this and swiftly relocated to safety, while those Otsutsuki who failed to react in time were severely injured by the explosion. Although this blow did not inflict apparent harm upon the king, his once fair skin was now thoroughly reddened. Detestable lower beings. Chapter 91. The Pummeling of the Otsutsuki King. The battlefield transformed into various combat factions. The Sage Art team, led by Shogun, enchanted each squad, ensuring that every strike was imbued with sage power, making every blow a true injury. The Flying Thunder God duo, comprising Minato and Tobirama, darted across the battlefield, providing support to all. Additionally, there was one person responsible for comprehensive battlefield assistance, Obito, who, with his nearly supernatural abilities, relentlessly harassed the enemies. The most captivating presence on the battlefield was the Susanoo squad. With the aid of Orochimaru's cellular technology, each Mangekyo Sharingan was upgraded to an eternal Mangekyo, resulting in each Susanoo being in its complete form and enhanced by sage techniques. The Susanoo squad surged forward like a flood, each strike sending an Otsutsuki crashing down. Despite the Otsutsuki's thick and extensive health bars, they struggled against the true damage inflicted by the complete sage Susanoo. Familiar faces filled the Susanoo squad, led by Uchiha Taijima, with nearly a dozen Susanoo users from the Warring States period to the present. Notably, characters like Itachi were present, making it clear that the Susanoo squad was a formidable force. On the other side of the battlefield, Sasuke and Naruto's Susanoo, coupled with the Nine Tails, clashed with Madara and Hashirama's Susanoo, which transformed into a giant Buddha, leaving many Otsutsuki in despair. Numerous Otsutsuki, propelled by the map cannon, silently roared in frustration. Who truly is the Otsutsuki? Unlike the guerrilla tactics employed elsewhere, the Susanoo squad and the Naruto Sasuke and Madara Hashirama combinations fought with raw brutality, each inheriting Uchiha Kawa's aggressive style, rendering their opponents incapable of lifting their heads. It is essential to mention a certain deity of concepts. Jiraiya meticulously analyzed all Otsutsuki intelligence and now darted across the various battlefields like a white lightning bolt, effortlessly casting sealing techniques. His intent was not necessarily to seal, but to momentarily hinder them. For a competent ninja, even a fleeting moment can yield significant results. Although the tide of battle leaned towards the Ninja Alliance, casualties still arose. At this juncture, the medical team, led by Tsunade, came into play. Familiar faces such as Noira Rin and Kabuto were also present in Tsunade's medical team. Whenever an injured ninja fell, Kabuto would be the first to rush to the battlefield and retrieve them. With his pure natural energy, the Otsutsuki could do little against him in the short term. Helplessly watching as he rescued their foes, the Otsutsuki wondered, what is he thinking? He possesses combat capabilities, yet chooses to be a battlefield medic. This brings to mind a certain friendly neighbor who, without his mask, saves lives on the ridge. As Otsutsuki Shio observed the unfolding events, he couldn't help but emit steam, resembling a kettle boiling over. Why are they all such fools? At that moment, Uchiha Kage arrived before him. What's wrong? Feeling hot. Otsutsuki Shio noticed a hint of terror on Uchiha Kage's face. Where did you come from? Why can't I sense your presence? Uchiha Kage smiled slightly and replied, it's the same stealth technique as Kurizetsu's. You deserve to possess it. Otsutsuki Shio was perplexed, unable to comprehend the intent behind his words. He could not fathom why Uchiha Kage had approached him and revealed himself. Why not take this opportunity to ambush me? Do you wish to join my Otsutsuki clan? If you are such a formidable warrior, I might consider it. Uchiha Kage responded with a mischievous smile. Of course, I'm merely stalling for time. Alarm bells rang in Otsutsuki Shio's mind, but it was already too late. Uchiha Kage had activated his in release, shadow chains. Countless purple chains emanated from Uchiha Kage, binding Otsutsuki Shio tightly. Subsequently, Uchiha Kage shouted to the distance, fire. In the distance, a cannon team composed of the Cloud Hidden and Hyuga clans had long been prepared. With the assistance of the Sage Technique team, the chakra cannon unleashed not only chakra, but also an abundance of natural energy. A massive figure from the Cloud Hidden carried the cannon, while the Hyuga clan's ninjas aimed with their Byakugan. In an instant, a barrage of powerful, continuous strikes from the Sage Technique chakra cannon rained down upon Otsutsuki Shio. At that moment, Uchiha Kage was whisked away by Obito, successfully evading the impending explosion. In the blink of an eye, the area where Otsutsuki Shio stood was engulfed in an overwhelming surge of natural energy. The residual force of the explosion shattered the weaker Otsutsuki clan members nearby, leaving one to ponder the fate of Otsutsuki Shio at the epicenter. Uchiha Kage thought, it must be a sight to behold. However, as the explosive remnants gradually dissipated, a figure could be faintly discerned at the center of the explosion. It was none other than Otsutsuki Shio, who, despite sustaining immense damage, managed to employ his ultimate technique at a critical moment. Utilizing the Otsutsuki clan's transformation technique, he grew several times larger, adorned with a crown-like headpiece. Uchiha Kage observed this scene with a sense of foreboding. Indeed, in the next moment, Otsutsuki Shio seized Uchiha Kage by the head, pinning him to the ground mid-flight. As he soared, Otsutsuki Shio relentlessly lifted and slammed him down, venting his frustration over the attention diversion and attempted ambush. It seemed he was channeling all his rage from the ongoing war onto Uchiha Kage. However, this tirade was short-lived as he was drawn to a figure standing calmly nearby, hands casually tucked into his pockets. For some reason, Otsutsuki Shio felt a thought cross his mind. This individual emanated a terrifying strength simply by his stance. Having been outmaneuvered several times prior, Otsutsuki Shio was cautious, realizing that perhaps within this small ninja world, there truly existed someone capable of ending his life. He cautiously inquired, are you trying to grab my attention? Or do you wish to join my illustrious Otsutsuki clan? The figure was none other than the now-recovered Uchiha Kage, who, unable to fly, had hurriedly chased after them, only to find himself lagging behind. Uchiha Kage remained calm, stating, let him go, and I shall tell you. For reasons unknown, Otsutsuki Shio complied and released Uchiha Kage. Observing this, Uchiha Kage offered a glance, silently asking if he required assistance, to which Uchiha Kage replied, the main battlefield requires you. Go. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kage transformed into a shadow, swiftly making his way toward the main battlefield. Chapter 92. The Ultimate 5 Elements Radiant Invincible Dragon Cannonball. One must admit, Otsutsuki Shio exhibited a degree of politeness, waiting until Uchiha Hokage had completely vanished from view before asking, "Have you made up your mind? Will you join us?" Uchiha Hokage replied with a disdainful smile, "Huh? Would you care to listen to your own words?" If Otsutsuki Shio had not sensed the unparalleled chakra within him, he might have already attacked. However, he maintained his composure and reiterated, "I have made myself very clear. Do you wish to join us?" Uchiha Hokage continued to wear a condescending smile, asking, "Why?" "Because we are the strongest race in the entire universe. Joining us brings only benefits, no drawbacks. And I could even erase everything that has transpired." The laughter that erupted from Uchiha Hokage was thunderous and unrestrained. Otsutsuki Shio furrowed his brow, perplexed by what was so amusing. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Uchiha Hokage finally composed himself, proclaiming, "Because you are weak." Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Hokage unleashed the powerful technique he had been gathering. With his hands raised forward and palms open, he declared, "Ultimate 5 Elements Radiant Invincible Dragon Cannonball." This technique had caught Uchiha Hokage's attention while observing other battlefields. Within the Ninja Alliance, a red-haired middle-aged man, accompanied by 5 black-haired youths, was engaged in a righteous assault on an Otsutsuki. Each of these youths possessed a Sharingan, but it was not their eyes that stood out. Rather, it was their remarkable mastery of different elemental techniques, with each child excelling in one of the 5. While 5 elemental techniques alone might not be remarkable, it was their unique attacking pattern that drew attention, as they frequently executed elemental combinations, such as wind and fire, earth and fire, and so forth. Moreover, the red-haired man assisting them was none other than a fully recovered Nagato, who, despite lacking the Rinnegan, wielded formidable elemental techniques, resembling a true elemental master. Uchiha Hokage could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this. The subsequent combined technique of the 5 youths was mesmerizing. Each displayed their unique talents, and astonishingly, the 5 elemental techniques fused into an even more powerful technique. This very technique was what Uchiha Hokage was now employing, the ultimate 5 elements radiant invincible dragon cannonball. The speed of this technique was astonishing, yet Otsutsuki Shio was not to be underestimated. He quickly devised a countermeasure. Realizing that the Rinnegan could not absorb it and his own powerful strike could not shatter it, he opted for escape. This was not a cowardly act, but rather a clever realization that this individual was immensely powerful, yet lacked aerial capability. Thus, Otsutsuki Shio ascended rapidly, vanishing from Uchiha Hokage's sight. However, Uchiha Hokage had anticipated such a move. He erected a massive earthen ramp resembling a slide in the path of the ultimate 5 elements radiant invincible dragon cannonball. Consequently, the cannonball altered its trajectory, swiftly pursuing the fleeing Otsutsuki Shio. In an instant, the sky erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a vibrant rainbow. Indeed, it was nothing short of a spectacle. The mighty Otsutsuki Shio was utterly obliterated on the spot. As for why he wasn't reduced to mere ashes, it is worth noting that he was the king of the Otsutsuki, his strength far surpassing that of any ordinary remnants. Uchiha, ever cautious, unleashed a barrage of super 5-element ultimate dazzling invincible dragon cannonballs to completely shatter the remains of Otsutsuki Shio before departing from the scene. At that moment, the battlefield, shaken by the leader's disappearance, saw the Otsutsuki clan members displaying slight panic. Yet, their innate strength remained intact. Despite being relentlessly attacked by the allied shinobi forces, they faced no immediate threat to their lives. Uchiha Raku was pleased to see Uchiha return, and he called out, "Blade team, move out." Consequently, a group of ninja armed with large scythes stepped forward, each scythe imbued with senjutsu and equipped with barbs. Uchiha Raku then seized the scythe from Haiden, preparing for action. Uchiha, observing this spectacle, felt a flicker of curiosity. Did Haiden possess some grand technique? The Blade team, along with Uchiha Raku, maneuvered across the battlefield, not launching direct assaults on their enemies, but stealthily approaching to deliver subtle cuts with their scythes. Such minor injuries were insignificant to the Otsutsuki, and thus went largely unnoticed. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield tightened around them. Upon reuniting with their comrades, the Otsutsuki seemed to regain hope and fought with renewed vigor, momentarily reversing the tide of battle. At this juncture, the Blade team and Uchiha Raku stood before Haiden. After collecting the blood from their scythes, Uchiha Raku instructed the Flying Thunder God duo to swiftly relocate the shinobi on the battlefield. With their connection to Naruto's hotspots, the relocation proved effortless. As Haiden initiated his ritual, the Otsutsuki were left in a state of stupor. While piercing their brains would not inflict severe damage, it would induce a state of paralysis. Uchiha Raku then shouted Sasuke. Now, as Sasuke utilized his heavenly hand power to position Uchiha Raku amidst the Otsutsuki, their paralysis came to an end. Yet his shadow chains were already prepared, binding all the Otsutsuki tightly. Uchiha Raku gazed resolutely at Uchiha Hi, who, feeling somewhat perplexed, instinctively gave him a thumbs up. Uchiha Raku. Everyone. Uchiha Hi. Why is everyone looking at me with such confusion? Suddenly, Uchiha Hi realized. Employing a modified wind release chakra mode, he swiftly moved into the midst of the Otsutsuki to pull Uchiha Raku out. Following that, Uchiha Hi, with utmost seriousness, commanded. Fire at will. Uchiha Raku. Everyone. Uchiha Hi. Why are you all still looking at me? Didn't you want me to rescue him? Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki, as adversaries, were equally bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Just moments ago, it seemed I saw my great-grandmother. Only to be yanked back by a thumb. Everyone was dazed, without exception. At this moment, 4 figures emerged from the Susanoo squad. The largest among them clapped Uchiha Hi's shoulder and exclaimed, "You fool. They expect you to unleash your ultimate technique to obliterate them while the other brother has them under control." Uchiha Hi Oh. The Otsutsuki Oh. Chapter 93. The Fusion of Otsutsuki? Stepping forth from the Susanoo squad were Uchiha Hi's 4 siblings. The eldest brother, Uchiha Ryu, was the one who reminded Uchiha Hi, followed by his younger sister Uchiha Kai, the third sister Uchiha Yang, and the youngest brother Uchiha Mizu. The 5 siblings, all with names derived from water, were bound by a profound fraternal bond. Uchiha Hi stood in a moment of nostalgia, being reprimanded by Uchiha Ryu. Only when Uchiha Ryu had exhausted his words did Uchiha Hi embrace him, prompting the other siblings to join in. The Otsutsuki were left utterly perplexed. What were they to do now? At this juncture, Toshi stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, with the death of Cheyenne, "We are all the kings of the Otsutsuki. Follow me and carve out our own domain." Just as someone was about to echo his sentiments, a hand suddenly emerged, crushing Toshi's skull and absorbing his entire being. The assailant was none other than the seemingly defeated Otsutsuki Cheyenne, who was not so easily vanquished. Being the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya's brother, his prowess equally formidable. While the 2 brothers progressed together, it was Otsutsuki Cheyenne who ultimately transcended dimensions. Despite their rapid power growth, it came with certain drawbacks. The universe now held only the shinobi world as its life-bearing planet, a gap that Otsutsuki Cheyenne sought to bridge. Over a decade ago, during the 4th Great Shinobi War, the clash between the dark side and Uchiha, he inadvertently awakened a mysterious, powerful entity deep within the cosmos. This confrontation brought forth an overwhelming force, and later, Otsutsuki Cheyenne learned of this through others. Understanding that adhering to the usual path would yield no better outcome than his brother, he set his sights on seizing Uchiha Hi's power. Under the guidance of a higher power, he initiated his grand plan, with all subsequent actions of the Otsutsuki being orchestrated from behind the scenes. Though Uchiha Raku easily countered these seemingly astute strategies, they were effective only in the universe where he existed. Without him, the Otsutsuki's initial assaults would have left the primitives utterly defenseless. Previously, Otsutsuki Cheyenne had continually shown restraint toward both Uchiha Raku and Uchiha Hi, hoping to persuade them to join him and share their power, believing that no one could resist the allure of commanding the entire universe. However, now, regardless of whether the 2 wished to join him, Otsutsuki Cheyenne would show no mercy, for the true treasure lay in their eyes, not in their lives. Sensing this shift while reminiscing about the bond with his siblings, Uchiha Hi released them, shielding them behind him. He furrowed his brow. "You, how are you still alive?" Otsutsuki Cheyenne laughed maniacally. "Don't think you are the only one with the power of creation. The Otsutsuki clan possesses an unimaginable energy." Despite his arrogance, Uchiha Hi interjected, "I see you have little power left. How will you respond if I unleash another super 5-element ultimate dazzling invincible dragon cannonball?" Otsutsuki Cheyenne, undeterred, waved his hand, causing all the Otsutsuki to merge into streams of light that flowed into his being. However, Uchiha Hi was not one to stand idly by as the villain powered up. He spread his arms wide, declaring, Brother, raising your hands does not signify surrender, but rather indicates you are still in training. Super 5-element ultimate dazzling invincible dragon cannonball. Uchiha Raku, standing nearby, wore a face of exasperation, finding the name utterly absurd. Uchiha Mizu, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Big brother, what kind of name is that?" Meanwhile, Minato and his son Naruto gazed on with twinkling eyes, thinking how truly profound their revered first Hokage was, even in naming techniques. Indeed, under Minato's guidance, Naruto had become somewhat of a Shinobi himself. The ultimate shining invincible dragon cannon of the Super 5 spirits retains the same formidable power, and the target remains the Otsutsuki Shine. However, the outcome is entirely different. Adhering to the principle of smoke without injury, Uchiha Raku effortlessly employed wind release to disperse the dust, watching as the Otsutsuki Shine successfully merged. At that moment, he resembled Belial from the Super Galaxy legend. Transformed into a grotesque amalgamation, countless faces from the Otsutsuki clan appearing all over his enormous form. Although he stood only 4 meters tall, which might not seem overly large, it was indeed considerable for an ordinary person, so we shall graciously refer to him as gigantic. After achieving fusion, the Otsutsuki Shine boasted, proclaiming himself the most powerful being in this dimension. The onlookers struggled under his oppressive aura, prompting Uchiha Raku to release part of his own energy to shield them, preventing their collapse. Just as they were contemplating how to retaliate, Uchiha Raku raised his hand to stop them, advising against wasting their efforts. For the previous series of techniques had been absorbed by him, enhancing his own energy further. Thus, he declared, "Leave the battlefield to us, the rest should retreat." Without objection, the group complied, with Uchiha Raku's younger siblings offering a few cautious words before withdrawing. Uchiha Raku gazed resolutely at the Otsutsuki Shine and then turned to Uchiha Raku, inquiring, "Do you have confidence?" Uchiha Raku smiled slightly and replied, "You should possess some memory of this period, right?" Uchiha Raku's forehead was lined with dark marks, expressing his doubt about whether he was indeed a separation from Uchiha Raku, given that he did not grasp such a basic principle. In terms of time travel, it is impossible for 2 identical entities to coexist simultaneously. However, this temporal space is quite peculiar, though not so extraordinary as to disregard the rules. Under normal circumstances, when the war concludes and you return to your original timeline, this memory would then surface in my mind. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Raku realized the truth, scratching his head like a fool, exclaiming, "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki Shine, who had been observing with keen interest, could no longer contain himself. Had he not been waiting for Uchiha Raku to launch another attack to rejuvenate his energy, he would have charged forward already. Uchiha Raku cautioned, "Do not use chakra. Rely solely on the power of your eyes. Watch closely. I will demonstrate just once." Chapter 94. The Black Beast. After delivering his instructions, Uchiha Raku was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. As he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye, a surge of destructive energy surged forth. Simultaneously, the 5 elemental chakra and In release chakra within him flowed alongside the destructive energy. As the In release surged wildly, a familiar visage emerged before Uchiha Raku. Currently, Uchiha Raku's form, excluding his head, was entirely asymmetrical. His body was red, with yellow pupils and adorned with black armor, embodying the full power of the 5 guardians of shadows, both in technique and appearance. Indeed, what appeared now was the Black Beast, also known as the Ultimate Shadow Beast. Uchiha Raku couldn't help but marvel, "Wow, impressive." However, he soon questioned, if you can transform into the Black Beast, why not become the ancient Ultimate Beast? Its stats should be even higher, right? Uchiha Raku, slightly impatient yet patient due to the connection to his former self, explained, "To transform, one must fully understand its components. Otherwise, it would be akin to my previous transformation into the evil god Gitanjir. Though it may seem similar in ability, it lacks true dark power. While this Black Beast appears identical, the dark energy within is merely a substitute for destructive energy. Though the ancient Ultimate Beast could theoretically transform, I lack sufficient energy. You, however, should be capable." At this point, the Otsutsuki Shine could no longer contain his irritation, having been ignored by the 2 from the outset. If not for his apprehension of Uchiha Raku's strength, he would have acted long ago. However, now that he had completely fused the energies of all Otsutsuki, He felt terrifyingly powerful, possessing half of the energy from all life planets in the universe. Thus, he decided to act without hesitation, launching a signature attack towards the two. The Black Beast, transformed from Uchiha Raku, did not evade but instead charged forward, using its physical body to block the assault. To everyone's astonishment, the Black Beast absorbed the attack from the Otsutsuki Shien. Unfazed by this, the Otsutsuki Shien unleashed several more assaults, all of which were absorbed by the Black Beast. Even more shocking was that after absorbing his attacks, the Black Beast's aura grew even stronger, with a conversion rate exceeding that of the Otsutsuki Shien himself. Realizing the futility of his efforts, the Otsutsuki Shien ceased his attacks and warily observed the Black Beast. This ability to absorb energy from direct attacks and convert it into one's own power is one of the classic abilities of the Black Beast, distinct from the chakra absorption of the Otsutsuki Shien, as it is not limited by chakra constraints. Seeing that the Otsutsuki Shien had halted his assaults, Uchiha Raku turned to his counterpart, who was now starry-eyed with excitement, exclaiming, "So cool." Upon noticing Uchiha Raku's gaze upon him, he hurriedly urged, "Hurry. Transform into the Emperor armor for me to see. Or Digga will do." Uchiha Raku could only respond with exasperation. "Haven't you noticed that I lack yang release chakra? Moreover, my right eye is filled solely with destructive energy, devoid of the creative energy in my left eye, so I cannot transform into those righteous figures you mentioned. However, the one who sacrificed himself earlier could. His radiant Digga was quite dashing." Uchiha Raku's excitement only grew. "Where is he? Why isn't he here to join this battle?" Uchiha Raku, filled with annoyance, retorted, "Brother, do you even realize what you are saying?" It dawned on Uchiha Raku. "Oh, he is already dead." Uchiha Raku added, "If you possess two types of energy, you should be able to transform." Suddenly, Uchiha Raku snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Right, I can revive him. Hand me the left eye to examine." Although Uchiha Raku was puzzled by this request, he complied and retrieved the cherished left eye to present it to him. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki Shien, who had been listening to their chatter for quite some time, began to reconsider his position. Energy attacks were ineffective against the Black Beast, but the ultimate shining invincible dragon cannon had nearly overwhelmed him. He could only absorb it with great effort. If this battle continued, defeat would be inevitable for him. In a moment of desperation, the Otsutsuki Shien grasped the necklace hanging from his chest, praying, "Brother, if you can hear me from another dimension, please guide me." Uchiha Raku examined the left eye with great care, yet failed to discern anything remarkable. It was simply a lifeless eye. However, it was remarkable in its own right, appearing ancient yet still intact. Concurrently, Uchiha Raku sensed a faint resonance between this eye and his own left eye. Perhaps it was due to them once being the same eye, yet Uchiha Raku keenly noticed a distinct difference. Within this left eye, aside from its original components, there was a peculiar small entity, its aura reminiscent of the Otsutsuki Shien before him. Consequently, Uchiha Raku infused the creative energy from his left eye into it, but it bore no effect. After flipping it around several times, he finally tossed the eye back to Uchiha Raku, declaring, "All done with the assessment. It cannot be revived." Uchiha Hilu carefully caught the eyes and preserved them with great care before inquiring, "Aren't you going to transform?" Uchiha he shrugged, responding, "At my age, I've long since abandoned that sort of thing." Uchiha Hilu retorted, "Who is it just now with twinkling eyes, clamoring for someone to become Digga? I want to say who." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hilu had to abandon the thought. However, he was aware of the reason. The current Uchiha he was so immensely powerful that he likely refrained from transforming out of fear that his strength would spiral out of control and obliterate this world. Nevertheless, Uchiha Hilu had a backup plan. He then addressed Uchiha He, "Come, channel your energy into me. Let me show you a primordial ultimate beast." At this, Uchiha He instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, the Otsutsuki Shiba King had already overheard their conversation, and seeing that the two were about to unleash their hidden potential, he naturally could not stand idly by. Although the two before him were terrifyingly strong, he finally understood why that mysterious figure had advised him to seal this space-time before engaging in battle. It was because there had been a cheat in the past. Yet, he felt no great fear. He and his brother had risen from ordinary Otsutsuki to become leaders, not by inheritance, but through relentless effort. Shiba King shouted something about passion and bonds as he charged forward. The two could only exchange bemused glances. "Oh no, have I become the villain?" Noticing Shiba King rushing at him, Uchiha Hilu also surged forward, no longer waiting to be powered up. Neither used energy attacks. Instead, they engaged in pure physical combat, trading blows with fists and kicks. Although the scene appeared intensely spirited, neither inflicted any damage upon the other. Meanwhile, from a distance, Might Guy and his disciple were already shedding tears of youthful exuberance, exclaiming, "This is what youth is all about." Chapter 95, Super Wind Release Spiral Thunder Shuriken. After Uchiha Hilu joined the fray, the temporary commander, Izuna, took over the leadership. Observing the three beings who had long surpassed this realm of ninjas, he pondered deeply. The prior intelligence analysis had indeed accounted for the Otsutsuki's complete fusion. Yet this enigmatic clan always brought unexpected surprises. Their merging was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Confronting the current fusion entity, Otsutsuki Shiba King felt akin to facing half the universe. Even with Might Guy's 8 gates and the duo of Naruto and Sasuke, they found themselves utterly fatigued against such overwhelming odds. However, it was not as if there were no options. Izuna's mind raced, and he promptly instructed Sasuke, "Keep a close watch on the battle. When Uchiha unleashes his ultimate move, concentrate all your power on the other teacher." He then turned to Naruto, saying, "Have the Nine Tails relay a message to Uchiha," urging him to hold nothing back and unleash his full might upon the duo. As the commander of the battlefield, his orders went unheeded. Uchiha also received the message. Though perplexed, he began to perform his ninjutsu. Yet, he had his own thoughts, reverting to his classic lion's roar technique. Uchiha shouted to the battlefield, "Sasuke, once I gather my ultimate move, you must divert that, black beast, no, the other me, away, understood?" After several nods from Sasuke, Uchiha finally grasped the message. Thus, he hesitated no longer. Observing the two relentlessly exchanging blows, Uchiha spread his arms wide, conjuring one ninjutsu after another before these techniques began to merge in an orderly fashion. As the energy sphere grew larger, a sense of alarm surged within both Otsutsuki Shiba King and Uchiha Hilu, though they both possessed the ability to absorb energy. The energy sphere in front of Uchiha still posed a dire threat of death. Super duper 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 5 elements ultimate shining invincible dragon cannonball. The 5 super was not a stutter. This attack had been reinforced 4 times within the super series of ninjutsu. Otsutsuki Shiba King thought it peculiar. "This thing is filled with chakra. If I absorb it, I shouldn't die, should I? Shouldn't I? Should I?" With Sasuke's adept maneuvering, Otsutsuki Shiba King braced himself for the ultimate version of the Super 5 Elements Ultimate Shining Invincible Dragon Cannonball, his form resembling a glowing marble. However, numerous cracks began to appear on his body. Yet, he remained oblivious, laughing maniacally, "Power. This is the ultimate strength. Tremble, ants." At this moment, Uchiha approached the crowd of ninjas, observing the spectacle. Otsutsuki Shiba King wondered why they gazed at him as if he were a monkey. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He looked down in shock. "Where are my legs?" At that moment, the entirety of Otsutsuki Shiba King's lower body had exploded due to the overwhelming energy, rendering it ephemeral. Even more shocking was that the Otsutsuki he had fused with were now transforming into streams of light and departing from his body. His form shattered like a broken marble, and this time was different. His very soul began to fragment under the immense energy. "No, why?" Otsutsuki Shiba King's furious roar echoed throughout the ninja world. At this juncture, Uchiha stepped forward, asserting, "Such potent energy requires an equally formidable vessel to contain it. Clearly, you are not strong enough." Otsutsuki Shiba King gazed in disbelief. "I am a noble of the Otsutsuki clan. If I cannot harness this energy, how could you possibly?" Uchiha smiled slightly. "Who says I can control this energy?" He lifted his garment, revealing a body that had already begun to fragment. However, unlike Otsutsuki Shiba King, although Uchiha's body was breaking apart, it was in a state of perfect balance. This was because, despite his energy continuously surging, surpassing his body's capacity, his eyes possessed a unique quality that ensured his survival, perpetually repairing his form. At this point, one might be filled with questions, yet the answer was evident. It was precisely because of the explosive energy that Uchiha chose to seal the destructive energy and a portion of his memories within his right eye. These two eyes, one representing creation, the other destruction, could become extraordinarily powerful only when united. When both eyes converge, miraculous phenomena occur, much like the current Uchiha He, whose chakra energy was on the verge of surpassing the entire dimension. As he spoke, Otsutsuki Shiba King disintegrated completely into smoke, leaving behind only a small pendant and the multitude of Otsutsuki that had separated from his form. Uchiha He, observing this, instructed everyone, proceed according to the original plan. He then turned to Uchiha He and added, you just need to unleash one final super fire release fireball. Uchiha He nodded in response. The previous incident was purely coincidental. Uchiha He had been unaware of their plan, which was why he had remained stationary. However, this time, they had coordinated in advance. Although this group of Otsutsuki had previously suffered a blow, they remained utterly defenseless. First, the Sharp Blade Squad and Uchiha Hilu approached the Otsutsuki with scythes, delivering a flurry of strikes. Then, Haiden initiated a ritual to establish hard control, and finally, Uchiha Hilu utilized his ninjutsu to reach the center, employing the shadow chain of In release to bind all the Otsutsuki. Ultimately, the super fire release fireball from Uchiha He ensued. However, the tale is far from concluded. On the other side, a formidable alliance led by Naruto and Sasuke has conjured a super wind release, spiral lightning shuriken. Harnessing the collective chakra of all ninjas and the enchantments of the Sage team, which hurtles directly into Uchiha He's super fire release, Great Fireball. This exemplifies the extraordinary power of bonds within the ninja realm, amidst a deafening roar. Although the spiral lightning shuriken may not match the sheer might of Uchiha He's fireball, it serves as an unparalleled augment, amplifying the fireball to unprecedented proportions. This assault predominantly emphasizes fire as the primary force, while wind serves to enhance its spread. Countless Otsutsuki were obliterated in this attack, leaving no traces or chances of revival. At the center of the explosion, Uchiha He was whisked away by Obito just moments before the detonation. Observing the jubilant crowd, Uchiha He wore a perplexed expression. Noticing his confusion, one of his subordinates approached and inquired, "Brother, why do you look so bewildered? Is something amiss?" Uchiha He, equally baffled, responded, "So, you went through all this trouble just to eliminate the Otsutsuki rather than capturing them as chakra batteries?" The crowd was momentarily dazed by Uchiha He's words. What did he mean? Could the Otsutsuki still be captured alive? Seemingly reading the confusion in their eyes, a fortunate Otsutsuki, who narrowly escaped the explosion, was swiftly seized by Uchiha He with a simple gesture. "Is it really that easy?" Uchiha He questioned. "It seems I underestimated my own strength." With the astonished onlookers, Uchiha He chuckled, "Just kidding. I didn't intend to mock you. I simply didn't grasp your objective. Next time you wish to eliminate someone, just say so. No need for all this fuss." As the crowd continued to regard him with strange expressions, Uchiha He hurried to Sasuke and said, "Lend me that thing. I need to make my escape." Sasuke understood immediately what Uchiha He intended to do and handed over the plow. Upon receiving it, Uchiha He made a hasty retreat. The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving Uchiha He both amused and exasperated. How was I unaware that I was a source of amusement? Chapter 96. Dream? Guess the jester. At this moment, Uchiha He is engaged in a repetitive endeavor within the time-space tunnel, attempting to transform into either Digga or Emperor armor. As the original, he quickly discerned how his counterpart Uchiha He was morphing into a dark beast. However, he had no desire to become a monster or an otherworldly creature. His aspiration lies in becoming Digga or Emperor armor. Yet, he hesitated to inquire how to accomplish this, refraining from attempts without reference, lest he fail and suffer embarrassment. After all, the diminutive Otsutsuki could easily be subdued. Uchiha He raised his hands, not in surrender, but in a gesture of camaraderie, indicating that his brother still needed practice. As he practiced, Uchiha He arrived at his destination, not at the original time point, but several years prior, during Sasuke's wedding. He was deeply intrigued by Sasuke's choice of spouse and the subsequent birth of quintuplets, each skilled in a different ninjutsu, culminating in their transformation into the Five-Spirit King. Remarkably, these children even sought the guidance of the true five spirits, Nagato, ensuring their training would be exceptional. While he had some suspicions about the bride, he knew he would need to see for himself. Yet, upon arriving at his destination, Uchiha He found himself unable to enter this time-space, as the entire tunnel had inexplicably frozen. At that moment, the ninja world, which had just erupted in cheer, was suddenly stilled by an overwhelming presence. This was a force unique to time and space, Under its influence, everyone except Naruto, Sasuke, and Uchiha appeared to be ensnared in a temporal freeze. Uchiha observed his surroundings in uncertainty, identifying the source of this energy as the pendant left behind by the recently vanished Otsutsuki Shirzua. The pendant radiated a dazzling glow, exuding an immense power that continuously surged forth. The very force that froze time emanated from it. As for why Naruto and Sasuke were unaffected, it was due to their proximity to Uchiha, who had instinctively shielded them. Uchiha, seeing the situation, did not rashly approach but advised Sasuke. Try using Amaterasu on it. Sasuke complied but discovered that Amaterasu could not reach the pendant, as if it existed beyond this dimension. Uchiha cautiously unleashed the destructive energy contained within his right eye, only to find it equally ineffective. Time was frozen, and the pendant transcended dimensions. Clearly, a new adversary had arrived. Uchiha contemplated the foes from Boruto, struggling to identify who possessed such extraordinary powers. Furthermore, despite being one of the most formidable beings in the ninja world, this pendant was entirely beyond his control. A sense of inexplicable dread began to swell within him. Sasuke, sensing Uchiha's unease, firmly grasped his shoulder. Naruto, though unaware of the reason, also placed a reassuring hand on Uchiha's shoulder. Their silent exchange of glances bolstered Uchiha's confidence. It was evident that the enemy before them far exceeded his capabilities. Thus, he resolved to reveal the truth. Sasuke, Naruto, I must share a truth with you, Uchiha said earnestly. They nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, I am not your teacher. Your real teacher perished during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Naruto's face was filled with disbelief, while Sasuke appeared to understand. Teacher, I have known for a long time. Regardless of whether you are my original teacher, you will always be our teacher, Sasuke declared, gazing at Uchiha. Since embarking on his time-traveling journey and absorbing the energy of the dragon vein, Sasuke's memories altered by the Sage of Six Paths had returned to their original state. Even without the dragon vein's energy, Sasuke had suspected Uchiha's true identity. For no disciple would fail to notice the changes in their teacher with whom they spent every day. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha was profoundly moved. Could this truly be the legendary bond? In that moment, Uchiha's resolve to protect everyone intensified to its peak, regardless of the adversities that lay ahead. He would not falter. The trio did not stand idly by, but rather exerted every effort to probe the pendant. Strangely, none of their attempts, be it sealing techniques, sage arts, the power of the Rinnegan, or yin-yang release, had any effect on the small pendant. Perhaps, as Uchiha had surmised, this pendant was indeed a transcendent existence. Yet, how could such a transcendent object appear here and be visible to them? This was indeed intriguing. With no immediate solutions, the three could only gaze silently at the pendant. The scene then shifted back to the day of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After resurrecting the last individual, Uchiha's soul dissipated, and his left eye lost all its radiance. However, for Uchiha, he had not truly perished. Upon opening his eyes again, he discovered he had returned to his former home, his hands still clutching the screen displaying the same scene. Could it all have been a dream? Lu, originally named Uchiha, scratched his head in confusion. Lu was never one to engage in inner turmoil. His motto was to enjoy life and take action. He quickly accepted the truth. He had merely experienced an unforgettable dream. Awakening from this dream, he resolved to continue living well. In the days that followed, perhaps influenced by this dream that offered him a distinct experience, Lu found that his psychological afflictions had considerably improved. Thus, he actively sought employment, ultimately securing a position that spanned a full 50 years. Time flew by, and even after such a long duration, the contents of that dream remained vividly etched in his memory, as if it had not been a dream at all. But how could that be? Lu shook his head while seated in a rocking chair, attempting to dispel these impractical thoughts. Now over 70 years old, he had aged considerably and was basking in the sunlight from the comfort of his chair. Due to years of medication, his lifespan was limited, and at this moment, he could only await the arrival of death. Although this process sounded cruel, it did not stir much in Lu, not even approaching the shock that dream had once brought him. So, was it truly a dream? Chapter 97. Time Reversal. This is not a dream. An old man with 2 horns and 6 red tomo appeared before Lu, Uchiha. A ghost. Lu flailed his arms, attempting to ward off the figure. This individual was none other than the legendary Sage of Six Paths. The sage regarded Hilu's frantic gestures with mild exasperation and patiently said, "Have you forgotten me so soon? We have met before, and you used to call me Old Dang." Upon hearing this, Hilu's fear did not diminish in the slightest. Just imagine an old man with horns and abnormal eyes suddenly appearing before you. Who wouldn't he be frightened? The sage, seeing Hilu's reaction, extended his hand and released the spirit trapped within him. Poor Pusher finally had the chance to see the light of day again. Ever since he sacrificed himself to resurrect Uchiha, he had fallen into a deep slumber, and upon awakening, discovered that he had entered another world with Hilu. To make matters worse, he realized he could not communicate with Uchiha. As this realm lacked any chakra, he was left powerless within Hilu's body. Now, freed by the sage, he was finally back in the world. Excitedly, Pusher gazed at Uchiha and exclaimed, "Hey, kid, I'm finally out." Hilu had never witnessed such a spectacle upon seeing a figure that, while not as formidable as the sage, was nonetheless bizarre. He instinctively recoiled. The sage and Pusher exchanged glances. Pusher remarked, "Did we scare him to death?" The sage nodded, unable to refute the observation. However, the entire world was merely a figment of Uchiha's imagination. Within this illusion, he could not die. Having accepted the notion that it was merely a dream for so long, when the characters from that dream reappeared, he assumed he was dreaming again. When he opened his eyes once more, he found the two figures still before him. This time, however, he appeared much calmer. At least these peculiar beings did not seem to harbor any intent to harm him. Thus, he asked coolly, "Can you explain to me what is happening?" The sage of six paths halted the eager Pusher and began to elucidate. "Your previous memories were not a dream, but rather genuine experiences. However, you ultimately dissipated your soul in your quest to save everyone. Yet, due to the uniqueness of your eyes, you are virtually immortal, thus you have not truly died. You could say you exist in a state akin to death." "Dead? Akin to death?" Uchiha was utterly bewildered. The sage continued, "Due to the peculiar abilities of this fellow beside me, your union transcends dimensions, making your existence truly one of a kind." Hearing this, Pusher puffed out his chest with pride. Uchiha remained perplexed, and seeing that his explanation failed to restore Uchiha's understanding, the sage employed a secret technique to inundate Uchiha's mind with all his memories. This forceful influx of knowledge would have likely incapacitated an ordinary individual. But due to Uchiha's unique nature, he quickly recovered from the resultant strain. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with newfound confidence. "I am the second Uchiha, now the sole existence." Obito interjected, "Someone has stolen my lines." Following this enlightening experience, Uchiha comprehended everything. Here, a notion of parallel universes was introduced. In Doctor Strange, it is mentioned that one can traverse to their parallel self through dreams, and Uchiha had experienced something similar. In the realm of parallel universes, some are identical, while others are starkly opposed. Additionally, certain parallel worlds share commonalities, allowing individuals from these realms to exchange identities. Rewinding to Hilu's childhood, he often suffered from insomnia, which was accompanied by unconscious fainting spells. After such spells, he would find himself in another world, that of Uchiha and Naruto. The identities of the two frequently swapped, though there was a time differential. When Hilu entered Uchiha's body, Uchiha remained conscious while Hilu was unconscious, leaving Uchiha oblivious to Hilu's world. At that time, Hilu was also a child, and due to prolonged insomnia, his mental state deteriorated until he ultimately lost all memories of his childhood. Now, with the sage's enlightening experience, all memories had returned. The cause of Uchiha's, the original host, death also came to light. It turned out that Uchiha did not perish from prolonged battles followed by overwhelming sorrow. The story traced back to the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the dark side and Uchiha clashed as embodiments of destruction and creation, battling all the way to outer space, their conflict reverberating throughout the universe. Their struggle attracted the attention of a mysterious entity, which had been mentioned previously. If forgotten, feel free to revisit. This enigmatic figure was Kagaya Otsutsuki, the former leader of the Otsutsuki clan, celebrated as the first being to transcend dimensions. However, the truth was more complex. While he possessed tremendous power, the strength derived from the second dimension inherently belonged to that realm. Thus, he was incapable of breaking the dimensional barrier. Nevertheless, his extraordinary power surpassed the limits of this dimension, causing his life form to evolve into a 5-dimensional existence. However, as 5 dimensions do not truly exist, he became a unique entity suspended between the second and third dimensions. Indeed, he became invincible, for he was the only one of his kind. Yet, he found himself unable to move, trapped in an endless slumber devoid of any rules in the 5-dimensional realm. However, due to the fierce battle between the dark side and Uchiha, they were abruptly awakened. The commotion from their confrontation subtly transcended dimensions. Yet the power that crossed these boundaries did not arise from destruction or creation, but rather from the unique abilities born of the fusion between Uchiha and Pushi. One of Pushi's blue Rinnegan abilities resembles a temporal rewind, allowing him to revert to a few seconds prior, thereby experiencing multiple attacks from his adversaries, allowing him to discern their techniques and select the most prudent countermeasure. The drawback of this temporal rewind is that while it can reverse external time, it cannot turn back one's own time. Conversely, Uchiha's left eye grants him the ability to return his own state to its optimal point, which can be understood as a contrast to Pushi's power. He can rewind his own time, yet cannot affect the external time. When these two powers collide, a wondrous spark ignites. A true temporal rewind emerges seemingly from nowhere, but such capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, and even Uchiha, he could not wield them. Thus, he sacrificed himself without ever utilizing this ability. Nevertheless, Otsutsuki Shurji discerned the nuances of temporal rules from the unique aura released by Uchiha, successfully returning to the second dimension. Chapter 98. The setup is complete. Otsutsuki Shurji is indeed an entity that transcends dimensions. Although merely a 2.5-dimensional being, he remains exceedingly powerful. After mastering this ability, Otsutsuki Shurji traversed the entire river of time, ultimately concluding that only one individual could transcend dimensions, Uchiha, whose method of transcending arose from that peculiar pair of eyes. Thus, Otsutsuki Shurji journeyed back to the Warring States period. Invading Uchiha's consciousness at the moment, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, seeking to claim it for himself. However, he clearly underestimated the power of those eyes. The destructive energy within nearly annihilated him, and in the face of imminent peril, he forcibly employed the temporal rewind ability to restore his condition. Although Uchiha's ocular powers are formidable, Otsutsuki Shurji is not without strength. Energy from the 2.5-dimensional realm surged forth, ultimately obliterating Uchiha's consciousness. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shurji found himself exceedingly weakened and devoid of energy to invoke the temporal rewind again. Coincidentally, he succumbed, allowing Otsutsuki Shurji to take advantage of the situation and become Uchiha. Realizing he had no other recourse, Otsutsuki Shurji concealed himself, quietly recuperating his strength. This time, the Otsutsuki clan's full-scale movement was orchestrated under his guidance. Now, following the demise of Otsutsuki Shurji, it is well known that energy does not materialize from nothing, nor does it vanish without a trace. After the death of all Otsutsuki, the energy within their bodies flowed entirely to Otsutsuki Shurji, aiding him in regaining power. However, at this moment in the shinobi world, time is frozen not due to that pendant, which indeed contains the temporal power left by Otsutsuki Shurji, but that power is insufficient to freeze the entire universe. Only one individual possesses the capability to freeze the universe, the soon-to-be-revived Uchiha. Uchiha has regained all his memories and finally comprehended the reasons for his childhood insomnia. He harbors no grievances, for with great power comes great responsibility. In the present moment, he has wholly mastered the ability of time in an instant. Otsutsuki Shurji, is there anyone to speak on my behalf? Does the Liver Emperor truly have no path to survival? As Uchiha slowly opened his eyes, the eyes of Uchiha gradually ascended towards the sky, with his eyes serving as the nucleus from which Uchiha's form gradually materialized. The time within the entire space twisted chaotically, and intermittently, Otsutsuki Shurji appeared to resurrect. Previously, Uchiha, who possessed the left eye, was also swept into the temporal vortex due to the loss of his eye's protection. Sage of Six Paths. Within Uchiha's consciousness realm, addressed Pushi. Go, he requires your assistance. Pushi grinned and transformed into a beam of light, merging into Uchiha's body. As Pushi integrated, Uchiha's body ceased its trembling. When he reopened his eyes, it was the third eye on his forehead, belonging to Pushi's Rinnegan. Time power, activate. Subsequently, Time in the shinobi world resumed its normal flow, with numerous shinobi gazing in astonishment at Uchiha He in the sky. No, they were gazing at Otsutsuki Shurji behind Uchiha He. Otsutsuki Shurji had just been resurrected amidst the temporal chaos, seizing that fleeting opportunity to return to life. Uchiha He mistakenly believed everyone was looking at him, thus scratching his head and summoning his courage to declare, "Everyone, I, Uchiha He, have returned." However, the crowd merely regarded him with grave expressions. Uchiha He's brother, Uchiha Mizu, stated, "Brother, we know you have returned, but please look behind you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha He felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned around, nearly losing his heart in fright. What on earth? He then unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by countless explosive sealing techniques aimed at Otsutsuki Shurji. However, the operational principle of sealing techniques also involves chakra, allowing Otsutsuki Shurji to successfully absorb the attack. Seeing his assault yield no effect, Uchiha He promptly discarded a single strand of hair as a flying thunder god kunai for a swift relocation. One might wonder what Uchiha He's flying thunder god mark is. Senju Tobirama's mark is a pattern technique, while Minato Namikaze's is a textual technique. Can anyone guess what Uchiha He's mark is? That's right, it is one that prevents the enemy from discerning it at all. Practical yet aesthetically pleasing. Uchiha He expressed profound bewilderment towards those who use phrases like 666 and "your dad has arrived" as their flying thunder god marks. As for the information regarding Otsutsuki Shurji, the crowd is already aware. Uchiha He's brother, Uchiha Ryu, remarked, "You foolish brother, did you not realize that thing absorbs chakra? Even sealing techniques require chakra, do they not?" Nonetheless, Uchiha He, with his arms crossed and an air of confidence, slowly extended his fingers. 1, 2, 3. As the third finger extended, the advancing Otsutsuki Shurji suddenly fell to his knees, his expression one of immense anguish. "You," coughed before he could finish his sentence. Otsutsuki Shurji violently coughed up blood. Sensing the confusion among the onlookers, Deidara stepped forward, explaining, "This is the teacher's explosive sealing technique. By merging the explosive sealing technique into chakra and then injecting that chakra into the opponent's body, the explosive sealing technique automatically assembles and subsequently detonates the opponent. This is true artistry." The crowd collectively gasped, taken aback by the cruelty of the technique. Uchiha He looked on with satisfaction at Deidara. "Tell the boss there's no need for a takeout bag." Why? Because he has already been packed away. In mere moments, Otsutsuki Shurji was reduced to mere ashes. However, due to the unique nature of the Otsutsuki clan, he quickly restored himself. Uchiha He realized that defeating his opponent solely through chakra was futile. Therefore, he exchanged glances with Uchiha Hilu, confirming their mutual understanding. Subsequently, two beams of light flashed. Uchiha Hilu transformed into a black beast, while Uchiha He summoned forth 5 elemental clones, each of which bellowed in unison: Flame Dragon Armor, Windhawk Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Snow Mastiff Armor, Earth Tiger Armor. Combine. Uchiha Hilu's expression darkened, questioning the need for such extravagance. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Naruto displayed expressions of admiration, exclaiming, "What stunning armor! Such cool names." Uchiha He appeared calm, yet internally struggled to suppress a smile, feeling as if he was containing Kagaya. "Keep it together, don't think too far. If you do, go to the village entrance and receive 2-tailed beast balls." Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and an enormous entity emerged from an unknown realm. It was none other than the beloved and formidable Kyuubi, a creature known for causing havoc wherever it went. To prevent the tailed beasts from being captured by Otsutsuki, all 9 had been sent to a sacred place before the battle commenced. As for the half of the Kyuubi residing within Naruto, Uchiha Kawā was confident in his ability to protect him. The other half of the Kyuubi had developed an almost fervent trust in Uchiha Kawā, as the memories of the heroic sacrifice made by Kawā to save everyone remained intact. The other tailed beasts, who had previously doubted that Uchiha Kawā was the prophesied child, were now completely convinced, even the 7 tails, who had once been thoroughly defeated by him. Through a special connection with Uchiha Kawā, the moment he was revived, the Kyuubi soared into the air. "Brothers, the time has come to demonstrate our might. Let us all embrace the prophesied child," the Kyuubi declared. And without waiting for the other tailed beast's consent, it wrapped its tail around all of them and departed from the sacred grounds. Over the years, the Kyuubi often felt remorse, wondering if it had been stronger, could it have prevented Uchiha Kawā's demise. Thus, It devoted itself tirelessly to training in senjutsu, aspiring to be of use when the Otsutsuki returned, rather than being a burden to Uchiha Kawā. Uchiha Kawā had not anticipated that the 2.5 years of companionship would leave such a profound impact on the Kyuubi, softening its once proud demeanor. Family. Who understands? Where can one find such a kind-hearted and powerful being who treats tailed beasts as equals? Today, the Kyuubi proclaimed, I, Kyuubi, am the prophesied child. Anyone who disagrees shall face my wrath. Uchiha Kawā scratched his head, suddenly recalling that they still needed a dragon, just as the Kyuubi brought the tailed beasts along. The two forces resonated with each other. Kyuubi, Kawā. The essence of Madara and Hashirama lingered in the air. Uchiha Kawā, without hesitation, utilized his power to reshape the 9-tailed beasts into 9 shimmering golden dragons. At this moment, all conditions had been met. Uchiha Kawā crossed his hands above his head and shouted, Imperial armor, merge. Subsequently, the 5 elemental clones fused into Uchiha Kawā, while the 9 golden dragons entered his body. The primary color of the Imperial armor was gold, accented with silver, while the bodysuit was a blend of black and purple. The belt and knee sections bore the black and white Yin-Yang Taiji symbol, surrounded by 8 yellow dots and the emblems of the fire dragon, wind eagle, black rhino, earth tiger, and snow mastiff, symbolizing the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements. However, unlike the original design, Uchiha Kawā's transformed Imperial armor was enveloped by 9 dragons, further emphasizing his majesty. At that moment, Otsutsuki Shurji was utterly bewildered. Is it possible? Is everyone capable of extraordinary feats? Who truly is the Otsutsuki? This scene dealt him a significant blow, especially the pressure emanating from Uchiha Kawā's Imperial armor, which made him feel as if he was facing the entire world. Even his elder brother had never exerted such overwhelming force upon him. Nevertheless, there was no turning back. Otsutsuki Shurji braced himself for confrontation. Just as he was about to strike, an arm suddenly pierced through his chest. Otsutsuki Shurji wore an expression of disbelief. Yet before he could discern the identity of his assailant, he was absorbed, becoming part of their power. Unprecedented strength. This is true power. Uchiha Kawā regarded the figure before him cautiously. Although this person bore a striking resemblance to Otsutsuki Shurji, their auras were strikingly different. Who are you? Uchiha Kawā inquired. Who am I? Why not ask yourself who you are? The response came. Uchiha Kawā's expression turned cold. You must be Otsutsuki Jiji, the one who killed him, correct? Uchiha Kawā, perplexed by their exchange, asked, Killed whom? Before he could finish, Otsutsuki Jiji interjected, I awakened due to your battle, and by chance. I mastered the power of time and uncovered the truth. I returned to the past to eliminate the true Uchiha Kawā, but after exhausting all my strength, I found that Uchiha Kawā's body was occupied by this fellow. The crowd stared at Uchiha Kawā in disbelief, yet he remained composed. At that moment, Uchiha Kiyoshi, part of the medical team, couldn't fathom it. Kawā, is this true? Uchiha Kawā turned, warmth flooding his expression, and slowly nodded. Yet, I am still Uchiha Kawā, not some petty usurper. I once believed I had arrived in this world by occupying Uchiha Kawā's body. However, as my memories fully returned, I recalled everything. I and Uchiha Kawā are one. I am Uchiha Kawā, and Uchiha Kawā is me. We are now one and the same. Seeing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Uchiha Kawā used ninjutsu to project memories from his childhood like a film. It turned out that the one who had said, If I marry you, Mom said I can have a family as long as I bring home a girl, was Kawā. It was Kawā who quietly covered his younger siblings with blankets during countless nights. It was Kawā who witnessed their parents' demise on the battlefield. In truth, from beginning to end, Uchiha Kawā and Kawā were one and the same. Years of gloom had shrouded these memories and Uchiha Kawā's joy. However, now he had found his own happiness, which was to protect the entire ninja world and amend all past regrets. Thus, bearing the title of the strongest, I cannot afford to lose. Uchiha Kawā unleashed his full power, charging towards Otsutsuki Jiji alongside Uchiha Kawā. Yet, Otsutsuki Jiji was no reckless brute like Shurji. He was stronger and more cunning. He effortlessly countered their combined attack using the power of time. Uchiha Kawā, seeing this, ceased to conceal his abilities and unleashed the full might of time. Otsutsuki Jiji's expression reflected a knowing anticipation. Uchiha Kawā eagerly gazed at the now transformed black beast. You wouldn't want us to fall short against this foe, would you? Transform into the Imperial War Spear and let me wield you. Although Uchiha Kawā understood that he could unleash a formidable attack without such complex procedures, being a split from a single body, he was curious to witness the ultimate move of the Imperial armor. Thus, he shifted form, transforming into a shimmering black Imperial war spear. Uchiha Kawā seized the spear, his face lighting up with joy, before adopting a solemn expression. Prepare to meet your end, you brazen fiend. Uchiha Kawā enveloped the Imperial war spear with the energy of creation from his left eye, while the 9 golden dragons surrounding him gradually merged into a colossal 9-clawed golden dragon. As Uchiha Kawā unleashed his destructive power, the two forces fused, causing the Imperial war spear to grow in size. Then, Uchiha Kawā leaped high into the air, the golden dragon accompanying the Imperial war spear with immense force as they charged toward Otsutsuki-Jiji. Imperial Destruction Slash. However, Otsutsuki-Jiji was no ordinary opponent. Having observed other dimensions from beyond the dimensional wall, he had learned formidable techniques, including this one, Void Technique, Violet. This technique combined the Momentum Technique Azure and the Reversal Technique Crimson, creating a hypothetical mass that could be projected outward. The energy waves manifesting as spatial cutters create smooth-edged circular notches, leaving nothing in their wake. Unlike the original work, Otsutsuki's power is sufficient, amplifying the attack of the Void Technique Z to an astonishing 200%. Otsutsuki Shinjiro possesses an ability known as omnipotence, allowing him to materialize any thought into reality. According to the Peach-style narrative, this is the divine force used by gods to create worlds, a power only deities can wield. Thus, merely glimpsing this power grants Otsutsuki Shinjiro such capabilities. Naturally, his limitless technique is effortlessly at his disposal. However, Uchiha Kawā's attacks are equally formidable, rendering both forces evenly matched. Ultimately, Otsutsuki Shinjiro's Void Technique Z pierces Uchiha Kawā, who counters with his Emperor's Demon Subduing Slash, pushing Otsutsuki Shinjiro back. Chapter 100. The Dependence of Kurama. Despite the Emperor Armor's extraordinary defense, Otsutsuki Shinjiro's might is equally formidable. Previously, the pendant of Otsutsuki Shinjiro contained his temporal power, allowing him to resurrect Otsutsuki Shizai from the temporal chaos inflicted by Uchiha Kawā. The revival was not born of fraternal bonds, but rather a desire to seize his strength. In truth, Otsutsuki Shizai also possessed transcendent powers beyond the second dimension. However, this power mirrored that of Otsutsuki Shinjiro. Due to the unique nature of the 2.5-dimensional realm, only one existence can be permitted. With Otsutsuki Shinjiro present, Otsutsuki Shizai could not transcend successfully. Through the revival and subsequent appropriation of Otsutsuki Shizai's strength, Otsutsuki Shinjiro achieved a profound elevation, yet he still lacked the ability to transcend the second dimension. The reason for this lies elsewhere. Frequent use of temporal power has its drawbacks. With continued usage, his existence gradually merges with the time of the entire second dimension, meaning he is becoming time itself, forever barred from transcending. Nevertheless, with the power of Uchiha Kawā's eyes, he is confident that he can transcend the second dimension through them. This explains his reckless usage of the ultimate enhanced Void Technique Z, driven to grievously injure Uchiha Kawā. However, he underestimated Uchiha Kawā, who withstood the blow that could have shattered the world. Yet, embedded within the strike was an inexhaustible temporal force, rendering Uchiha Kawā unable to heal despite possessing the same temporal powers. The reason is simple: creation and destruction, though powerful in isolation, are not omnipotent. Even within the act of creation, destruction exists. Only their convergence unleashes true power. After their clash, Uchiha Kawā did not retreat an inch, but due to his grievous injuries, a gaping hole appeared in his chest. With this blow, the Emperor armor disintegrated, and the Nine Tails reverted to its original form, gazing at Uchiha Kawā in alarm. "Kawā, are you alright? Heal yourself." The Nine Tails fretted, almost reaching out its claws to seal the wound in Kawā's chest. Although no blood flowed from the wound, his life force continued to dwindle. Naruto, Sasuke, and Madara, witnessing this, were consumed by fury and unleashed their most powerful techniques. Not just them, but everyone who had ever been saved by Uchiha Kawā joined in, launching their strongest assaults toward Otsutsuki Shinjiro. The vibrant attacks surged forth. But due to the enchantment of sage arts, Otsutsuki Shinjiro could absorb them. However, his limitless techniques surpassed even that of Satoru Gojo, allowing him to maintain activation as long as energy existed. Thus, Onlookers could only watch as their attacks detonated before him without inflicting any harm. In that moment, Uchiha Kawā mustered the strength to speak. "I'm fine." Yet even before he could finish, he coughed up blood. The Nine Tails, frantic, felt a surge of urgency. "Kawā, I have a way to help you." Uchiha Kawā shook his head slowly, responding, "Kurama, have you forgotten? I told you never to redeem others through sacrifice. Such a method, even if it saves a body, is not true redemption. But if you don't use this method, you'll die?" The Nine Tails exclaimed, nearly frantic. Uchiha Kawā stretched out a hand to stroke the Nine Tails' head. "It's all right. Death is not to be feared. As long as you remember me, that's enough." It felt like a farewell as Uchiha Kawā looked around. The Nine Tails vividly recalled the 2.5 years after Uchiha Kawā's resurrection, the happiest time he had ever experienced as a tailed beast. Strangely, Uchiha Kawā, unlike any human, did not need sleep. The Nine Tails had once curiously asked, "Kawā, why don't you sleep? Are you troubled?" As they spent time together, the Nine Tails shed its pride, realizing that no matter how aloof it acted, Uchiha Kawā patiently comforted him. Much like soothing a child, this version of Uchiha Kawā starkly contrasted with the impulsive and combative figure it had once known. For a prideful creature, the more one indulged it, the less it felt inclined to act. Gradually, the Nine Tails accepted him, becoming less aloof, akin to a small kitten accompanying Uchiha Kawā. When asked about his burdens, Uchiha Kawā replied, "Do I have concerns? Perhaps, but time has blurred many important memories, and at this moment, I have no worries." Some individuals afflicted with emotional numbness are like this. When probed about their thoughts, it's not that they wish to withhold, but rather they genuinely do not know. Perhaps it is the grievances of childhood or fleeting sorrows. For these individuals, memories are chaotic yet empty. Chaotic due to the many painful fragments they bear. Empty because they currently harbor no thoughts or recollections, merely a profound sense of confusion, a feeling aptly described as numbness. The Nine Tails, through its unique malevolent perception, deeply felt the emotions residing within Uchiha Kawā's heart. There was no darkness, only a bright disposition towards others, social anxiety in public, and a profound sensitivity within. Yet, these attributes did not resonate with the Nine Tails. What truly moved it was Uchiha Kawā's profound love for all existence. This sentiment warmed the Nine Tails' heart, and in that moment, it completely trusted Uchiha Kawā, sowing the seeds of a new bond of dependence. Now, witnessing Uchiha Kawā on the brink of death, the Nine Tails was frantic, for its emotional attachment would not allow it to stand idly by as Kawā succumbed. Thus, disregarding Uchiha Kawā's protests, the Nine Tails resolutely activated its particle mode, seeking to merge with him. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a hand suddenly restrained the Nine Tails. Chapter 101. Uchiha Kawā's power. The hand that held back the Nine Tails belonged to Uchiha Kawā himself. He, too, had been gravely wounded by Otsutsuki Shinjiro's limitless technique, leaving him unable to revert from his weapon state for the time being. At this moment, after expending the vast majority of his energy, he successfully restored his human form. It was during this critical juncture that Uchiha Hashirama restrained the Nine Tails, despite having consumed most of his energy. Let us not forget that Uchiha Hashirama had previously absorbed the formidable power of Uchiha He from the Warring States period. The residual energy he possessed was more than sufficient to subdue a tailed beast, even in its most formidable form. However, he remarked that it would be futile. Even in this state, he could not save himself without regaining the power of Uchiha He. Uchiha He was now teetering on the brink of death. As for why Otsutsuki did not make a move to attack, it was certainly not due to any sense of martial virtue. Rather, it was because his earlier strike had depleted nearly all of his energy. To guard against any unforeseen ultimate technique from Uchiha he remained at a distance, quietly recuperating and refraining from recklessness. Just as he had anticipated, Uchiha He was indeed preparing a powerful technique. The ultimate version of the five natures yin-yang combined with a time-sealing technique known as the four-symbol seal. Should Otsutsuki dare to approach for an ambush, he would find himself permanently ensnared within the river of time, with no possibility of rescue. Though this technique was immensely potent, it came at a tremendous cost, the life of Uchiha He and the magnificent power of time itself. Yet, in his desire to protect the world of shinobi that he cherished, Uchiha He was willing to sacrifice everything. When Uchiha Hashirama spoke of regaining Uchiha He's power, he referred to the fusion of their beings, thereby creating the strongest existence, albeit at the cost of Uchiha Hilu's own existence. Uchiha, sensing the sincerity in his words, despite spitting blood twice, mustered the strength to protest. "There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself for me." Uchiha Hilu, tilting his head defiantly, retorted, "Who said this was for you? Do not impose your definitions upon others. Even I have things I hold dear." After expressing this, Uchiha Hilu glanced wistfully around, as if imprinting the visage of those he treasured into his memory. However, he swiftly changed his tone. "You and I are fundamentally one. The fusion will not lead to dissolution, merely a transformation into another form of existence. Furthermore, you have come to understand yourself, which does not diminish the legacy of Uchiha. Although you may not possess my strength, your exceptional combat awareness and unique sealing techniques are indeed commendable. Lastly, remember this: you must take good care of Izuna." With that, Uchiha Hilu transformed into a beam of black light, merging with Uchiha Hi's body. Otsutsuki, witnessing this, aimed to intervene, but it was too late. The forces of creation and destruction had already converged. Though it was deep into the night and the moon had been shattered in their recent battle, the presence of Uchiha illuminated the entire shinobi world. Uchiha radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, the energies of creation and destruction coursing through him. In that moment, all memories of Uchiha flooded back. He was neither a schemer nor a warmonger. He was a teacher who deeply loved his disciples, a brother who cherished his family, and a lonely child. Uchiha bore all the regrets and sorrows of Uchiha Hi's heart. Behind these regrets and pains lay a profound love for those he had lost. Thus, the truth emerged. Uchiha had endured for years in order to resurrect Izuna, his siblings, seeking a way to bring them back to life. During this quest, the weight of these emotions threatened to overwhelm him. The energy of destruction, while formidable, was accompanied by the risk of losing control. Coupled with his dark chakra, he had to constantly seek out opponents to battle. Only through endless combat could he prevent his love from transforming into a vengeful desire for annihilation. As for Uchiha, though he had shed the burden of suffering, the memories remained. While they no longer caused him pain, he still felt an emptiness, despite being filled with love for everything. He could not find joy. However, at the moment of their fusion, it was not just power that combined. The true essence of Uchiha, he was singular. Whether as Uchiha Hilu or the resurrected Uchiha, they were one and the same. One faced the hatred and pain with courage, while the other, without confronting it, sacrificed himself out of love to save all. In that moment of union, Uchiha finally recognized himself, unraveling the knot that had troubled him for years. Ultimately, the reason for one's happiness is not found in one's actions, but in the essence of happiness itself. To choose to accept oneself, including the gloomy, reclusive, and imperfect aspects, is tantamount to embracing happiness. There is a saying, love others, but first love yourself. Uchiha had spent so long loving others, but had never loved himself. This was why he feared not death, believing it to be a form of liberation. However, from this moment forward, he faced himself and death alike. While still unafraid, he gained a newfound reverence for life. It was this reverence that bestowed upon him the ability to wield this extraordinary power. Uchiha slowly opened his eyes, each one containing the energies of creation and destruction. The previously gaping wound on his body healed almost instantaneously. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki stood astonished yet unfazed, still boasting, "Humph! What of having two eyes? Years ago, I could slay him with two eyes. Today, I can do the same to you." Suddenly, Uchiha transformed into a streak of light, and a flurry of black dots zipped through the air, culminating in him seizing Otsutsuki by the throat. The flurry of black dots was a result of his flying thunder god technique, which allowed him to create markers along his path using his power of creation. These markers were intangible, achieving instantaneous movement. The sequence of dots appeared as he had no wings, utilizing flying thunder god to ascend with style. While he could create invisible steps with his power of creation, the visual flair of leaping upward with flying thunder god was undeniably impressive. Taking advantage of Gigi's shock, Uchiha unleashed a barrage of strikes upon his face, followed by an elbow strike that disrupted Gigi's attempt to gather his technique. This relentless onslaught left Gigi disoriented and reeling. Uchiha's flurry of strikes even had names: Crow takes flight, Granny kicks, and he dances. The seventh set of radio gymnastics. 18 dragon subduing palms. Engage. Transform. As the final elbow strike sent Otsutsuki Jiji flying, Uchiha, he ceased his attack. Chapter 102. The End of Time Sealing and Otsutsuki Jiji shakily rose to his feet, incredulous as he inquired, "What were those techniques? Why have I never seen them in other dimensions?" Uchiha, he gestured with his hand and slowly replied, "Wing Chun, Uchiha he." Jiji had initially thought he was on the brink of death after such a beating, but upon checking his body, he found himself unscathed. He then regained his arrogance, laughing. "Ha ha, I thought you had some powerful skills. Turns out they're just ordinary taijutsu. You haven't forgotten that taijutsu has no effect on me, right?" However, Uchiha, he gradually turned around. This time, the shinobi gathered, having learned from previous experience, extended 3 fingers like Uchiha he. 1, 2, 3. In unison, they counted down. Indeed, at the conclusion of the countdown, Otsutsuki Shiji's body erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, spinning like a top, while simultaneously contracting. Otsutsuki Shiji was filled with impotent rage when had this occurred. Uchiha, he casually remarked, "Surely you do not think that was merely a simple taijutsu?" Uchiha, he never engaged in meaningless endeavors, whether in the application of chakra during training or the use of yin-yang release. Even in the event of a failed yin-yang release, he would purposefully harness the explosive aftermath to fully appreciate its power. Returning to the moment, each of Uchiha He's strikes was, in fact, an execution of exquisite sealing techniques. To achieve a silent effect, Uchiha he devised a sealing arrangement using energy identical to that within Otsutsuki Shiji. Yet the arrangement was not a complete sealing technique, but rather scattered components of the sealing art. These components were distributed within Otsutsuki Shiji's body, with the activation condition being Shiji's use of time power. Indeed, at that moment, as Shiji utilized his power during the countdown, he simultaneously invoked time power to thwart any impending attacks from Uchiha he. However, despite all precautions, he had neglected to guard against himself. Unexpectedly, Uchiha he had orchestrated a method that led to his own downfall. As the radiant light dissipated, Otsutsuki Shiji ultimately vanished into the river of time. This sealing technique was not the explosive series previously employed against Otsutsuki Shiji Wong, but rather a novel ability that combined Uchiha He's time power with sealing arts, capable of erasing an opponent entirely from the continuum of time. Nonetheless, what puzzled Uchiha he was the expectation that Otsutsuki Shiji, having absorbed all the powers of Otsutsuki Shiji Wong, should have been immensely powerful, rendering scenarios of being overwhelmed by taijutsu improbable. To counter his limitless potential, Uchiha he had even prepared additional secret weapons. Yet, during the confrontation, Uchiha he was astonished to discover that Shiji's limitless prowess had long since expired. The truth of the matter was singular. The true Otsutsuki Shiji had not descended into battle, but was instead using the power of Shiji Wong against Uchiha he. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shiji, perhaps recognizing Uchiha he's strength, was lurking in some corner, cautiously developing his abilities. However, given Shiji's capabilities, mastering all of Uchiha he's powers was merely a matter of time. Therefore, the immediate priority was to root out this elusive mouse. Although Uchiha he had discerned the truth, he continued to feign ignorance, displaying no sign of awareness. Witnessing this, the crowd finally felt at ease, surrounding Uchiha he in jubilation. At long last, having come to terms with his identity, Uchiha he, albeit still somewhat socially anxious, no longer resisted such scenes. He stood quietly among the crowd, a subtle smile adorning his face. However, Kurama felt a pang of disappointment for not being able to assist Uchiha he. Observant, as ever, Uchiha he noticed Kurama's emotional fluctuations. He approached Kurama, placing a hand gently on its head, offering a comforting stroke. Between man and beast, no words were exchanged, yet it felt as though 1,000 sentiments were articulated in silence. Once the matter concluded, Uchiha he roamed the village, searching for traces of Otsutsuki Shiji. Through recollection of the narrative, Uchiha he made a discovery, yet he remained inscrutable. Subsequently, amidst a throng that included Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Naruto, Sasuke, Izuna, and Tobirama, Uchiha he decided to treat everyone. The location chosen for this gathering was none other than Ichiraku Ramen, the first stop in Konoha, perhaps forgotten by many. Uchiha he had once bestowed a gold piece upon Ichiraku as payment, and despite the copious amounts consumed, they had yet to exhaust that coin. Uchiha he had informed the owner in advance that he intended to rent the entire establishment for the day. Thus, throughout this day, the ramen shop was exclusively occupied by these 7 individuals and the ever-present Kurama, who followed Uchiha wherever he went. Time passed swiftly, and after all these years, Ichiraku Ramen remained unchanged, the only alteration being a slight expansion due to reconstruction. During this visit, Uchiha he was remarkably quiet, refraining from devouring his meal ravenously. Instead, he simply observed his disciples, finding immense beauty in the moment. That which is lost and then regained becomes all the more cherished. Meanwhile, Kurama was outside, calling out, "Hey, Bradhe, don't forget about me. I want a supersized portion." Uchiha he exchanged a knowing smile with Ichiraku, who responded, "I'll get right on it." Then Uchiha he fully indulged himself, consuming over 3,000 bowls in one sitting. This spectacle left his disciples utterly astounded. Uchiha he, unfazed, remarked, "I've been longing for this taste for about 50 years. It's truly delightful." These 50 years represented the time Uchiha he had spent within this environment. After finishing, Uchiha he engaged in casual conversation with Ichiraku, their rapport reminiscent of long-separated old friends. Ichiraku maintained a perpetually cheerful demeanor. After all these years, the flavor remains unchanged. "Doesn't he it?" Uchiha he inquired. "Otsutsuki." "No, wait." Ichiraku scratched his head, responding with a laugh. "Haha, the skill has always been there." At this moment, Uchiha he's expression shifted abruptly, becoming serious as he asked, "Do you not respect me? Why don't you open your eyes?" Ichiraku, somewhat speechless, contemplated saying he had them as wide open as possible but refrained, considering Uchiha he was a significant patron. Thus, he politely replied, "Lord he, my eyes have always been this way." Several disciples moved forward, concerned about the situation. However, Uchiha he suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "Just a jest." Then, turning to Ichiraku, he added, "By the way, Otsutsuki Ichiraku, show me what your Rinnegan looks like." Upon hearing this, Ichiraku's pupils constricted in shock. Yet because he had never truly opened his eyes, no one else noticed. Seeing Ichiraku's lack of response, Uchiha he assumed he had misjudged and beckoned his disciples to exit. This cannot be attributed to Uchiha he's misjudgment. After all, look at Ichiraku's appearance and his eyes. It's indeed impossible to see. The mystery surrounding Ichiraku's eyes and identity had persisted. Chapter 103, Domain unfolds. Time stagnates just as the group was about to depart. Uchiha he suddenly turned, producing a handgun from seemingly nowhere, aiming it directly at Ichiraku. "Bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are not human." Uchiha he exclaimed, launching an unexpected assault. Ichiraku was taken aback, but, adhering to his professional demeanor, chuckled. "Lord he, that joke might have gone a bit too far." Uchiha he meticulously recounted Ichiraku's actions. First, Ichiraku had remained remarkably calm in the face of the terrifying fox transformation that instilled fear in everyone else. If his demeanor were merely one of kindness, it would have been understandable. Yet, even when Uchiha Itachi approached, Ichiraku maintained his composure. Even if he did not recognize Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha he found it hard to believe he wouldn't recognize that iconic gaze. Furthermore, Kurama frequently visited the ramen shop over the years, and during his first visit, Ichiraku had shown no surprise whatsoever. It must be noted that for all villagers, despite Uchiha he's presence, the fear of the Nine Tails was ingrained in their very bones. This was not the reaction of a normal person. Yet, none of this was the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect lay in the original narrative's description of Ichiraku's abilities. Hand-drawn is not a ninja, yet in the original plot of TV episode 168, he deftly hurled a rolling pin with his injured right hand, effortlessly striking down the peeping Dingji and Naruto. Although for an adult, such a feat might not seem daunting, one must remember that the target was none other than our esteemed Lord Yellow Ape. Setting aside the power of the Nine Tails within him, the formidable self-healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan would render such an attack futile. "Bold Otsutsuki, the evidence is irrefutable. Reveal your true form at once." Uchiha he shouted. Seeing Ichiraku maintain his seemingly harmless demeanor, Uchiha he decided to take decisive action. A bullet imbued with the boundless power of time, intertwined with the forces of yin-yang and destruction, was unleashed with overwhelming might. Regardless of who it struck, death was assured. Upon witnessing this, Ichiraku's instincts flared. Just as the bullet was about to pierce his forehead, he suddenly smiled wryly, and gradually opened his eyes. A pair of sparkling, misty azure pupils shimmered before the onlookers. Before they could fully appreciate the beauty of his eyes, Uchiha activated the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to catch him off guard. However, Ichiraku was already prepared, and with a simple application of the Limitless technique, he neutralized Uchiha's ambush with ease. Nevertheless, Uchiha had his own countermeasure against the Limitless. The principle of the technique, to bring the infinite series contained within the Achilles paradox of the fantastical limitless into the realm of reality. This distance could be infinitely reduced, and the limitless technique could manifest this concept within a specific space in reality. From this principle, it is not difficult to deduce that this technique alters space. And after the enhancement by Otsutsuki Ichiraku, Otsutsuki Shurji, this limitless was far stronger than its anime counterpart. Imagine a car speeding down an empty road. When the speed reaches a level beyond capture, what proves its existence is not distance, but time. With mastery over the power of time, Uchiha could easily unravel this seemingly insurmountable limitless. In the flow of time, the existence of the physical body is not eternal, yet time remains forever. As time progresses, this is the latest technique understood by Uchiha, allowing him to transfer his presence elsewhere through temporal distortion, as if he had always stood there. In simple terms, it is an advanced version of the Flying Thunder God, the time-space Flying Thunder God. Through this technique, Uchiha could teleport to any spatial point in any temporal moment. For instance, if Ichiraku had just executed his Limitless, Uchiha could utilize this technique to return to a time before Ichiraku had activated it and strike. It is crucial to clarify that this is not time travel. Otherwise, the Ichiraku before him would possess this technique as well, and naturally, he would not be harmed. Upon executing this technique, the user remains in the current timeline, but the corresponding space of the technique shifts according to the user's intent. Thus, although Ichiraku remains Ichiraku and Uchiha remains Uchiha, the space they inhabit is one that favors Uchiha, devoid of the limitless. Uchiha again employed the Flying Thunder God to advance, effortlessly delivering an elbow strike that sent Ichiraku flying. At this juncture, it should be evident to all that Ichiraku's true identity is none other than our Otsutsuki Shurji, whose previous obliteration was merely the erasure of his consciousness-controlled body. Otsutsuki Shurji wore an expression of disbelief. How can this be? How did you achieve this? Uchiha smirked, stating that imagination limits your power, while my imagination surpasses your comprehension. As Uchiha spoke, he readied the Flying Thunder God again, preparing to unleash the prior time-sealing technique. However, Otsutsuki Shurji had evidently learned from past lessons. He concentrated all his energy into his eyes. This technique, learned from another dimension, though not yet perfected, was ready for use. What a pity. I had intended to wait until this technique was fully developed. Yet you are so perceptive, Otsutsuki Shurji lamented, though the smile on his lips betrayed his confidence. Time stagnation unfolds. At the moment he activated this technique, the entire world surrounding Otsutsuki Shurji froze in time, rendering even Uchiha immobile. Having successfully executed this technique, Otsutsuki Shurji grew arrogant once more, laughing. You believed in your own confidence your entire life, yet here you are, about to fall. Unfortunately, this technique can only be used once. If I attempt to use it again, I will merge completely with time. Otsutsuki Shurji gazed hungrily at the power within reach, swallowing hard. He then employed the technique to completely seize Uchiha's body. Without any resistance, Otsutsuki Shurji succeeded effortlessly. Feeling the unique power emanating from his eyes, Otsutsuki Shurji was nearly ecstatic. Is this the mysterious power? Truly formidable. He cackled with glee. Chapter 104. Otsutsuki Shurji's complete downfall. Suddenly, a shout echoed behind Otsutsuki Shurji. The voice sent a shiver through him. As he turned slowly, a face he never wished to see appeared before him. Uchiha. With a hint of coldness and mockery on his face, Uchiha radiated confidence. Otsutsuki Shurji was filled with disbelief. How could this be? How are you still alive? Your body is already under my control. This is impossible. The only response he received was, impossible is nothing. But soon, Otsutsuki Shurji regained his composure. Now endowed with these eyes, he was confident he could surpass all. I am now the strongest being, transcending the entire dimension, Otsutsuki Shurji proclaimed with conviction. Uchiha maintained his expression, calmly responding, is that so? For some reason. Despite Uchiha Hi's lack of mockery, merely gazing at his expression ignited Otsutsuki Shurji's fury. You should pay attention to the current situation. You are the one in a weak position. Tremble, fear, weakling. Otsutsuki Shurji shouted in rage. Yet, Uchiha Hi's response remained unchanged. Is that so? Unable to contain himself any longer, Otsutsuki Shurji channeled all his power, conjuring an unprecedented attack, Void Technique Z. Feeling the power swirling at his fingertips, Otsutsuki Shurji's rage gradually gave way to ecstasy. Now, I will make you witness the destruction of your cherished world. Otsutsuki Shurji continued to taunt. It's simple. I just need to close my eyes. Uchiha he replied with an unsettling calm, sending chills down Otsutsuki Shurji's spine. Shaking his head vigorously, Otsutsuki Shurji seemed desperate to dispel this unrealistic thought from his mind. Stubborn are we? Then watch closely. Otsutsuki Shurji unleashed the energy of his eyes, representing destruction and creation, which intensified the Void Technique Z, exuding an aura that hinted at breaking the fabric of time and space. Without hesitation, Uchiha he extended his hands forward, palms facing Otsutsuki Shurji. Super Fire Release. Time-space, Great Fireball. A colossal fireball imbued with the power of time surged forth, carrying immense force toward the Void Technique Z. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Shurji scoffed. You think you can stop me with your current power? Foolish delusion. He then launched the Void Technique Z. The two forces clashed, generating an endless aftershock. Fortunately, Uchiha he had isolated the entire space-time continuum beforehand, sparing the ninja world from harm. Yet, this solitary strike from Uchiha he was insufficient to vanquish Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, Uchiha he was not alone in this endeavor. The ultimate attack, Super Spirit Ultimate, Shining Invincible Dragon Cannonball, was not a mere stutter, but a culmination of 5 enhancements. This familiar technique harkened back to the era of the Warring States when Uchiha he unleashed it. Infused with boundless power, Kagaya Otsutsuki's virtual technique, Ji, was effortlessly shattered. The ultimate cannonball surged forth with overwhelming might towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya was incredulous, questioning how such a disparity could exist despite having the same pair of eyes. Nevertheless, she was not yet at her wit's end. After her eyes recuperated, she was able to deploy her domain to halt time. To Uchiha he stood silently, observing her without taking action, which caused Kagaya to feel a twinge of unease. Still, she was confident in her ability to ensnare them as helpless prey once she activated this technique. As the time-stopping domain unfolded, the ultimate cannonball halted before Kagaya. Overjoyed, she burst into laughter, but it was abruptly cut short. Suddenly, numerous runes manifested on her body, unmistakably a sealing technique implanted by Uchiha he, specifically designed to counter temporal powers. The moment Kagaya utilized her time-based abilities, the seal would activate. As for why Uchiha Hi's use of temporal power had not triggered it, who had ever witnessed a fool strangling themselves? In truth, all of this was part of Uchiha Hi's meticulous strategy. Long before these events transpired, he had employed his own might to create a perfect doppelganger using his eyes. Even Kagaya could not discern the deception. Though this doppelganger retained some power, it was merely a disposable experience card. The true essence of the eyes had long since merged with Uchiha he the moment he recognized his own identity. Prior to this, Uchiha he had traversed the time stream to rescue his past self from the Warring States period. From beginning to end, everything unfolded according to Uchiha Hi's calculations. Ultimately, Kagaya Otsutsuki was entirely erased by the time seal. From that moment forth, she ceased to exist. The Uchiha he from the Warring States period expressed discontent, questioning if this was truly the formidable adversary he had been warned about. Regardless, he had already made his contribution, demanding to be taught the method to transform into a deity. Uchiha he chuckled in resignation, acquiescing to his request. Once Kagaya Otsutsuki completely dissipated, the ninja world returned to normalcy. Even the original Ichiraku ramen was restored, and indeed, the genuine Ichiraku opened its eyes. At this moment, Kurama shouted, "Hey, kiddo, I'm going to soak in a hot spring today." Madara shot a glare at him, as if to convey that such familiarity with the teacher was unacceptable. Kurama, however, scuttled behind Uchiha he, whining about Madara's intimidation. Uchiha he chuckled, all right, let's go to the hot springs." Soon after, Uchiha Hi's form flickered as if experiencing frame drops, trembling momentarily before stabilizing. His disciples, accustomed to such occurrences, understood that their teacher had likely traversed to another realm using his temporal powers. By this point, it was evident to all that Uchiha he had undergone significant transformation. From being consumed by rage and slaughtering thousands after losing his family during the warring states, to wandering the ninja world seeking vengeance after the death of his beloved disciple, and ultimately choosing to seal his own immense powers, not only to prevent the potential collapse of dimensions, but also in pursuit of a seemingly idyllic future. His actions were rooted in avoidance of the profound pain he had experienced. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Having lost the essence of destruction, Uchiha he fell victim to an ambush by Kagaya's will, but upon entering the Pure Land, he did not fade into obscurity. Instead, aided by the Sage of Six Paths, he wreaked havoc in the Pure Land, devouring countless spirits. The arduous journey from an ordinary soul to a formidable entity that instilled fear in gods was known only to Uchiha he himself. Of course, this was all a prelude to eventually using his mighty soul to save everyone. Upon being resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha he discovered that the leaf village he had reformed still resembled its original form, reigniting his hope to amend past regrets. From abolishing the ninja system to radically transforming the leaf, every action was aimed at preventing future disappointments. Simultaneously, through his interactions with Sasuke, both found redemption in each other, cultivating better versions of themselves. Additionally, Kurama was utterly won over by Uchiha he, becoming a loyal companion. Ultimately, Uchiha he achieved final victory, choosing to sacrifice himself to resurrect everyone, a plan that had been meticulously orchestrated all along. While this may seem noble, it was also a form of evasion, as he had yet to truly confront his own identity. Only after spending a lifetime in his illusion, with the Sage of Six Paths' assistance, did he recover his childhood memories, finally confronting the loneliness and anguish of his past. As Uchiha he fully integrated with his true self, he became a complete entity, genuinely understanding his identity. This was why, when facing Kagaya Otsutsuki, he chose to summon his past self, even with unwavering confidence in victory. Only he understood the true strength of his former self, a power capable of obliterating this world. Through all these experiences, Uchiha he from the warring states resolutely decided to seal the source of destruction, paving the way for the emergence of Uchiha he in the future. With self-awareness, he no longer felt the need for sacrificial theatrics to escape, but instead opted for more prudent methods, ensuring that even in failure, a safety net remained. Thus, the path of redemption was completed. Chapter 105. The finale, Naruto and Sasuke's wedding. Thanks to the collective efforts of the populace, the Leaf Village had transformed into a modern city. No longer merely a village, it had evolved into Konoha City. Towering skyscrapers adorned the skyline, and orderly thoroughfares bustled with an array of innovative transportation options, including aerial signage for flying vehicles. Along major roadways stood free traffic signals painted by white zetsu, providing guidance to travelers. However, the once vibrant commercial streets were eerily silent, leading one to wonder if the apocalypse had returned. The true reason for this stillness was the impending wedding of two heroic figures from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Guests from various ninja villages flocked to celebrate the union of Naruto, the former Nine Tails, orphan scion of the Uchiha, and now the revered hero of the ninja world, with Hinata, his bride, much to the chagrin of her family. Yet, Sasuke's bride was rather special, because he does not have merely one bride, but two, Sakura and Xiangling. This decision was made by Sasuke after careful consideration. His teacher often instructed him not to overlook the emotions of others, emphasizing that all feelings warrant recognition. Furthermore, a mentor is akin to a father. It is only natural for a father to rejoice at the sight of his son marrying. If two brides are taken simultaneously, surely the teacher would be elated. Sasuke pondered thusly. This was, in fact, a well-conceived plan. As previously mentioned, Sasuke's 5 children each excel in a unique ninjutsu, having been trained under the true king of 5 elements, Nagato, and they displayed extraordinary prowess on the battlefield. Even Uchiha from the Warring States period spoke highly of them, ultimately developing his own formidable technique, the Ultra 5 Elements Ultimate Radiant Invincible Dragon Cannon. Inspired by their combat styles, these 5 children were born of Xiangling. The wedding scene was abuzz with voices, as all members of the Uchiha clan from the new hidden village gathered to celebrate. After experiencing the ordeal of the Dragon Vein, Sasuke chose to communicate with his parents, and ultimately invited them to his wedding. Not only the Uchihas, but the former Senju clan also attended. Notably, the longtime rivals, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima, were playfully bickering like two mischievous old men. Despite the long-standing conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha clans, it was fundamentally a struggle over interests. Given the relationship with Hashirama, Uchiha chose to resurrect the Senju clan. However, the same benevolence did not extend to the members of the Uzumaki clan, who had once targeted his family during the Warring States period. They remained in the Pure Land, and had it not been for the Sage of Six Paths intervening, the Uchiha would have long since eradicated them with their Inyang release. Although countless well-wishers approached Sasuke with blessings, he could not find joy, for the most important person had yet to arrive. At that moment, two Uchiha were racing through a time-space tunnel. The Uchiha from the Warring States period urged, "Hurry, I've waited so long the flowers are wilting." Uchiha patiently replied, "Do not worry, no matter how slow we are, we will arrive before the ceremony begins." Perhaps their powers were too immense, for even the time-space tunnel trembled under their might. Irritated, the Uchiha from the Warring States exclaimed, "Goodness! How can even the time-space tunnel not withstand my strength? It seems I must seal away part of my power upon my return." Uchiha merely cast a glance at him, saying nothing. As the wedding approached, Sasuke remained hopeful, standing on the red carpet with Naruto. Naruto extended his hand. "Let us go, Sasuke." Sasuke looked at Naruto's warm smile, hesitating for a moment before finally reaching out his hand. Suddenly, a hand rested on Sasuke's shoulder. "Little Sasuke, let us go." Sasuke did not turn around, but the corners of his mouth curled upward, tears of joy streaming down his face. Thus, the story concludes.